enlarge that radius as much as you need.
Make it look flat.
All just based on the assumption of the radius. Didn't measure shit.
Yeah.
There are ways.
I should only see, they go, I should only see 10 miles, but I can see 20 miles. So I can see 10 miles further than I should. So based on this spherical calculations of the Earth, then light is bending this much because we know that the Earth is a sphere of this size. That's what you do.
And then you go and measure it from a different angle, change the geometry, do other things, and you're able to
do
work out
exactly the same equation.
Yeah, and basically then you're able to separate refraction from curvature. If you have the right set of data and measurements, you can ultimately... That's what they do. They've worked out...
Yeah, that's who does.
Is that based on a radius?
Post their work.
Based on a radius, yeah?
It's like any mathematical arrangement, right? If you've got...
can you post whoever's done this? Just post the citation.
Okay, I'll find that too.
Yeah, sure you will. Like it exists.
You should actually get a folder, and you know what we're going to ask you. Like when you come in with these claims.
I know, because you've got one, right? You've got a run sheet and a script book, and
I don't. I just speak on my phone. I don't have any script.
No, you've been doing it a long time, though. So that's how you know to do this.
Well, I just know how not to be
I know you're just bullshitting off the top of your head, because I've been doing it a long time.
Yeah, and I just know not to make stupid claims that I've got no citations and no backing for. That's the difference. Sorry, Heretic.
You can say whatever you want to say, but just be careful when you say it. Like, be like, I think it's this, or I assume it's this, like preface it with like, let us know that you're not trying to lie to us.
He never backs anything up. It's a consistent pattern with him. He just says it and then leaves it at that.
Yep.
At least I'm trying to explain it.
Yeah, but explanations aren't worth anything if you've got nothing to back up the explanation.
It's just the old, but wait, I can explain. And then you never prove anything that you explain.
To be fair, these are pretty hard things to show and demonstrate to you guys.
What are?
Don't claim them, to be fair.
Wow.
Yeah, no, look. It's the corner that you guys have put yourself in. You've come up with extremely complicated concepts that cannot be proven or tested in reality, and you want to claim them to be true. So it's not our fault. It's not our fault that you cannot demonstrate it.
That's true. So maybe so I cannot prove they are true, but you cannot prove they are not true.
We don't need to prove that they are not true. The onus is on you to prove your fucking claim.
Yeah, you don't prove negatives.
Well, that's your point of view, right?
No, you don't understand. If you're saying that you can just declare things and then they are true, right? And then someone has to come along and debunk them. You wouldn't adhere to that standard.
I understand this logic, but.
So it's up to you to disprove Santa Claus then. My claim is Santa Claus and the onus is on you to debunk it. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, these are all false comparisons.
Not really.
No, it's exactly.
Yeah.
Not really.
This turning the thing into absurdity is... I wish Gregory was here. He'd have a great way of explaining the logical fallacy you've just committed.
When he made a claim on par with Santa Claus and then tried to get someone else to debunk it.
We can all see the sun in the sky, right? But it's really hard for me to prove here how it works.
Yep. That's the problem then, isn't it? So don't claim you know how it works.
So you can say the sun is not hot, and I can say, well, the sun is pretty hot. And then
we feel that though, don't we?
And then I say I cannot prove it, and you say, well, then.
That's a terrible example because we will tell you that we get hot in the sun too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you don't get 1 billion degrees.
Why would I
Well, once
expect
again,
it to be a billion degrees?
Because that's how the sun is, right?
How
no,
do
that's
you
just
know
a
that?
claim. Don't you understand? You're reiterating a claim that you don't even know how to prove. Someone gave you a number of the temperature of the sun, and you came in here and repeated it, but you don't know that, and you don't even know how they got that number. But you're saying, well, it's true because one of my priests told me. In my religion, they said it's true, so it has to be. Dude, that's silly.
With
Let's
tools
ask
to
him.
No, they
How'd
didn't.
they
How
get?
did,
to prove to you.
Hey, dude, how'd they get the temperature of the sun?
Hmm?
How did they come up with the temperature of the sun?
I can Google it for you if you want to know it.
if you want to know
So
it, all that has to be done is Googled.
Well, I think I got
It's
an
another
idea.
it's another claim that you just made. You just said the sun is a billion degrees,
Yeah,
but you have no idea. You have no idea why you said
You
that.
don't know what a figure of speech is? You have to explain that part as well.
No. I know what a figure of speech is.
Oh,
I know that you are making
using
wild claims without any substantial fucking evidence or knowledge. You are these are erroneous claims, ones that you have no intellect or understanding or knowledge or anything behind.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's an appeal to just what you've been told. That's it.
They're using a radiation pyrometer. Well, whatever the fuck
Okay,
that one is.
thanks Google. Thanks Google. Let's talk to Google. Get rid of this guy. Let's just Google shit from now on.
Well, that would help you if you actually did it.
So everything on Google's true.
But my point wasn't about the sun. My point is that these things are being done by people that are very specialized, and it's hard for any normal
Okay,
people.
so now it's an appeal. It's an appeal to authority or appeal to experts.
Well, you can appeal to your own expertise, but then you wouldn't be appealing to anything, right?
No one. Did you hear anyone make a claim though? You're the only one that made a
Well,
claim.
you guys made a claim because you said
No,
you guys
you're saying that our saying prove it is called a claim in your eyes. So you can
Oh.
say anything you want. We say I don't believe that. Prove it. And you go, well, then are you saying that it's not the case? And we go, I don't know. I don't believe it until you can prove it. And you go, well, then you're saying it's the other way. So you prove that.
No, just wait. Indeed, you're right. You don't know it, and I can also say I don't know it. But you make a claim, I make a claim.
Good.
I-
Well, say you don't know
It's not a
then.
claim.
So the best thing is we can both say is we don't know then.
Yes.
So
You-
there you
About
go.
what?
You're making
And
that was a
specifically,
huge step. From now on, you don't know.
And from now on, you also don't know.
wait, in regards to what though? Let's be specific.
Yeah,
Be
about
specific. What do we not know? Because we didn't make any claims. You did.
Isn't flat Earth a claim?
what? No, it's an
No, that's just
observation.
what we observe every day.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That's everyday experience. Is your experience different? Do you experience a globe?
Well,
Do
why
you
are
experience
laughing?
a
Answer
globe?
the question. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I talk to a blind person and he says, "Well, I don't experience
Hold
light
on, hold
every
on,
day,"
hold
and I
on,
can
hold
say,
on.
"Well, I experience light
Is
every
Wow.
Flat
day."
Earth a
A
claim?
blind
Let
person.
me ask you this: Is globe Earth a claim?
That's what we have observed
Is globe Earth a claim?
Okay, great. Where do we observe that?
from space.
So you haven't observed this.
So things can only be real if you personally experienced it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But you just said we, like me and the people that I know went to space. We is who?
The human race.
The human race has gone to space. All right. Now we're going to go with
So
this. This is fine.
all of us have gone to space.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, everybody.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
technically, we are all in space, right? So
How many?
Oh, well, I missed that day.
How many people? Do you know how many people have been far enough away, claimed to have been far enough away to see the actual curvature of the Earth?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I don't know.
How many?
from different countries, small group.
Yeah, you can say you don't know if you want.
I already said I don't know.
Okay, so it's around about 24.
Hey, by the way, get used to saying that, dude, because that's the only acceptable answer for most of this shit.
Oh, that is the most acceptable answer. Yes.
So 24. Your whole world basis is based on the stories told by 24 people that claim to have gone far enough to see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, how many people know nuclear fusion?
Who gives a shit, man? We're talking about the curvature of the Earth.
How many people do actually know that?
Who cares? We're not talking about that.
It doesn't matter. It's about things can still be real, even if only a small portion of our race understands the principle.
No, I could be a millionaire and not even know it.
Or maybe you are.
I was given a letter that I'm like actually a descendant of some Saudi prince.
Are you claiming to be?
Dude, I mean, what if?
Tyler, do you see that you've descended this conversation into madness? Right now, it's like, oh, well, maybe you are a millionaire because you know and we know that there's no Earth curve.
No, but the whole argument that you guys do, but if you haven't seen it, it's not there, or it doesn't.
No, that's a false equivalence, and that's a straw man.
Oh, it's not a straw man.
That's not true.
Every time you come,
yeah, it is a straw man.
And then you guys ask, well, have you done it yourself? Have you seen it yourself?
Okay, let's go back to it. The original question then. Have you experienced it?
Have I experienced what?
Oh my god.
A globe.
A curved Earth, a globe.
I have experienced not seeing things that you would expect to see if the Earth was flat.
That's a funny way of answering that.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is.
Because that's the only way you can answer a ridiculous claim. It's hard.
You can say no if you want.
No,
like no one's gonna think you're stupid if you say, "Oh no, I haven't experienced the curvature of the Earth."
Then you get this semantic gotcha.
No, it's not a gotcha. It's everyone experiences the same thing. Can you agree with that?
No, but that's in general.
Okay, so where do you experience?
There's a lot of better people than you. Like people, there's been astrophysicists and freaking all kinds of PhDs and freaking like tons of globers that fight tooth and nail day in and day out for the globe that have admitted to this, that you experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Can you agree with them?
Let's bring your own cosmology day.
Well, the whole video about that English guy that says you cannot feel the Earth moving and stuff like that. I fully agree with that. Yeah.
Great. So we're getting somewhere.
All it means is the burden of proof is on you because you're making the claim contrary to what our senses tell us.
That was a red herring. No one asked you to agree with some guy on Russian TV. We ask you to agree with them, the globe proponents, who say that the Earth, you do not experience natural reality, physical reality, as moving.
That's true.
Or a curved baseline or adjacent.
Yeah, in your daily life, you don't have any problem with the.
Exactly. That's why flat Earth is not a claim. It's an experience that everyone has.
Sounds like you agree with them. All right. Snacks are in the back. The DJ is open for a request.
So that's the thing. All these things that you say point to a globe, no one ever experiences. You have to be told these things. So that is the claim. The claim is what we don't experience.
So the people, and then you also claim that the people who have experienced it are not real.
Yeah, but there's reasons.
No, we
for
didn't
that.
say that.
No. Don't even
No.
say yeah, but.
No.
No. What
No.
people who have experienced it?
Well, you know the word astronaut.
Right.
Not all.
So they said
Not
that
all.
they went to the moon and they took a picture of the Earth and they said it's curving. And so guess what we did? We went and checked to see if it was curving anywhere, and it's not there.
It's not not on.
That's all this takes.
They went to space. They went to the ISS.
Yeah, that's not far enough. Sorry.
Nope. We're talking about the moon landings only. That's a very exclusive club. But the whole point, even if it was from the ISS, the same argument remains. Where is the Earth curve in reality? It's nowhere to be found.
Wait, so you guys think
Us, we
people
as
are up in
humans
the
don't
ISS right now?
experience that because it's too fucking big.
How big?
Yeah, no, it has a very set dimension.
Yes.
Yeah, is it an infinite? Does it have an infinite horizon? Is it infinitely large?
No.
Hold up, Gillard. Do you guys think people are in the ISS right now?
We don't really care.
What does that
I
mean?
don't know,
You don't
but
care,
maybe lots of
so
people
you don't
don't.
believe, or you what?
Believe.
Well, what's there to believe in?
Believe. Well, except without evidence. Is that what you mean by belief?
Say that again.
Except without evidence. Is that what you mean by belief?
No. I
I
believe
was-
it's just as in
I'm sorry.
the way
We
you
were talking.
speak, right?
This guy was talking about people being up in the ISS, talking about astronauts, and somebody said that's not high enough. So I was just
Yeah.
trying to clarify. If you
That's
think-
right. The claimed distance is not high enough.
Okay,
You see the
but so
curvature of the Earth.
there are people up at some
I didn't
level.
say that. I didn't
Oh.
say that.
Well, that's what I was
I
asking.
just
That's
said
all you had to say.
I said the claimed distance is not high enough.
Yeah. So to be very clear, we do see something flying in the sky that they claim to be the ISS.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Are there
No.
people? Are there people on it?
Yeah, I think you can
Are the
Google that.
videos that they take of the people that are supposedly on it, are they authentic? The answer is no.
Well,
No, like those things. I would tell you that the pictures, the videos that they say are people who are on the ISS, those
So-
are fraudulent and fake.
so can
Is
you
there
prove
something
that
in the
those
sky
videos are
that is
fake?
there something in the sky that you can trace that they call the ISS?
Can you
Might
prove
as
that
well
videos are fake?
Well, I think Timbo's point is that regardless if there's anyone on there or not, it's still not high enough to see curvature. So
Yeah. According to their claims of the height of it, of 230, what is it, 230,000 miles? No, it's only,
230
no, that's more like the moon. It's like 250,000 or 250 miles or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
250 miles is not enough.
In whose model?
230 miles.
Because you guys
So-
are saying like the people in the ISS are not high enough to be able to see Earth curvature. Yet
I
you
didn't
guys'
say there's
major
people up
complaint,
there.
your major complaint is that you can't see curvature down here on the surface of the Earth. So what? I mean, what do you
No,
guys
we're using your claim. Don't you understand? The Globe claim says that you can't see curvature from the ISS. That's their claim. Take it up with the Globe.
Just to look at the pictures and you can see.
Yeah,
you can see the
and in fact, even people who have supposedly been on the ISS will tell you that it appears flat from their point of view.
Can I just address that? He said the pictures show that curvature from the ISS. The problem there is there's a contradiction within both of their paradigms that the experts say you can't see curve from that height, but yet they're showing curve from that height. So what do we do about that, mate?
So if the ISS is in flying around the Earth, right?
Yeah, but what do we do about that? You've got
No,
both.
no,
you've got
Let him
two
finish his
people.
question. Let him finish his question.
And then you
It might not be leading to where you think it is.
And then you take a picture from all the sides, and every picture it looks flat. What does that mean?
What?
It just means
I don't know. I don't know what the ISS is.
It only means that it helps to substantiate our claim. It doesn't prove anything, but it's more substantiation of what we're saying.
Yeah, because there's a contradiction between two people on the same side. One is an expert, a mathematician, that says you can't see it from that height. The other is a video. Videos can be doctored. Now, who are you going to believe? The mathematician and the head of the whatever he is, claiming that you can't see it from that height, or a video that can be doctored. What's better to believe?
Is there a mathematical consensus about from that you cannot calculate it?
That's
Oh,
the
wow.
funny thing about math is that consensus doesn't exist. It's either true or it's false, and that's
Oh.
all you have. There is no such thing as consensus with
Oh,
math.
if
Yeah,
100 professors do the same math and 99% is doing the
Yeah,
same.
so the claim is that with the height that they're at, they should only see 2% of the Earth. Now, if you can see 2% of the Earth, then and you're looking straight down, do you see curvature?
But who says 3% and where does this math come from?
You can
Oh
check
my
it out if you
gosh,
want.
dude.
It comes from your side.
Well,
Do you think we just randomly claimed that, or?
well, I think that probably suits what you guys think, but I'm not sure if
Well,
that.
go look it up. Do some fact checking,
It's
bro.
not our claim, dude. It's not our claim.
So
Well, according to the math, yeah. Let me have a look. I was looking at this the other day. I think I still
you've
got a
got it.
screenshot of what I was looking at. Give me a second.
or that means that the Earth is even bigger than you guys think.
Wait, what? Why is it bigger now?
If that picture is only 3%.
Wait. Hold on. Don't go
According to the
past
math-
this so quickly. It's really
to the-
important.
According to the mass
I
with
got
a
it.
radius of 3959 miles, okay, we would have to be approximately 270 miles above the Earth before we even start seeing any noticeable curvature. And like Tim said, they're claiming to see 2%, so they're definitely not high enough to be showing what they're showing or showing any type of curvature.
Tyler,
So that's
you
a
said that
quadratic
ball must be.
equation.
So all the pictures
Quadratic
from
equation.
space are fake.
Yeah, but what's the mathematical consensus about it?
Well, that's just the math, yeah. That's the math is the
No,
math based
I'm
off the
being
radius.
facetious. I'm being facetious. I'm just, dude. So, like, do all mathematicians agree? Like, you know, like,
Well, they're
which
going to have to if it's
mathematicians are
based off the
globe
radius of the Earth, yeah.
Do we
According to the
talk to the
aquatic
globe
equation
mathematicians? What are the
and the
globe
radius of the Earth. According to the radius of the Earth and quadratic equation they use, then yes, they would have to have consensus unless they're starting with a different number to begin with.
No, consensus is not, like I said, it's not a thing in math. Okay, I was being facetious.
Oh,
It's either
no, it's
true
not.
or it's either true or it's false.
Correct.
So all the
Numbers don't have opinions.
mathematicians think it's true.
Facts don't care about your
No.
feelings.
The mathematicians are telling you that you can't see it where they're at.
Yeah,
Where
so
they,
all the so
believe
that's why
they
I
are.
say consensus. I mean, they all come to the same conclusion.
Dude, we just went through the fact that numbers don't have opinions.
No. It's
Nor
not
do the
opinions. They're all
mathematicians.
doing the same math with the same numbers and the same outcome.
Uh-huh. All right, so the Earth is flat then. The consensus is the Earth is flat because they can't see the curvature.
Are you saying there's mathematicians who are using a different radius than 3959?
I'm saying that I want to see what all the top mathematicians say about this calculation. Not just one guy in a barn somewhere.
Dude, it's
You think that's where we're getting our information?
Like your top
These are
guy.
Two people have
Jeez,
come out
man.
and said this. So Neil deGrasse
It's all based
Tyson
off a radius.
one.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine, buddy. Two people have come out and said this, that mathematically speaking, Felix Baumgartner, the International Space Station, are not high above the surface of the Earth to perceive left to right horizontal curvature. Paul Larson and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Paul Larson is one of the owners of an observatory. I think he's one of the chairs or something like that. So when doing the math that AJ was talking about, then 80 miles above the surface of the Earth before any measurable perception of curvature should be observed. But the International Space Station isn't at that height, it's a lower altitude, but depicts an awful lot of curvature that mathematically shouldn't be there.
Yeah, so you guys say that Neil deGrasse Tyson has proven the Earth to be flat.
No, he's saying that if the Earth was a ball with a given radius, the International Space Station isn't high enough above it to perceive the curvature if it was there.
So either the distance from the ISS is wrong, or the
No,
or the radius of the Earth is wrong.
no, it's neither of those.
Go tell Tyson. Your argument is
You're
with
unable to
Neil.
understand this information. The ball is, like you say, way too big to see curvature. Okay, if you live on a ball, and Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying, even from the height of the ISS, you still would not see it. But he is also saying that it's curving.
So maybe there's a distinction between seeing a part of the curve and all the curve.
You do not
Nobody
see
is seeing
curvature.
any curve, even from the height of the ISS. Not even part of it. They're not even seeing part of it. It appears to be flat from any height man has been to.
There is no
Other than
scroll.
what they claim the moon. For those who claim to have been to the moon, yeah, that height they should see curvature, right? But we're not really we're not trusting them. In fact, we're not trusting them or the people who claim to be on the ISS.
Do we trust do we trust
technically people
that
on the moon
claim
would only just
to
see
go
like a round,
outside
like a
and look in?
circle.
Technically from the moon. What? Nobody sees anything technically from the moon.
I'll just in the flat Earth model.
What are we talking about?
Did go to the moon. I don't know. When you say see the curve, I just.
If
What
you
flat
were
Earth model?
230,000 miles away, you would be able to see the curve if there was any.
You'd be able to see like a circle. Sure, that is the Earth, right?
No,
you see in two
technically.
dimensions. Our vision is 2-dimensional, right?
What the fuck? Is this all happening in a second law of thermodynamics violation? If I'm breathing right now, and the sky was an available volume for the gas to fill, and fill it must. Doesn't that disprove that the sky is an available volume for the gas to fill? Otherwise, I wouldn't be breathing. Isn't the laws of entropy always high pressure moves to low pressure, and heat always moves to cold?
Yeah, no problem, man.
But you understand that there's a buffer zone, right?
A buffer zone?
What is a buffer zone? A buffer zone?
There is no buffer zone.
Please explain.
Yeah, what's that then?
It's
buffer zone.
It's
a
not
physical
like
buffer zone?
Is that at the car wash? Are you talking about the car wash?
It's not like if you produce 1,000 gallons of oxygen that instantly the oxygen in the world becomes higher or something. That doesn't make any sense.
Gas disperses to fill the limitation of its volume, doesn't it?
Did you say it doesn't make any sense? Yeah, we can agree with you there.
Hold on.
No,
Gas
I mean his claim
disperses
that
to fill the
if you
limitation of its volume, doesn't it?
No, but
Doesn't it? Gas fills the limitation of its volume, doesn't it?
yeah, it does.
Yeah. And if outside that volume I've got another container, I click my fingers and make that small container disappear, the gas is then going to expand into the bigger volume, and so on, and so on, and so on.
Yeah, in a small container, it's measurable.
Well, yeah.
Then.
What's this buffer
what we're demonstrating is that gas, doesn't matter the quantity, disperses into available space. Gas doesn't stop itself from dispersing into available space because there's lots of gas there. Does it?
But what are you saying now?
The gas disperses into available space.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. And the only way
so
to stop
where's the room for the buffer zone then?
Yeah. What's this buffer zone thing? What's that?
Let's say you have 1 liter of water.
No, we're talking about gas.
Yeah, and you separate it and you make it into hydrogen and oxygen. You have gas,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
Do you think that influences anything on Earth?
Say that
What?
again.
No. What?
Do you think,
No.
do you think this is
Do
measurable?
I think I influence anything on Earth? No. What are you talking about, dude?
What's
You're
what's
saying
the what's the consequence of putting gas into a container? What's the consequence?
pressure buildup?
Yes. Spot on.
Yeah.
And if you were to remove the container, what happens to the high pressure in the container?
If you
Well,
remove
then
the
you have a
container,
buffer zone in between,
Right.
like where the container used to be.
Yeah. Trying to find there and get it. So we open the container, and the high pressure does what?
it releases into the atmosphere.
Awesome. So you do understand what gas does. Gas
Yes.
disperses. It
Yeah.
fills the limitation of its volume. If up in the sky was a vacuum, the gas would fill the space.
No.
No. Okay. What? So buffers.
It's the whole container. The whole container reference is ridiculous if you compare.
Fuck what you guys are talking about. Who's got a solution for North and South Korea, bro? Deadass.
Shush.
Which one of you guys?
Shush.
They're okay. We'll just end this quick.
PV
They're
equals NRT.
they're both run by the same exact people that we are run by. Conversation ended.
Dalton, didn't Dalton have something to say about this?
What? As according to Dalton's law.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we're talking about the ideal gas laws and non-ideal gas laws.
The whole gas argument is not really the best one you can think of as for flat earthers. Then
Well,
the horizon argument is better.
It's got nothing to do. Yeah, but we're talking about where the majority of the evidence comes from, space.
So Jedi, what is the amount of volume that our Earth has?
I don't know. I don't know data.
You don't know.
It's
Okay.
non-consequential. It needs to be a
Is it, though?
limited volume. It only needs to be a limited finite volume, and that's it. Like the pressure can remain the same as long as the volume itself stays static.
But you do know that equilibrium is always being chased by the natural forces, right?
Okay,
No.
so what?
Equilibrium. What? No. You
Yes.
you
So
can't
if you
double
have-
speak.
so if you
No.
have-
What
if
is
you have
atmosphere? You
gas-
said atmosphere. You said the gas would go into the atmosphere. What the hell is that?
So if
No,
there's too much
gas
pressure,
atmosphere is gas. That's not what he said.
Atmosphere is gas, so there's atmo, right? Air, and sphere is a shape. Does gas have a shape?
Does the ass have a shape? What? What'd you
Does
say?
gas, not ass, does gas have a shape?
Oh.
It's a semantical argument you're making. I understand QE says it and you're repeating it. But look, we can say
what is
atmosphere
semantics?
without
Wait.
freaking worrying about the semantics of it.
Wait. So you're talking about like the Socratic method? I think it would be important for us to agree on the
Oh, you're
definitions
being
of
ridiculous.
words.
All right, don't be a wannabe.
You don't think it's important to agree on the definitions of the words that we use? I'm asking the gentleman if he knows, if he can tell me what an atmosphere is, because he now claims that he knows gas law. I'm supposed to let him step away from it, and him claim an atmosphere and also claim
It's a
the validity
semantic
of gas
argument.
law. What is semantics?
Arguing over definitions and terms instead of the argument itself.
Well, if I ask the man for a definition of the word that he cannot provide me, he has not provided me because you won't let him. How can we communicate?
So I need to define what atmosphere is.
You use the word. What does the word mean?
Well, we all know what it represents.
Yeah, gas.
Yeah, and different
Oxygen,
layers,
oxygen and
different
nitrogen
gases around the Earth.
Yeah, oxygen and nitrogen primarily.
I don't know what it means when you say it represents gas around the Earth. No, I don't know. Can you be more specific?
What are you reading now, Mr. Just Bill?
What am I reading? Why would you ask me that question? That's a malformed question.
Are you reading gas or are you reading oxygen?
How do you know? Oh, what am I breathing?
Yeah,
Later, the point he's trying to make is that you are begging the question when you say the word atmosphere or it being around the Earth. Remember, the thing in contention here is that you're begging the question with. So try to be concise.
I mean, the thing is like we can do with the celestial sphere or the planisphere or the freaking like. It doesn't necessarily mean anything to most people.
Yeah, it
Like,
does. It means a flat plane of reference that you're going to measure angles, right? That's what planisphere, all these sphere bullshit, they actually mean planes. That the plane is going to be a reference. Yeah, so it'd be important for us to discuss whether or
well,
not
what the
you
fuck is a
mean a
planisphere then?
plane
What the
of
fuck is a
reference.
planisphere then?
Planisphere, it can be just described in a couple of ways, but in some conceptions, it's a horizontal plane for a sphere, a plane
Right.
in a sphere.
Right. So let's say we live on a planisphere. Would atmosphere be contradictory then?
Yeah,
So
the
wait,
whole fucking question is malformed.
so if the Earth is flat, is the is the atmosphere then only above us or also below us?
What do you mean by that?
Well, in the globe, it's all around us, right? So on a flat Earth, would
So
the atmosphere only be on the
I
top
think
side?
I think we need to kind of like get an idea of what it is that you mean when you say atmosphere. If you're just going to say air, just say air, because some people mean all the different layers, right? Thermosphere, stratosphere, like all that stuff.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The different layers around the Earth. Yeah,
Okay, right.
Layers of what?
So
I thought you understood gas.
layers
Now you're
of
talking
gas.
about layers of gas. You just agreed that there were no layers of gas when you
No.
use the word atmo.
Thing is no, we even we as flat earthers typically admit that there are layers to these
No, we
gases.
don't. Who's we? I don't. Who do you?
But Bill,
Layers? What do you mean layers? Layers of what? Layers of pressure or layers of gas? Layers of density? What do you mean?
Yeah, it would be a density gradient of gases. Like some of them, like Archimedes' principle, reside higher in the atmos, if I'm going to put it correctly, and others reside lower. We recognize that.
yeah. But is
Cool.
it
Is gas a mixture of gas? Is the air one gas or many?
many?
Oh, it sure is. Damn, that's going to be a problem.
Why?
Why? Because you're claiming layers of gases.
Yes, clusters.
What,
Clusters.
but you're stealing the validity of one atmo, one air that we're all breathing.
No, your lungs are separating the gases, and
But
then
it's
when you
not
breathe them
one
out.
all the way. It's not the same all the way up though. We have different. Yeah, it's still
It's
a
an
mixture of gases.
inhomogeneous mixture. It's an
Yeah,
inhomogeneous mixture.
yeah, true.
Yeah, that follows a gradient as it goes up.
Oh my God.
So the air high
You
up,
already know. You already know. I know I can't help you. It's
so
cool.
the air up in the mountains is lower in oxygen, so you have a harder time breathing. Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, it's a pressure gradient.
Yeah.
Why's that?
Why is that? That's a good question. I think
Yeah, it's a good question. It's an easy
I
answer.
think because of
Mm.
I think it's part of temperature as well.
Oh,
Ah,
he
spot on.
knows. You already know, bro. Snacks are in the back. DJ's taking record request.
The colder
Pin him if you got him.
I've posted the graph as well in the chat with regards to altitude, temperature, and blah blah blah. You'll
Yeah.
notice it's not a straight curve. It doesn't just reduce with altitude. It goes up, down, Temperature increases.
I mean, but
Pressure
then
doesn't do it.
there are many weird things, right? Like the triple point of water
And I would propose that the mixture of the gases has to do with the fact that we're in a dynamic system, and the heating and the cooling of the Earth, because of the cycles of the sun, keeps mixing them.
Oh yeah, that's why we have cycles, right? Constantly being mixed and reproduced.
Yeah, if you didn't have a heat cycle with the sun, then they probably would find like an equilibrium and like a
Yes.
more solid gradient. Yeah.
Yes,
Lunatic, do
because
you think there's
energy's
still
been
layers? Lunatic, do you think there's layers of gas in the sky?
Are you referring to me?
No,
I mean,
Lunatic.
essentially yes, but like they're
Okay,
not.
can I ask a follow-up
They're
question?
not clearly. They're not clearly defined. They mix.
Okay, so there's layers of gas in the sky, and my follow-up question would be: is the gas being produced in the sky and falling down?
Does it fall down? No, I don't think so. I mean, if it does, it has again to do with the heating and cooling cycle.
Yeah, that's it. That's the answer.
So you
Yeah,
think?
it's
Wait.
the answer to everything. So when the sun comes out and heats the ocean, the water turns to gas and the gas goes up. Brilliant. Fills the space. That's all we need to know.
The gas is not produced in the sky, and like you're claiming the gas is produced in the sky.
It depends what
It
gas
finds a level.
are produced in the sky.
What gas? Show me one gas produced in the sky.
Well,
I have an open mind.
Do you know what?
Show me.
Do you know what nitrogen is?
Yeah, it comes from the ground.
Bill,
Yeah.
Bill, you're misinformed. There is a nitrogen plant up above the stratosphere that just cranks it out, bro. It just cranks it.
Whoa!
The sun
Wow.
changes the chemical makeup of some of the nitrogen molecules. That's why sometimes you get sour rain, and sometimes you have just nitrogen.
What are we talking about? So nitrogen is what now? It comes from the sky
I have a whole book
and
here.
produces sour rain.
I give you the title and where you can buy it.
Sour nitrogen from the sky. That sounds like a beautiful book. I'd read that. Are there purple unicorns in the book?
Sour rain.
If someone doesn't have a invisible dragon, I'm gonna be upset. I hope this is a great book.
Mine's not invisible. He lives in my basement, and I feed him fish.
Wait, let me find it. Oh wait, yeah.
Hey, hope you and yours are well. I mean that. You're the best. That's right.
Well, in English they say acid rain, I think. Yeah, acid rain. And that's a nitrogen makeup.
Wow, the nitrogen's produced in a lot of places. Fresh fruit and vegetables, grasses, composites, manure, chicken shit.
The vast majority of our oxygen is produced in the oceans from the algae and plankton.
Yeah, so phytoplankton, stuff like that. Yeah.
Nitrogen was from like big farms and stuff like that.
Yeah. So tell us more about this buffer zone. What did that ever actually mean?
Well, you have enormous processes in the world, right? They're so big. So if you release something into the atmosphere like CO2, the weather doesn't, the Earth doesn't warm up instantly. So if I'm talking about buffer zone, that's the buffer zone.
Okay. I thought you meant how the gas stops dispersing into an available space.
It means like when you turn on the heating in your house, it's not instantly the temperature that you want. It takes a while before it reaches that temperature. That's the buffer zone.
Okay. Why is the gas not increasing in entropy and dispersing into the available space?
Increasing entropy means that it gets more energy, right? It gets warmer.
No, it doesn't get warmer when it increases in entropy.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of what you said, almost like entropy has sometimes been described, which it's not exactly correct, as like a tendency towards chaos. That doesn't really help us much here, but it's better described as like high pressure to low pressure or high energy to low energy.
Yeah, but what's the way to increase entropy?
Well, it would be loss of pressure, or it'd be loss of temperature. It's kind of like a golf score.
Oh, it's all the way around. So it's loss of temperature, not increase of temperature.
Yeah.
Well, what would gas do to fill an available volume? If you increase the volume of something, wouldn't you lose pressure?
Increase volume, yeah, you will lose pressure. Yeah, that's correct.
Let's see if I can
It's the
find
same.
Right. So the space is supposed to be an ever expanding vacuum, right? And so you would constantly be losing pressure. And definitely the gas on Earth would be heading towards the low pressure system, which is the vastness of the universe, space vacuum, right?
I think that's why you have two layers, right?
I mean, it's like I said. So tendency towards chaos. This is order towards disorder, or like high energy, like a lot of energy in heat. Like a lot of high heat moves towards low heat. Like you know how you understand that there's no such thing as like letting the cold air in. It's letting the hot air out, right?
Just see the two, because two of us posted this, the two short videos of entropy in action. You got two containers that are separated by a tap. In the lower container, you have got gas that you can see. In the upper container, you have a vacuous space. When you open the tap, the gas that's in the bottom container disperses, increases in entropy into the container above until they both equalize.
Mm-hmm.
So, without a physical barrier, what's stopping our gas from dispersing into the vacuum space?
Oh, that's a good question.
Never thought of that.
It's probably well, I think the we talked about layers, right? The different layers, and it gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner.
Of gas.
Yeah.
So, what's stopping the gas, don't care what layers there are, from dispersing into the vacuum?
Oh, isn't that what gravity does?
No.
Well, even if it was, then what is gravity? Like, this is just a magical term that you guys like to throw out there when you are stumped, when you don't know. Like, you just go like, "Well, I know I have a one-word answer that can explain everything."
Well, let's see where it goes. What's gravity?
So, what's your name, lunatic?
Yeah, what's gravity, dude? Let's see if we can debunk it in this very short argument. What is gravity?
Force pulling, depending on what was it, mass?
Yes. So mass attracts mass, right? Mass attracts mass, correct?
Yes.
Is gas mass?
Gas has mass, yes.
Awesome. Does gas attract gas?
On molecule level, I think so, yeah.
No. According to kinetic molecular theory, and according to kinetic molecular theory, according with the ideal gas law, gas motion is described as having elastic collisions. The gases aren't attracted to each other, nor does the mass of the container attract gases to it. Masses don't attract gases. Gases, if mass, don't attract themselves. So mass does not attract mass.
But I think the electrons and neutrons and all that they also bounce off each other, right? So.
Say that again. Sorry.
Well, I think on molecular level they also what do you call this? Push each other away.
Yeah. Maybe I should get kinetic molecular theory up for you. You can understand exactly what I'm talking about.
Maybe tomorrow, because it's 3:30 here. I have to sleep.
No worries, dude.
He said gases repel.
Yep. Gases have less.
I'm saying the molecules in the gases.
Yeah,
I mean, in a way, I understand what he's saying. They do. According to what we were taught, anyway, like they try to keep as far away from each other as they possibly can in order to fill the volume, right? Like
That's
they kind of
that's
they kind of
exactly.
bounce off of each other in the walls, and they try to stay as far away from each other as they can and equally fill the void, finding
Yeah.
equilibrium.
The key word here is elastic collision. So no energy is lost after the collision. If the gas was attracting the gas, then energy will be lost. There's no energy lost. So the mass of the gas isn't attracting another mass of gas.
So what? Let's for example, it's very late for me. But what happens if you put oxygen and hydrogen together in a container?
You would have a mixture of oxygen and nitrogen in the container.
So yes, and then the only way to make water is to increase the pressure.
Yes.
Let's say you put nitrogen in there to increase pressure.
Reduce the temperature.
Yes.
But that would increase
the volume.
But all that changes the pressure, right?
How do you achieve pressure again? What's that? What's pressure?
Oh, I know. It's the
What?
amount of force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container.
Well,
Yeah.
so changing the temperature changes the rate, like like the energy, basically, like at which these things are trying to force themselves on the walls of the container.
Yep.
And each other. So I guess it's like slowing it down.
Well, see you guys tomorrow, boy.
Bye. I hope you sleep well. If you can.
He's gonna.
No
You
sleeping.
know what?
No sleeping tonight. It's
Does gas?
3:30. That's it. He's staying up.
I don't know. Some people like I don't know. Sometimes when I get big doses, once in a while, like sometimes it might keep me up, but there's other times I sleep really good, but like I have like awesome dreams, and like I wake up with like a eureka type moment, like it happens from time to time.
Thank God for that. So when gas collides with the walls of its container, is there an Is that an elastic collision?
Yeah, no energy's lost.
Oh, exactly. Sure it is. Yeah, I concede your point, Jedi. That's very good, Jedi. That's very good. Jedi's freaking ace, man.
This is how we disprove mass attracts mass.
Yeah.
Just point to mass.
Yeah, what is mass? In physics, can I get a definition, physical definition of mass?
These
Bro,
nuts.
like I appreciate the stuff you're saying. Like
These
the stuff
nuts.
isn't unirrelevant, but these are just like literally just like cloned and pasted freaking talking points that you're freaking repeating.
Did you say I have a point?
No, you don't.
I don't have a point. Mass is not defined in physics. That's not a good point. What do you mean
These
that's not
nuts.
a good point? That's a
These
great
nuts are.
point. That's a great point. There is mass is undefined. I mean, you don't think that's a great point? I think it's
not
a
your point though. It's
spectacular
not
point.
your point though. We know who fucking talks like that, and it's not you.
I just made the point. I
It's
just
not
talked
your
like
point.
I just made the point. What are you
All right.
talking about?
Only because you cloned it.
I cloned. No, I didn't clone a point. What are you talking? I made a point. You said I made a point.
Everybody here knows what I'm talking about.
I don't think anyone knows what you're talking about.
He's saying your question is invalid because it's been questioned before.
I'm not saying it's invalid either. I'm just saying it's not something that he's thought through and figured out on his own. He's just making the same talking points that many, many, many other people have made before him, and he's regurgitating and repeating them.
So you're saying I have
What's
a point?
wrong with that?
I don't know. I prefer to immerse
You don't.
myself in people that can think
No,
for
no.
themselves instead of just repeat.
Yeah, think for yourself, Globy.
I know a
Has-
parrot when I hear one. I've been
Well, give
around
me
here
one.
way too
Give me
much.
one original thought. I tell you what. You got the floor, lunatic. It's your
Dude,
time to shine, bro.
everything I've
Give
said
me an
tonight has
original thought.
been from straight out my mouth. I haven't repeated any freaking like clone talking point of anybody else all fucking night long. Like,
Do you have a point? Do you have an original point? Give me one. Just one. Give me an original thought, lunatic. I'm all ears, man, and so is everyone. We've got time. I'm not stepping on anybody
this
or
wasn't
I
the
got a lot
point.
of time.
This
Give me an original thought, man.
being put on, dude. I give lots of original thoughts, but put on the spot, I'm not gonna just do one just to freaking do it for you. Okay,
Well,
like.
you don't have to do it for. Well,
In fact,
okay.
my answer right here, instead of having a canned response, I'm going to tell you the way that I'm feeling. I'm feeling like you just simply like don't want to address what I said, and you're trying to divert by saying that there's no such thing as original thought, which is one of the least original thoughts I've ever heard in my fucking life.
You can think that you're my victim, but I don't know why you would, lunatic. You're not my victim.
You're trying to make me one.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not. What do you mean? It's your burden to prove that you're my victim. What do you mean? You're not my victim. Prove it.
prove it. All right, show me a citation.
No, point to the doll and
Show
tell
me.
me where.
Point to the doll. Wow. That was crazy what you just said.
Look, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Like, I understand you're a flat earther, and you're learning a lot of stuff from a lot of flat earthers, and that's great. But don't try to act like a big dog by repeating them and trying to bully, because that's the fucking cookie cutter template that you've been given.
Well, I asked you for an original thought, and you provided nothing.
Yeah.
Seems like a weird thing to ask
Wait
someone
up.
to do, just Bill, if you can't do it yourself.
I'm not claiming that I can provide one. Have I claimed that I can?
Settled.
Look,
And it's settled.
I had a point. He acknowledged the point. So what? Okay, that's great. We agree. I think we agree?
Yeah, we agree. You can't come up with an original thought. Yeah.
Well, go ahead. Go right ahead. Give me an original thought, sir.
An original thought. I wrote my master's dissertation with mosaic deterrence. You want to hear about that? No, nobody does.
I want to hear about that actually.
So in your masters, you had an original thought, like in your masters.
Kind of part of the program, really.
But I would have to read your master's dissertation to
Yeah. Difference between you and I, just Bill, is I don't repeat everything I hear someone else say. I could at least, even if I was going to, I'd at least make it in my own words, right? That's
Yeah, exactly. Like, in order to prove that you understood what you took in, like, you don't just like parody. You don't rip somebody off with like what's the fucking p word? Fucking like.
Oh, I get it. I get it. I'm a straw man. That's what it is. I'm an actual straw man, and you're gonna burn me.
Plagiarize, yes. You don't just plagiarize people and then claim that it's an original thought. Like, you either cite the person that you're taking it from, or you at least rephrase it in your own words to show that you have a full understanding of those words.
So I'm a straw man. So now I have to defend the straw man that you just constructed because you want to burn me. Everybody wants to burn me right now, right? And
No, dude,
I'm
dude, you
supposed to
came in
provide
trying to
the
burn me,
Just Bill,
and now you're gonna fucking feel the full effects of it, dude.
If you stop trying to flex on people, which is very cringe if you can't back it up.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I didn't concede. He did. Lunatic conceded that
What
I
did
had
I concede to?
the point.
What's the point?
You should know you conceded.
You
You know
should
what
know
doesn't?
you claim I conceded.
You know what doesn't have a point? The Earth. Allegedly.
Are you presenting that as an original thought?
Look, as flat earthers, we're just as skeptical of people who claim to be flat earthers as we are of globers. In fact,
Right.
I'm a little bit more skeptical of those who claim to be flat earthers than the globers, because at least they are, like they're transparent. Like I know where they're going and I know where they're coming from. But the person who comes in pretending to be a flat earther, just using cookie cutter template copies of fucking other flat earthers, I don't trust them far as I can throw them.
All right. Well, I'll play along. I'll bite. Right. Whatever. I'll be the. Go ahead, kangaroo guy.
Dick, I would like just to say that I do. I've known Just Bill for a while, and I do believe he's a genuine flat Earth. But I don't know what occurred before this for
I know.
for Just Bill.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I know the Earth is flat. Like, do you want to know how I know the Earth is flat?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I want to hear your answer.
Because I take elevation angles to Polaris with my hands.
Did you do that?
Yeah, with my hands. I use my hands to take an elevation angle to Polaris.
See, that's enough for me to freaking write you off forever.
Is it? Well, good. Wonderful. Wonderful, yeah.
How did you gather the angle with your hands?
It's my hands, man. From my thumb to my pinky is an angle.
LARPer.
And I got two hands. What do you mean, LARPer? I just gave you an elevation angle to Polaris. That's how I know the Earth is flat. I measured the
angle?
elevation
What's the angle?
to Polaris.
All right, who was the guy who just vouched for him?
That was AJ, but I've never heard that argument be made. But I have spoken to Just Bill many times, and but I'd vouch for him as a flat earther. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know what happened here, but I just don't like seeing these arguments between flat earthers. Yeah, I feel the riff is
well. Yeah, if I may, just for a moment, Bill, a little clarity. So Lou's been around a long time, and so he's very familiar with all of the, we'll call them quantum eraser talking points. And this is just constructive criticism. When you came in here, I'm just for a moment, like I'm not trying to like harp on you, bro. It was very QE-esque, and so it didn't sound like your arguments. It sounded like QE cloning. Like you sound like a QE clone. So make the arguments yours. I mean, we all use the same arguments, right? But you have to understand the material and then know how to use it on the fly, make it your own. So that's all I'm saying.
That's who. I just did that. I've never heard Huey claim he can measure an elevation angle with his hands.
No,
that's fine.
That's why I called you a LARPer.
And that one there, like if you're going to claim that, you're going to have to go from A to B on that. You can't just say I measured an elevation angle with my hands and not follow it up. But what I'm talking about is when you came in talking about, atmosphere is, atmosphere is a gas, sphere is a shape. They don't have any inherent shapes. Like that kind of stuff probably is going to set some people off and be like, why don't you just make it your own? Or just don't bring it up.
I just did that.
Fine. So, like, let me help you out then a little bit with the elevation angle with your hands. Where are you going to go from that to help somebody understand how you know the Earth is flat with that?
Yeah, that's I've just measured a great circle between myself and the Polaris.
Oh my God!
What?
You're going to have to do better than that, man.
I'm giving you the answer.
Just Bill, it's AJ, man. I really like you, dude, but I don't think I'd use that as an argument. Yeah, that sounds like the Globers come in here with like, I know you could obtain an angle that way. I've seen a guy lost at sea do it with a rubber band and 2 pencils, but it's not accurate, yeah. And
I'm
this was an
going to
argument.
call it on its face. That's the kind of thing that somebody faking to be a flat earther in order to make flat earthers look bad would say.
Yeah, I just wouldn't use that argument. Yeah, man, that's not. I mean, I was calling out someone yesterday for wanting to, a few days ago, for measuring an azimuth angle, I think it was, with hanging plumb bobs and using a protractor from their hand. It's just not a very good argument. That's all.
I don't see why.
If you were able,
you could navigate.
I'm just going to let you know
navigate
if
with your hands. I don't see why.
Oh,
Because people have
that's
navigated
fine.
with their
The point is
technologies
that
that
no one's going to understand what you're talking about when you say it that way.
It's
You're
not
going to
my.
have to
That's
get
not my
them.
problem. That's not my problem.
Well, but it is.
It is your
It
problem.
is
It's
though.
all your problem.
You can navigate the surface of the Earth
With your
with.
hands?
Yes, people have done it for thousands of years.
Do it.
What are you talking about? That's how celestial navigation is done. Your pinky is like
Right.
3 degrees. Your pinky is about 3 degrees.
Okay, this is the point,
Or is
though.
it
I'm
1?
just letting
Your
you
pinky is
know.
1 degree.
Well, you're going to have to sort that out too, because how are you going to help me understand that that makes the Earth flat?
Because you're taking an elevation angle to a
Fine,
celestial.
but I'm a normie. I don't know anything about what you're talking about.
Okay, so we'll have to define an angle. Okay, so an angle is 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. Mr.
Okay.
Normie. Right? So 2
Is that your thought or?
Lou, doggone it.
squares, bro. You want me to talk? Okay, there's a big square. The sky is flat. Would you rather me say it that way? The sky is flat. Right?
No,
Bill,
no.
what are you doing? What are you doing, Bill?
What do you mean? What I'm
I think
doing?
the overall
What are
point
you
here is
doing?
that
Why are you doing that?
point the flat earthers here are trying to make is that we all hear these different arguments. Yeah, we don't need 2 Nathans, we don't need 2 QEs, we don't need 2 Timbos.
I
Everyone
don't
brings
need
their own.
any liars pretending to be flat earthers either.
Yeah, we don't.
You don't think
we?
You don't think they're liars pretending to be flat earthers? Are you projecting, lunatic?
No, I'm able to call bullshit when I see it, and you are full of it right now.
I think you're lying.
I think you've come in a funny mood. You're having a joke around. Come on, Bill. Stop it, mate.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't
You know
think
what
he
you-
knows any better, honestly.
He does, man. He's just having a joke around.
No, don't. I don't need an advocate. I really don't. If I'm the asshole,
Okay, I won't
yeah,
then. Okay, I'm gonna tell you you're being stupid then.
I'm being stupid. Okay.
You're far from an arsehole, Bill. Like I said, I vouched for you, man, but I just don't think that that's a very good argument because that's the type of arguments we see Globers coming in here that we shoot down every day. I understand what you're saying, but yeah.
AJ, I need help.
Go ahead, Bill.
You're being far too nice to him.
I
You
need
need help, bro. What do you need help with, bro?
Dude, the bias is so clear.
I need help with an elevation angle measurement to a celestial body.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is a measurement, is it not?
Yeah, it's a measurement, yes.
Yeah,
Well,
and
you're measuring an angle, yeah? You're going to measure an angle?
Yeah, and I can measure that angle with any construct that I would like to measure it with, correct?
Not exactly. I feel like that if you are doing it that way without the correct instruments and you are using, say, your tractor to be used on paper, you're not actually obtaining an accurate angle. And if we were using this for celestial navigation, for example, just being 1 degree off at your location across 1,000 miles equates to kilometers and kilometers. So that's my belief. Yeah, that's where I am with it.
Okay.
A protractor's not meant to do that. We can sort of see an angle with our fingers if we're looking but it's not going to be an accurate measurement. And by the end of what we're doing, we're going to be very far off.
It doesn't
That would be
matter
my
what
point.
you use to measure the elevation angle. The point is the elevation angle itself and how it works on a flat plane
That's what
between you.
That's what Bill's trying
Right.
to point out. Yeah, I'm just
Right.
saying that the actual angle you're measuring, if you're just doing it that way, wouldn't be an accurate measurement, and we would shoot globies down for coming in and making as well.
Of
Here's what the
course.
elevation angle is.
Yeah, that's the
And if
most
I
I
can
important
understand what you're
part.
saying, Bill.
I think everyone understands what I'm saying. I don't think anyone needs clarification.
Not a single
Explain
person
it on the
understands
prefix.
what the fuck you've been saying.
Using your hands is a nothing burger. I mean, if you think you can do it, I would doubt that it's terribly accurate. But it just stay on the elevation angle part, right? Like how it works.
You what? Hold
Yeah,
on. hold
let's
on.
just have a
I told
class
you
and teach him how
I
to
would
fake
wear
being a
the
flat
straw man.
earther.
I told you I would wear the straw man. I told you I would be the straw man for you. You said to make the argument original. I did that. And now it seems like you agree with me that the angle is what's important. And if I
Yeah,
measure
but
the
if you
angle with my hands, it's no difference if I measure the angle with a protractor.
all right, fine. So if you're going to stand on your own 2 feet and you're going to take this today, I'm with Lou 100%. Any flat earther that would come in here, any LARP that would said I can measure a flat, an elevation angle with my hands, I'd have told him to get the hell out because it's
Yeah,
stupid.
dude, there was a day where we would have banned you like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's bad.
Oh no.
So you can accept that. It's an honest critique, but it was cringe, bro.
It was cringe. Dude, that's a
Yeah.
great it's a fucking wonderful example of measuring an elevation angle.
And he
I don't
doubles
understand.
down. He doubles down.
Yeah, he
Dude, this
doubles
dude is a
down.
fucking LARP. He's a bad fucking example. He's trying to make flat earthers look bad. It's obvious.
No, it's obvious that you don't know what you
Or
don't know.
you're retarded. It's one or the other. You get to choose.
It's obvious that you don't know what you don't know, lunatic. And
Is
all your
it heroes?
lunatics.
All right, I'm going to go with he's retarded.
Thank God for that.
So what do we do with that?
I had a nice little giggle.
I know. I really like Just Bill, and I've heard him present some really good arguments, yeah, and I've heard him have some really good discussions, and that was why I jumped in and supported Just Bill, yeah.
But are
in
you
that
regretting?
instance, but
Are you regretting that now or no?
well, again, all I can say is like if you were to use your fingers, Just Bill, I understand what you're trying to do and what you're trying to explain, but how would you actually obtain that measurement or that angle from your fingers? Because I'm finding it hard to understand where you would actually get the measurement from when you do that with your fingers, yeah? Like where you're getting that elevation angle measurement from. What are you using?
The protractor, 180 degrees, a flat baseline.
Yeah.
The
So then, like
plane
the
of
other day,
reference.
I had someone in here the other day stating that they were holding a protractor up and that they were using it to measure an angle to stars. And the problem that I had with that was that that's not how a protractor is used. It's designed to be worked on paper on a flat surface, and it wouldn't be accurate. So that's where I was trying to say to you that, you know, I've been pulling globers apart with these stories that they're these points that they're coming in with. And I feel like that you've sort of done the same thing here. I'm not trying to have a crack at you. I'm not trying to do anything. Like I said, I supported you, man. I think you're a good dude, man. I've heard your arguments. Yeah. I only jumped in to try and help sort it out because like I said, there's a big rift going on between a lot of flat earthers at the moment. And I don't think that we should have that riff. Yeah.
Hey, look, man, I'm not trying to cause a rift. Like, in fact, I think he means the best. I think he probably believes in flat Earth, but it's only a belief. Like, and he doesn't know how to properly represent it.
AJ,
I
there's
have heard him
no,
represent it properly.
He's obviously
there's no,
reading something.
there's no stain on your
He's
blouse.
using
there.
someone else's argument. He wrote it down.
You don't have any stains on your clothes, AJ. I appreciate you. Yes, stepping in and say,
I would
hey,
say,
yeah, what's up? But
just refine it a little bit. Yeah, refine your argument a little bit.
He
And
can't. It's
what I was
gonna go
trying
off
to
his
say
cliff
before is
notes.
that
that's how navigation is done. The Polynesians, that's how they fucking sailed, with their hands. An elevation angle
I thought
measurement.
they use coconut sextants.
Here we go. Look,
They
and
sailed
I'm
the
the asshole.
stars. They use the highways of the stars to navigate. So it's not necessarily angle measurements, but it's known patterns of the stars and how they display themselves at certain times of year. So they navigate through the star seeds.
Yeah, they had
I can
stories
see
which
that.
would direct them. It would direct them to certain stars and travel in certain directions in different times of the year. They had sailing stories for those reasons, so they didn't have to worry about angles and stuff. Yeah, they just go at this time of the year, and then they'd tell a story, and it would tell a story about how to point at the stars. Pretty cool stuff.
Nah, that's spoken like a true Englishman. They knew more than that.
He's Aussie. Freaking dude.
Hey, you been drinking, Bill?
Oh, it's funny.
Dude, what do you mean? You can measure an angle with your hands. Can we? Is this what we're not agreeing on?
Can we move on to something else, man?
You don't think this is important? This is important.
It's so important. We have to move on, or we're gonna get shut down. Can you understand that?
No, it's fine, Bill. I'm gonna ask you what an elevation angle has to do with the flat Earth.
Because we defined an angle already. It's two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
So
that's what
what
you're
about
measuring.
it? I can do that with a tangent point. I can do that from a tangent point.
You can't do it from a tangent point. What are you talking about?
Why
You're
not?
convoluting your
A
words.
tangent point. I make a
You're
tangent plane,
convoluting.
and then
You
I
cannot
measure an
do
angle.
it.
No, hold on, AJ. I'm going to kind of see how his argument works today, if he knows it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. Yep. Cool. Sorry. I apologize.
I can make a tangent plane and measure that angle.
You can make a tangent in your imagination. You can't measure from a tangent point. It's a contradiction.
No, a tangent plane. It's a tangent plane.
Says who? Once we get through this, I'd like to answer if I can.
Okay.
So you need a flat baseline. You need a triangle, right, in order to square the Earth.
Oh, so but if we're going to make a triangle, I shouldn't I be able to get the height of the star?
No, what do you? Not for celestial navigation. Do you think you guys think you're catching me out?
So it's not a triangle then. But you said triangle. So are we not using a triangle?
Are you speaking for me? Did I say that?
You said triangle.
Yes.
You did say triangle.
I said angle also. So a flat baseline and adjacent, right? Can you get an angle?
So is this trigonometry or is this not trigonometry? Because you said triangle.
Who said you said trigonometry? You said
no.
trigonometry.
You said triangle.
Oh, wait, no.
Yes, I did say trigonometry.
You said trigonometry.
Yes, I did because you said triangle. So we have 3 points.
Elevation angle. I said you need an elevation angle in order to square the Earth.
Square it. What do you mean by that?
An elevation angle, the triangle. In order to have a triangle, you require a square.
So what square are you talking about? Because
elevation angle. What do you mean? What square? Do you want to? Do you want to talk about trigonometry? Do you want to talk about geometry, or do you want to talk about celestial navigation?
I just want to know how this proves that the Earth is flat.
I'm telling you because you're measuring an elevation angle.
Okay, and
the baseline, the adjacent, There's a 90-degree at the
Well, that
zenith
done
of the celestial body. It's 90 degrees. You're
Okay,
measuring, and so you're measuring it flat. You're measuring the Earth flat with an angle.
Yeah, but I can just do that on a tangent plane.
You don't, though.
Well,
But I
they
can.
claim to, Bill.
You don't.
They
though.
do claim to.
No, but you don't. They claim to, but they don't.
And the
It can be
celestial
done from a
sphere,
tangent
like,
point.
Who does it
It
from a
can be
tangent
measured.
point?
Well,
Who
it
does
can
it?
be measured from. I'm not saying that they do, but I'm saying it can be measured from a tangent point. But there's an argument against the tangent point that you need to articulate to
Dude,
help you
I
out a
have
little
to
bit
jump
here.
in. Like, notice he's not only okay. When I was talking about his clone style, like he's being a clone of the example that's been set before him of this trying to like bully and always get semantic about everything and like no matter what you ask or whatever it is, he just reverses it on you. This is a fucking clone tool that we use all the time. This is a good example of it, and we need to stop
Do you want me
doing
to
it
finish
because
editing?
this is what we get: garbage in, garbage
Next to be
out.
connected.
Thank you for that. Well,
what were you saying, Timbo?
I already heard that one. You unoriginal bastard. The fuck.
I'm going to say it. All right. It's the curve path. You're missing. That's the problem with the local tangent plane. If you were following a curve path, you don't have a 90.
Who is following a curve path? That's what you're missing. No one.
Person
What are you
trying
talking
to use
about?
a tangent plane.
Who is using a tangent plane?
That's the problem with the tangent plane argument, because you would be following a curve path over the sphere Earth. If you made a local tangent plane, it wouldn't reference your second. You're right. You're 90. You're the second point. There's the measurement point and the ground position. If you follow a curve path, your 90 is screwed up.
Yeah,
There are no 90s
that would be the better way.
on a curve.
If there's no 90s, then you don't. Then right, correct. But you need to help people understand that they've got to make a relationship between the actual adjacent and the surface of the Earth. And you were close. But if I was a normie and I was listening to this conversation, you'd be the crazy flat earther because you didn't articulate it well. I'm just letting you know. You got upset. Like,
Is there one in?
Sorry, guys. Just Bill, how long have you been a flat earther?
I guess it was late 16, early 17.
Wow. Okay, buddy. No worries. And how long have you been talking to people about flat Earth? I've seen you around for maybe the last year or so, but
At least I don't know. Yeah. Till I knew that the Earth was measured flat. I guess I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I've been talking to people about it every day since I was intrigued about it myself.
Awesome stuff. It wasn't a gotcha at the end of that, man.
I mean, yeah. It was. It sounded like it was a sincere question, and there was a sincere answer. Unless Lunatic feels a different way.
I haven't been shy to give you my opinion at any moment in this conversation. I'll let you know.
Where did I hurt you, my victim?
You didn't hurt me. I just don't like people misrepresenting the flat earth or doing a poor job at it with such friggin' gall the way that you have.
Well, thank God for that. I'm honored.
You shouldn't be. You have a misunderstanding of what I just said.
I don't think I do.
You got a lot of balls to talk shit.
I do have a lot of balls.
For talking shit.
Stop.
Yeah. I'm not your enemy, and I know you're not my enemy.
No, dude. Look, I think like I said, I think you are a believer in the flat Earth. So in that sense, we're not enemies. We're on the same side there. I think that you are doing a poor job of representing us. And you are my enemy in that case, because we're, as a minority group, when people like you come out very outspoken and do a shit job of representing us, they think that you are me. And I need to take offense to that.
I see your point, and I definitely, yeah, because you're not me. You know what I mean? And I like,
Yeah,
because I
well,
want to say the same thing. Yeah, you're not me.
And look, we do get all these arguments from some of the same places. Yeah, I agree with that. But I don't believe what anyone says anyway. So if
Go for a
Jetty
new
or
school.
QE come up with an argument, the first thing I do is I write it down. I go and research it. I take some of my own notes. I write a list of, and I go, okay, they're on a point here. I believe it's correct from my own research. But then when I go and speak about the topic, I try to speak about what I've researched rather than repeating the exact argument someone else has had. But sometimes that can be hard because some of the arguments are meeting a virtue, and most people are going to say that. So that's the way that I do it. It's maybe just to help you out a little bit there.
So I mean,
AJ.
we have a lot of believers like him. He's not the only one. We have a lot that go out and do a bad job of representing, or they make bad points, or they freaking do a bad job of at least framing the point, where it's poorly conveyed a lot of times, or they're coming from a place where they're hitting on a point, but it's a point that they don't fully understand, and they come out looking foolish. Now, those who've been in this for many years, we spend most of our time, I know I do, arguing with people over trying to defend you and your poorly framed argument. I don't need to fucking do that. I need you
Hello,
to shut
fellow
the
flat
fuck up.
earthers.
I need you to
Hello.
shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I have that same concern. Hello out there to the greetings guy, the guy who gave the greetings. But I also have the same concern, lunatic. I don't want you representing me. You see how that works?
Yeah, no, okay, that's wait, who just said that?
Lumpy. That's my opinion of it. It's like bounce off me 6 to you almost. Like it just seems. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I blurted. I shouldn't have said that.
No, I can understand how it could be twisted around, like because none of us are going to agree 100%. But Bill here is literally just like coming from a place where he's just like he's just repeating other people's arguments without understanding the argument. Now, if you come from a place where maybe you're more of a Christian based flat earther and I'm less of one, we might not agree on certain points. But for the most part, I'm going to be able to articulate my point and satisfy the argument to the group that I'm talking to. And at least it'll stand on its own instead of them walking away saying, this is what all flat earthers think.
Yeah, I don't think I need a priest, and I'm not your priest. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I know that I cannot help anyone.
No, I want to know who spoke up and said that he is embarrassed by what I say. Is he embarrassed by the things that I say? Who was that? Who was that motherfucker who said that?
Listen, Lou, you're misplacing what. Yeah, it's lumpy. Lou, you're misplacing what. It's like you're putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable, sort of thing. No, what I'm saying is just Bill. You don't have to do what bounce off me sticks to you at people. You did it like 3 times, and all people are trying to do is help. You don't need to be defensive, and it's coming across as like just like a weird type of arrogance, and you're doubling down on it even, and people are trying to be patient. Honestly, trying to be patient with you, just Bill, for sure. I know this.
Hey?
Sorry, Lou. I didn't mean to, it was. I don't know.
I can hear the sincerity in your voice. Okay, now I'm understanding the way that you meant it now. I didn't mean to call you a motherfucker. But
You're all right.
no,
No,
so
this thing is sacred like that, and it has to be, Lou. We got to protect it. It is like that. So yeah,
140.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing.
Jimbo,
But to be able to take criticism's another thing too. Just Bill, for sure. Okay, Luke, go.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just saying, Jimbo,
and
you
I
got
just
my
want to say
bro.
also, I was just gonna add real quick, like to this dude who just started out with him being a fucking QE parrot. Like, it's no disrespect to QE. QE's got a ton of great points. Like, he's a smart dude, but you're not gonna get you're not gonna get anywhere with me. I already have seen it. You will get there in the community. The more you parrot QE, the more fucking headway you'll get in the community, more respect you get in the community. Oh, this dude's one of us because he knows how to parrot QE. Like, no, go fuck yourself with that shit. Like, I don't think even QE respects you for parroting him. Okay? Like, you need to understand the information, not just repeat the motherfucker.
I have a question, Lunatic.
I think.
Do you think, if anybody else wants to go, please feel free. But I do have a question for Lunatic. Okay, I'll
For
ask.
me, go ahead.
Yeah. So, do you think these arguments that QE puts forth are his arguments, or do you think these arguments are his original thoughts?
Dude, none of us. I mean, it's very rare. I'm not going to say that there is no such thing as original thought, and I think that's where you're going. There is a such thing as original thought, and I think QE probably has some original thought that he's added to the conversation. Most of the things that we say, that I say, or that he says, or any one of us, are derived at least from other information that we've gathered. In fact, that's like, in order to be knowledgeable on a topic, you have to have gained that information from somewhere. Now, the way that you phrase that and the way that you present it as an argument, that is yours.
So no. So even what we hear from QE, he didn't come up with those questions.
Dude,
They were
if you want to
already
go down the
questions.
line that there's no
They
such
were
thing as an
already
original thought, then
questions
you
that
might as
had
well be the
already
brain in a jar,
existed.
motherfucker,
There
that
are no
everybody
new
laughs at.
questions. There's nothing new
Are you
under
a
the
brain in
sun.
a jar? Are you a brain in a jar? Do you know that you exist? Are you on Discord right now?
What is this? Why are you trying to red herring? I'm a
Is
brain
there
in a
original
body.
thought? Is there original thought? Can you make an
What?
original response back to me right now while I grill you?
You still think you're my victim and I'm your enemy. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm done with you.
Well, thank God for. I mean, that's cool. Yeah. Okay. You're done with me.
Yeah, I did
I've
you a
wasted.
favor.
You know what? It's fine. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Look, if I stepped on anybody's toes, but there's no way an elevation angle, no matter if you measure it from a cross sextant or your hands, there's no difference. It's an elevation angle measurement.
You had to end it with that? God damn it. Fuck Jesus Christ.
You fuck Jesus Christ. What's the spirit? What's wrong with your spirit, lunatic? I think you have a spiritual problem.
No.
I feel like if I told QE I was measuring angles with my finger, he abused me.
Yeah, he'll stick those fingers up your fucking ass.
Okay, well, let's double down. Get QE in here.
Oh, he's banned from this server, dude.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
That's too bad.
No.
If he were here, he
During the
could tell
Nathan
you all.
debate, the admin said that they searched for it. He's not actually banned. He was temporarily banned, like muted, and he left. Okay, he's not actually banned.
That's probably a better way of explaining it, but yeah, he was banned and hasn't come back since.
Yeah, he won't be back.
He might be.
What
I think
are you doing?
the accuracy of using fingers, dude, is going to be debatable, right?
Accuracy. What do you like? What is that? Like, okay, so you're talking about like circles? Like when you say accuracy?
Angles.
Angles.
Mm.
Mm.
You're still
So
going to have to refer your fingers to a
what?
protractor, right?
Well, so the only accuracy that I claimed was that I can get an accurate measurement of an elevation angle
With your fingers or with
with
a.
my hands. Yes, that's correct.
Within what tolerance, and then what would that translate into miles
If I
over
measured,
distance?
if I
Yeah,
measured
just wondering,
the
like, what's your parameters? You'll have some tolerance, sure, but where
yeah,
are you going to end up,
if
Rob?
I measured the North Star 30 degrees off the horizon with my hands, then I would get a balls
Plus
dead
or minus
accurate.
what degrees at
You
that
don't even
point?
want to hear what I have to say. You don't want to hear
Well,
what I
your
have to say.
parameters. You're not giving me a parameter on that.
I'm telling you, it's balls dead accurate. If you measure 30
That's where we're
degrees,
going to disagree.
because you don't even know what you're disagreeing to. Because I haven't been able to complete my
They made
statement.
the tool for a
Actually,
reason.
this is a point that I wanted to make to the rest of the group. This does have to do with you, Bill, but I'm not talking directly to you. So, like, people like Bill, even though he's passionate about the flat Earth and has a poor way of representing the flat Earth, like, this is one of the things that QE actually takes a huge stand against. He calls you a pretender clown. Okay, like,
Why are you
there's no, dude,
look,
pretender clowns are the worst
you're just
fucking
QE's
offense. Pretender
you're
clowns are one of the worst offenses to flat Earth
you're
that we
QE
have.
spaceball monkey. You are QE space monkey. What are you talking about?
Okay. You think so?
Yeah.
Explain. Why do you? Where did you come to that conclusion?
Why are you defending? You're like you just constantly. What you're doing is the thing you've accused me
Well,
of is the
do
very
you know what
thing
a
that
pretender
you are
clown is?
doing.
It's somebody who pretends to know something but is clowning and making us look bad. That's what you're doing.
You don't know who to hate, bro. You don't know if you should hate
No,
me, if
no,
you should
dude,
hate
no, bro,
QE.
no. You think you're going to get a perfect measurement, right? And perfect doesn't even exist. I mean, that's not even real. And you're
If I
trying to
get an
keep it
elevation
accurate, but
angle,
no, you don't have an angle unless you have a tool to measure it. Okay, go into a machine shop and tell them you're going to make an angle plate with your fucking hands, or or just tell the sextant manufacturers they can go home and they don't need to do this anymore. And even the bubble level, the concept of, I mean, all of it is what it was said to be, and it's dumb.
if I measure 30 degrees with a sextant,
You're not
and
measuring.
I measure 30 degrees with my hand,
You're not a born
it's
tool. That's
30
why we make
degrees.
tools. Sure. Okay, you're
It's
gonna
balls
call it
dead
that.
accurate. It's balls dead accurate.
Okay,
30 degrees.
this dude's a troll.
No, he's a pretender clown. He's a fucking pretender clown. He's there pretending to be a flat earther and trying to clown the flat earth, making us look bad. He's a pretender clown to the exact thing that QE is against while he mimics him.
Man. I might be a caterpillar
But
today,
you're
but
right,
tomorrow
Luke.
I'll be a
You're not
butterfly.
wrong.
I might just be a caterpillar today, right? But tomorrow I'll be a butterfly lunatic.
All right, I'm waiting for tomorrow then.
It's okay, buddy.
I'll sleep on it. Hopefully, tomorrow's another day. But today, you're a clown.
Hard hitting them pipes today, man.
I have a question. Where would you put your eye if you were using a protractor to do it? I want to see if you understand this.
Well, through the eyepiece. What's the difference
don't
between
have an eyepiece? What the fuck?
Yeah, I was trying to be funny. Okay. I was trying to be silly. I'm
was
not
funny.
funny. I wish I was funny, yeah. Yeah, so you get an angle if you use a cross sextant, right? If you use, there are many angle measuring tools besides a.
Well, you told us you were going to use a freaking protractor, and I'm just wondering if you have enough of an idea as to where you would want to put your eye if you were going to use it. I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, I would put the protractor onto the sextant. That's what I would do, because the sextant, that's all it is.
Why?
I'm really lost now. Sorry, guy Bill. I'm really
All
lost.
right. No, all right.
Bill,
what I was looking for is you would put your eye like, toward the middle of the thing, where 0 for under 90. That's kind of what I was hoping to hear, but whatever.
The sextant is a glorified protractor.
Yeah.
Well, if you're saying that, Bill, if you're saying that you're using a protractor to measure these angles, argument.
You broke up, AJ.
That's what he said, and I just wanted to know if he would have any clues to where the reference ought to be, and I'm not getting it from him. So.
No, I'm saying to Bill, yeah, you've ruined my argument. Yeah, you've just debunked my flat Earth argument.
How?
Well, because he was using a protractor from his fingers and a plumb bob to measure elevation angles, and my argument is that's not how we do it. That's not how it's. And a protractor is designed and only used on paper on a map to get your elevation angle, your angles on a flat map, not trying to shoot a angle to a star.
AJ, I hear you, but there's no plumb bob on a sextant. I said you put a protractor on a sextant. Where's the plumb bob?
I don't think you would do that. No, I'm saying that you were saying from your fingers using the protractor, then that's not how we would use it, and that was my argument last week. So I'm saying that if you're going to use a protractor for measuring those angles, and if we're using a protractor on a sextant, I don't think we ever do that. Again, I think that what we're doing is that we got to sight the horizon. We shake this, we rock the sextant back and forward to make sure that we're on the picture. Then we sight the star. Then we adjust our height above sea level to bring us down to sea level. We sight our star and we bring it down, and then that's our angle. I haven't seen anyone use protractors on top of sextants.
Well, you're measuring an angle, right? A sextant is a glorified protractor. That's what a sextant is.
Yeah, and you have two mirrors, one to sight the horizon, one to sight the celestial body. But a protractor itself isn't used due to the accuracy, and that a protractor is designed to work on paper for paper mapping, not to be trying to hold up and to our eye somehow and measure an angle to a star.
But we agree a sextant is a glorified protractor?
Yes.
Okay, so what? We don't disagree.
So what do you do with your argument when you have someone from the come in and say, no, we don't necessarily need to measure an elevation angle. We can stand underneath a star and we can use a protractor up to our eye, and we can sight the star there, and we can get an angle from that protractor.
Well,
how would you argue that point then?
Their argument wouldn't be with me; it would be with celestial navigation.
The angle is actually called the altitude. Just throwing it out there, but that kind of indicates something to do with. It's a bit more to it than that.
Say that last bit again.
As a skill set, evasive people are I don't understand how they're so good at it or whatever, that evasion sort of thing. Man. Just like the other stuff isn't easy for them, but they're evasive and seem expert.
Someone mentioned something about altitude. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, so like the sextant, the angle that you point towards the celestial body and the horizon, that angle is known as the altitude, which then you use to determine the latitude. So to kind of write it up as like, I get what you're saying when it's a protractor, but like it is more it's more of in the direction of latitude and longitude on the globe. Sorry, I don't.
No, look. Okay, so
Is this pro?
It's not
Like,
that, it's
does
not that
everybody
I've
have to
done
be?
celestial navigation, but literally, like all of the points on the so-called globe or the flat Earth, like no matter how we map our maps, the way that we laid out our maps was based off of that elevation angle of the celestial bodies. Like it that.
Well, no,
Again,
because it's based on the minutes on the map, which is
Oh,
where the
sorry.
altitude comes in.
No, that comes from the celestial sphere. Your measurement will come from the horizontal plane of the Earth. Your latitude lines come from declination angles to Polaris. Angles requiring horizontal baseline.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Stand corrected.
No problem. When doing celestial navigation with a sextant, you require the Earth to be a horizontal plane because that's the very first thing you're going to do. Establish yourself on that horizontal plane. Then you're going to measure an angle. Do you know why you want to measure an angle to a star?
Not
You
exactly.
have to have a baseline.
I'll
You have
tell
to
you.
have a baseline, and Polaris is that baseline.
Yeah. So you measure that angle to that star, so at a known time of year you can locate its ground position. That ground position is a 90-degree angle, the vertical line from the star and a horizontal baseline to you. After you've got that ground position, you're going to draw a circle around it. You're going to measure to 3 stars, draw 3 circles of equal altitude around those 3 ground positions at 90 degrees to you and each other. Establish a horizontal plane and find your location where those circles intersect.
Okay. Okay.
Cool.
Right.
Nicely
So,
explained.
yeah. So the thing is when you're dealing with angles, it requires a flat base Earth as well, and you're going to hear a lot of debate about that between the globe earthers and the flat earthers. But in either case, it comes down to a philosophy. Like it really does. Like what do you believe to be true, and like how true does it need to be? Because the globers will tell you like, yeah, sure, we can assume it is flat, but it's also curving and it's close enough. That's kind of their argument when it comes to it, because they're so big.
The thing they're trying to do is create a locally flat and then claim that there's this angle there, and then that's reasonable. The problem with that is that the locally flat isn't referencing the ground position, and that needs to be a parallel zenith. Otherwise, you have diverging zeniths, and your angle becomes obtuse, not 90. And in fact, it wouldn't matter if it's only 2 miles. It'd be wrong.
I mean, the reason this whole argument got started is it came from the flat earth side, talking about celestial navigation and how did all these flat earth civilizations figure it out when they had a flat earth cosmology using the stars and so on and so forth. Like that's where it started. And then the globe earthers came out going, well, we can do it this other way while still believing in our globe.
Actually, it's worse than that because they are referencing celestial navigation manuals where they'll create a circle, or they'll transport someone from the surface of the Earth down to the center of the Earth, and then they'll have a celestial sphere around them. And it's a big old hot mess, but no matter what, they always have to reference a flat plane.
No, they
and of
don't.
course, we're taking these measurements from the surface.
They don't reference
Another
a flat
thing.
plane.
Sorry, excuse me.
No,
Sorry.
you guys eliminate the flat plane or try to by claiming that you do celestial navigation from a plumb line, which nobody on a boat has ever done.
What do you think?
Speaking of,
What do you think a bubble sextant is, my guy?
Hey, you Kubanite, what are you doing here tonight, buddy? You gonna give us some good laughs and talk real high like this?
What's a marine
Yeah, you gonna
sextant?
jerk off still?
Oh, did I hurt your feelings, you Kubanite?
Yeah, I can talk down to you, no problem. It's easy.
Oh, you Kubanite. How you doing, buddy?
Doing
That's a
good.
dip
You?
correction.
So how do you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline, you Kubanite?
Yeah, you form a tangent.
What'd you do after
A
you
tangent
formed
on
that
what?
tangent?
A tangent to where you're standing.
Oh, and what's it, the... I can't keep it up forever.
In order to
Yeah.
create a tangent line, it has to be
Oh, my
tangent to
gosh.
what?
To where you're standing on the surface.
No, it doesn't have to be tangent to what you're standing on. It has to be
Yeah.
tangent to a fucking sphere or a fucking circle, right?
Yeah, yeah.
In
So the
order,
curved
in
surface
order to
beneath your
make,
feet, where you're standing.
in order to decide that that's true, you have to prove that you're literally standing on a fucking sphere or a circle.
Cool, easy.
You
Dip
can't do
correction.
it by begging the fucking question, dipshit.
What is a geometric proof? Numbnuts.
What's dip correction for?
A dip correction is to move your tangent back to where you are currently.
Dip correction, more commonly known as height of eye correction. We need to make a correction for what our sextant says to get your reading converted to a sea level reading. This is called dip or height of eye adjustment or height of eye. So
Yeah.
after you've corrected for that, your sextant is mathematically on the floor to establish yourself on the plane between you and the object you are going to be drawing a circle around. Ground
Yeah,
position
so-
of the star in question.
So just like what I posted in the side chat.
Oh no, because you don't have a physical geometric curve of the Earth to draw a tangent line to.
We just have it beneath our feet, right? So we just form a 90-degree to where we're standing. Boom, we have a
Mm.
tangent.
Then you don't have a curved Earth.
How'd you
Yeah,
do
you
that
do.
with a marine sextant?
With a marine sextant? Easy.
Mm. How'd you
just-
do that?
Yeah. You just form a 90-degree based off of the math that the
Excuse
almanac gives
me.
you, which follows a Habersign formula for some reason or
No,
another.
boss. How you do it with a marine
Nope.
sextant?
Oh, so like a bubble sextant?
No, a marine sextant.
Why not a
Third
bubble
time
sextant?
on. Because we're at sea.
Yeah,
so
we could
marine
use a bubble
sextant.
sextant.
But we're going to be using a marine sextant.
I'd
so
rather just
what-
use a bubble sextant.
Okay, you're still going to have to take your elevation into account.
How you
No, I
gonna get
don't.
a plumb
Hold
line?
on.
How
On
you
a
gonna get
on a
plumb
bubble
line?
sextant,
How
I
are
do
you
not
gonna
have
get
to
a
take
plumb line on
elevation
a
into
boat?
account.
How are you gonna get a
Sorry, I'm
plumb
just gonna
line
talk
on
to
a boat
Jedi.
that's
Why do I have to
rocking?
fight with 3 dogs?
I got a
How are you gonna
question.
get a plumb line on a boat that's rocking and waving?
A plumb line? You have a bubble sextant.
Question.
Yeah, the bubble section doesn't work on the boat. That's why they use a mariner section.
I retract my
No.
question.
Bubble sextant absolutely
No
does
one,
use on a boat.
no one is using a bubble sextant. on a
Nope.
boat.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
Nope. They reference the horizon, buddy.
No,
You
bubble
Kubanite,
sextants
you're
do not.
doing terrible, dude.
That's why you just posted the picture of looking at the horizon. That's
How
more
do
a
you
marine
use
sextant.
it?
That's
How do
what
you
a
use a
marine sextant does. You posted the image with regards to a tangent line from the sextant horizon mirror to the horizon, it being physical and geometric. I've already pointed out that you don't have a geometric horizon, and the reason why you do establish a correction is to take the height of the sextant to sea level.
So you're actually just forming a tangent at your feet, which is what it's doing, so that you can
Between
establish your so you can establish your angles.
between
Between what? It's a fucking.
between
All right,
your
if you
feet
create
and between
a
your feet
tangent
and
at
what?
your feet on a globe, then
Yeah, a tangent
immediately
has
that
1
line,
point.
immediately that tangent line starts shooting off into space.
Yeah.
So no ground position then.
Yeah, you have a ground position at your feet.
What off
That
in
is your 1
space
point.
on the horizon on the horizontal plane you've referenced from a curved surface as
That's
Lou's
what a
pointed out.
tangent means. It
And so,
intersects the circle
so
at
no
1
ground
point.
position then.
That's the
So no
textbook
ground position.
definition. Yeah, absolutely a ground position. That's your feet.
Ground position off into space.
The ground position of where you are currently standing.
No,
No,
the ground
how about
position
the
of the
GP of the
star.
star that actually matters? The
Yep.
GP of the star. How
Oh,
are you
the
gonna get
GP of the
relation to the
star. So
GP
you're
of the
not
star?
pointing it at the GP of the star.
No, you're pointing it at the star in question, and then you'll draw
Yeah,
a
that's
circle
side
around that
C.
ground position.
Yeah, that's side C. Side A does not, or sorry, side B does not like go to the GP.
Needs to be directly
In
under
fact,
it.
you keep on
It needs to
thinking
be
that we're forming a
listen.
triangle,
No,
but we're not
yeah,
forming
you're
a
right.
triangle. We're just simply
But
forming an angle.
No, at the ground position, you'd be directly under it, like noon for the sun. And if
Mm-hmm.
measurement originated at a distance away, then you have two tangent planes that are offset. You need to have that relationship between where you're measuring from to under the star to
No, you're just
access
getting
the 90
angles.
degree math, dude.
You're just getting
Dude,
angles.
you
You're
can't
not
have an
forming a
angle with.
triangle. You're not forming a
No, you're
triangle.
you're done.
You're just taking an
Dude, stop,
angle and
shut
you're
up,
finding its
stop,
complementary
stop,
angle.
stop. No, there's a relationship between where you're taking the measurement from to where the star is directly over that point in
And what
Earth.
relationship is that?
Hey, do
It
you
needs to be
Hold
a
on.
straight
let's
line.
ask
What
do you
It
relationship
needs
is
to be
that?
straight. It
It's
needs
a
to be
it's
a
a what
straight line.
relationship? It's a what relation? It's a what relationship, Lumpy? Say it with me.
Linear.
It's a
Linear.
what does linear relationship mean?
It means it would be a planar reference. I would call it planar because you're
No.
going to do more than one
A
measurement.
linear relationship specifically means that the rate of change is constant. Now, can you show me on a flat plane how we can get a linear relationship with distance and angles?
Yeah, by
Dude, the way that
using
you raise your
horizon.
voice at the end of every fucking
Oh, so you
sentence,
can
like
demonstrate that
seriously.
for me? Can you fuck off until you can show me that and blow out like all geometric proof?
I have SolidWorks proving this point that you can't get
Okay,
a
can you pull
measurement
up
from a curving line.
so can you pull
Yeah,
up
it's on
SolidWorks and show
it's on
me
my
a linear?
YouTube account.
So cool. So can you pull up
No, you
SolidWorks
can't
right
do it.
now? And then can
Well,
you show
yeah,
me a linear relationship between
I'll bring it
distance
in.
and angles on a flat plane?
No, you need a plane or a line that's straight to measure an
Okay.
angle.
So
And I
cool. Can you
verified
make in
that.
SolidWorks like a flat plane?
Shut up.
And then can you like
Yeah.
act?
sure.
Thank you.
Can you?
Yeah, that's his thing. You lost today, Sewer Jew. But better luck next time.
That's the best example so far, Luke.
What's funny is Australians are especially known to do that. Like this is like the American version of Australians. Like you guys almost all do that shit. Like you end every sentence with a question. Like
Hey, Lou.
you can explain that to
Hey,
me.
Lou. Why don't you fuck
So
off, man?
so are you gonna answer the question, Lumpy? Are you gonna pull out SolidWorks and show me? That'd make a great YouTube video if you can actually like disprove a commonly known geometric proof for the past 2,500 years with SolidWorks.
I did, and it's posted.
Oh, where's it posted where you showed a linear relationship between angles and distance on a flat plane?
No, it's just conceptual, and it's all it needs to be.
Oh, so
Geometry
you
is
showed it
at
to
its
me?
heart conceptual.
Can you show me that? Exactly what I asked for? If you do, I'll pay you $5,000.
You Kubanite, you told me you could get a vertical to the surface of a curve. Can you show me how you do that?
No, I'm just gonna wait for him to pull up SolidWorks and show me a linear relationship
it's-
between distance
But
and angle.
it's part of your
doesn't need to be
claim,
all
and I
that.
need to know how you
It
got
does.
90 to a curve.
Because that's what we do with celestial
At
navigation.
least I don't
Yakubinite,
sound
if you
gay when I
can't show
talk.
me how you get 90 to a curve, I'm going to have to mute you.
No, I'm gonna ask him because this is like again to the subject. If he brought up
Okay, then,
SolidWorks,
there you go.
bye. So I'm not gonna get an answer to my question.
Dude, what kind of question? You're saying, dude, you're saying some incredibly dumb things, like you can measure angles from curves, and that you can have a 90 to a curve, and that the 2 points don't need to have a relationship, and you just, I don't get it. Whatever, man, do you? You don't belong here. I mean, I care, but I mean, at some point, you just got to say, well, this is just not going to go anywhere.
No, what happens, Lumpy, is usually he just kind of like destroys himself about, I don't know, 3 minutes in, and then he starts trolling and just kind of, then you hear his voice, the inflection, and it descends into chaos, and so he has to go to timeout, timeout, you Kubanite.
Right.
Take a little nappy nap.
May I don't know if I have to state this, but round earther here. I do have a question, I guess, just out of curiosity. When we look at time
But
zones
not
on the planet and the shadows that are cast by the sun, how does Flat Earth explain that?
Which one? Shadows or time zones?
Or both. I mean, at one stage, the planet. I mean, so if the Earth is flat and there's supposed to be some source of light above us, why is it not all illuminated at the same time? Why there's certain aspects of it that we can rotate and have a very predictable rotation of the Earth.
Hey,
which will then give us night and day.
2015 called. They want their argument back, dude.
Hey, can I try and answer the sunlight question in a way? If you take like Christmas lights on one of the sides of a railroad track, for example, because our vision is being converged to a point, and if you were to put a blink on that light, at the point where the tracks will join, that light will shut off and will not come through. And that would be similar to the vanishing point that the horizon is, and the light doesn't come through because it's converged with the horizon. And that's why we have day and night, because it goes over us in circuits of some type. There might be a lot of questions I don't have answers to, but that's what's going on with the sunlight and stars that converge with the horizon.
So why is the moon
what was
round
your
and we
what
can
was your
like
what was your original question, mate?
mine?
Yeah.
Like the Earth is, for instance, like if we have the Earth, we have the sun above us, which is the light source. It shines down, and we can predict when that light will hit certain areas of the planet, which gives us the time zones.
It's called noon, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what they call it. Night and day and all that stuff.
Yeah.
How does Flat Earth explain that? The idea that I have in my head of what a flat
Explain
Earth
what?
is supposed to be some like dish shape.
Okay. All right.
Thing
So, yeah,
that's
that's probably where you're coming unstuck, mate. It's
Mhm.
not. That's not what anyone in this room would claim. The sun going overhead. Yeah. What do we see? We see the sun moving across the sky, and
I don't look
when
at
it's
it.
when it's highest, you've never seen the sun.
Well, I don't look at it. You know, it's
You don't
if
look
you
at
stare
it.
at the
You
sun.
don't see. Oh my god, man! You've never driven into the sun, like driving down a road and driven in, turned around a corner, and the sun's just glaring you in the face. That's never happened to you.
I mean, sure, but I mean, I don't look up at it.
Sure. So you've seen
you're
the sun
indicating.
then, yeah?
Yes,
You've
I'm
seen the
aware it
sun.
exists.
Yes. Okay. So when the sun is overhead at its highest point, different times of the year is different heights, then that is noon in that place. When it's highest overhead in another place, that's when it's noon in that place. What's there to explain?
Well, how can it not be daylight at all one time if we're on
Because
some
the
sort of flat plane?
Earth's too big to be illuminated by the sun, however big it is at whatever distance.
That's impossible.
Obvious.
Light doesn't give a shit about what size light can cross galaxies, dude.
What are you
Okay,
talking
so
about,
what
man?
we're now going to do is start superimposing what you think's going on with regards to you seeing into the past, billions of years, as regards to how one single light source can illuminate a surface, and how not all of that surface will be illuminated by that light source. Okay.
Yeah. I think you're having a problem
we're
with the
looking at the
size.
False equivalence,
Dude,
Sean.
I think you're having a problem with the size of the sun. You're saying the size of the sun is this big, and if it was a flat Earth, then it would be daylight all the time. Yeah, you don't know the size of the sun.
You?
No one does. I just said no one does.
We are like sending
no way.
probes up to it, for instance. Like we do have a
You
pretty decent idea of
send
what the
probes
size
to
of the
the
sun
sun
is.
with a tape measure.
How'd you do
To
that?
know the size of a thing, you have to measure it.
We can use lasers. We have quite a lot of
Sorry, you
technology
think
to
we
be
can
able to
shoot
do that.
lasers at a black body? Are you dumb? You know the sun's a black body, right? Reflects 0.00001% of the light that hits it. You think that we've got the distance to the sun because we've shot lasers off of a black body?
Well, no, I mean we
Don't worry.
can.
Shush.
There's an idea
Shush.
we can use lasers to
No,
determine the size of things. For instance,
definitely not the distance.
Like,
Or
my
You have to
God.
say the question of the speed of light, and they don't know
no,
that.
you don't even
Yeah,
need to
no,
do
it's not
that.
known. It can't be known.
Yeah.
They lie to you, and you believe them. That's what's going on.
why would they lie?
No,
Well,
stop that.
you
Stop
can
that.
prove right now that you can't know the distance to the sun, and all you have is something to look at, meaning an angular size, right? And they're apparent. So you got multiple things, and you have no frame of reference. None of us do. We don't know what any of the stuff in the sky is, or its distance, or actual size, and we can't know.
You can go all on about the tangents and an incredible depth of geometry, but you're saying that we can't know the size of the sun?
Correct. I'll explain why. All right. Do you know how they got the size of the sun?
Enlighten me.
No. Do you know how they got it? Because you're saying that.
Oh.
Okay, we can get the
Let's-
size of the sun. So say, do you know how they got it?
Yeah,
They tried
through
to give-
geometry and trigonometry is more.
Yeah,
That's what I got the
wait,
idea of.
okay, just wait. So, how did they do that?
Angular diameter, I guess.
You're just saying words. You're not doing anything.
Well,
You're
no,
just
they're
saying
measuring
words.
they're measuring the apparent angular diameter of the sun, and
Okay, how are they-
scientists then calculate its physical size doing that.
Based on what?
Probably an angle of like less than 1 degree.
No,
A
it
lot of
needs
time.
a reference.
What's the baseline? What are they referencing it to?
The distance from the Earth, perhaps.
How do
We
they get
can't
that?
know that either.
Excuse me.
You
What
don't
is that?
know. This is the problem here. You
Well,
came
nor do
in to
you,
argue.
so,
Hang on.
you're
I
going
do.
out
I
of-
can explain it to you if you would like, and instead of assuming that I don't know. So the problem is that you've come in here arguing that you can know the size of the sun, yet you don't know how they know the size of the sun, but you're arguing for it. It's a little bit weird, man.
It's more asking you to prove your point based on some things. Yeah, I admit I'm not a scientist.
What was
or
my
anything.
point? So why are you
Well, I
arguing
mean,
then?
you're arguing the Earth is flat. I'm new to this.
We never
and-
said that yet. No one's even brought that up yet.
All right. I feel like we're getting to it though.
Yeah. We will
I mean, are
get
you
to
not
it,
going to tell me the Earth is flat at some stage?
This is weird. We talk
Yeah,
about
no,
the size
man.
of the that you fucking know it. You started talking about lasers and shit. Then you started talking about measuring the apparent angle of the sun in the sky. Okay, you're still going to need to know a few more things within your equation to solve for these things. Maybe you should let Timbo explain to you how you got the distance to the sun, and it is no way, shape, or form of anything you've mentioned just yet.
They made an assumption. First of all, they made an assumption of the Earth's size, and then what they did was they said that Venus was exactly the same size. So when Venus transited the sun, they said Venus is the same size as the Earth. And then they got the transit of Venus. They did some equations, and they worked out that the sun was this far and this big. Now that's the first step of the cosmic ladder. Right? Everything
So the
else is
distance-
based. Everything else is based on. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a multitude of assumptions in it. The size of Venus, the size of Earth, distance to Venus, distance to the sun. There's no reference for any of it. Good job, Jedi. Thanks.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Well, don't we have gravity to be able to measure things? That is a constant.
Oh my god. I'm not even going to get into
what.
Well, the sun, for instance, has a massive gravitational force on all these celestial bodies that are around it, our planets.
I think maybe a thermometer.
You're,
A thermometer.
the only thing that you're talking about when you're talking about measuring gravity, you're talking about little g. You're talking about like it's something that we can observe on Earth with like dense materials like solids in air.
We can observe it bending light.
But you're trying to extrapolate it out towards the cosmos. Like you have no idea how the cosmos works.
Nor do you, by the sound of it. So
no. I agree. I agree with that last statement. Like We openly admit that we don't know what's going on in the cosmos. It doesn't matter. Can you find curvature on Earth?
Yeah. Why does the hull of a ship disappear?
Oh, what's the horizon?
It's the point of the angle of which we can see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so the horizon is the physical geometric curvature of the Earth at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer site in feet. Is that what you're claiming?
I've never had to put that much mathematical thought into it. I'm more
Okay,
thinking at it
if you-
logically. Why does
And
the
what,
why, for instance, when
logically-
we can see it quite a tall ship, why does it disappear below the horizon? Why does it not just all disappear in one go? We see the base of the the hull of the ship disappear first, and then the upper parts, the larger parts.
Are you claiming the horizon's physical obstruction so I can't see the bottom of that boat anymore?
Well, how do you explain it if the Earth is flat? Is what I'm asking.
Angular resolution.
Okay.
Can I try to give them a comparison? If you have like got your nose on a skyscraper, right, and it's going to be really big, but if you go back, 200 yards, where did all that space go in reality of that? Because now you're looking at it, you can measure it within your fingers, right? You can get it tight and squish it between like your index and your thumb. Well, all that space actually went somewhere in your field of view. That is, it isn't actually that size, and that's the reduction in angular size to the viewer, and you can witness it right there. And what happens is things get so small, and air quality, and it has nothing to do with Earth curving. It's just where the sky around.
And the Burj Khalifa, for instance,
the object gets too small to see.
The Burj Khalifa what?
Like, you take, for instance, like I can look out my window, but I'm not going to be able to see like the Burj Khalifa or something. Like, no matter how big you make something, that it will always disappear over the horizon.
Do you understand?
Why would you see it?
The laws? Do you understand the laws of perspective or atmospheric extinction? Like the way that light travels through the atmosphere, or also like combined with perspective.
I have an idea.
You have an idea.
I have a feeling that we would have two different answers to it, so enlighten me.
All right, so let me ask you this. We'll just talk about perspective. So, like, given distance, like, do things appear to be smaller as they go farther from you?
Yeah, of course.
All right, does that follow like the inverse square law? So, like, if they're double the distance or half the size?
If I'm walking away from a large object and it's getting smaller, the bottom of it doesn't
that's
disappear.
not an answer to my question. Are they half the size at double the distance, based on perspective alone?
They never change size.
What?
The
Of course they don't
object
change
is always
size.
going to be the same size. Why would it?
Angular size.
Oh, angular size. Well, of course. Well, depending on the perspective you're at, of course, it's going to change angle.
So
inverse square law.
What? Excuse me?
Inverse square law. He asked you, would that be correct? The inverse square law.
Inverse square law. I don't know the answer to that.
If I double the distance to something, does it half itself in angular size?
No. Like, if I walk away from the Burj Khalifa, the bottom of it doesn't disappear unless I go over the horizon, right? Like, you can see, like, how the idea of a bowler, for instance, how that would work. How you would still be able to see the top of it whilst you be walking away from a certain point.
Yeah. So this is the point where I ask you if the horizon is Earth curve. Is it a physical blockage?
Well, it's not necessarily physical. It's just a representation of the curve, isn't it? It's just what we call that point where things start.
The fuck is wrong with you people?
Representation? The hell you mean by
It's the
that?
word. It's the word we give for
Like an advocate. The horizon's the advocate for the Earth curve. Is that what you mean?
Oh, okay, like a politician, like a mediator, like an advocate.
You never heard of the term horizon before? Last I checked, it was pretty common in English.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and define horizon for me real quick?
I mean, you don't
This
know what a
guy's
horizon
this
is?
guy's funny.
No, I know exactly what it means. I know you don't know what it means.
What does it mean to you then?
It's not about subjectivity here, sir. It's about what a horizon is and what it's defined as.
Yes, it's the point that separates the Earth from the sky from our perspective.
Does it actually separate it, or is it an appearance of that?
What's the vantage point? So that's
vantage point.
It's
What
your
do you-
vantage point. It's like I don't speak English every day. Give me a fucking break.
You speak really good English. I got to compliment you. Your English is really good, so please don't use it as an excuse.
I'm not
You're doing
using
really
it as
good.
an excuse. It's
Your
just
English
like
is better than Lou's.
I'm drunk.
So it's
It's
that.
the apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea.
What's the vantage point? It doesn't necessarily meet. That's where you're standing. That's what it appears, right?
I think you're trying to say vanishing point. That may be what you're trying to say.
No. Vantage point. Your vantage point from where you're standing. You go look out in one direction and you see the horizon. From your vantage point, that looks like where the ground, the earth meets the sky. But that's not
The
necessarily
apparent
the case.
location.
That's you down to your perspective. If you were to then walk like a couple of kilometers north or wherever fucking direction, doesn't really matter, you would then find that vantage point has changed. That apparent where that horizon has changed. So like I was going back to like the Burj Khalifa, you then can walk away from it. The bottom may eventually disappear, but you will still see the top of it.
Okay.
And you probably don't want to walk too far. So there's a lot of fucking desert around there.
So it's the apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea. Right?
Sort of.
Sort of. Well, that's the definition. I just gave you the absolute definition of what the horizon is. So now I'm asking you if the thing that you see, that dividing line, is that physical? Is it the edge of the ball?
Well, it's perception, isn't it? Like I feel like I've just tried to explain it. It's not an actual physical line. Like there
We
is no
understand that.
physical line.
I
you're
know
beating
that
a
you
dead
said
horse.
that.
We understand perspective. We're trying to teach it to you.
And yet you're going to tell me that when you walk away from the Burj Khalifa, it's being occulted. So is it being occulted by an illusion or physicality?
By the curvature of the earth.
So you're saying that the horizon is the physical earth curve?
Well, there isn't necessarily. I guess.
Okay. So if the horizon is where the earth curve, the sagitta, the hump of the ball is occulting things as they go off in the distance, well, that's going to have to be at a certain location because the ball stays the same size. And it just so happens that distance is supposed to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we went and checked, and it's not there. Rarely is it actually there. It's usually well in excess of that. So what are we going to do since now either the Earth is way larger, and I mean like instead of being a ball with a radius of nearly 4,000 miles to being a ball of 250,000 miles, or maybe the horizon is not the Earth curve blocking boats and buildings in the Burj Khalifa. What do you think?
Yeah, with what you just said there, like the size. Okay, so the radius that they claim the sun is. That's how big the Earth would. Yeah, okay, so they claim the sun has a huge radius compared to the Earth, right?
It does, yeah. It's a large
It does.
celestial body.
Okay, well, the size that you think that the sun is how big the Earth would have to be in order for us to make the observations we're making.
Nope.
There are other observations in excess of that as well. So, either the Earth is a giant yoga ball that's inflating and deflating, or maybe the horizon's not Earth curve.
I'm still
I
not
th-
buying it, fellas. I'm sorry.
I think the horizon is optical, depending on the optics that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day. You will always have a horizon perceived in your optic. It's not the physical geometric limitation called the curve of the Earth for things to hide behind. It's the limitation of your view across the plane of the Earth. It can be described in get some binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera and notice you always observe a horizon, because a horizon is only observed in optics.
It's not even a
So
fixed point.
how big can the Earth be before it destroys your model?
Oh, mine?
Yeah,
Mhm.
how big is the Earth in your model? Do you know that?
Not really, no.
Can,
Decent ideas
can you
considering
look that up for me? Can you look? I don't want to feed it to you. Look it up for me. What's the radius of the Earth?
I'm looking at
Maybe you need a picture to go.
6,371 kilometers.
Can you say it one more time? Somebody was whistling over you.
6,371 kilometers.
That sounds about right. I'm used to miles. But
No, don't do that to me. No. Come on, metric system, come on.
no miles. All right, somebody convert it. I have a feeling that's about right.
He's right, yeah.
I guarantee this will be right. Like, just because it's not in miles doesn't mean to say it's wrong. Like, come on.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so
¿Qué es de mierda?
6,700 kilometers, whatever. Okay, so that's the radius of the Earth according to scientists or mathematicians. Which one is it? Is it mathematicians or scientists?
Oh no, you're not gonna like this. Is according to NASA.
Yeah, but how do they measure it?
I don't know. They're pretty good at going to space and shit like that. I kind of trust their
Do
observations.
you think NASA measures in kilometers or miles? I'm not really
Oh
sure.
no! But like, come on, I have to, like, it makes no sense when you put it in miles to me. Like, come on. Like, this is the seriously, this is the argument we're gonna go to, like, the metric fucking.
No.
On,
It was
Should we do halfway?
It literally is just to be light.
Okay.
There is going to be a bit of a problem though, because I am used to miles and you're used to kilometers. So like we're going to be speaking past each other unless we can make those conversions.
It's not gonna make sense to me, but miles.
Just go to
So,
just bring up all your
3,958.8 miles.
Hello.
Yeah.
If you're sitting at your computer, just bring up the converter, and then what number he types in, you type that number in and press go, and it'll give you it in kilometers. That's the easiest way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
I don't. The thing is, though, you're gonna give me some numbers, and it's still not gonna.
And actually, I mean, we're gonna have to refer to this. We're gonna have to do these numbers from time to time, but they really aren't the crux of the problem. Okay, it's not the numbers that they come up with. The bigger problem is how did they derive those numbers?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there was actually a fantastic experiment from wasn't Herodotus. There was a. Oh no, it was Herodotus. No, it was and it was Plato. He realized the shadow between certain obelisks in certain different cities within Egypt at this.
Definitely wasn't Plato.
Yeah, it was Plato.
Was it?
God.
Look, I'm trying here, guys. Like, this is
You
the
were
first
right.
time I've
You were
ever
right the
seen
first
people
time.
seriously.
You were right the
So, what is
first time.
Herodotus? God damn it.
No,
Aristosthenes.
not Herodotus.
Aristosthenes.
Aristosthenes. Gotcha.
Plato in Egypt? Really?
Well, Plato did actually go to Egypt to learn quite a few things. I mean, there's
He did?
Atlantis, for instance. See, there was that's where he originally got the
Yeah,
myth from.
off
I'm
topic.
sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to apologize.
Okay, so, and I'm going to skip forward without getting into. I'm going to have to use imperial numbers. Am I still there? You got really
Mhm.
dead sounding.
Yeah, you're. Yep.
Okay, so if Aristosthenes figured this out using stata and having the inaccurate locations of two cities, and we don't know if he really existed, and so on and so forth. My question is going to come down to like, oh shoot! All right, if the radius wasn't really known, how did they ever get into space? And my bad, I'm stuttering. The beers are kicking in. The beers are kicking in. No. All right. Here's where I want to go with it. Where did I'm done. I'm fucking out. I'm tapping out.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Tapping out.
That's funny.
So
No,
towards
this
the
has been
ground,
interesting.
when we're looking out over distance, at the ground, that angle's going to become the most acute, and that's how our field of view will be cut off is angular resolution, and we're limited. Similar to how we can't see like human blood cells with the naked eye, things will become limited in angular size to us. Like we can use a microscope to see a human blood cell, and therefore we learned that there was microbes and there was a lot to be known because we didn't actually experience them in reality to be able to see the living little cells. Anyway, but the things toward the horizon and the angular limitation's going to be most acute right at the point where the object is occulting at the bottom, and that's what's happening. It's getting compressed at that location, which is the limit to the field of view. It's the vanishing point in art. Now the problem with having an actual number there is we've been able to put a time lapse with a zoom camera on it, and we can validate that it will move. And now getting a hard number from something that's apparent and we can prove that it's the problem that the globe has and it can't escape. And it's a real yeah. My phone started buzzing. I don't know why, but anyway.
You're right. I think he wanted to. Thanks for that, Lumpy. I think he was wanted to talk about the Eratosthenes experiment.
I would
Apparently
actually
it's
just
an
like to
experiment.
Can I pose something to you guys? Like, is it like how about you give me something which you think may convince me? Like, I'm kind of here testing myself.
We're not here to do that, man. That's not our place to do. Yeah,
Why not?
that's your
Like, if
that's
this
your
is the if this is
that's
the
your
big
thing, man.
if this is the big like, I'm just very curious and interested. Kind of why I'm here.
It's up to you, dude.
No,
We're not.
without having to tap out, I can do this part, dude. It's not about convincing you. You have to find that on your own. It's about making you question what you know and how you know it, or what you think you know and how you know it. Like determining what beliefs has it been proven to you. Is your model true or is it not? Because that model is the actual claim. Like we're not making a new claim. We're really holding your claim, like the claim that you believe. We're holding that to the fire. And the world needs people like us.
I've noticed.
Yeah,
I'm
so
still.
your
It's
claim
more.
of
It's It's more like two people have claims. One is quite widely accepted, and I'm quite interested to try and figure out like what is that burden of truth for you guys.
One's widely accepted with no evidence. Yeah. So you're bringing up. Yeah, we know the Earth's size because of a guy measuring some angle shadows. Now, do you know what he actually did, or?
Not off the top of my head, when I'm saying like widely accepted is the idea, the model idea.
It doesn't matter what's widely accepted. Okay, I'll give you an example. Pedophilia becomes widely accepted. Is that okay or not?
That's completely different. We're not talking about
Why?
morality.
Why?
Because we're not talking about morality.
Why is it different?
Because we're not talking about morality.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm asking you, like, what is that smoking gun? Like, one day,
What made forget about the kid.
Did you?
Is it okay to kidnap people?
Again, that's morality. I'm more curious about
No,
what.
hold on. Just answer yes or no. Just real quick. Is it okay to kidnap people?
How is this related?
You'll see. Hold on.
How would I say yes just to be a thorn in your side?
What?
That
would be a bother. That would lengthen this conversation. Do you want that?
Well, no, because you guys are making points that are completely not what I'm asking. Like, what was the smoking gun? Like for you, like did you always someone that always believed that the Earth was flat, or did one day someone present something to you, and then you thought, oh, that's it.
I want to see where Lou goes with this thing. Can you answer his question honestly?
Yeah. I mean,
all your fucking answers, like, don't just Lou, especially you down there, Australia. I'm like, come on, you're upside down. You can't tell me, like, come on, let's hear it. I'm not being aggressive or anything. I'm not trying to like burst anyone's bubble.
No, I'm usually a pretty good guy to like talk to. Actually, like I'm not gonna be like I might be a dick if you get like weird and shit, but like otherwise.
Well,
even
weird,
still,
but...
I'm like one of the better guys kind of talk to. I'm not gonna like completely.
What is a smoking gun for you? Like, come on, go around the table. What that moment where you thought, oh shit, that's.
I know your answer. Kidnapping is not okay, right?
Depends who it is.
Okay, so if the government does it, it's okay.
The government do it all the time and justify it. Well, it depends which government, but
so is that
Guantanamo
okay?
Bay for it. I mean, the Americans don't have a problem with Guantanamo Bay, so...
Is that okay?
What do you mean Americans don't have a problem with it? Dude, almost every American ever talked to or polled has always had a problem with it. It's the American
just deliberately
government
not answering this question because I don't want to give you a point.
Okay, so the thing was, right, you were saying because it's widely accepted, then it's okay. That's it. Because it's widely accepted, then it's the truth. Yeah? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm just saying that majority of people that I've come across have all agreed that the Earth is round.
Awesome. So we're gonna. It's a consensus then. Now, what evidence do you have that is the case?
Well, there's NASA, for instance. There's quite a lot of.
You can't just say words. Just what about?
Well, NASA have put satellites up, for instance, that have been able to track the entire planet, which you can tap into at any time and watch.
And how do satellites make the Earth curved?
We can see.
Sounds like Sasha.
It spins. It's not like a big flat plate.
You just made a claim that has never been observed. You've never seen it spin. No one has ever seen it spin. No one's ever seen it spin.
Hang on a second.
Okay, so you're saying you said NASA proves the Earth is a sphere. How?
Can't you share your screen on here?
No.
Oh,
maybe you might be able to, but just explain it.
No, they can't.
What convinced you that you live on a sphere?
The saying, I guess is why I'm asking you what convinced you you're living on a flat planet.
No,
I've
but
always
I'm telling you, you said the consensus is that we live on a sphere, so therefore we live on a sphere.
I said a
What
majority of the
convinced
people I
you?
have come across have.
That's what a consensus is. So what convinced you to know that that is the truth?
Well, this isn't like the smoking gun, but you've traveled quite a few
I'm not
countries.
asking you about a smoking gun. Just what is it?
That's the model I've always been given, and that's the one I'll stick to and digest until I see
So
evidence
no
otherwise.
evidence, just someone gave you a model and it's the one you've always learnt. Correct?
Well, I have watched intently like lots of like live NASA streams. Sometimes I put them on to like sleep and
Right.
stuff. It's really
I mean, so through indoctrination, you've come to this belief.
it's not sure, but perhaps maybe you've come to the same you've come to the opposite belief through indoctrination as well.
Do you think we were raised with this belief?
I was. Or I was raised with.
Do you
Well, no,
think
that's why
flat
I'm,
earthers,
I'm asking you because I don't actually know how you come to
raised?
this.
Do you think flat earthers were raised being taught by their parents and religious institutions and the school, the educational institutions that the earth is flat?
No, obviously not.
So it took a little extra work to come to our understanding of things, right? Like we had to break through those bindings in order to get here.
Sorry, what about, he just posted a video, live high definition views from the International Space Station. It's just showing you clouds.
Yeah, it's well, it's not Europe. I can assure you of that.
Well, of course, it's daylight.
Well, no. In Europe, it's 5 in the morning. It's not quite daylight yet.
That's what I said. Of course. The screen is
What's-
daylight. What's on the screen is daylight. Yeah?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I'm saying it's definitely not Europe.
But so what about that video is showing the Earth is curved? Are you watching it or no? You just posted the high definition views of the International Space Station. You're not watching it.
I am watching it.
I'm
I was
not
hoping
even
that it'd be a
watching the
different.
ISS, but is there any land in that video? Because I've never seen land anytime I've looked.
I feel like this is like the worst fucking time, but here's a different angle from the space station.
Please.
Can you watch for 90 minutes? That's how long it takes for the ISS to go around the Earth. And tell me when you see land.
Land. I can see land right now.
You sent a ad for Quadlock, dude.
No, it's just you getting an attic. Oh, I did not.
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
Anyway.
Which live stream are you watching? Are you watching? Because there's a whole bunch of them on YouTube, and they're not really. Even though they say live, they're not really live. You have to go to like ISS or ESA or whatever and see if they yeah.
That second one you posted, mate. How small is the Earth?
Pretty impossible to tell depending on the height.
So that height, the height claimed of the ISS is 230 miles. Do you know what percentage of the Earth you should be seeing from that height?
Depends on the camera, surely.
It's 2%.
No, but it depends on the camera. You mean
No,
it's not about the camera.
The physics of a sphere and the height above it.
Nothing to do with the camera. I'm not talking about the camera.
You could have like wide angle lenses, for instance. That like I mean, like I understand what you're saying. We could definitely have like a much wider angle with
that
be much
curve.
nicer.
So that curve there is. Are you saying that curve there is 2% of the curvature?
You're saying there isn't a curve?
I can see a curve, but we have mathematicians telling us that we shouldn't see any curvature up to about 1,000 miles. Now these guys are at 230 miles, and they're showing you a curved surface, which is pretty. it's like a really big curve too. So, do you think that this is a legit
Well,
curve?
you're basing it on the model that the Earth is an exact spherical object. When it's
No,
Sometimes,
don't
look,
go there, man.
sometimes the ISS,
but
sometimes the
it's not. It's
ISS will
not.
give you a view where they can show you their own like solar panels, and the solar panels are curving as well. Or
So when you go into
the doors are curving.
For
when
instance,
you
in
go into the
1931, there was an experiment. Far away.
Carry on, Timbo.
I should probably actually tap out. I know I'm fucking drunk. Tell me when I'm not helping.
Give it about 5-10 minutes. You should be there.
5 or 10 minutes. That's what I got left. All right, cool.
Okay, screw it. This was fun. This is interesting. I'll probably be back.
Welcome back anytime.
Interesting's good. That's a good response at the end, right?
That's actually really good. Yeah, it's actually best to let them go instead of badgering them, and because like you can, you beat a dog enough and he will lash back. Like you just, kick him in the ass and he'll think about what he done.
Yeah, I think I liked what I heard though. It was humble and stuff. It was good. Its inflection sounded good.
Oftentimes, I think that's what's going on. What happens it happens way too often that you'll get a person to that point where they're starting to think about it, and then we push too hard. I think we kind of sense it, and we're like, "Ooh, we're almost there," and then we push way too hard, and we flood them, and all of a sudden they have to lash, and they're no longer willing. They close the floodgates. There's no more information coming in, and they reject the information that you've given.
Yeah, I've witnessed that. It's really a psychological dynamics. This thing, it's interesting for sure on so many levels.
Hey, anyone here?
Hey there, welcome.
How you guys doing? Yo, so I just got done watching some Jeranism, and I want to know what you guys all think about them faking those documentaries, those flat Earth documentaries.
Boy, are you talking about? You're talking about like the Stephen Hawking one that he keeps talking about?
The
Absolutely,
Stephen Hawking one is crazy.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That's fake. And that that Alaska dude, he's been hanging out around the Discord. He's been hanging out over in Earth Awakenings pretty often. I've talked to him a few times. Like that dude's that's a good dude to know. Like he really is putting a lot of work into that, and he's authentic as shit. He's very open about anything that you have to ask. And
Wait, the Alaska dude, I've seen the name. Is it Baked Alaska?
no, it's like Alaska. Jaren just did an interview with him like yesterday or 2 days ago.
Caleb, right? That was the interview you did with Caleb, but I don't know his Alaska name.
The channel name.
Oh, the guy who went to Alaska and did the test.
No, he lives in Alaska.
I got
He
you.
lives in Alaska.
I got you. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I watched that whole thing as well.
No, we're gonna get some good shit out of him for sure. Like that dude's gonna come up with probably the best flat Earth test that we've ever seen. Like,
cool.
He's gonna make sure to cover every base. He's very thorough.
Yeah, he seemed like a very rational, like straightforward dude, type of person, which is cool to see.
Yeah, he even told Jaren off a couple of times about like sarcasm and stuff. He's like, look, I don't like lying of any type, even if it's sarcasm. Like, don't laugh about that, basically.
Yeah, so I mean, I watched that. I was listening to that interview in the background while I was doing some other things, but the tests that he did, they didn't really talk too much about the results. And I haven't gone back to his channel and looked it up, but supposedly there was supposed to be like 18 and a half feet of drop, right? And do you know like what he measured?
No. It was 40 feet of drop. It was like 18 feet of missing. So like, but that would be from the ground surface. They were taking the observation from about 10 feet up.
Yeah, about 12 feet up.
So that was where the laser should have been 8 feet above his head, but he saw it. He saw it about 8 feet below his feet.
Okay. Yeah, and it was from like, I don't know, like 9 miles away, 10 miles away.
Yeah, and that was last year's test, which was just like a real kind of ad hoc test. It was like just kind of forcing the issue. He says he was like almost $20,000 into just that test, and then he's trying to put like 40,000 into this year's test if the weather conditions work out. And he's not willing to take any donations or any freaking like outside sources of money. Like he's literally putting this like effort in himself. He doesn't want anybody to suspect him of, having people that are paying him, to give him a bias.
For sure. No, and yeah, it seems like a cool thing to do, is especially, if you live out in an area like that where you're out in the wilderness, in Alaska, accessible, to these frozen lakes. It's a cool thing.
Yeah, I've talked with him directly, like at least 3 times, like a few times over in Earth Awakenings, and yeah, like what he points out that's really interesting to me is like because of the conditions, being the time of year, and he wants to do it during a cloudy day. I mean, it all makes sense. So like, he doesn't want refraction to be an issue where they just can write it off and blame refraction, right?
Right.
So he's going to try to get it at a very low temperature, somewhere around 0 degrees, where the water, where the ice and the air are approximately equal temperatures. But he wants to test it throughout the day as well. So in the morning and in the afternoon and in the evening, where
hell yeah,
where the air could be cooler at night and then about equal during the day and then warmer during the afternoon, and so on. Like he's really trying to cover every single base and show you the data in the most scientific way that he possibly can.
I'm geared. I love to see it. So I've been involved in the Flat Earth community for at least a couple years now, but I'm not like a major Flat Earth believer. I studied physics in college, so I have that background, and that was my passion. Like when I was a young kid, just like wanted to see what type of problems people were solving at like the top of mathematics. But yeah, I went to like a prestigious university and studied that under some Nobel Prize winners and whatever. But yeah, getting involved in the Flat Earth community, I mean, I see that the way that the problems are going, and I understand what mathematics goes into trying to understand refraction or explain it. And it's a bunch of approximation methods, right? So it's a very like messy area. But anyway, sorry, I'm jumping a little bit all over the place trying to describe
engineering.
Describe myself. But yeah, I'm not a complete Flat Earth believer. I can say that, but a part of me is. You know, like a part of me has like a totally
You love the flat Earth method.
a
Like you
part of
love
me
that.
has a completely open mind, right? And not completely open, but like, but
So what is it then? Like a flat globe or what?
well, I engage life without trying to like say exactly what it is, right? So I find the absurdity in science as well, like trying to measure everything and explain everything away, right? And I understand deeply that like measurement is not the truth, right? If you can measure something about a star or whatever, it doesn't mean it's the truth about it. It's
I
just
think measuring something is definitive.
it's definitive, but
Well,
it's not the truth.
no, it's just data. It's just data.
So the nature of something is different from a measurement of something, right?
Oh, I'm talking about a physical measurement.
Yeah, physical measurement is never the truth about the actual thing that you're measuring. It's just the truth about that
So if
measurement.
I measure my table, that's not true.
No, it's the truth about that measurement, right?
It is empirical data, but the measurement is not the thing. The measurement is not the table, but it is empirically data about it. It's like
Yeah, well,
Exactly. Yeah.
it's a true measurement of the table.
No. It's what it is it's a
Right.
measurement.
If
It's
you take a
fragmentary.
table and I can measure corner to corner and get equal measurements, I can tell you that that table is square. Right?
Yep.
yes.
Yes, of course. But so do the
That's
same
true.
thing. Do the same thing for a
That's
tree.
true.
No, hold on. Do the same thing for a tree, right? You measure the height of it, the width of it, right? Is that what a tree is? You might
What?
know the area
That doesn't make
that
any sense.
of course it does. No, because you're taking measurement to fill in the gaps of
Well,
what you're
actually,
actually
let me fill in with the table. So, like, that's only true if you know that all sides are of equal length, or that at least you have two sides of equal length, and the opposite two sides are also of equal length, because you already know what you cut. Now you know that it's square. Otherwise, those you could come up with some weird shapes that might give you. You know what I'm saying? You have to have other knowledge in order to know that.
right. What I'm saying is fundamentally right. Thought is measurement, and thought is fragmentary in nature. Okay, so and I'm saying fundamentally
What do you
thought
mean thought? What do you mean thought is measurement?
Thought
when
is
you think
measurement.
about something, right? You're making an assertion, right? You're
What are you measuring when you think about something?
that thought itself is a measurement
Of what?
of what you think it is.
What is that?
Sorry, if I look at you, right, and I have a thought about you, right? I've consolidated, I've encapsulated you within a fragmentary idea, right? And I've made an assertion.
What are you measuring when you think about me?
That assertion, right? That positive assertion is akin to a measurement. No.
What?
See,
Yeah, dude, like every time I've ever met anybody that I've only talked to online, I have this idea in my head of what they're gonna look like, or and I
Yeah, but
show up
that's
and I'm
not a
like,
measurement.
no,
yeah,
I
yeah,
know,
you look nothing like how I pictured you.
but it's
Yeah, yeah.
I'm using it as an analogy, right? I'm using it as an analogy to say that while we're using this tool of thinking, right, to make measurements, like when you look at a table and you look at it and you say, well, I can measure this, right? And how could I measure this? You go further and further and further. These are all steps of thought, right? So
Yeah, but when you're thinking,
paving the
you're not
ground.
measuring.
We're paving the
Sorry,
ground of our
that's
reality.
not correct, man.
We're
When you're
paving.
thinking, you're not measuring. Sorry.
Oh no, I disagree with you entirely, but that's okay.
Prove it.
How
No,
can you think a measurement
I'm not trying to get into a semantic.
as realistic?
Yeah, I'm not trying to get into a semantic argument.
It's not semantic.
No,
if you want to,
no. If you disagreed
That's not
with that, you're
semantic.
gonna have to. You're
sure,
gonna have to.
sure, okay.
So,
So I'll
so
say,
how is it that you can disagree that you can't think of something true without testing it in real life?
there is no, the truth has nothing to do with thought. That's the first thing.
There
Absolutely.
is the truth. There is the truth about your thought, right? And the truth about your thought is that it's not the truth about the thing that you're thinking of.
Oh, that's bullshit, man.
Well, of course, it's obvious. It's very simple. It's not bullshit. Your thought
Yeah,
is
it's
never
bullshit.
is
Just
never the full. Your thought is never the
sounds
full
like
picture.
bullshit. It is bullshit.
No, your thought is never the full picture, right? That's just the nature of it.
Explain thought measurements. Go. Tell me
No.
what
So
unit you're using.
going back to the word measurement, which I attributed to thought as well, and I don't want to get too much into this, but you asked me to explain, so I'll clarify.
You have to. You have to because it's the premise of the further you were going to go.
No worries.
It's like
I don't
it
mind.
needs to be understood by everybody before you go further.
Yeah. So I'm not. First of all, I'm not trying to like have an argument here, right? I'm gonna tell you what I was doing, right, by using these words, and I'm not trying to get into a semantic argument. When I was relating thought to measurement,
Not getting
that was something.
into an argument.
Okay. No worries.
It's not
But
an
if
argument.
you want to say that measurement is only something that you do when you have a tool, right, that you're utilizing to measure something physically, right, that you could use your hands or you could quantify in numbers or whatever, that's fine. If that's what you mean by measurement and only that, then that's okay, right? But what I'm saying is that there's not only that, but before that, before the quantification happened, right, before the ruler had gauges and steps that said 1 inch, right, there was the thought of it, right?
No. Wooey.
Measurement is a
You're getting very wooey on
measurement is
this.
a process of determining how large or small a physical quantity is, as compared to basic reference quantity of the same kind.
Right, and that's I think that's too slim of a definition. That's all.
Can you post your definition of thoughts are measurements?
All right, let's say I just use a penny, right? I've got one American penny, and I wanted to measure how many pennies it is. I would stack one penny against another and keep doing that over
Right.
and over and over again and find out how many pennies it is.
Absolutely.
Right?
That's measurement.
Can that change, or is that objective or is that subjective?
Well, I mean, even if you use an inch, right? You're assuming essentially, right? Because
No.
It's
agreed upon measurement. It's an agreed upon standard.
it is
Standard of
agreed
measure.
upon, but it's not.
Standard of measure. Yep.
Yes, it is, but it's not precise. It's not exact.
It's
precise.
It's very precise, actually.
It's very precise, but there's no such thing as a perfectly precise measurement.
And now you're being silly.
No, I'm not. I'm just pointing out
Yeah, you are.
the nature of what measurement does and what it is.
Because you can get down to
I can say that I measure
micromillimeters. Yeah,
right?
you
I
can get
say
down to
that I'm measuring in
micromillimeters,
inches.
and you can be
Hold on.
almost
Let me
exactly precise. Now,
let
how
me-
do you give me a measurement of thought?
I can say that I'm measuring in inches, right? But that is a concept.
Do you think my inch is different than your inch?
No, but
if that's so, then my dick is much bigger than yours.
No, you're an inch, right? Is an idea, right? And somebody has a standard for it, but it's actually not. It's not exact. It's only accurate up to a certain degree.
Yeah, and then you go into smaller measurements. Yeah, smaller
Right.
increments.
Right, and you'll never have a perfectly exact measurement.
Measurements.
Well, you go down
You
to
can
the
get
quantum,
into
you go down to the
into
quantum
micro.
scale, right? You go down to the quantum scale and you
can get
realize
into nanomillimeters as well.
and,
So
I know that then you realize that
nanometer.
measurement
What's
is
a
something
nanometer?
entirely different, right? You can't actually measure certain things.
Hey, do you want to know something you'll never have? Is gas pressure inside a vacuum.
No,
I mean,
you know something
the
you'll never
argument-
have is a measurement of a thought.
The argument this guy is making is one that you tell your girlfriend.
Yeah.
When you try to convince her that your dick is bigger than it actually is.
You measured 3 inches. No, but that's not correct because that's an agreed upon measurement of 3
Yeah.
inches, but you can never exactly measure my 3 inches. It could
Yeah,
be
it's
3
a
inches.
matter of
Yeah.
perspective.
So loosely speaking, right, that you can have like the most precise measurement that you could possibly get, right, and it wouldn't be exact, it wouldn't be perfect, but you could get really close, like down to like the ninth decimal place, and then there's tons of error, right?
Wouldn't be perfect compared to what?
Well, hold on. If you're
Honey.
if you're at the ninth decimal place, right? If you're at nanometer, right? Then all of a sudden your measurements are going
Okay,
all
but,
over the place.
but
Hold
what
on.
if we're talking? What if we're talking about?
Honey.
Okay, I've got a 30-foot tape measure that I keep in my tool pouch, right?
Yeah.
So over
I know.
30 feet, my tape measure is no good unless it matches another brand's 30-foot tape measure.
Yeah.
Honey, we don't need to measure you 3 inches. Your ex-girlfriend already did that.
All right. Thanks, sweetie.
Okay.
It's no good. Your unit of measure is no good unless it matches with other people's unit of measure.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for
Yeah, no, I
measuring
agree with you.
thoughts.
I agree with all that. That's not what I'm talking about.
Can we get to measuring thoughts or not?
So thought there's what I'm getting at is that there's a difference between an assertion, right, and which is a positive action, right? You're saying what something is, right? You're saying this is an inch, right? Period. And you're what you mean by that is basically like generally it's an inch. Everyone accepts this as an idea, and that idea comes from the standard.
An inch is an inch. The margin of error that you're talking about comes in the person reading that inch.
Right.
If you take a 1 inch unit of measure and try to stack them, somebody might be more
Right, but look what you're doing.
more sloppy in doing so than the next person.
Right.
But if you're accurate in doing so, then
we're
then
both agreeing.
if both people are accurate, then both people will come up with the same result.
Okay, good. So we're agreeing. We're saying that this is a positive assertion. This is an inch, right? Everybody agrees on it, unless they look into it really closely under a microscope. That then they're like, well, actually, where's the standard here? Because I'm at the ninth decimal place, and it's more or less than an inch. But nobody cares, right? We all agree.
Okay, we're not worried about an inch.
I know.
We know
all
how many
agree.
inches are in a mile. Let's make sure that our inches add up to a mile.
Okay. We all agree it's not worth the effort to go into that small of a detail, right? So we call it an inch. But what I'm saying is that assertion, right, is a measurement. Okay, it's not about like the accuracy of the measurement. Just any positive assertion that you make is a measurement, and that's what thought is doing all the time, right?
No,
It's
thought
taking-
doesn't create a measurement.
No. Hold on. There's a difference, and my distinction is that there's a different action, right, which is not a positive assertion, which is
Measuring.
Well, I'm calling that a measurement. If you want to semantically disagree and you say
Explain that,
it's not a measurement, that's up to you. But let me explain my position.
Explain how it's a measurement.
Yeah, I'm saying that positive assertion, in a way, is a measurement. Okay, even if it's very imprecise. Hold on. It's the reason why it's a measurement is because there's something different that is possible. Okay, and it's called negation. Okay, it's not a positive assertion. It's more like a question.
Are you going to convince me that an inch is actually a centimeter?
No. It's a process. It's an action, right? It's a process of negation. So it's not asserting things and claiming them to be the truth, right? Rather, it's the opposite. It's saying it's an open door, right? It's actually saying, well, let's question this. Let's dig into this. Let's negate what we think is the truth and look further, right? And that process of negation is not a measurement.
When you think you're talking about thinking.
No, hold on. There's a difference.
The way that you're talking.
Okay.
You can't prove anything. You can't prove that you are breathing air. You can't prove that you're sitting down. You can't prove that you're on Discord. You can't prove that you are real. You can't prove that you are.
I don't need to prove any of those things.
But if you can't do so,
if you ask me to prove those
then we can't talk to you.
No, if
Yeah,
you
what's the
Because
point of
nothing
asked
matters.
me to prove those things, I would think that that would be ridiculous. Why should I waste my time proving that?
Okay, conversation over then.
No, what my point is that there's a
So
difference
you've got
between
nothing left to say because
a positive
you don't
assertion.
actually you don't believe in anything. So what's the point in having a conversation?
What do you mean believe in anything?
Well, you're believing that thoughts are measurements, but when we say go and prove it, you're saying no, I'm not going to prove that because I don't have to.
No,
So
no,
it's a
no.
belief.
I'm showing you.
It's
I'm
it's
talking
a
about the
belief.
nature. I'm
What
talking
is
about
the
the nature of
definition of
thought.
belief? What's the
I'm
definition of belief?
I'm talking about the nature of thinking, and I'm suggesting that
You
nature,
There
right?
can't
is no.
solve
What is
anything.
the? What? Tell me, what is the nature of thinking?
Yeah,
Well, it reflects.
measurements.
No, it reflects memory, right? It reflects your experience. It's physical. It's conditioned.
Thinking is physical,
Oh
or
yes,
what?
What?
oh
What's
yes, of course it is.
So if I thought that I went and banged that bird over there, then that I physically did that.
No, no, but it came from a The reason
It's
why you
not
thought that,
physical.
the reason why you thought that came from a physical representation of matter in your brain, right?
That's not fit.
That
No.
what
came
is
from
love? What is love?
your particular
What
conditioning
is
and
love?
experience. Love is not thought. Love has nothing to do with thought.
How do you know that?
What is it? No, I didn't ask that. What is it?
You cannot say what love is because that would
Is it
be that would
quantifiable?
not be love. You can only say what love is not.
Is this
Same thing with
conversation
any
going to
thought.
keep
Same
going
thing with
or
any
what?
thought or any feeling or any emotion.
No, by saying what love is not, you're getting closer to what love is, right? And that's the process of negation. It's not the process.
Sorry, man. I can't fucking deal with that anymore.
Yeah, it wasn't going to go nowhere. It was time.
An inch isn't an inch unless what? Unless we
To
agree
the
it's an
ninth,
inch.
there's no mechanism that could measure to the ninth decimal point anyway, that I'm aware of.
Right. No, but the thing is it's all broken down. That's why I was talking about a mile. Like we test our inches against longer distances. We break it down that way. Like it's quantifiable. And like if you were to just say I have a 1 inch ruler and you stack 1 inch rulers, yeah, you're gonna be off by the time you get to a mile. But we take the mile.
The cumulative error. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, look.
We take the mile and break it down into feet and inches, and your ruler, your 1 inch ruler, is only accurate if it matches a larger quantification.
Yep. That's why you measure and cut with the same, always with the same measuring tape. Because it doesn't matter if it's a different measurement than the other tape, as long as it's the same measurement as the same tape, and then you get the right measurement. Like it's what he was going on about is fucking nuts. One of those people that sits there and thinks too much. Like who the fuck comes up with that shit?
Yeah, people who don't go outside, people who sit behind the freaking computer screen, like people who don't have jobs, people who've never built anything, people who forget, like, yeah, that's the people who say that an inch isn't an inch.
Yeah.
That guy sounded suspiciously like percentage.
He said a lot of. I mean, I understand why you're saying that, but no, like voice inflection, I didn't hear him. That wasn't percentage.
No. Okay.
No. I know these
Anyway,
guys all
no.
pretty well, man. Yeah, I know almost. I've been.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
unmute him because I've got to mute anyway. So If you want to talk to him, go ahead, Santiago Dunbar. I've had a
No,
break
no
now.
worries, man. No worries. We don't have to talk about this stuff either. It's all good.
I'm gonna mute, man. You can keep talking with Luke.
No. I have to go and take a leak. You should talk with somebody else because I am a naysayer right now.
I was trying. I
You
was
should find somebody.
trying
You should
to.
find somebody who agrees with you.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I was trying to like talk about something that I find valuable, and I was that brought me into the light of I don't know, like it related the flat Earth community to me in a different way because of my physics background, right? It's like physics
Fair
and
enough, but
science.
what's the value in it, though?
Well,
What's
hold on,
the
hold on.
value in?
All that
Yeah.
all that these physicists are doing, right, is measuring things, right? So that's why I brought it up, and I know you jumped
I
on
do
me.
know I've heard this voice before, though. I'm not sure. Like, what's the name of that guy? Who's talking right now?
Santiago Dunbar.
Yeah.
What was your old name? Because I
Uh,
know this voice.
No, I've only had this name, man, and I know a lot of
Bullshit.
people in the fire.
Liar. I know I've heard you in here before.
Brother, I'm not lying. Don't say that. And
You're not percentage, but you have been
so
around.
this Discord that I have is new because the last one I did something to my computer and I lost my like automatic login to a random email that I had my Discord on for like 4 years. And I lost all the different flat Earth Discords that I was in as well. I was in Earth Awakenings. I was in ADL. I was in.
Yeah. No, I've definitely heard you before.
Yeah,
Like,
but this is a new Discord, and this is the only name that I've been under. I'm not like
I don't care about this name under this account. I'm saying, what was your name before this account?
same name.
Dude, you're freaking.
I'm not lying, dude. And if you want to keep whatever, I'm not going to get triggered by any of this. Let's have a good conversation about something.
Yeah, you were saying the value in it. I don't see any value in not being able to come to a conclusion on anything.
No, you can come to a conclusion on things, but those things that you come to conclusions on, right, are mechanical in nature.
You have to do something to change your name to have a new account. And I know this because I've had to make a new account. Like, I've got the little dashes on my name. So, like, you're saying that you didn't get into your account because you couldn't because of an email.
Yeah.
Then you made an account and it's the same name. Doesn't make sense because
No.
I've had to do it.
My old Discord had the same name, Santiago Dunbar without a space, and it had different numbers at the end. It was an old Discord account. Like I was here before the they tried to tell you to like give up your numbers, right? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I apologize.
No worries, man. I
Go
mean,
back to what you were talking about. Sorry.
I'm still trying. I mean, I haven't tried too hard to get back into that account, but it has all my Discord history on it. I'd like to get back into there, and some friends that I'm, even in here waiting to see.
I apologize. Well, let's get back to what he was. I apologize. I thought he's right though. Yeah, you do get numbers on it.
Well, anyways, I mean, most people in physics they're trying to explain the world away through measurement, right? Take this data from the stars, right? Take this data from a tree. Take this data from these people.
Well, that's not measurement. That's not measurements.
Why do you not think so?
They're not measuring. So what are they measuring?
Look, you already perfectly described it. Like, you have to physically measure something. You can take data and you can extrapolate that data and do a calculation and come up with an estimate or a guess, but it's not accurate until you actually test against it to make sure that it's valid.
I know what you're saying. And that's what science does, right?
Not really.
Why would you say not really, man? Are you just being contrary?
Yeah, science isn't really about measuring things. It's about cause and effect relationships.
All right. You guys are clearly both just like against me and not interested in having a conversation.
No, I'm not against you. I'm against what you're saying.
How is science not about measuring things?
No, measuring things is a part of science, but a calculation does not equal a measurement, and a measurement does not equal science.
How do you wait? How
Neither
do you
does a
hold on? Hold
calculation
on.
equal science.
How do you make a calculation?
Science is about a cause and effect relationship.
I don't. How do you make a calculation?
Well, you have to have certain known variables that you have to measure.
Okay, thank you, man. Thank you. So I'm not interested in like running around the bush or whatever with you guys about this topic. Let's change the topic.
Are you trying to tell me that measurement is science?
No, I'm trying to tell you that there's much more than measurement.
Are you trying to tell me that calculation is measurement?
Of course, yeah. I mean that's not what I'm trying to tell you, but that's just blatantly obvious.
No. Well, that's where we're blatantly disagreeing.
You just said I asked you, how do you make a calculation? You said you have to measure something.
Yeah, you have to have known measurements in order to calculate.
Okay, great.
But you can't just calculate something and calculate something else and then calculate the third thing and say this is reality. They have to be actually tested, measured, validated to be true. Measurement being physical.
Is that the
I think you cut out there. Is that what? I mean, what if you use two wrong calculations in order to calculate the third fucking thing? Is your answer still true? It all has to be verified through measurement.
can't tell whether you're a flat earther?
You can't tell if I'm a flat earther?
No,
Dude, you were gone for the last 30 seconds or more. I don't know what you were just saying, but you came back questioning whether I'm a flat earther or not.
I can't tell because I must be cutting out. And sorry, if I continue cutting out, I'll reset my connection. But I can't tell whether you're in the flat Earth community or whether you're actually like a scientist, globalist type of person.
Dude, I'm a logical person, and where I stand shouldn't matter. Okay, like
I guess not. Yeah.
I'll tell you, I am a flat earther, and everybody here will vouch for that. But I'm also the kind of flat earther, like a very rare one, who is willing to go and stand out on his own against the crowd if necessary.
Okay, good. That's a good quality. Yeah, but not in moderation, right? Because
No,
I'm trying to.
I don't need to be moderated. Fuck every moderator in here.
No,
Every
I'm trying to mediate and be rational as well, but it seems like you're just trying to go above and beyond in
no,
disagreement.
I speak for myself. I don't come from a group. I don't speak for a group. I'm telling you the way it is, and you are coming from a place of theory and mathematical logic and thinking that math is reality, and that's not the case.
That
Math can only describe reality. It is never reality.
okay. So now
And your math can be wrong.
yeah. So that's not what I was saying. What I was saying was the exact opposite, right? I was saying that look, all of your measurements are reality, right? But they have nothing to do with the truth.
I'm the one who told you measurements are only data.
Okay. All right, I'm not going to continue down this road because I can tell that you like measurements. I've seen enough of measurements, to be honest. I understand the nature of
Have you
them,
taken any of your own? Because you don't seem to know what a fucking tape measure is.
yeah, okay, man. I don't know what a tape measure is. I've seen enough of measurements, and I understand the nature of them and their futility. Right. That's all. So that is what bridged the gap to me to find value in the flat Earth. I don't know, topic, understanding, whatever you want to call it. But it's very difficult to bring people over to this idea, right? That aren't
I don't care. We don't care to bring people over. You have to
I
find
know.
it on your own.
I
Look,
know.
look,
Oh,
look,
I know.
look.
I know. I'm just talking to myself here. I guess. But
We especially the last thing I want, speaking for the flat Earth, I highlighted this before you came in. The last thing I want is some lackluster believer trying to freaking give his testimony of the flat Earth. It makes every one of us look like a bunch of religious zealots, and it's what we fight against every single fucking day.
yeah.
It's it's believers who make us look bad.
All right, man. I'm not against you though. That's all I'm saying. Anybody else in here?
Just anybody but this Lou guy? Fuck.
I'm in here. What's up, man?
How you doing, bro?
What up? I'm here. I'm good. I just had a Bible study. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm here too.
I was going to ask a controversial question, but I'm not going to.
Go for it, man.
Open channel.
No, you. All right. Well, you don't even know what I was thinking, but I'll say it. What do you guys think about Sasquatch?
Sasquatch? That's not controversial. Not at all, actually.
All right, good to
I
hear.
haven't seen any evidence for it.
No evidence for Sasquatch. Okay, well, have you looked? Have you actually gone out and
Not
looked into it?
myself. No, not myself. To tell you the truth, I used to watch all those TV shows. But I never found anything.
The TV shows, yes, I've watched them as well. Well, I have looked into. I've spent hours, hundreds of hours looking into it, and I've actually gone out and into the forest alone, off trail, and looked myself. Spent weeks, months, things like this, not just looking for Sasquatch, but enjoying nature as well. But I can say, I'll just say that there is like definitely credence and truth to the phenomenon. I don't know, like if it's too big for some people's minds to consider that, but it's out there.
Do you have evidence?
Do I have evidence?
Yeah.
I don't think that's the way that Sasquatch works, to be honest.
That's the way claims talk.
Yeah, but some things
Yeah,
don't.
dude, Sasquatch could be an interdimensional fucking being that freaking like vanishes into consciousness, like depending on if you're a believer or not.
That's not the way Sasquatch is presented, though.
No, but he could be.
Yeah, it could be that. I'll tell you from my research into it, I don't have any like I could show you videos of things that I would call evidence, but for you it may be, too much time to watch a 20-minute video, or 20-minute videos of just some dude walking around, in a Sasquatch quote unquote territory and looking at like weird stick structures and things like this, right? Where like you have to trust this person and say like, he's actually not making these random stick structures out in the middle of nowhere, and he's actually telling the truth when he says like nobody is out here. And you have to like look at these things and say like, why the hell would anyone actually make that? And it has to take hands. But this is sort of the nature of Sasquatch. It's like if you're kind of tuned into it, like if you're paying attention and you're in the forest, you're gonna see things like a tracker would, right? Like a bush, branches broken over here. It must be a deer trail, right? But with Sasquatch, it's a little bit beyond that. Even it's like you see the signs of something that it shows you there's something impossible there if you're actually looking. That's it's not always like, oh, did you catch a video of it and did you get a body? Did you kill one of them? I don't think that's the way that it works. But it definitely is part of the forest and part of the. It's a guardian of the forest, essentially. That's kind of what I've come to understand it to be. But it's not. I'm just telling you my personal conclusions on this, whatever you want to call them. But it's not purely flesh and blood. It is partially, but it also has sort of supernatural or paranormal or dimensional aspects to it as well. But it's part of our world.
I want to jump in and address like the chat, along with like the whole anti-flat earther community when it comes to this like celestial navigation, where they talk about horizon or horizontal or level being perpendicular to plumb and plumb lines. What's really funny about that is, according to your guys' model, there is no such thing as a straight plumb line, because of the fact that you have unequal distribution of mass and an asymmetrical Earth. So where is the this is like literally, if you want to know more about it, you're gonna have to talk to like Indio. He's got all the papers about it, and he'll show you graphs and all kinds of things. But even plumb lines are not straight to you convoluted fuckers.
Now I see why you're so caught up on the measurement thing. It's important to you.
Well, when it comes to the Sasquatch thing, I can make those kind of claims about anything. That I have a pet unicorn, but it's only trans-dimensional, disappearing into consciousness and stuff like that. I can make claims about anything according to your standards.
No, there's physical evidence for it, but not for people who don't care, right?
Again, I could say the same thing about anything. Like, I have a pet unicorn.
You can say whatever you want, but this is different.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
I'm not trying to convince you, man. I just asked if there's any Sasquatch believers in the chat room. That's all.
Okay. Hello.
Hey, Brandon's a glober. Maybe you can talk to him about flat Earth.
Yeah, I personally know people that have gone out into the woods without on any trails at all and built things. I know people personally who've done that, so.
Say that again?
I know people personally who have gone out into wooded areas and stuff like that and have built stick structures and pools and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Because people do that.
They do. They do.
What about that English meat English guy that studies meteorites or whatever found a hole on the beach. So he went, and he threw a rock in it, and then said it was going to be a meteorite. It called
Yeah,
the news and everything. Yeah.
it went across the news all across the world, and like less than a week later, it was debunked. They said it was a fraud.
Yeah, they found the guys who dug the hole. They just dug the hole at the beach that day.
Yeah.
And guys that have faked Sasquatch, even.
Of course there are.
You can fake anything, yeah. Like crop circles, you can fake those.
Yeah, you can fake a lot of stuff. You can fake, hey, wait, you said you're a Glober, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think about who is a scientist? The guy in the wheelchair with the robot voice.
Stephen Hawking, yeah.
Yeah, Stephen Hawking. His show, right? They were trying to show that a helicopter went beyond the curve, right?
That dude was a vegetable. Nobody. He didn't say anything. Okay, let's be very clear about that.
Technically, he did. He talked through the movements, alright? So he did talk.
Okay.
No, he did.
So you say
He did paid commentary on the show. Brandon, you know what show I'm talking about, right?
Stephen Hawking on
Beyond the Curve, right? Wasn't that what it was called?
No, that was a Netflix documentary, dude.
Right. Well, this one with Stephen Hawking's voiceover on it, and there were a couple NASA scientists as well. They brought a helicopter out, right, and viewed it at a distance, and they showed it with a camera, and they showed the helicopter lowering itself, and it appeared like it was going beyond the curve, right? And after further review by the Flat Earth community, they showed that the video that they posted was totally faked. The ocean, right? The currents in the ocean, right? There's even a bird that like floats along at the same time. So they copy and pasted some video and then faked the helicopter going beyond the curve. What do you think about that?
I'd like to take a look at that first before I say anything because I haven't seen it yet.
Well, you've had plenty of opportunity to take a look at it, and you still have opportunity.
Would anybody like?
No, nobody has presented it to me. It hasn't been presented to me, so no, I have not had opportunities to see it.
No, hold on. This can easily be resolved. This can easily be resolved. Somebody bring it up and live stream it.
I don't need to spoon feed this Stephen Hawking right here.
No, I think it's important.
Okay, whatever. You can make fun. Okay, cool. I know what you're doing.
Did you just say I couldn't hear you, Stephen?
Yep. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep giving it to me. Go ahead. Show who you are. Come on. You got any more?
You're talking about how a lot of things can be.
You got any more? You got any more making fun of the way I talk?
Oh, I wasn't doing that. I was making fun of Stephen Hawking. I just
No,
couldn't understand.
you called me Stephen Hawking
Yeah, because I couldn't understand you.
because of the way I talk. No, don't try to back out of it now. You were trying to tease the way I talk. You got any more?
Don't engage Lou on this. This is not important. What we're talking about
more will come, guaranteed.
We're talking about the faking, right, of the curvature of the Earth.
Well, I would like to see that video though.
Yeah, well, I can direct you to it easily. I think you should watch it.
You can post a link in the side chat.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll link it and I'll timestamp it for you. Unless somebody has it at the ready, they can just pull it up. That'd be great.
Okay, maybe me being pissed was a little uncalled for because You don't know that I'm actually disabled, and I kind of get pissed off when people do that shit now.
I understand. Look, I can understand most of what you say, but sometimes I can't. Okay.
And that's on me. I just got pissed because I'm something or whatever.
Dude, you're fine. Don't worry about it. That's not the point. We're talking about the faking of things, and I think that you're being disingenuous. That's what I'm calling you out for. Either
you're
disingenuous
fine.
or just totally ignorant. You know.
I haven't seen that video, so I don't even know. So I have nothing to be disingenuous about.
Okay, well let's find it out and let's see what you have to say about it.
What video?
Jaronism did like a talk on it, a live stream on it a few days ago. It
Well,
was
he's done a whole bunch of them. This is nothing new. Like
no, it's
actually, a
nothing
lot of
new.
people have
No,
done
but
videos about
he pressed the issue very hard, and he's been pressing it in the last like week or so, just over and over again. Because
About
really, like I
what
think
video?
he's tired of like the Globers, not addressing this type of stuff.
He also did an experiment going alongside a waterway. Well, it actually proved that the Earth was curved.
No, that's the one
No.
that I think that's the one that you're thinking of, that you're referencing right now. I think that's the same one. It didn't
It's a different
prove
one.
anything. What
It's a
it
different one,
proved
and
is that
they
they used
they
camera
faked
trickery and
that one.
fakery in order to
No,
try to
that
in
wasn't
order to
chemically or anything. Then it was chemically on Jonism's fault.
Don't worry,
From
don't
your
worry.
mic, please, Brandon.
I'm gonna spoon feed this for you, and we're gonna take a look at it right now.
Because Jonism filmed everything.
Brandon, can you just move back a little bit from your mic, buddy?
He was just filming the experiment. That's all. He had control of the experiment. Nobody else did.
did Behind the Curve prove that Jaronism found curvature with a flashlight, and did Behind the Curve prove that Bob was the first person in history to find Earth's spin with a
And
gyroscope?
that he was caught off mic saying that if they found this out, they would be in real big trouble. Yeah.
Okay, I can't live stream this, but I'm gonna post the link. If anybody could live stream it, I have the timestamp here. It'd be great to watch us together. If nobody's up for that, that's okay. But here's the link and the beginning of the little fiasco here.
I think I can live stream stuff, so I'll do it if somebody else will.
Yeah, sure. No worries. Live stream. We could watch it all together. We could take a look at it and we could talk about it. And
So-
here's the link.
Also, in all seriousness, without even though I have given Brandon a little bit of shit. Like, so you're disabled. Like, what is your disability? What is it called?
Well, the one that affects the way I talk and stuff is called cerebral palsy.
Oh, yeah, cerebral palsy. Okay.
Yeah, it's and I'm not gonna take any more shit people teasing me or anything. I will still getting pissed off
So
about that.
I know,
'Cause I'm
like,
out of
cerebral
that.
palsy, like that can affect a lot of your your. Are you in a chair and stuff too, or are
No,
you?
I'm not in a wheelchair, but
No.
that's not necessarily what affects my mobility. What affects how far I can walk and stuff is scoliosis. That really limits my mobility.
Okay. No, I'm really sorry about all of that. That's terrible. That sucks.
That's curvature of the spine, yeah?
Yeah, that's what scoliosis is. It's after I can't even really walk across the street without like being in pretty significant pain. It's crazy. I do it anyway. I'm not using crutches, or I could take a lot more than I if I wanted to, but I'm not going to because there are people that need those kinds of services a lot more than I do. I mean, I can walk, so
Okay, I posted it there in the chat with 127:30 second timestamp, and yeah, that cuts right to it, right to the point where he's showing the fakery. That this, like, you know, organization did for whatever reason. But like you said, people can fake things all over the place, right? They can fake Bigfoot structures. They can fake, you know, a bunch of stuff, right? So let's look at this fakery right here, which is obvious, and let's talk about it.
Did you post it?
I did. I posted it in the chat. I don't know why it doesn't show up as a video, but I have the link there and the
well,
timestamp.
I put it to 1:21:12. Hold on.
Just a couple minutes ago, I posted it.
Oh, okay.
I have it up on 1:21:12, I think.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, you could start it from there or whenever, but I think that the exact point of the fakery was like 127, or when he's actually talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple things that give
Wait,
away hints to the fakery, but there's a couple that are just
yeah,
blatant.
this is just one example. There are many examples in this, you know, 2 or 3 hour show or whatever, but let's just look at this one.
My laptop is pretty wimpy. I can't stream it. My laptop is already like, listen. Yeah, it's a laptop. It's not a desktop, so I don't think I could stream it. It might shut off on me, but I will watch it. And
I trust you, man. I believe that you would.
I absolutely will watch it. Oh boy.
No, we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch
Well, I
it
mean,
tonight. We're gonna watch it right now, even if it's not on your computer. Somebody else can stream it.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know that he actually will. I think he kind of doesn't want to see it.
Bro, then
Why? Why do you think I don't want to see it?
I don't have the power to stream it, or I would. Somebody else do it. What do you guys do?
I don't need to.
I'm driving, man. I can't at the moment.
All right, that's a good excuse. But I mean, it's easy. It's easy. We're all here talking together. Let's talk about something actual.
Yeah, I wish I could
Blue,
stream it.
do you have the power to stream? You tried, man, and that was the best attempt
I
of
could.
anybody
It's a
here.
pain in the ass. I'm on mobile right now. I could go to my computer and do it probably, but it would take me a minute. I gotta turn it on and shit.
All right,
I'm not fucking
we're
around.
waiting. We're waiting for somebody else who has the power to stream
I'll
that
watch
will
it.
do it.
Well, the person who said I don't want to watch it. Why do you think I don't want to watch it?
No, I just it has nothing to do necessarily like.
No, Brandon, you put in more effort to watch it than anybody else here sitting in the Discord right now.
I don't know. I think that might have been an excuse where he said that he couldn't watch it. Like if it was
I
posted,
can't stream it. I can watch it. I can watch it. I just can't stream it. That's what I said.
You don't have to stream it.
I will watch it though.
All right, let's watch it. Let's watch it together then. I'll watch it with you. All right, I don't know what this Discord is or who can stream what, but let's all go to 27 minutes and 17 seconds. Let me know when you're there.
1 hour and 27 minutes or
1 hour and
27 minutes? Okay, hold on.
I just picked that time randomly, but let's click play there whenever you're ready. You're a good faith dude, Brandon. I can tell. So that's why I want you to see this, and I want to know what you genuinely think about it.
26,
Oh,
52, I
I don't
think.
know where you got that read from. You haven't been around in like previous days with Brandon, huh? I
Yeah,
wouldn't. I wouldn't go that far.
he's such good faith that he's been in the argument so long and still says boats go over the horizon.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I'm not judging him on his beliefs or whatever. But yeah, 127:17.
I'm at 126.52.
126:52. Whatever you're at, I'll go there and we'll click play together.
Yeah, it's the screen is a green line over a yellow line and 6 feet. The
All right, I see.
number 6 feet.
I'm there. All right,
Yeah.
ready? Let's click play. Let's watch.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, it's out of me. Not even close. No.
So this is the documentary, right? All these people are involved.
This is from the official film. This is not edited. Ladies and gentlemen,
Press pause. Press pause.
then they have
Tell me when you paused.
I'm paused right now.
He just said the water is identical in both scenes, right?
Yeah, the water looks the same. Yeah.
Okay. I want you to that's the main point, okay? The water is identical in both scenes, okay? So I'm being genuine as well, right? To you, and so I want you to see this, and I'm not trying to be controversial. I just want you to like to see what I'm actually seeing rather than trying to be defend yourself or whatever, right? So like the water is identical in both scenes, okay? Now click play again. Let's continue watching.
Then they have used.
Okay.
Just
Okay. So you get the point, right?
I'm gonna have to keep looking. Still watching back and forth.
Hey, look, Brandon. Also, Are you still watching that right now, or what? What's going on?
I'm still looking. I don't know.
I just want to tell you, like, whatever your actual, you said you have cerebral palsy. Like, honestly, in real life, I feel for you. That sucks. You have to know also by now, like, because I was giving you some shit. You know, you have to know also by now. You got to have thick skin in this
Bro,
community.
he's fine, Lou. He's fine. It's all
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, if I just don't like those kinds of people. That's all.
Let him watch the video and have a conversation.
If I take something sensitive to your personal life and I like dig on it hardcore, you wouldn't have a reaction.
No, what I was getting at is that we do that to able-bodied people too. We call them all kinds of names, you know, and it just like it's when you have a thick head that all of a sudden you get those types of comments. Try not to be a thick-headed person.
Lou, we're not talking about cerebral palsy right now or whatever. Okay, we're talking about this video. Brandon, what did you think about that video that you just watched?
It's pixelated. I know that. It's
Wait, hold on. I'm going to take it slowly. Is the ocean the exact same? Yes or no?
And it's fuzzy as hell too.
Well, does the bird come into the picture of both frames at the same time, even though the helicopter is in a different location? Yes or no?
Yeah, but
Do you think that would happen normally, perfectly well, with the helicopter coming below the curve and above the curve? Do you think that's a normal thing for it to take place? As well as the little shadows of the waves that are perfectly represented on both sides of your screen in front of your eyes right now that you can see, right? It being faked in front of you. Why do you think they faked that?
To me, that's not even showing a curve. That's not showing a curve in my opinion. I mean, other people say it is. I don't think it
According
is.
to the video, it is.
The reason why they have the helicopter there is to show that it goes beyond the curvature of the Earth. And the way that they showed that, right, is by actually manipulating, instead of just having a video camera filming it at two different times, they had to take the exact same scene of one picture of the lake and copy it. That's called faking. Then they had to actually Photoshop the helicopter going into it takes a lot of effort to do this.
You know what? I thought about that as well. It would still take a ton of deception, but what if they added the ducks or the geese or whatever the fuck, the birds instead?
Oh wait, hold on. They added the geese and they added wait, hold on. They added the geese and they added the types of waves, the crest of different waves in the lake instead, right?
No, I'm just being a good skeptic. Like something was fake for sure.
Lunatic, you are actually derailing this whole like conversation. This good-hearted conversation. You're actually I don't even know who you are. I've never spoken to you before.
I know that's a derail, but I'm just being a skeptic. Like you have to think of every possibility.
I'm not talking to you even. I'm not even asking you. I'm asking Brandon. You're interrupting, Lou.
This is proof of go with the ultimate, because you can still see if that's the helicopter. You can still see the whole thing.
They faked that whole thing that you're seeing. Okay. And you were saying to me about the Sasquatch conversation. You were saying like, oh well, I know people that can fake that. You know, I know people that go out in the woods and they stack sticks on top of each other in random ways for no possible reason whatsoever. I know lots of people like this. Now look at what's in front of you. Okay, look at the scientists that are faking proof of the curvature of the Earth. Why would they do that?
I don't know. I can accept that this was faked, but
Thank you. At least thank you.
How do you know they're
this
faking
one
it?
thing
Yeah,
right here,
no matter what, something was fraudulent in that. No matter what.
I can accept that this right here was faked.
No
That's-
shit, Lou. Jesus
not-
Christ, man. What? Whose side are you on, man? What are you even talking about?
Dude, now you're getting all emotional. Dude, I'm just agreed with him who agreed with you.
No, you're like you're saying like no matter what, I guess it was faked. That's
No
not the
matter
point.
what, something was faked. And that's what he's saying.
This one situation is that I can accept that this one situation was faked.
Okay, now why do you think they would fake that?
I no idea. Go ahead, tell me if you know.
I mean, I could come up with some arguments for it. I mean, can't you?
I don't know who it would benefit to.
Well,
to
is this
hide
the
the
video
shape
that
of
you
the
were
Earth.
referring to when you said that Stephen Hawking proved the curvature of the Earth in a video? Is this the same video?
No, it was in a Netflix. It was in that Netflix documentary I was talking about, Beyond the Cove.
Stephen Hawking had nothing to do with Behind the
No,
Cove.
no, I was talking about Jonahism, not Stephen Hawking.
No, you mentioned Stephen Hawking. I was the one who brought up Behind the Curve. I liked it to it. I give it a likening.
Yeah, I didn't say Stephen Hawking improved the Cove of the Earth. I never said that.
I'm pretty sure if we went back, we could find where you said that.
Yeah, no,
It's
pretty
fine.
sure.
It's fine. It doesn't matter what you say.
No.
But okay, so you agree that they faked that?
I can agree with this one thing being faked. Yes.
Yeah, but you don't mind it being faked.
I don't know. It's weird that it was faked. I don't know.
It is very weird that it was faked. Yeah, of course. But I mean, like, it could be weird for very different reasons, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Who would it benefit to fake this? I don't get it.
Well, it benefits them, right? It benefits them because either they actually don't need to prove anything, right? Because it'd be too difficult, so they could just show something on television, whatever. Like, oh, look at this, like, gotcha moment. Like, this helicopter is actually going below a lake and then rising back above it, even though it didn't, right? Even though nothing like that ever happened. They tried to film it and they were like, oh, the helicopter doesn't, we can't even do this, right? We have to actually, like, video manipulate the shit out of this, right? So that the helicopter, like, actually just Photoshop the helicopter disappearing, fake the whole thing, and who the hell cares, anyways, right?
And
I also got to take it back. Whoever the Aussie was it Timbo or whatever that called you percentage? No, this is percentage. That after talking to you longer, yeah, that is definitely percentage.
Lou, I'm not percentage. I don't know who the hell you're talking about, man.
You are.
I don't know what you're talking about. Percent or what?
Yeah, Lou, you've been derailing everything that I've been talking about for at least 30, 40 minutes now. So, I mean, I've been
No, it hasn't been that long. It's been about maybe 10 minutes at most.
No, it's been longer than 40 minutes. It's probably been
I told you it was him.
Yeah, it's him. It's him.
Yeah, I can't imagine how you guys stand, all this bullshit coming from Lou, but he's a contrarian flat earther.
Hey, I was
he's
on your
out there.
side saying it wasn't fucking you. Okay,
Right.
I was trying to stand up for the fake you.
Yeah, and then you brought it up again, trying to say that it was. And dude, I'm telling you, I don't know who you're talking.
Sounds nothing like percentage.
Is this a flat Earth Ask Me Anything session? Can I ask a question? Or are you in the middle of a... Sorry, I just
Finally, we were done anyway. I think I'm pretty sure.
I was just wondering if any flat earther could, help me out with something. What's the mechanical explanation for why Earth is the way it is?
Gears.
What's up?
Gears. You wanted a mechanical explanation. Gears, like a
What
clock.
about
You
gears?
think you think that's what mechanical? That's the only usage for the word mechanical?
I don't know, dude. I'll just give him a sarcastic answer. That's all. Shut up, Brandon.
Brandon, do you want to see another flat Earth fakery? Sorry, globe Earth fakery.
I don't understand. Why would you give me a sarcastic answer? It was a relatively straightforward question. So just,
Genuine question, yeah.
the world is a globe.
Okay. I'll. Here's why I gave you a sarcastic answer. Is because we can't know the mechanics of the sun and the moon and the stars or anything like that. Nobody can. You can come up with stories. You can try to explain it away, but you can't actually prove it. And when I say prove, I mean through experimentation, through tests, through science. You cannot actually test and validate what's going on.
Why not, Lou?
Because science needs to
The Earth
have
is a globe.
No, hold on. Let him cook. Why not? Why can't you, Lou?
Because it's only observation. You need to be able to change. You need to have a control and independent and dependent variable. You have to be able to manipulate. You have to be able to manipulate the cause in order to determine that it is indeed the cause.
Do you think that at the end there's a bunch of dragons that are gonna eat us alive, and then we're gonna become like serpents or something?
Hey, stop mocking the flat Earth position. Okay, you're a LARPer. Everybody can hear you're a LARPer. Okay, you're acting like a flat Earther. I'm not even a flat Earther, and I can tell. Okay, so I'm here as a good faith interlocutor.
Wait a minute. Last week, you were a flat earther.
I just joined this chat. I don't know what you mean. You might be mistaking me for somebody else.
Yeah, I'm mistaking you for you.
No, dude, I think that's hashtag. I think I heard hashtag in his voice. Yeah, it sounds like hashtag.
I don't. Wait, hold on. I don't know if some other guy came in here.
I know him.
and told me-
I'm totally.
Hey, when he said he hasn't been here, he means today. No, he hasn't been here today. Okay.
Oh.
No, Ham, you're coming here in good faith. What is your question? I'm not a flat earther myself either, but I'm very.
I can tell you his question.
The LARP. I'll give the LARP like a 4 out of 10. It's okay.
Are you talking about the green guy? Yeah, that guy was a LARPer. That was like a 3 out of 10. Okay.
It's like a combined LARP.
What is
we have
The question-
multiple branches.
What's the mechanical explanation behind why Earth is the way it is? If you want me to elaborate on that, I can.
You're gonna have to ask God about that. You're gonna have to speak to God about that one.
That would be called the standard model, right? Of
That will be talking to God about why Earth is the way it is.
No, the standard model.
We can't determine any mechanics, if there are any, to it unless we can manipulate the independent variable. So, if it's not testable, if it's not falsifiable through the scientific method, then it's anybody's guess. You can come up with any story you'd like.
Time can be an independent
That's what I'm
variable.
saying, Lou.
Time can be an independent variable.
So, for example, right, like, the guys at NASA, and I can sympathize.
How do you? Why are you saying guys? How do you know? How do you know how they identify?
That's fair. The people at NASA, they look out into the sky, and they might look at like things they seem to say are spheroids, and they'll say, "Well, the reason why there's like some sort of uniformity here, and why those spheroids take place, is because gravity,
What
has
if
a
one of
bias
them call it
towards-"
circles? Because there's many people in NASA, and how do you know all of them call it
Exactly.
spheroids? Maybe
right.
one of them say, "Hey, those are circles."
You're completely
Flat
right. That's why I'm not appealing to NASA. Right. I'm just giving you the kind of explanation that I'm looking.
On a technical level, a circle is a 2-dimensional shape and a spheroid is a 3-dimensional shape, so they can't be exchanged.
They're not
Yeah, but
synonymous.
you gotta remember that the guy saying that every guy in NASA is saying,
I'm not saying that.
looking at the luminaries, and all of them are saying spheroids, but you don't know
Mm-mm.
that.
I didn't say that. I'm not saying. I'm not
Yeah,
appealing
I
to.
don't like
No.
going down that road though either, Jimsy. Like, because I
Bro, they're
honestly,
LARPing.
we don't,
I'm just LARPing them because they're LARPing.
yeah. Because
You
like,
think I'm a flat
I don't want
earther?
them to walk away thinking that we think that everything in the sky is flat because the Earth is flat. That's a
But
bad
it
train of
has to
logic.
be.
Mhm.
But it has to be.
No, I'm not saying like the logic. Well, we look at spheroids in the sky, so the Earth must be a spheroid. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that like there's an explanation that those scientists might give as to why they observe spheroids, right? Like when
Wait,
you observe a
scientists give an
So
explanation
here's
of
my
what's happening
question.
up in the sky. How do they
Here's my
manipulate
question
what's
for
happening in
you.
the sky to determine what's happening in the sky?
So it
So
seems.
my
Oh,
my
go ahead.
question for you guys, right? Anybody who is going down this path, why do you not just believe the anecdotal documentation that's
Because
out
that will be anti-science. Because
Yeah,
science,
why should we just believe anything?
yeah, that will be
there? I'm saying
anti-science. Why are you being
Good point.
anti-science? Just believe?
no. I'm saying you should believe the science that's out there, and
No, science
if
is
you
not
don't
about
believe it,
belief.
that's what I was
Science is
getting
not.
to next.
There is
Science is about
belief is
facts.
not in the scientific method.
If you will
Belief is
let me finish
completely
my sentence,
antithetical.
if you let me finish
Belief
my
is
sentence, if you
antithetical to
don't
the scientific
believe,
method. The
if you
scientific
don't believe
method
in
literally
science that it's
stresses
out there,
skepticism and
why not
testing and
simply
repeating.
verify yourself? Because it's very easy to do. You take a GoPro, you connect it to a fucking weather balloon, you
It's not
send it up,
science.
it comes
That's not
down, you look
science.
at the footage. You can see that the Earth is round when you do that. It's very simple.
That's
It's not science.
and that's not science.
Of course it is.
It would be observation at best, which it might be observation is a part of the scientific method. It doesn't make it science.
It's
How is that
reproducible.
not
People say
science?
the Earth is round. You say, I don't believe it. I want to reproduce your results and see if it's true
When
for
you
myself.
say
That's
round, you
fine.
mean like a coin, like a pizza, like a frisbee.
Like a spheroid. It is a
Oh,
sphere.
like a round table.
I don't know why the debate about the meaning of the word round comes into it. You're just kind
Because
of
word have
I don't.
meaning.
That's why
no,
You got
you're
like
just
that
kind of
argument
dodging the
either.
question. Is what you're doing.
You know,
yeah, but
I think we should look
listen.
at that. You
He's
sound like
using
a Christian.
science. He's using a category error when he's saying that he's doing science when he sends GoPro on a high altitude balloon. Then he's making a claim that Earth is round. And what do you? I mean, what does that even mean when you
Well, you
say
said
that?
a
You don't know what
spheroid.
you don't.
Round.
Bro, Lou, you see, Lou, he's using the words without the what they actually mean. He's speaking.
You're being
Yeah, but
semantic. Is
you
what
know
you're
what
doing.
he means too, right?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
being
bro,
absolutely
but
semantic.
Lou, think about it.
What you're doing
The
is
same thing he
you're
did with
deflecting
science, right?
away from the actual
But the
question at
same thing
hand.
he's doing with round.
You're
He's
deflecting
doing
away
the
from
same
the
thing.
question at hand, and you're just turning it into another bullshit
Yeah, but you're
argument
I have a
because you
jumping.
question.
can't actually answer the question. So
But
you're
You don't
you're
mind?
creating a
I have a
jumping.
question.
that you actually believe you have an answer for. So I have no interest in discussing semantics of the word round and diverging into nothingness. If you want to stay on topic, I'm happy to do that.
You're
But
making a claim
otherwise,
about the shape of the earth, but you don't have any evidence for it. You're just saying words.
what I'm
Why
saying
can't you
is
see the North Star from
you have a
Australia?
mechanism to view the earth yourself. You can do this for
Yeah, your
$100.
eyes.
No, a
And
GoPro
then
with
you
hot air
can
balloon.
and then you can extend your vision with equipment. You can devise cameras or optical devices, and they will confirm what you see already. The earth not curving and not moving. You don't see any of this in nature. So you're making a claim about something that you don't see, you don't experience, you can't measure, you can't detect. You're making a claim
That's just
opposite to what you actually experience
absolutely
and can
the most
observe.
retarded thing I've ever heard, dude. Of course you
Yeah,
can observe it. That's what I'm saying.
you can observe what the globe Earth. You can see that.
So
Yes, you
is
can.
looking at
In many
something
different
science?
ways.
Let me ask you, is looking at something science?
Of course, that's part of the process. Observing.
It doesn't make it science, dude. What is science?
Observing and recording.
Wrong. You want to try again?
No, that's correct.
Reproducibility by third parties of the recorded observations. That's what defines science, is reproducibility.
Well, that's a part of it as well, but it's more than that also.
Well,
That's
you
like
know what I think is an
talking. That's
important
what I'm
part about
saying. The steering,
Again,
the steering
why
wheel,
there's no
the
point
steering
in
wheel of the vehicle
evolving
is the
into
vehicle.
semantics here. All you're doing
No,
when
this
you
part
start saying,
is
"Well,
not
what
semantics.
is the meaning of this
You want to
word?
call
What is the
this
meaning
part
of
is not
that word?"
semantics.
You're just distracting from the actual point.
No, this part is not
Spark
semantics.
plug.
What defines science, please? This is not just being semantical. This is important.
That's absolutely being
What is-
semantical, and it's pointless. Why do you want me to waste my breath defining
You know what I
Because
something?
find
you
an
speak
important
science,
aspect
you
of
speak in
the definition of
pseudoscience
science?
as it's science, and it's not. You're not speaking science. You're speaking pseudoscience.
No, I feel
You
like the
just don't
flat
know
Earth,
it yet.
they're correct here, right? I think an important aspect of science, right, isn't just observation, but also explanation, right? So, for example, gravity. I can observe that things fall to the ground, but that's not actually a scientific observation unless I explain why, right? So, I want to
There
bring
you
this
go.
back.
You just hit it right there. You said why? Because it has to do with science is a method that
Yeah.
deals with cause and effect relationships.
Why? Yeah, exactly. So what I want to ask is, why is the Earth flat? What's the mechanical explanation behind that?
That's a good question.
Thanks.
I like
I agree. It's a good question. It's a
Why is
scientific question.
green?
Well, we
No,
actually
what is
have
the
answers for that.
scientific
The reason
mechanic
why
behind the Earth being flat? That's a great question.
what's the explanation behind it?
And why is green green is not the answer to that question.
Why is green
That
green?
wouldn't be a scientific question. That wouldn't even be a scientific question.
I don't know if I cut out or if was that Lou. Lou earlier agreed that it's not just observation that makes a scientific process, but also like explanation behind why. Right. So if we're going to observe a flat Earth, which of course everybody does, right? We observe a flat Earth. I just want to know, why is it a flat Earth? What's the explanation behind that? Seems like you agreed with that earlier, Lou.
Yeah, no, look.
Maybe that was
Okay,
somebody else. I don't know.
you have to be careful about how you phrase the question. Like why is green green is not a scientific question. You have to formulate a hypothesis and a test in order to isolate like what could cause something to be green.
Mm-hmm. How do I isolate gravity?
You don't. You can't. It's
Oh,
unfalsifiable.
totally
No,
agree
you
with
can
you.
look at
Not
gravity.
science, and that's what the Globers want you to believe is gravity, right? Now, if I try to explain why things fall to the ground, is there a way I can find that out or no?
Are you gonna say buoyancy?
What if the cause of the effect that we observe and kind of things falling down or going up, because we have both phenomena, right? We have the phenomena of things going down and we have things going up. What if the cause of those effects is a part of a mechanism that goes beyond their system that you're in? Because you're in a construct, and then what about if there's a part of the cause of the effects is outside of your reach?
Yeah, like God. Yeah, I totally agree. I agree, but that's outside the realm of science, right? And we're interested in scientific questions here in 24/7 Flat Earth. So I want to stick to
So when
science.
people say the cause of the effect of things falling down, and how are you gonna establish that? What are you gonna manipulate? The medium?
I'm just asking, do you think it's possible to try to explain why things fall to the ground?
We can do certain things like change the medium, right? We can do that. Change the medium that the object is in.
Change the medium, the object.
Yeah, but no. The problem is that you can't isolate a single individual cause. Like we could come up with different hypotheses, and each one of them is unfalsifiable. Like one could be equally as valid as the other.
I mean, you can
Yeah,
measure gravity very easily.
No,
I don't know
gravity.
the
What's
validity
that?
of it is in its usefulness, right? So we've already done that. Like we have the law of gravity, or the quote unquote law of gravity.
How useful is that law?
You weigh things, you put them in water, you measure their volume, you find out what their mass is, right? Based on how many,
Mass? What's that?
based on their weight, their volume, their mass, their density, right? Then you use that value, that measurement, to try to understand gravity through it, right? At the rate of fall of different masses.
What's gravity?
You do understand that like mass attracting mass is like 107 years out of date, right? Like that's not
No,
even what
no.
you
The whole mass attracting mass thing is a new thing, right? Where they've actually
It's not new. No. That's old. That's new. That's Newtonian.
No, being able to test that is new. It's in the last 100 years that we've actually had precision enough to test whether
Wrong.
mass does attract
Wrong.
mass.
Okay, cite an experiment that showed mass attracting mass.
No. What I'm talking about is that
No,
that
no.
is an explanation of gravity that is useful. Okay, that has utility.
Useful
Because
for
when
what?
you
Like to hold
for
gas
everything for
without a container?
firing cannonballs and understanding where their trajectory is going to go, all sorts of different things.
You don't
But
use gravity
it's
for
not.
any of those.
What do you
Cite
mean?
an experiment.
No, it doesn't. No. Look, you're talking about mass.
If you're just going to talk about
experiment that shows.
cannonballs, you're going to beg the question every time. Cite an experiment showing a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, you're talking about the truth about the theory, right? And I'm not talking about that. I'm saying this theory has utility and it's useful, right?
Utility on what?
You mean it's a useful construct?
Absolutely, yes.
Right, it's a construct. That's it. You haven't proven it. It's not scientific.
I'm not trying to prove it.
Well,
All that I'm saying is that you can make up some other theory about electrical air temperature or whatever, right? And how and why things fall to the ground. Okay, go on and do that. But people have already figured shit out. Okay,
No, so listen, you're convoluting this like little g with big G. Like little g is not really in question. It's this observation of things falling at approximately 9.8 meters per second
Right.
squared.
Right.
Okay.
All
It's not
that
really in question.
I'm saying is no matter what theory.
The question is the cause of that.
No,
And
I know. The cause of it, you're not going to find out because, in fact, like you might find out later that what you think was mass and what you think always falls to the ground, there may be circumstances where it completely doesn't, and it has nothing to do with electricity or magnetism. It has something to do with entirely separate, different things that are not measurable. Okay, my friend.
Falsifiable then.
No, and you can't. You cannot measure these things. You cannot falsify them. They either happen or they don't happen.
You just agreed with me.
What?
This is
You
pseudoscience.
know, and then agreed with me.
Oh, it's totally pseudoscience, of course. Yeah, but it breaks all the laws of physics, and it may be closer to the truth than the laws of physics are currently.
Do you have to just have faith in it?
Faith will not do you any good.
Belief? How do you want me to word it?
Belief will not work either. It's just the
Okay.
truth.
It's the
Your
truth.
measurement and your models won't help either.
So it's a truthful idea?
It's not an idea.
Prove it.
No. It's a fact.
How is it a fact?
Well, figure it out. Learn about the world. Either you say what I know in my knowledge about the world, whether it be like a model of physics, right, explaining what matter is or however far we've come, right? You say, oh, these are facts. This is the truth, and this is all that I need to know. It's definitely the truth. There's nothing more than that.
Because of your declaration of it as truth, I should believe it.
No, I'm saying that's what you're doing. That's what, not you particularly personally, but that's what people are doing, right? When they have a model of physics, they are saying this is the truth about matter, right? This is a fact. These are facts about matter, right? They are not facts about matter. They are facts about your measurement of matter. Okay, and the facts about your measurement of matter, right, are not the facts about matter.
But the question is, does it really matter?
Sorry? What was the question?
The question is, does it really matter?
Oh, of course it does. Absolutely does. Because look, if something can break all of the laws of physics, do you think that matters or doesn't?
What's breaking the laws of physics? Like something that you're imagining.
No. Real
Look,
things that take
look,
place.
look. The law is not in question. The little g is not in question. Big G is in question. Pause.
See, this is why,
You're conflating the two.
dude, you're doing the same thing that you blame globe earthers for doing.
You're
As having
conflating
a
the
closed
two.
mind. No. You have
Why do you think they
you have a
distinguish between them?
similarly. Sorry.
Why do you think they distinguish between little g and big G?
That's just what it's the model. Big G represents the
One is a law, which is little g, which is just an observation that we see happening every time. We don't know a cause or an effect. It's not scientific whatsoever. The other one is a colloquial theory as to why it happens that is unfalsifiable and untestable, and we can never really know what the cause is.
you can't know what the cause is, my friend, because
You agree with me? You
I
cannot
agree.
know the cause of
Yes.
things falling.
But I mean, I would have agreed with you way quicker when we were talking about measurement, but you kept saying like, no, measurement needs cause and effect. Okay, well, look, you draw all your measurements back to the Big Bang, and what caused that?
Who does that?
You will never know. You'll never know.
The Big Bada Boom?
All that you're left with at the end of the day, after all of this cause and effect type of worshiping, right? All that you're left with is like, oh, we lead back to a place where we can't go any further. We don't.
And then you have to start believing. You have to start believing and use faith.
Okay, man. Now you sound like a scientist.
Scientists don't use faith. Not a real scientist. That's pseudoscience.
No, what you're saying is that you believe and you have faith that you can continue to attribute cause and effect.
That sounds like
as the
religion.
explanation for the universe. There may be
Sounds
something
like
that
religion,
you're
not
totally
science.
missing. There may be something that's causeless. And
It sounds like religion to me.
you trying to bring it all down to cause and effect or measurement, as I would call it.
That's what
is
science
ridiculous.
does, dipshit.
There may be something that's causeless. There may be something that's measureless.
Not in science.
Of course not, and that's why you're blind when you use those tools. Not blind, but you should understand that you're limited, and you should understand the limitation that you're under when you're
No, trust
using
me.
the tool.
I know that there are certain things you have to have faith in. A creator, that's
I'm
one.
not talking about having faith either. I'm talking about seeing very clearly the nature of measurement and the nature of the limitation of thought, and not making it such a big deal.
So don't talk about it. Don't think about it. Don't
No, do it. Do it when it,
Just accept what the pseudoscientists tell you.
No. See the nature of thought. See the nature of measurement. Do it when it's useful, when it's necessary, and then leave it. Let it go. Leave it out of the picture entirely.
Wow, that sounds pretty religious.
It is.
Are you
I guess it is religious. It may be even more religious than most people who are religious actually behave.
So something that like NASA guys might come in here and say. They might say, "Well, listen, right? The virtues of explaining things without necessarily have experimentation is how many things we can explain with a singular theory, right? So
That's
if, for
correlation, not
example,
causation.
yeah, sure, but that's neither correlation nor causation. I'm talking about why we
No, that's
form.
correlation. It's not neither. It's correlation.
Has nothing to do with it. I'm
Go on.
talking about how we form certain theories and what certain theories we ought to choose, right? And the NASA guy, he might come in here and he say, "Well, listen, right? Like, if I can explain a couple things with a theory, right? And it seems like it works out, right? That
Yeah.
seems like a pretty good theory.
Seems good.
If I
That
can
that would be
explain one thing,
correlating. That would be correlation. That would be correlating
Who cares?
ideas
Who cares?
in
Who
order
cares? Who cares?
to reify your belief.
No.
It's not-
That is. We're following this train of thought, and that does seem good, Ham. Of course it does.
Yeah,
So,
correlation to
so
reify
for
belief
example,
sounds
right?
good. It does sound good.
For example, I can say that every time I drop my phone, right, a new force happens. Okay, I'm going to drop my phone right now. There you
How
go.
you doing that?
Okay, what that was bloopy blop. Okay, I'm going to drop it again. And that was
You doing this on
teppy
your
pop.
mattress?
And this happens every single time an object falls. There's nothing called gravity. A new phenomenon exists every time. We can say that, and maybe that's true. However, it seems like gravity, right, the singular unifying
What is
theory,
gravity?
seems to be epistemically compelling to us, right? And I think we can apply similar.
Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing. I've got a helium balloon in my hand right now, and I'm gonna
Okay.
let it go. What happens to it?
It seems like it just rose in the air.
It seems like it, or did it?
I mean, I'm going to assume, but I'm not there. But yeah, I assume that's what happened. Like you could be in like very dense air right now, or sorry, you could be in very light air right now, and it just doesn't rise.
You think I could be in a place where that helium balloon would sink?
Yeah, maybe you're like an astronaut, and you're like, yeah, maybe it's possible.
If you're in very dense air.
Yeah.
No, I mean if you're in lighter air than helium, but
Now you're willing to believe that I'm an astronaut instead of thinking that the balloon is going up.
no, but I wanted to hear what Ham's point was. So yes, things do fall to the ground, and it seems very natural for us to, unify this idea with a force, right? A downward force, or an inward force on a ball. So what's the problem with that?
Isn't percentage. You should take this shit to Earth Awakenings. They will talk with you for hours about this.
Okay. Well, hey, listen.
He
that was a really
was
good
talking to
fun.
me. He's calling me percentage. That's who he thinks I am. But that's okay. But Ham.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, if I agree with you, right, that like people do this, right? They or have done this. That they've looked at the things falling in the past and they have tried to describe it. And the easiest way to understand this, right, before electricity and everything, was just to measure different weights of things and time how long it takes for them to fall down a certain length of off a building or whatever. And they can develop from that data, right? An understanding of where something is going to land in the future, right? With a bit of mathematics after calculus was invented, let's say, right?
Oh, you mean using little g?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, you can call it whatever you
No,
want.
it does matter.
No, it doesn't.
Well, actually, it would be talking about. Wait. Little g.
Because you can predict things using little g, which we all accept.
No. So little g here, all little g here is the observation that things fall, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about novel observations. So, for example,
Because
if we
little
drop
g
a
works
cannonball,
according to your theory, though, or according to you can use math on little g, that proves big G.
Yeah, well, if big G is, some sort of mathematical formula as to why things fall, then yeah, because again, little g here is just the observation. Big
No,
G is
I can
why.
come up with, dude. I can say that unicorns are leprechauns. People use unicorns too much. I'm going with leprechauns. Leprechauns cause little g. Leprechauns are doing it. They're okay.
So we're
Prove me
trying
wrong.
to explain to you. Yeah, I get it. We're trying to explain to you, right, the big G, like the math, right, why it would be prudent of us to believe in it, even if we don't necessarily have direct proof, such as, observing in the same way we could observe like the flat Earth, right? So when I say novel when I say novel predictions, I'm saying we're not just putting a cannonball in the exact same place and dropping it in the exact same way. We're saying we can make new predictions about if we do it a certain way, this will happen. And then we can
Right, but
observe
you
that
don't
this
know. You
will
still
happen.
don't know the. You just still don't know the cause of it. You
You're
just
right. You're
know.
completely right.
You just
Wait,
know.
wait, I'm
You
saying
just know through. You know through
we're
repeatability that
I
this
agree.
will happen.
Right.
Mhm.
That's little
Well,
g. That's little g.
You're
yeah.
being kind of liberal about Ham. You're being very liberal about these beliefs.
Sure. I'm saying we can, right?
And your mic is cutting
Epistemically,
out a little bit.
we can privilege. Oh, I'm cutting out. I apologize.
You're okay for me.
Yeah. So we can privilege, right? Nations. Again, every time a falls, that's actually a new force to existence, and I wouldn't be able to falsify that,
Right. So
right?
leprechauns
The
are
thing
real
with
then.
Yeah, so but the usefulness we're talking about when we talk about a unifying theory of gravity is that we can, and those predictions seem to be
But
right.
leprechauns are pushing your freaking thing down, and I can
Hmm.
prove it because it happens every fucking time.
That's true. Yeah, you can make predictions. How do you say this? You can make predictions.
I think it's
Oh,
actually three
I
toes
must be cutting out.
noms.
I must be cutting out.
You are cutting out. You're
Three
getting
toes
muted.
noms are actually doing this.
Yeah, you're getting muted every 30 seconds.
I'm getting muted. Well, this place is a good faith place. I don't think they would
I
mute
don't
me.
know who's muting you. I did hear you cut out, but like you only cut out for like literally like a syllable, like any time.
Yeah,
Oh,
somebody is just like clicking on the mute button.
More than a syllable, Lou.
They
More
must
than
have
a
slipped.
syllable.
They must have slipped. I think it's right. You're correct. That explanation you just gave will
No,
singularly.
that's
Go ahead.
some childish shit. Seriously, don't do that to him.
Thank you. I
If you're
appreciate
gonna
it.
mute him, just fucking get rid of him. You know what I mean? Like, don't fucking play those games.
Thank you, Lou. I appreciate it. And I don't mean to talk over you, so I apologize. But yeah, so you can
Than a syllable.
singularly explain things with leprechauns, invisible leprechauns pushing the balls, right? But this is the point I'm trying to bring to your attention is that big G gravity seems to explain more than one thing, right? It's not again, right? What we're looking for is a theory that can explain multiple things and that we can make novel predictions with. That's what we're doing.
But
That's
hold on, Lou, or sorry, Ham.
Yeah.
What big G does is compare two masses together, right?
Yeah.
So it is mass attracting mass, and the only things that it actually explains are things out in the solar system.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Those things out in the solar system, we do not really know very much about. That is where cosmology comes into play, right?
Mhm.
So the study of the celestial bodies or cosmology or whatever is very much like it's a bunch of guesswork, and it always has been. Okay. Back when we were first documenting the stars and the planets, and we found out, oh, look, Mars has a retrograde orbit, or this dot in the sky actually goes backwards every once in a while. Why does that happen? Right. So
It depends of which solar system are you talking about. Either is the heliocentric solar system or the
I'm
globe
just talking
solar
about
system.
people in sand towers looking at the stars and collecting data thousands of years ago. This is what they did.
Yeah, so
Okay?
that one that one that you're talking about is actually the observed phenomena that everyone can do from the ground. We can
Yeah.
observe the luminaries moving in cycles, right? But
Yeah.
that doesn't include the ground under your feet as part of that solar system, or like one of those lights up there. Because there's a difference between there is a difference between the solar system that is depicted for the globe and includes the Earth as part of those moving bodies, and then the other one that we all observe. We observe the the sky moving. There's a difference between those.
Of course there is. Of course there is. So let me tell you the story of what we've done with what we've seen in the sky, right? So we've seen
Not the Earth.
Not the Earth. We've seen Mars's retrograde orbit, right? So people were trying to understand how that could take place, what this object was. And they had an idea that potentially, this is already after like we thought that maybe there's a geocentric universe or a sun-centered universe. Who knows? But they were trying to map out these the patterns of what took place in the sky based on one of these models, either an Earth-centered solar system or a sun-centered solar system. And the way that they were doing it was with concentric circles. Okay, so it was either circles around the Earth or circles around the sun. And none of it worked. It couldn't describe Mars's retrograde motion correctly until Newton came along.
No, here's the problem. Okay, I have to stop it. Okay, so geocentrism had a lot of this figured out in their own way. The problems that you have within heliocentrism is trying to explain heliocentrism.
Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, you keep on having to patch your model over and over and over again because you have this worldview which is unfalsifiable.
Let me cook for a second here. So look, they were trying to patch their model all over the place with these concentric circles, and it didn't work until Newton came along, developed calculus, which created the mathematical richness of an object that was called an ellipse. Okay, so an elliptical orbit has enough richness within it to be almost, you could even say, curve fitted to whatever model you want. You could say Earth-centered, you could say sun-centered, you could
heaven center, because all of the luminaries move in cycles to a center point in the sky.
I know.
So,
look, I'm not against you, man. I'm not against you. Okay.
I'm not against you either. I'm just saying that we don't see the Earth in that heaven system. The Earth is below it.
All right. I'm curious what you mean about that, but let me just try to finish this thought. So I don't even know. Ham, are you listening? Are you here with me?
I'm here. What's up?
All right. So
the sky,
heaven. They used elliptical orbits to map out the celestial bodies, right? And
which is not the Earth.
and it works, right? Mathematically, as a model, it worked to describe the retrograde motion of Mars. Okay? This is in like the 1700s. Okay?
But when you added the Earth to that equation, that's where you mentioned the Earth. That's why I jumped in, because we don't see the Earth doing that.
I know, man. I know. But you don't need to jump in.
When you say Mars, sure, yeah, we observe Mars doing those things, but not the Earth.
Right. I know. I get your point. I'm with you.
Well, we don't even really observe, like, when it comes to the.
But this is the point. This is the
we don't
point.
really observe it doing
all of
what
those,
they claim in their model either. Like we observe it from a geocentric point of view. We observe everything revolving around us. You have to use your imagination to assume that it's revolving around another stellar body.
Well, Lou, there might be something in there might be something in the middle of that, because when you say they're revolving around us, actually the luminaries, or what we observe of the sun, the moon, the radiance, the planets, and the stars, what we see is them revolving around a center point in the sky, in the heavens above, not on the ground. So we are on the ground, and the luminaries are not on the ground.
Ham, all of that, what they did with the circular orbits, the elliptical orbits, all of that is mass attracting mass based on that assumption, right?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Ham, I'm talking to Ham right now. Do you agree? Or yes or no?
Why? I've been listening the whole time while I've been making dinner, and you're flip-flopping between fucking being a flat earther and a globe earther.
Yeah. Just like Percentage would do.
Yeah, you're a fucking weird cunt. All you've spoken about is nothing. I couldn't say anything because I was in there with my family, but what you've been saying is absolute fucking garbage, mate. Garbage.
That was a really good critique, Timbo.
Well, tell me why, Timbo. What
because you don't say anything. You don't hold a position. You don't say anything.
What a really good critique, Timbo.
He just he was talking about the observations that we do.
and
he
tell
was
me
talk-
what I'm saying that I'm not saying anything.
Well, I'll tell
What did
you.
I-
You just said that we observe the luminaries moving and doing this in the sky. Therefore, mass attracting mass. That's what you said.
No.
That's what you
Uh,
said.
I was talking to Ham here. He was bringing up Big G.
Why are you talking to
and
Ham?
I was
Ham's a
saying
troll.
that
If
Big G
you
only
can't
relates.
if you can't work out that Ham's a troll, then you're not as receptive as you
I don't
think you
mind
are.
trolls. I don't mind trolls, man.
He's holding
I
hands
don't
with
mind
him.
trolls. I am one. You know, like, it's one of those.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about something that actually
Dunbar
matters.
and Ham are actually holding hands while trolling. Have you guys? Guys haven't noticed yet?
They're docking.
Dude, you
They're
guys
holding
are down
hands.
cocky.
You know
They're
what?
being very liberal. You see how out of the two,
Easier to dismiss people.
out of the two, Ham is the liberal one. The other guy is more like conservative. Ham is the liberal.
You know what, Santiago? Just because you've been really nice to me, I'll reveal it. Okay? They're right. I'm trolling you. I am a flat earther. We need to solve the big slam. Okay? The Earth is accelerating at 32 feet.
He trolls so much that you don't
Ham,
even know.
Hold on. Ham doesn't even realize the point that I was trying to make, and neither do you guys, which is ridiculous. I mean,
you
you're
make
calling me
your
a
point, man.
troll, but I was actually trying to make a very good point, which is that Big G
For the
only
last
relates.
hour, well, get to the point. For it's been an hour, you haven't still make your point.
What, dude? You guys are interrupting me every fucking 5 seconds.
Bro,
Bullshit, dude.
You haven't
had the
made any points.
Dude, we started jumping in here over the last 30 seconds or a minute or so, but you've pretty much had the floor for the last 5 minutes or more.
Okay, let me finish then, and then you guys can continue with whatever you want to talk about. So, look, Big G has to relate to mass attracting mass, right?
Why?
He's had the floor
that's basically
for 3 hours.
what we've done, right? Is
No, I was doing a lot of in interrupting. Like he's really referring to me. I keep on fucking crushing him, but
So
yeah,
why-
obviously in the overall like grand scheme of things, yeah, you've had the floor. If it wasn't me, it was you
I'm
for the
done.
last.
I'm done. You guys have the
So
floor. Enjoy.
why are you saying that and Big G has to relate to mass attracting mass? Why are you saying that? I don't think he even knows what he stands for.
Dude, you guys are so ridiculous. What do you mean Big G doesn't have to do with mass attracting mass? That's literally the
No, I said, what do you mean? What do you mean it doesn't?
Big G.
What do you mean it doesn't?
It.
Or what do you mean it does? Sorry. Why does it have to relate to it?
That's how it's calculated. It's the gravitational constant.
That's wrong though. You know Einstein replaced that, right?
You guys are such trolls, my guys.
It's not a troll.
What is it?
Einstein
Santiago.
sorry,
Santiago, you are parroting the wrong pseudoscience. You gotta get up to date with the correct pseudoscience, bro.
Okay, tell me.
You're parroting the pseudoscience that has been debunked for over 100 years.
I'm not parroting it. I'm commenting on it.
No, you might get upset with this.
What I'm
Lou,
not
but
doing
maybe
is
he
I'm
spends
not
too much time
misrepresenting.
on Earth Awakening.
I mean, this guy just asked me
moderator
how does
on
Big G
Awakenings, probably.
how does Big G relate to mass attracting mass, and he hasn't even looked at the equation.
Okay, so why does Big G have to relate to mass attracting mass? You're saying it like you know that this is the
Well,
cause.
no, hey, just for fun, I'm gonna propose that it doesn't have to do with mass attracting mass. That it's not a force.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that it's an effect of the curvature of the bending and warping of space time, and see if he can refute that.
You're a pseudoscientist.
Santiago
Dude,
admitted
That's
earlier that
ridiculous.
what he's
Prove
talking
me
about
wrong.
it is pseudoscience.
Yeah, why is it not the bending and warping of space time?
Yeah, that's my leprechaun. My leprechaun is the bending and warping of space-time.
You see, Santiago, you've been debunked.
No, you guys are trying to change Big G into whatever you guys want it to be.
No. You
No.
need to bring this up with
It's not
Einstein,
our
motherfucker.
claim.
Are you an Einstein denier? Why are you denying Einstein, bro? Come on. I mean, your priest might be upset at you if you keep doing that. You might be following the old priests that are.
Okay. Yeah. What was it? 1912 or 1904, something like
13,
that, wasn't
I think.
it? It was thrown out the door.
1912 or 1913. Oh no, that was special relative. It was like 1905, I think. Is
Yeah.
when yeah.
General relativity.
Yep.
No more mass attracting mass. Bending and warping of space-time theory comes into play. Not mass attracting mass.
Well, all that
You'll have to
falls
take
into
that up with not us.
all of that falls into the glow religion, right? That doesn't even necessarily means that it's
Well, I
true.
don't
It's
care
just
which
people
religion.
parroting it.
I'm just proposing a different idea, and I need him to frickin' prove me wrong.
No, you guys' ideas are great. So is the one about general relativity. That's all good. When you say it's not mass attracting mass, though, I mean, I would question that as well because essentially that mass causes the warping of space-time. It's just an extension of it.
Okay, so have you got a demonstration?
Is it a force or an effect, or is it both?
It's literally like what I was saying with the richness of mathematics, right? Discovering calculus and being able to describe an elliptical orbit. You can
Have you
discover
got a
other,
demonstration?
you can
Have you got a
discover other areas
demonstration
of
of it?
mathematics, right?
Is it
And you can-
science or is it math?
It's math. It's
Cool.
math.
So
It's math curve
let's
fitting what you want to
dude,
measure.
let's
That's all.
demonstrate.
No, it's math
Let's
curve fitting what you want to measure. And you
demonstrate
guys,
this
you guys are
equation.
such
Go ahead.
trolls and so dumb. You're not worth
Go
having a
ahead.
conversation with. No, you're not.
Not trolling.
Timbo, shut the hell up.
What
dude.
is okay? Just show. Hey, you shut the hell up and show me a fucking demonstration of your bending and warping of mass attracting mass. You fuckwit.
Okay, you are a troll, but I
Dude,
like that.
I'll let you guys just listen to Lou's laughter in the background. Timbo, you can jump in every once in a while. Under, you can talk about whatever the hell you want and disregarding everyone else's
All right, thank you for delegating how this conversation.
You guys enjoy the rest
Yeah,
of the time.
exactly. Oh yeah. See it, dude.
Thank you, Santiago.
May I ask a question?
We're
Like,
trolls.
seems like the discussion was about the nature of gravity. I came in rather late. Is that correct?
Or the known
Not really,
or
man. He
the
came
known nature of gravity.
The
He
non-nature
came
of
in,
gravity.
but he first came in talking about measurements, and he said measurements are thoughts. Okay, now we had an argument about that because measurements are not thoughts, and then he went on to some other weird shit that you can't prove and never will be able to prove, but said, well, it is a measurement because it's a thought. So I don't really know if anyone was really taking him serious. So have you got a question? Maybe we can have a better discussion with you.
Like, I thought towards the end, like I was sort of, was he the flat earther or non-flat earther? Because I'm trying to figure out who's who.
He's the wishy-washy earther.
Yeah,
He was all over the place, Arthur.
Yeah, I assume that everyone here is like either a troll or is like frustrated because they can't convince the other trolls, and
So we're all trolls now, are we?
well, no, maybe you're trolling you're trolling the people that you're trolling somebody. Some
What happens is when trolls come in, we start trolling them. That's what we do.
Well, Patrick, can I ask you a question? A simple one, rather.
Mhm.
Explain to me this.
If there's supposed to be theoretically 5 to 7 inches of curvature every 2.5 miles, as the example follows, right? How come no bridge on Earth accounts for curvature, including the Pyongyang Bridge of China, which stretches miles across, and there's no curvature accounted in its engineering?
Actually, isn't there? They do claim that there is. I thought that Pyongyang one. I thought that was like the one that they claimed did take it into account.
Oh my god, let him
Yeah.
let him make his argument, Luke. Come on, bro.
Okay. No, yeah. Whatever.
Or how is-
there are a couple that it's claimed, even though it can't be proven.
Or
and it
how
would
is
make
gravity
it
so strong that it holds 7 Cs to a ball, yet so weak that birds can fly?
That one blows your mind. How?
Where'd the new guy go?
Well, gravity
Is he
does
still here?
apply.
There he
Gravity
goes.
does apply to. I was thinking about the questions. The gravity does apply well to everything you're referring to, but like in the case with birds, at least there's like a lift that presses them upwards. It's in the same way that you can jump something like at some point.
How does that work? What are the dynamics that give birds' wings lift?
I can't really give a technical explanation, but this is not really controversial for the most part. This is generally well known.
Does it have to do with density
Same as
and
wings.
buoyancy?
Lou, but his reply
yeah,
was
it's air
gravity.
pressure.
But when you say gravity, what is that mechanism that is causing the different phenomena, holding the oceans to the ball, to the spinning ball, and then allowing the birds and the butterflies to get away from that?
Well, that speaks to the nature of gravity, which is what I thought was being discussed towards the end.
Yeah, what is that?
Right, but no. The thing is, the way that a butterfly or a bird flies doesn't really have anything to do with gravity. Gravity is, even in your guys' paradigm, like an extremely weak force.
Yes,
it's
holding oceans.
The dynamics that are given that are supposed to be for like why anything gets lifted, an airplane or a bird or any of that. It has to do with creating a pressure of low air beneath it. It's the shape of the wing and its density and buoyancy because of high and low pressure zones and the shape of it moving through the air.
Well, that's just the Bernoulli's principle. That's just the laws of physics, because the air is moving faster over the top of the wing than it is under the wing, creating lift.
Creating a negative pressure.
Yeah, it creates lift. Yeah.
Right,
but that's still gravity. But the reason why it's creating lift is because the pressure differential with wings is creating the so
it's like anti-gravity?
defying gravity. So like when you go fast enough, you can defy gravity by using air to lift up a wing, like birds.
Well, gravity acts like a force. All right, I'm not gonna say
But
it is a force.
But is it a force?
I'm not gonna say that. All right, it's like because I don't know. As I understand, this is still not.
Have you got a demonstration of that?
It forces the effect of gravity forces you towards the center of the Earth. That's what it's not.
Have you got a demonstration of gravity being attracted to balls?
The balls?
Yeah.
What balls? What balls?
The Earth, apparently.
Well,
allegedly.
Well, things fall to the Earth, right?
Things fall down.
Which things? Which things? Some things leave the Earth.
Well, like the things that don't have an opposing force, and
But you said it wasn't a force.
Wait, Patrick, look around you right now. What do you see falling?
Okay. I feel stupid, but I'll keep going on. I don't see anything falling, all right? Honestly.
You feel stupid? Yeah, you're saying things are falling to the earth. What do you see falling?
I feel stupid like talking to you because I'm not gonna...
Let's skip a little bit. What would happen if there was no gravity?
Well, I mean, nothing as we see it would exist. It got the things as we see them now came into result of gravity. So if it turned off, I don't know. Maybe things would start floating away or something. Like
why would you suppose that things would float or float away?
Well, it's like if ordinarily something would fall to the earth, fall to the ground because of gravity. If there was no gravity, then it wouldn't. So
you just said you don't witness things falling to the ground.
Well, not at this very moment. Like I can drop something right now. Is that what you want me to do? Like the only...
things also go up. So
Yes.
that's not falling.
Well, yes, but not.
Yeah, when you pick
Gravity-
the object, because remember before it was falling, before you left it go, you have to pick it up, and it went up because you picked it up, so it went up, and then you released it, and then it went down, right? And there's other stuff that when you release it, it goes up, like helium balloons.
Right. I mean that relates to
Hot air,
like the
hydrogen,
like the
gases.
Yeah,
I mean, could it be just like a law, like where, like, up and down, like where do you understand? Like laws don't actually have like isolated causes through science. Like it just happens every time, and we know it because it happens every time. Could up and down just be a law?
Gravity acts like a force. All right.
Well, you don't know that. Sorry, I need to stop you. You don't know that.
Okay. By that, I'm okay. How would we explain? Right. How objects generally move. All right.
Because your problem is you're stuck in space. So if you don't have a vacuum, right, and you don't have a ball, then you don't need gravity. If you just live on a flat surface, you don't need gravity. Yeah, you can't detect gravity.
The only reason Timbo is able to walk on the ground right now, upside down from me, because he's upside down. Motherfucker's hanging upside down in Australia. Like the only reason that is possible on a ball is because of gravity. Now, if we lived on a flat Earth, we don't need that gravity because Timbo is right side up with me.
Yeah, and
what
up is
keeps you
up and
down?
down
What
is
makes you
down.
go down?
Horizontally, we're pointing at each other.
You at the moment, mate.
Well, what is actually determining? See, so gravity is supposed to be like dependent on.
No one knows the cause of gravity.
Well, okay, but it's determined by mass. So like, yeah, we don't know.
You don't know what mass is.
Well, we can measure them. Well, things have mass. All right, and as a result of that, they have.
Like, can I grab some mass and put it in my pocket and paint it purple?
Yes, you can. Actually,
does gas have mass?
Yes, it does.
Okay, why doesn't gravity work on gas?
Because I believe it's because the gas is
you
less.
Believe or you know?
It relates to density, right? I just like one substance is less.
Density.
It's less buoyant, or it's more buoyant. It's less dense. Is that what you're going with?
Not mass.
Well, these things have. I mean, you wouldn't have density, or if it didn't have mass. You understand?
You understand that's a relationship. So it has to do with the medium that it's in.
Yes.
Like if we go into the ocean, I might have something that here in the air, like a ping pong ball. I could drop it and it would fall. But if I go to the bottom of the ocean and release it, it will rise. Why?
Well, density, as you mentioned, I believe.
Medium, yeah.
No, that's buoyancy.
Well, it relates to the force that's being
because of the medium that it's in. It's less dense than the medium. In air, the ball is more dense than the air. In the water, it's less dense than the water.
The deeper the object goes, the more force there is. So it is trying to reach equilibrium by going up. That's when it's in water. So, like, you understand, the object is having force against it, and it's pushing it up.
More force, or it's just weight on the top of it?
Weight on top of what?
Well, you said the deeper you go, the more force. Yeah, force. Are we just relating the weight to force?
No, it's not about. I talk about the.
What is the weight? What is the weight of a ping pong ball in the air?
It's less to do with weight, but density. Like how it
What is the weight of the ping pong ball? Let's say it's half a gram, or something like that, right? It's really light.
Well, okay, that would be the force that is like directed towards Earth as a result of gravity, and because the
I'm sorry, you've got no evidence for that.
evidence for what?
Yeah,
Gravity is causing things to go to the center of the Earth.
Okay,
You got
I guess
no
I am.
evidence.
Wait, are you
I
saying?
am
Listen,
assuming things.
Patrick? Are you saying that gravity has a vector of down?
It depends in the context. So I would not see like down, up, and down. Don't have. It doesn't. That depends on
Towards the
frame
center of the
reference.
ball.
It depends on the medium that it's in.
Well, not only the medium, but also what is the center of gravity. So,
What is
Where's the center of gravity?
Hold on, where does that come from?
down is
How do
down
you
and
know?
up.
I got a simple question for you. How do you know you live on a ball?
Yeah, good question.
Like
And then we can
so.
talk about gravity going to the center
Yeah,
of it.
yeah, I like that question. Go ahead. How do you know you live in a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space? Go ahead.
It's I really don't know. I would the first thing I would say is like Aristotle's proof about like how like the ships go off in the horizon. But I'm sure you have some bullshit
The
response to that.
horizon, you know, horizon doesn't curve, right?
See, I'm not autistic about this, and I have a vague interest, like in the idea of the Earth being
Oh,
a
but why do
sphere
you call
or
our
round.
explanation bullshit, though?
Well, this is my opinion.
Because
I'm
it
not gonna
doesn't match your worldview.
No, I'm not going to assert that. This is my opinion. All right.
Yeah, without hearing an explanation, you called it bullshit. You just literally mentioned Aristotle and said, "I'm sure you have some bullshit."
That's pretty unfair.
Sorry. I just wasn't interested in like arguing for the Earth being round or.
That's the whole point. You have to argue for the Earth to be round because you said gravity pulls things towards the center of a ball.
Exactly.
Well,
you're saying
your
it
first
is round
premise
because of
needs to be-
gravity, and you're saying gravity because it's round.
Well, I am speaking of the generally accepted idea of gravity and how it works. All right, like not necessarily its nature, but like.
Can it be tested?
Have tested what?
Can it? Not you.
Can it?
Can it be tested?
I generally think the models of gravity are consistent with what's observed in reality.
Like what?
I'm speaking to how like gravity is like modeled as if it's depressing space time or something like, and that's that.
Where do we observe this?
Well, as I understand, these are models. It's not like it's theoretical. I believe it's theoretical as to what relationship gravity has to space. But I'm saying like
do you hear all those deep breaths and sighs and the stuttering that you're doing? Do you hear it? Because we hear it.
Yes, I do. I absolutely do. But I'm not very knowledgeable on the subject. Like I'm.
So how do you know that you're correct in what you're saying?
Oh, I don't know if I know that. I generally speak well in the sense that look, see, it's like the Spain exists, right? I believe so. I haven't gone there, but
yeah, we can go there. We can go there.
But I haven't. So in some sense, I'm taking it on faith that Spain exists. Now
you can go there. You can book a flight.
You see, but I haven't.
We're glad you just said you're taking it on faith. Now that shows that it's scientism. It's a religious, faithful belief that you have. It's scientism, not science.
Wait, not necessarily. I'm sort of acting as if the general like assumptions, or not even assumptions, but understanding of the universe based on like nearly like 100% consensus.
Are you going to give us Are you going to give us something that we can empirically test, or are you going to just give us faith?
Who's doing that in the background?
I'm not giving faith. Like they were talking about gravity was being discussed, and I sort of want to understand the conception of it by one side or the other. I'm really
right now. You're realizing that your own side's conception of it is a faith-based belief, and we haven't offered it.
No, I don't allow that. No, I don't allow that. I don't allow that it's faith based.
But it is faith-based.
I don't allow that.
Because you believe it.
You
believe
said
it. Yet you
Wait,
have
no, maybe no.
evidence.
In me, no. In my case, right? In my case, it's faith based, or
faith-based
even rather,
belief.
it's sort of based on the general like assumption or what I find in life that the scientific consensus of things, which there's like very consistent like professions of evidence is generally true or consistent.
Okay,
So
what evidence?
what
the evidence?
what evidence? Okay, that the Earth or the motions of objects can be mapped
Which
according to
object?
models. In general, it can be
What?
it can be well, it's like steel balls are very common, for example, especially in vacuums.
Really?
And yes, yes.
Show us the experiment.
I don't know. I just this is something that I've read in the past. I don't have all these things by memory.
Well, look it up real quick.
Okay.
And what do the steel balls do?
I believe it was that the way they fall, they're consistent with models that assume a gravitational force.
So you remove all the air out of a box and then drop a ball, and you expect it to what?
Well, it's it would be how fast it would move based on actually
Based on
actually
a pre-assumed equation,
actually
based
a bet-
on how things fall anyway, if you drop them. Yeah.
I mean, I think a better experiment would be like to see. Now I think about it, like not to test something.
No, I'm not
steel
asking
balls.
for you to come up with a new experiment. I'm looking for the one that you just cited.
I'm not citing an experiment. I'm thinking of experiments I've seen in the past. I am trying.
No, that's what I mean. You say you saw an experiment. I just want that experiment.
Well, maybe I was thinking of something. Well, okay. I'm thinking about it now. I'm thinking. Okay, you couldn't actually, like give evidence of gravity like that. Or I'm thinking of something that would like.
That's a bit of a problem, isn't it?
In this, well, since you're asking me for one, yes. Again, I'm not here saying okay.
No, I'm saying
really
for everyone. Like the problem is that you cannot do an experiment to prove gravity.
I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified.
No, not
See,
you.
okay,
I'm talking about,
when you say
everyone. Yeah,
what
everyone.
what
No
is-
one
what-
can.
What do you mean by prove gravity?
Well, you're
Cause and
saying it's
effect
a force.
relationship to the scientific method, isolating the independent variable from the dependent variable.
Okay, what do you mean by gravity?
Okay, look, you're
You
saying
mean by gravity. You're the one with the gravity claim.
Yeah, you're saying it's a force that pulls things towards the center of a ball.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a force.
You got to work out. First, you got to work out whether you live in a ball or not to say that gravity is the force that's pulling you to the center of a ball.
Yeah,
because if you're not on a ball,
that's
then it
not
doesn't really matter.
I don't think it's. I'm not saying that's what gravity is.
Okay, what's gravity?
I don't know.
Good answer, dude. Good answer, actually.
Yeah, you're one of the first people to say that.
Yeah,
I think
it's
this
really
guy's
hard
being.
for people to
I
say
think this
that.
guy's being honest.
You could tell that was force. It was hard for you to do that.
But he's being honest. It's like when his girlfriend asked him, "Did you cheat on me?" and he was like, "No, I didn't."
But yeah, there were commandments on the answer there, mate. Like a lot of people will just fight and keep on digging themselves a bigger hole, saying that they know what causes gravity or what is gravity, and the answer is no one knows. Not even the scientists that claim that gravity is a thing. They say they don't know either.
Well, the important thing is like, is there a force or something that acts like a
There is
force?
a down.
Let me ask you this:
There is
Is
also
gravity? You don't know what gravity is or how it works necessarily, but just more simply, is gravity a force?
I would say it acts like a force. I don't, or like there is, like, depending on an object's mass, okay, and the mass of another object, and I know it has to do with that. There is going to be, so like a force in one direction or another.
Which direction?
That depends on the perspective of the objects.
So you're trying to go with relativity, right?
I think he's making stuff up on the go.
No, I mean he's actually, he sounds like he's unstudied on it, but he's going with the relativity thing. Like he's
not just relativity in the sense that, okay, so like there could be an object in space, and there could be another object in any other direction, and depending on what the mass is of the first object and the mass of the second object and the relationship of the one object to the other object is going to be in different directions.
So listen, Patrick, since you know so much about gravity, can I use gravity? Can I use gravity as a container?
he's willing to try to answer.
I mean,
that. Jesus Christ, I can't believe it.
well. What can I do? It's like he's asking me. Okay, if I was certain I couldn't answer the question, I would say it. Okay, as a container.
You know, to contain gas, I use gravity to contain propane gas.
I can say that's not feasible right now in terms of technology. I don't think.
Okay.
It's just not. Yeah, it's not.
So how are you breathing?
How am I breathing?
Yeah,
okay. Like with my lungs, you mean? Like,
I know where you're going with this, but it's not a sequitur what we were talking about.
Yeah, the things that nobody knows about. He doesn't know what gravity is. You guys don't know what it is. Nobody knows what it is. Let's talk about it.
Well, if you look at how, okay, again, I'm not speaking of my knowledge, but I know there are general attempts to explain how objects move in space. Not even on Earth. Okay, but if you observe like planets, yes, objects. All right, like like planets and like outside of Earth, obviously.
Things with mass.
Yes, like they try to explain their movements based on, among other things, the mass of the objects. That is because these objects have mass, that they move in a certain way in connection with other elements of a model.
Mass? What's that?
That's a good question.
They don't predict these things. They've been watching these things for thousands of years, and they do exactly the same thing every year. So they're not predictions; they're predictions. They've just tried to come up with a model to match their movements. They're not predicting where these things are going to be. It's because they know where they're going to be.
Right.
They already know it.
Like, that's where it becomes the reification fallacy. So, like, they see this happening, then they come up with a mathematical construct or model to try to explain why it happens. Then, when their model matches what they see, they say, well, eureka, that's what's happening.
Right, but if the model holds in different if the model holds in different
reverse
contexts,
engineering. It's reverse engineering. That's what it is.
if the model
Because
holds
you don't
in different
know.
contexts,
You have no idea what those planets are made of. You have no idea how far away they are. You have no idea their mass. You have no idea of the movement. Only what you can see. And you have no idea if they're actual physical things.
physical things,
Yep.
planets.
Well, we don't even know that they're physical, honestly. Like, you can't go there and test them, can we?
We can determine like the compounds.
No, you're going to go into stellar spectroscopy.
Yes.
That can't be done. That can only be done in a lab.
I don't see why can't it be done in this case.
Okay, so what you need is a source of light from the object that is that you're trying to get spectrograms from. Correct? You also need a clean environment, nothing in the way of the object and the spectrometer. Correct?
I don't allow that.
Well, and then on top of that, even still, all you're getting is you're still just observing. You're seeing a color of light, and then trying to determine what it's made of. And you say, "Well, it's blue," and I know hydrogen burns blue or whatever it is. And say, "Well, that's hydrogen."
Yeah,
you don't know that.
And the thing is, to get those spectrograph readings, they're coming through the Earth's atmosphere. That light, and the light source is not from the planet; it's from the sun. So the source of light has to come through what you're trying to read. Now, if you've got a source of light, this is a claimed thing anyway. Claimed thing is sun bounces off planet, goes through Earth's atmosphere into the spectrogram. Now, all the things that they detect in planets are in the Earth's atmosphere. Isn't that strange?
No, not really, because what would exist in these planets is still limited by the combinations of elements. They don't work under different laws of physics.
How do you know that?
How do we know that? Because they would the laws of physics wouldn't change based on distance.
How do you know that?
How do we know that?
What law are you talking about?
It's perfectly acceptable for you to say it's just an assumption we made.
Well, then you could say, but why make that assumption? And you say, I don't know anything. It is based on everything we've ever experienced that we've only know chemical reactions resulting in this way, or based on these elements.
Yeah. So this works in a laboratory. Doesn't work anywhere else. You need ideal conditions to do spectrometry.
Well, I don't think that's true. It's
Okay, you don't think that's true. Can you show me an example of spectroscopy working when it's not in a lab?
No, unless I search for it. No, I don't. Again, I'm speaking from my limited experience.
Okay, so you just said I don't believe that's true. You have no.
Going off of the belief again.
Again, I'm going under the preponderance of evidence. All right, and
what evidence? What evidence?
How can you determine that you're using the preponderance of evidence if you can't present any of the evidence?
Again, once again, the Spain exists. All right. Okay, it's like if you keep on asking me, and
how do you know?
Ultimately based on exactly. Again, I don't know if Spain exists. Okay,
well,
I haven't done that. I have not gone to Spain. Okay, now I got you guys. Okay, I have not gone to Spain. So therefore,
you can go to Spain.
No, but I haven't. No. Do I believe Spain exists?
Doesn't matter.
That's a potential. Yes, it does. No, wait a minute. I'm talking about my personal belief whether Spain exists. All right, I believe Spain exists.
We're not talking about your personal belief. Dude.
No, wait, no. Yes, you did. You asked me, do I believe?
The reason why you're trying to talk over me.
No. Wait a minute.
The reason why you just said no. Is because you don't want me to say what you know I'm about to say.
Okay, wrong. Okay, you're wrong. Okay. You guess what I was trying to say. You guess why. You guess my motive. You're wrong. You asked me what I believe, and I'm explaining it.
Okay, I'm gonna. Before you talk over me, I'm gonna explain to you why the analogy of you not going to Spain, therefore you don't know it exists, is not relevant. All right.
The rain in Spain falls mostly on the plane.
You know what you can do? You can go to an airport, you can jump on a plane, and you can go to Spain.
Yeah, I agree.
You cannot.
Right.
You cannot go and jump on a rocket and go to space to confirm those things.
Again, it's merely an assumption that you're saying that I can actually go there. All right, it's not. Again, I'm talking about. I believe that Spain exists. No. Let me talk. I'll let you talk. Okay.
Money out the window.
It's
if
really
you
bullshit.
had the money, you can go to Spain.
Okay, it's bullshit that I have to wait until you talk and finish, but you don't do the same thing for me. Okay, again,
Dude,
my point.
You just literally went no for like a minute while I tried to say something.
Okay, so say it.
Yeah, the reason why you were trying to avoid when you said that you believed it because of the preponderance of the evidence. But when asked for any evidence, you said, I don't have any. I only have a belief.
You misunderstood me. Do you want me to explain
Okay,
why?
reassert it
Some
then. Go ahead.
evidence. Any evidence.
No. Again, I'm speaking of the preponderance of evidence in regards to scientific consensus and my personal belief. All right. The question. So you're asking me if I believe it, and I say yes. And I'm speaking of. Let me finish. And the evidence in this case is a scientific consensus, right? And I'm going that
That's
based
not
on.
evidence.
No, let me finish. 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 Again, it's really bullshit that you expect me to have like different rules or standards. Again, I will treat you the same way you treat me, and I think that's fair. Anyway, as I was saying, I'm trying to explain why I believe something. All right, and I believe something as a result of the evidence that I've seen. Okay, and the evidence. Let me finish. And the evidence I've seen relates to the scientific consensus. Okay, and on that basis,
What is scientific consensus?
it's the general agreement of of scientists.
Do you think that's scientific? Science doesn't say anything. Consensus is bullshit with science. Okay, like the whole idea of science is one scientist is automatically supposed to be skeptical of another scientist's findings and try to test it and verify it for himself. His beliefs, see, consensus is another faith-based belief type thing like you're using. Scientists aren't supposed to use that.
Oh, well, I'm not a scientist, so it's irrelevant.
No, but when you talk about scientific consensus, you're talking about a faith-based belief.
Maybe.
Not skepticism. It's about it's fallacious reasoning. It's about here's
the same faith
ad
that Spain
populum.
exists.
Do you know what ad populum is, or like appeal to popularity, or appeal to the experts, or appeal to authority. These are all fallacious.
Again, it's the same basis of me believing in Spain. It's the same basis of me believing in Spain. All right. Again, like everything you said about like that's potential. Like I have not actually gone to Spain. All right. You're suggesting that. Like for all I know, I might go to the airport and find out. Well, I can't. Like after buying my flight, that okay, I actually can't go to Spain, or maybe I go to a different country. Right. So they sort of like try to like mess me up with my mind, to try to trick me. But and again, everything that results in me believing that actually it's Spain, it could be an assumption. I'm just making assumptions. And again, it goes based on the preponderance of evidence, all right, in my life, because I'm talking about my belief. It is subjective, right? Belief is subjective, and that's what you're talking about. Now, if you're asking me what the evidence is, all right, but like I'll freely admit that I don't have it with me. All right, it is
but you instead of stuttering like this and freaking out, you could like quickly Google it because that's what the
Jesus
internet
Christ.
does.
Okay, very clear. I don't give a shit about what you think about how I talk. Irrelevant. It's not an argument. Okay, I'm arguing to explain why I believe that the Earth is round or whatever, and it relates to my same belief. Let me finish. Shut up.
No, don't tell me to shut up.
Okay. No, wait.
You can try to say faith all you want.
Okay.
You've proven to everybody listening and all of us here, and you've already openly admitted it a dozen times or more.
No, I didn't.
That it's literally just a belief of yours. And for us,
no, it's not. No, I didn't.
That's enough.
No, I didn't.
That's all we really need from
I didn't say that.
We just
I didn't say that.
We just need people to know.
I didn't say that.
We just need people to know that you don't know.
I did not say that. I did not say it's only a belief. I didn't say that. Okay. Again, it's very easy to argue.
Show me the evidence.
What? Okay, wait a minute. That's again, the burden of proof is not on me because I'm not making the claim. I'm talking about a belief, right? Now you're saying, well, actually, I'm not sure what the fuck you're saying, right? But if I'm speaking only on my belief, okay, and in the same way that I can justify my belief by referring to existence of shut up. Anyway, I'm talking about yes. Well, that's what we're going on. We're talking about belief.
I have to falsify your belief.
You can falsify my belief.
Yeah,
then you have to falsify my belief too.
One person, please.
Patrick, you are in the wrong forum. Patrick, you're in the wrong forum. You're gonna have to go to the cake decorating or, the cupcake, the cupcake making.
Don't give a shit.
forums to
Don't give a shit. Don't give a shit.
about opinions and beliefs.
Don't give a shit. Don't give a shit. Don't give, again, well, you asked me
we're
about
talking
my
about the realist
You asked-
level, you know.
what
We're
level?
talking about the realist
This
level.
dude's having a breakdown
Okay,
big time.
okay, one
He's
per-
brick.
He's
one
having
person.
a breakdown.
I can't sleep.
Patrick, your roommate can't sleep because you're having a
Yeah,
breakdown.
I tell. That's funny. I told him shut up, so that's not that's not gonna be an issue. Yeah, I didn't read
Dude,
what you're
even
saying.
your
'Cause-
roommate knows you're bricked right now. He's like, dude, you're fucking
Nah.
bricked. Whoever you're talking to,
don't give a
is
shit.
right.
Don't give a shit. Don't give a shit. Only understand arguments. Anyway,
Patrick,
see,
Patrick,
making the point.
do you know the name and the method of the person that measured the curvature of the Earth?
No.
So it's a belief. It's another belief that you have that Earth is curving. That's a belief that you hold.
Do you believe somebody proved it, even if you don't know who they are?
Yeah. Just like I believe in Spain.
It's all right, Patrick. Flat Earth is just a belief as well.
Yeah, I can't deny
It's
that.
a description. It's not what something
Again,
is.
I have no issues with
My
you believing
table.
that.
My table is flat, but it's made out of wood.
Yeah.
It's not the Earth.
Exactly.
Okay, that's the model.
Earth is Earth.
We've measured the Earth to be flat everywhere we've checked. Never
Can you provide
once
evidence
found
of that for me?
curvature.
No curvature to be found anywhere, Patrick. Have you ever seen it or measured it, Patrick?
Can you show me
No.
the evidence of flatness, guys? You're making a claim now. You need to back it up with evidence.
That would help, yeah.
Patrick, remember, Patrick. Listen.
One person, please. One person.
And you can even use.
And
you have to use it. You have to
Mhm.
practically use it as flat in order to navigate in the seas or in the open air.
Yeah,
And
and Patrick, remember.
That's also admitted in like dozens
Mhm.
of government documents that it has to be treated that way in order to do the things that they do.
Correct.
Mhm.
Correct.
Okay, that's an
Patrick,
assumption.
you're saying about the claim, Patrick, and remember the claim is on the table. Earth is round, curving globe, right? That's the claim.
That's a claim. Okay.
Yeah, that is a claim.
And?
Do you have any measurements of the Earth and the waters on the Earth curving to the outside of a spinning ball? Do you have any evidence
No.
for that? So there you go. That's the claim with no evidence. The belief, remember, that you believe?
A claim is not the same thing as a belief.
Well, you're making a claim, a baseless
No, I'm not.
claim, right? You're
No,
making
I'm
a
not.
or
No,
no,
I'm
the globe
not.
is making a baseless claim, an assertion without
Globe
evidence.
is making the basis. Okay, who's a globe? I mean, is a globe like around you?
Who's a globe? Who's a globe? Your roommate's a globe, and
Yep,
he's gonna he's gonna
Jesus
wake up
Christ.
and globe
Jesus Christ.
smack the
Jesus
shit out of
I'll
you.
answer. I'll
Don't give a
answer.
shit. No, don't
The
give a
only
shit.
globes, listen, Patrick. The only globes that you know in the realist level is the ones that you buy for decoration purposes, the ones that you put on the flat horizontal table and you spin around. Those are the only globes in the realist level. Another globe that you can reference to is the ones that you can draw. You know, the drawings of a circle on a piece of paper, and you say, "Look, globe," or the ones that you see on TV. That none of those things you find in practicality, in reality. That's
What's
not
funny
what
is
Earth
even the
is.
ones on TV aren't actually globes; they're two-dimensional. They're
Exactly, that's what
literally
I'm
just
saying.
on a flat screen.
So when we're talking about globe, that's the only things that you can reference. But when we're talking about the real East level is a globe, no, you can't prove that.
Okay, I understand what you mean by the globe saying things. Again, that's a claim that's being made. I'm not making that. I'm simply talking about my belief. And the same way
Yeah,
that I can
but
believe
this
that
is not
Spain
the
exists.
cake
Let me finish. Let me
decoration
finish.
forum.
Yeah, the cake
I hear the
decorations.
globe.
Okay.
I hear the globe talking to him.
No, wait a minute. What? What? Okay, now he talked about globes talking to him, all right?
Globe's talking.
Huh?
I hear it. It's really quiet. You
Globes
gotta
talking
listen.
again. Globes are not talking anywhere. Okay. Anyway, cake
knows that.
decorations. I don't know what to tell you. It's like you're
I
questioning my
believe it
You want to
belief.
is.
talk
I
about your
believe it is.
belief?
Prove me wrong.
You're questioning my belief. All right.
I believe the globe is
And in
talking
this-
right now. Prove me wrong.
I can't do that. Like, I'm okay with you believing that.
No. You just made a claim that it's not talking. Prove me wrong.
Okay, I take it back. There. I have no issues like drawing statements that I can't prove. I'm only talking about my beliefs, and like all the evidence you recommended, in the same way that I can't prove that Spain exists, I believe it anyway. And all the speculations
Yeah, the
or
space
hypothetical
between you and me,
scenarios.
Patrick, is real. Yeah, there's space between you and I. Yes, that's real. The
Ooh,
fantasy
can you claim
space,
that?
the
Actually,
vacuum of space that is
you have to prove
supposed to
that.
be next to a high pressure system. That's the one that is a falsehood.
Yeah,
That
you
goes
have to
against reality.
You have to prove that. Okay, okay. So we want to prove that space
No,
is real.
no.
Okay. So here's the thing: like whatever claim you're gonna make, I'm just gonna keep asking you, prove that, prove that, prove that, prove that, prove that. And eventually, you're just gonna get like annoyed. Okay. So by the same standard.
Listen, you're making a claim about the outer space religion without any evidence, and it goes against what we can demonstrate. You know.
I am.
The laws of
What claim am I making?
thermodynamics. We live in a pressurized system. You're breathing air right now, and then you're making a claim that we are adjacent. That we are in a pressurized system adjacent to a low pressure system.
Those are my understandings. If that isn't accurate, I take it back. Then look, it's based on the evidence or not. I'm just only talking about what I believe.
So you don't deny what Jimsy just said. You're like, yeah, that's what I believe.
I'm not going to deny anything at this point.
Yeah, that would be a mistake because then
like
you'd
a
have to
good guy.
prove. Then you'd have to prove the negative, right?
Well, I don't think you can prove anything either. Like at some point, I just keep asking you, okay, what's the proof of that? What's the proof of that?
Jar.
Well, okay, in the same, am I brain in a jar? No, I'm not claiming that. Where did you hear that?
You said we can't prove anything.
Yeah, it doesn't follow from that I'm a brain in a jar. Like you want to show me that?
Can you disprove?
Can you prove that you're talking to me right now?
No. Like, well, in reality, you're asking me, I can't.
Hey,
I mean, a simple test would be to ask me a question and see if I respond, but you can't prove that it's not you.
But listen, Patrick, you know what we can
prove otherwise.
The claim of the curvature of Earth, it has been falsified. The curvature claim is not there in reality.
Okay, it's been falsified. All right. I'm trying to think what this means, but you can ask other questions.
So remember, the globe has specific dimensions, right? It has a radius, a circumference. It's an object, a geometry, a sphere, right? This sphere is of a certain size, and then we can test these claims we can go out there in reality and measure for this curvature that is part of the sphere. When we go to reality, to let's say the waters or the bodies of water of the world, and we test for the claim of curvature, we don't find it in reality. It's not curving anywhere. Nowhere in the world we can find this claim of the curvature, so it has been falsified. It's nowhere to be found, so it doesn't exist. It's not real. You got it, Patrick? No? Yes? Did I fucking dropped out?
Oh yeah, no, I had the thing unmuted. Okay, I don't accept the way you're testing this hypothesis. That is, the Earth is flat. Okay,
There is no curvature. There is the curvature that is being claimed, the one that is being proposed, that 8 inches per mile squared, that conform to the radius of a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles. That curve, it's nowhere to be found in reality. So it's been falsified.
well, I mean, it is an average, correct? We're talking about an average curve. So,
Sure is an average that can be tested, and
Right, well,
it has been tested, and it cannot be measured. It hasn't been measured because it's not there.
okay, you're making the claim that has not been measured. Like, prove that.
long distance observations, laser tests. There's many that we can provide in here.
Okay, no. Okay, you have to like go. That's not good enough. The fact to prove that it's never ever been measured, like that's not good enough. Okay.
Do you have evidence that it has been measured?
No.
Listen,
You're making the claim. You're making the claim that it's not been observed. Correct.
Listen. We have an axiomatic reality, right? We live in reality, and then someone makes a claim. Hey, the Earth is curving.
No,
okay.
You made the claim.
How
you made
do
the claim.
You know that?
You made the claim as Earth is flat.
I measured it. Okay, where is the measurement? Nowhere.
I'm not making the claim that the Earth is round. All right, you're making the claim that Earth is flat. So
you're not a globe earther? You don't believe in the globe? Okay. Yeah,
I'm not making the claim of it. I believe it, but I'm making the claim. You are making the claim that the Earth is flat.
No, I'm not making any claims.
Wait a minute. Or rather, I take it back. You are making the claim that this curvature has never been observed. Okay,
listen.
Prove
the Earth
claim.
Not curving is not my claim. It's an axiom. It doesn't matter my opinion or your opinion.
It's not an axiom. Okay, how's an axiom? Prove that. Prove the claim.
You know we have a horizon. Have you ever heard of a horizon? You know the horizon. You know that we get horizontal lines from the horizon. You know the horizon. What is Patrick? What is the slope of a horizontal line?
I don't know.
Zero, no slope, zero slope, right? And by definition, curvature is the change rate of slope, so non-zero. So you're claiming that the curving globe, has a slope of non-zero, and in reality, we operate utilizing horizontal lines, and we have a horizon that has a slope of 0.
Yeah, to be very clear, unless you're talking about like verbal descriptions or describing what I'm saying, I'm not making any claims on reality. All right, you're making the claim. You are completely.
You believe in the globe.
That's not a claim, right?
That is a claim because we don't see the globe. We don't measure the globe. We don't observe the globe. We don't test. We don't experience it. And someone says, "I believe I live in a globe." That's a claim.
A belief is not a claim. All right, I might think it's true, but I'm not saying it's true. Not to you. All right, I believe it. See, that's the difference between my saying that is true. Now you are saying something that's true. That is that the Earth is flat. Or actually, I take it back. You are saying that never, ever has curvature been observed. Right. So prove.
You're saying that your claim cannot be falsified, but it has been falsified.
I'm not. What claim? Again, you keep on saying claim. Okay. But this is taking too long. Literally every single time you say claim, just assume that I didn't actually claim that and you're wrong. So you keep on saying claim, but you're wrong. I didn't say that. I did not claim that.
Patrick, the globe is not something that you made, right? You just parroting it because you heard it from someone or you read it in a book, you saw it on the TV, and you're saying, "Hey, I believe that thing that I saw on the TV." The globe that you saw on the TV, you're saying right now in the VC that you believe that, and that has a baggage to it. Has a specific. Listen, that belief that you're holding, that you're holding comes with a specific dimension.
Yeah, like Spain. Yes, like Spain. Okay, just in the same way that I saw Spain on TV, I see Spain in books. I mean, it could be a massive conspiracy. There literally could be the entire world is going around.
We can go to Spain and
I have not done that.
And there's there is landmarks in Spain, and there's
I personally have
an
not
economy,
done
and we can go there to Spain and
I personally
do
have
many
not done
things
that.
in Spain.
I am talking about my belief. I'm not claiming Spain exists. I'm talking about my personal belief. All right, and I have not gone
the
to Spain.
globe,
And
the cartoon, and the TV.
Right, which I'm not claiming is the case.
Remember, because the globe that you believe in is a cartoon, and
I get it.
That cartoon is nowhere to be found in reality.
Okay, but it could be Spain is the same way. It could be.
Spain is not a cartoon.
Yes, but it's not a cartoon. Again, I'm talking about my personal belief.
Spain is not a cartoon. The globe is a cartoon.
I'm talking about my personal belief. All right, and based on
you believe you live in a cartoon, so you're a cartoon earther.
I don't. I mean, do I believe I live in a cartoon? No, I do not believe that what it is that I live in is a cartoon. Right? That is your claim. I understand.
Which is a cartoon that you saw on TV.
I'm not justifying. Firstly, I don't.
And when
I
we
don't
test, if we can find that cartoon in reality, it's nowhere to be found in reality. So therefore, your cartoon, you believe in the cartoon. It's
I don't
false.
believe, so we can't find
It's
it.
a
I don't believe.
falsehood.
I don't believe that we can't find it. Now you said this, but you haven't really proven that. So, it's a pretty bold claim to say
How
that
can I
never
prove a negative?
ever.
The globe doesn't exist. How can I
Well,
prove
that's sort
the
of
globe if
that's
it
your
doesn't
that's
exist?
sort of your problem, not mine. Like again,
That is true.
you made the claim. I did not. Again, it'd be one thing if I
Non-claim,
claimed,
right? The claim that doesn't exist.
then don't make the claim. If you can't prove the claim, don't make it.
Remember,
Doesn't go
you
with the-
believe in a globe that was given to you, and you believe
like
in the
Spain.
globe.
I believe
You,
I believe in Spain that I've seen on TV. I've seen in books.
yeah, the
Right
globe
now,
and Spain are two different
I
things,
personally,
Patrick.
I personally,
Spain
not
and globe
not
are
when it comes
two
to my belief.
different things.
Not
It's not
when
the
it comes
same
to
thing.
not when it comes to my belief. Again, it is my
Yeah.
belief, not a claim that I'm making.
But that's the thing, though, that you believe the globe cartoon, and I'm telling you, the globe cartoon is not
Okay.
real.
Again, based on scientific consensus, all right, or at least my experience.
Scientific
of it. Now,
consensus. You're saying that science proved the globe?
I'm not saying that.
So why are you saying scientific consensus? What causes the table to be a round, flat table? I just measured it as with a certain dimension, and it's flat and
Yeah.
round, right? I have a flat, round table because I measured it flat
If you're
and
taking
round.
if you're taking
Perfect.
if you're taking a survey,
But that's
of
not
something.
science.
If you're taking yeah, I don't accept that. I do not accept your definition of science. I don't like if you're
That's not
taking a
my
survey.
definition. The
if you're
definition of the scientific method is not mine or yours.
I'm not
Patrick.
talking about the scientific. I'm talking about science as such, as a practice.
So you're talking
and-
science as a noun,
Well, I said science, all right, and you said science, and it is a noun.
as a noun, right? Like a spokesperson.
No.
Science
Keep
says
asking-
things.
Yeah. I just see nothing but science being part of sorry, geometry being part of science. Okay, so you say science measures
Category errors.
science measures category errors. What sense?
The scientific method establishes
What?
cause
Okay,
and
no.
effect relationships. How
okay,
is
wait. Category. Okay, speak in complete sentences. Right? Subject and predicate. What about the category error?
that you're saying that geometry is science?
Well, it's a species of science. Is that fair?
Species.
Yes, a species of
Oh my
science.
God, species of science. Do you have a citation for that?
Citation for that. Okay.
Yeah, that geometry is a species of science.
Well, in the sense that there are types of sciences, and geometry is one of them. Like just like included under mathematics. Well, yeah, geometry is a branch of
Mathematics, not science.
Yeah, I don't agree.
Math is math, and the scientific method is a method to establish cause and effect relation. You can use math.
I said science. So I'm not saying the mathematics.
So you're
is
talking about
scientific. I'm not
Scientology.
No. Yeah, it's just like don't bother asking me questions because you keep on trying to.
You came from believing in the globe to science proof the globe.
I still believe in the globe and prove the globe. It depends what you mean by prove.
Which you cannot demonstrate, observe, verified, measure. You can't do any of these things. You just believe it.
I can't do it with Spain either. It is not in the sense that it could be.
Yes, you can. You can
conspiracy.
right now buy a ticket, go to the airport, buy a ticket.
No, then I wouldn't
and
believe.
go to Spain.
Then I wouldn't
you
believe
don't
until.
have no belief.
Think. How quickly do you,
Listen,
how quickly do you think I can do that?
listen. You can buy the ticket. You believe you're gonna go to Spain because you buy the ticket and you believe the airplane is gonna take you to Spain. And then when you make it to Spain, you know that you're in
but
Spain.
until then,
you don't have to believe it anymore, right?
But
But can you do this with the globe?
But until
No.
then, I'm gonna believe in Spain, right? I mean, so
Yeah, but
suppose.
where can you reach the point? Where is the step that you can reach the point where you drop the belief for the globe and you know it's a globe? Where is that step?
if I like went out in space, all right, like in a rocket ship or something, and I saw like all the parts of it, and it's like very clear that it's like flat or something, or like not a globe.
So
then,
you're gonna go to Narnia.
No, I didn't say that. It's sort of like stupid how you keep on doing this. So keep asking me questions.
Bro,
that-
you're saying that you're gonna go outside of reality, and then
No.
you're gonna prove your belief
No.
when you go
No, I didn't say that.
outside of reality.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, you said you're going to space outside of reality.
No, that's not what I mean by that.
Okay, when are you gonna go to space, Patrick? Do you have the ticket
No,
already
never.
or what?
Never.
Oh, never. So you're never gonna go to space, but then you're saying
No,
that
you
you're gonna
you
prove
asked me.
the
You
globe
asked me.
when you go
It
to
was
space.
hypothetical. Wait, it was hypothetical. Okay, or you asking? It was obviously hypothetical. I assume because I'm not assuming that I will at some point not believe in the globe or not believe the Earth is a globe. All right. Again, it was hypothetical to ask what would I have to see for me to drop this belief, and I'm telling you what it is. So. Come on, now this is
You're gonna go away from the thing in question to prove it.
To prove
because you're saying I'm gonna go away from the globe to outer space to prove the globe.
Yeah, it's like if I want to like get an idea as to like where the house is in relation to the property, I might like leave the house and look at the properties.
Are you gonna go away from the house to measure it?
Like if sometimes yes. Like well, no, wait a minute. It's like if I want to find out what's the distance between like the house and the lamppost, I would actually have to move away from the house to get to the lamppost. Correct?
So is the lamppost the house?
I might want to establish a relationship between the lamppost and
not
house.
the house, is it?
I didn't claim that. Nothing. It's irrelevant. I wasn't implying that. If I want, if I want, for instance, to measure distance between the house and the lamppost, I would have to leave the house, right? Or at some
the
point,
lamppost. You prove the lamppost, right? So the lamppost is you can measure the lamppost. That's perfect.
I measure the distance between the lamppost and the house.
The lamppost. Yeah, and then when you want to measure the house, you go to the house, don't you?
Between the house and the lamppost. All right.
And then when you want to measure the house, where do you go?
Well, firstly, I wouldn't even be measuring the globe, in an instance. So it's very bad. Like if I want to look at the shape of a house, I would actually move away from it so I can see it at different angles. And so we're talking about the shape. The shape. Oh, we're talking about geometry. I don't know how you're describing it. Like okay, if I want to, okay, whatever the equivalent of the globe is for the Earth, that measurement, that quality of the Earth, that quality of the house, I could actually want to move away from it to determine that. Yes. Because I could not determine that because I could actually just measure every single part. I guess I could like form a mental picture by measuring every single part of the house. All right, and somehow like making my own model, okay, of the house and putting it together. But I could actually just like walk away from it and look at it maybe multiple angles. All right, that's the thing. It's like it is possible to get a better a picture of something by looking at it away from it, but at multiple angles. That's why I said in the rocket ship I look at the Earth at multiple angles. Like it's hypothetical. Like you asked me what would change my mind or maybe make you drop the belief, and that's it.
Yeah, but remember, you can definitely establish the belief right side of things, and you can say, hey, the house is you're inside the house, right? And you just looking around, and you say, hey, I think the house is shaped as a sphere, right? And then for you
not
to
really
establish,
it doesn't fall.
I mean, that's what you're doing right now. Remember, because you
there's
believe
a good chance that the house is made in a way that you really cannot tell from the inside. Like imagine if
yeah.
Right,
so you're gonna have to go step by step and measure it and say,
or
hey,
leave the house, or I could leave the no. It could be that the outside shape of the house.
Yeah, but to measure the size of the house, you can't just leave it and go away from it and say, I'm looking at it.
The shape of the house.
The measurements. Because
I'm
looking at it.
The shape of the house. Trying to determine the shape of the house, which is based on the how it like what dimensions of the house is from the outside.
Yeah,
right?
but the shape of the globe has a specific dimensions. It has a radius that it's been claimed to be in, calculator, right? Calculated because it has miles, and miles is a measurement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So
look, again, you asked me. Okay, look, you asked me what would change my mind, and that the rocket ship, right? Like in regards to measuring shit, like that would be less convincing to me.
rocket
you
ship?
asked me. I don't see like again because it's possible that you speak about curvature not being found on the Earth, which again you have not proven. That has ever been found.
The curvature hasn't been proven, correct?
It has not been. It has not been proven correct. Yeah, I don't accept that claim either. Like you haven't proved that. You have not proven that it's not been proven correct. Anyway,
have you seen evidence that the curve has been measured? Have you seen that?
No.
So there you go. You haven't seen measurements of the curvature, and it hasn't been demonstrated.
Wait a minute. That's an argument.
How can you say it's there, even though you know
you
haven't seen it?
That's very large fallacious. I'm not going to let this go until you admit that. Okay? Actually, I get a little intense, but look, wait a minute. You concluded because I have not seen the evidence, it doesn't exist. Correct?
No, for you, because from my side, I've done the observations and done the measurements that debunk the claim on the table. The claim on the table is that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, and the drop rate, the drop over distance of the sphere, right? It's 8 inches per mile square. So when I'm standing on the seashore and I'm 6 foot tall, I'm supposed to be able to see about what? No more than 3 miles, right?
Yeah, I don't
when I see beyond this cut line of the globe, you know, the curvature, the drop behind the curve, when I see beyond 10, 15, 20 miles,
the gravity might be wrong then. Okay, whatever you read
and
about
I
gravity.
see a horizontal, I see a horizon. Remember, Patrick, the horizon, remember, has a zero.
You're assuming.
Patrick, my last
gravity.
point. The horizon has a slope of 0. Right? When I see this in reality, I know it's not curving.
Yeah, he's made an assumption about what gravity is, or rather, like that concept.
You don't know what gravity is, Patrick.
Do you?
You don't. You're the one with the claim.
No, wait a minute. I asked you a question. Okay, you said I don't know what gravity is. I'm asking what you specifically. I was talking about like you're accepting that's 8 miles per hour squared. Okay, well, or whatever it is. Maybe that's wrong. So like
that's a globe claim. 8 inches per mile square.
8 inches per mile. What's the globe? Okay, it's not really accurate to say the globe claims something. All right. It could.
Okay, listen.
It could be there's other
the globe
models.
religion, the globe religion that has a specific dimensions. The object of the globe. When you look at the TV and you see the sphere on the screen, that thing has dimensions. And it has a radius, and based on this radius, the globers calculate that there has to be geometry to this globe that accounts for 8 inches per mile squared, because it has a drop rate over distance.
Maybe they're wrong. Like it doesn't follow. Like it doesn't follow that because.
So you're right. So you know better than them.
No, I'm not saying that. See, again, it happens all the time. Okay. Why do you? Okay, explain to me how what I said implies this, because it doesn't. It happens all the time. It's fucking to you. Like you like I say something that's pretty damn clear, and you ask a question, like inferring something that's obviously like a straw man or something obviously false.
Patrick, because you don't know, you're trying to make a claim about your belief, right? Because you're saying you have a belief, and the belief that you hold is the globe, and the globe has a specific claims, and you're saying no, I'm not claiming the claims of the globe, but I believe it. That's what you're doing.
I'm not claiming. I am not claiming, and I don't believe the specific claims of the globe. I'm saying overall,
but you didn't invent the globe. The invention of the globe wasn't made by you. So why would you make a claim that you can know better than the priest?
I'm not claiming that. I'm not claiming that. It's like stop. It's again. It's like one after another. It's like I say this, and you ask me. Why are you doing that? And I say no. Again, it's constant.
Because you're running away, bro. You're scared.
I'm not.
You're scared of the claim of the globe.
Okay, why don't you actually contradict my statements instead of asking me why I do this? It's like why do you keep?
How can I contradict a non-claim?
Look. Why do you keep fucking your mother in the ass all the fucking time? All right. Now you could say because it's really disgusting, and maybe like you don't really know what the fuck you're talking about because of that reason. Now, And the implication is that's what you implied. Because no, that's actually bullshit. Because you didn't actually apply that, and it's very obvious. Okay,
No, that would be
and
your
also,
mom's shit, no bullshit.
Anyway, you get the point about how it's you should like actually contradict something I said directly
You're not
instead
saying
of
anything, Patrick. You haven't. You say yourself. You
I'm
have no
talking about.
claims. You're making no claims. You believe in the globe, and the globe itself has specific claims. But you're saying I'm not claiming that. I just believe in the globe. That's what you're saying.
When you say the globe has claims, I'm talking about the shape of the Earth, right? Or
The globe
okay,
has
is that
specific
geometry?
dimensions, geometry.
Okay. I'm not going as far as specific dimensions. I'm not going by that. I just like the dimensions could be like slightly different, but it's still a globe. So okay, what you have to do is like
But you have a different globe. It's your globe. It's not the globe that we see in the TV. It's a different one.
Yeah, but it's not very specific. You know, it's a general globe. Like it's like what you would.
So
it's
you
it's
have
sort
your
of
own cosmology.
no, because it's not specific enough. It's just I just believe that it's going to be a globe of some sort. It's going to resemble that.
Some sort. So
Yeah.
when NASA takes account the radius of the Earth to launch the rockets that you were talking about, you said you were gonna get in the rocket, right? And do you think NASA is gonna put into the equations the radius of the globe to be able to
I don't really
launch
know.
it correctly?
I assume that NASA will get up there. I don't really know how. I don't really know how.
So listen, when NASA is launching the rocket and they wanna do the orbital mechanics, right? Remember, the rocket that you're gonna get in, they take into account the radius. And you're saying, no, I don't believe in the radius, but you're gonna get in the rocket, and NASA has to take that into account.
Because
Or
like
you don't believe
generally,
it?
like I think it's rare that like NASA's rockets like blow up. I don't really like think about like how they do it. I just it is what it is, you know. See, maybe it's just
You're
a big
gonna get in the rocket. You don't
maybe
need
it's a
to
big
believe in the
conspiracy.
radius, but is NASA gonna take the radius into account?
I don't know. Like they may or may not. It's like who knows? Like see, maybe
But they do.
maybe by the time I get in a rocket ship, they'll have like a different like method to do it. Okay, they do, but maybe they're wrong. You know, maybe like they come up with measurements that just basically work. Like I don't really depend on that. I do not depend on what NASA comes up with. I just in the end, it's going to be like a round thing. It's going to be like sort of what you see.
A round thing.
Yeah,
Like a round table.
like a round table. Well, it's the round table. No, well, because that's like 2-dimensional, right? Like I mean, like
Wait,
the actual
I have my table in
surface.
front of me, and it's definitely not
The service.
two-dimensional.
No, well, obviously, when people say round table, they're obviously not referring to the shape, the legs. Now you're just being a smartass, okay? Because also a dumbass. Because
Smartass?
like,
You never seen a round table?
okay, in this. Wait a minute. Like, do you think that I was saying that the Earth has legs? Do you think I was saying that? Obviously, no, right? So I was referring.
You're saying round.
So see, no, rounds is in reference to like into like the
when
shape
you say round,
of
you
the
mean
surface.
circle. A circle.
The surface.
When I
I
said
was talking-
round, you said 2D, and you said round yourself. You said the Earth is round, so you're saying the Earth is 2D, like the
No.
screen cartoon that you
No.
see on the screen.
I said round. Again, I said rounds, and then like very stupidly, dishonestly, you referred to a round table. Okay, it doesn't make sense because obviously, because I unless you thought that I was saying the Earth literally had legs, that it was a completely
Exactly
idiotic.
my point. It doesn't make
No,
sense.
it's not.
Your
No,
claim
no.
that the Earth is round
Well, that's
is
the thing. See, okay,
nonsense.
like your entire way of arguing is to misinterpret what the other person is saying. So it's
But you're
absurd.
making a claim that the
Absurd.
Earth is round, even though you don't
I'm
have
not.
any
Okay, again,
evidence
you
for
keep
it.
on. Okay, here's again. You keep on saying things that are
Just
wrong.
said Earth is. You just said round Earth.
No, I said I believe that. All right. Again, you keep
Exactly.
constantly.
So,
No, it's
so
not the same
that
thing as making a
round
claim.
belief that you
It's not the.
hold, that belief of round, that roundness that you're talking about, has curvature. And if you say that roundness conforms to a sphere, that has a drop over distance. Because when you're standing on a sphere, all around you is there is a drop. You get it? There is a drop over distance.
A
drop
Can I ask
over-
one question?
Okay, sure.
How big does the sphere have to be before you can walk around it and actually not recognize that it's a sphere?
That's an interesting idea. 33. All right. There you go. Well, see, the Earth is round. At least that's what I believe. So at
How
when it gets that
round?
size, how round? Like, look, see, again, going to the rocket ship. Like, if I
What is
go,
the slope?
I don't know. Like, see, I don't have to. I was talking about what I believe, and
Does
look, see,
round has a slope? You know the definition. Round has a change of slope change.
yeah, but it's a subjective thing. All right. I mean, I can tell you. Like, okay, let's say, okay, you take your average. Okay, you take your average globe and you sort of like put it away from you, and like you squint. All right, and you sort of move it around, so you can't really see it very well because you're squinting, and it's like in a distance. Like
the slope rate of the curve.
Yeah, I don't like that has no actual impact on my beliefs, right?
So
And
you believe it's round, but it has no slope.
No, I don't allow that my belief is wrong. I'm
Here's
just saying.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I have to interrupt and ask this because I have to know. Do you believe in objective reality?
Yeah.
Okay, so objective reality is a thing. Something can exist without that you might believe is false, and that does not change that it is false.
Yeah, I believe that. Come on, now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, it's like you can keep on like you can't really ask me about individual measurements and stuff because like that's irrelevant to my conception. Like I have again, if you go on the rocket ship and like we go all around and it's like it's round or it's like basically a globe or whatever, and I would say, oh yeah, I was right. But if I go out in space and it's like flat, I would say, oh well, my belief was wrong. That's the difference, and you can't really.
So I guess it's 237 that you guys are talking to a religious zealot. Because the only way to adjudicate this matter is to know objectively there was a dimension claim that you can actually validate by measurement, which we have invalidated by measurement. And he's saying that really doesn't have anything to do with my conception, my belief. So obviously, yeah, it's just a religious zealot, and you guys are choosing to talk to him. And it's
No, it
probably
doesn't
even
follow.
funnier if
It's-
this dude is a troll behind
He
the
didn't really establish. He
computer.
didn't really establish a claim that I'm.
That would make it that
This is not a religion. It doesn't follow. It's like it's not. It's not making. Again, I might be delusional.
I know you're not stupid enough
You're
to
equating what?
misunderstand everything that I said. So I think it's funny.
I got it, but you're wrong. Like you okay, you did not prove the claim that I'm a religious zealot. Okay, it's not a religion. Now you can go
You're
ahead.
acting like one.
Not an argument. Okay, again, how am I acting like one?
You're saying that you just believe, doesn't matter what that belief means. You just believe it. That you said that.
It's in a sense like okay, if I love somebody, like I could say I believe that I love somebody, and that's
Well, you
that's
asked
not
him
the
the
claim
question. You asked him the question and it satisfied your question with the answer. Because actually, I already told you, we're talking about objective dimensional claims that we can validate and have falsified. And you told Jim Z on a number of occasions, I don't care about that. I'm talking about my conception. So you're a religious zealot talking
No, it doesn't
about
follow.
something
Okay,
other.
you didn't claim that. Okay,
Talking about something
you did not.
other
Okay,
than.
you didn't establish that argument.
Patrick,
Okay,
let him finish.
he's repeating himself. Okay, you didn't actually prove that I'm.
Patrick, I'm gonna have to mute you if you don't let him finish.
It seems like he's finished. Look, I allow everything you're saying except the fact that it makes me a religious zealot. All right, prove that it makes me a religious zealot. Now the other person said, "Oh, it's because it's like I believe it. I don't know that can't be falsified or whatever. It does not follow that every belief of that nature therefore makes me religious." Now, if you have to define what a religious zealot is, all right, and then explain how I meet the definition. Otherwise, you're just like bullshitting. Otherwise, it's like clear you just want to attack me because I'm pointing out your bullshit. But fine, just do it. So again, you made the claim that I'm a religious zealot. Based on again, I don't think it follows from everything you said about me. Even though I allow that, the actual conclusion is, oh, I'm a religious zealot. No, I don't accept that. Prove it.
Are you gonna reply?
No, yeah, you can reply. You can respond.
We're gonna
Make it
have
concise,
trouble.
though.
We're gonna have trouble proving things, to be honest, mate. That's the problem why we're all here, because proof is a slippery thing, you know.
Well, see, I would think that it should just be left to scientists, you know, and like people whose job it is are doing it. Now, I'm not saying that the people who do this necessarily like doing the best job or the right job aren't wrong, but like the idea that any of us are somehow going to come up with some really challenging explanation that'll really like crack this open is delusional. It's retarded. Like, and I think it indicates, it says a lot that there aren't like a lot of full-time like flat earth scientists, but maybe there are. Maybe I don't. But it sort of reflects like a sort of it's not really a big movement, I would say, among the professional community. See, it could. I mean, maybe like 100 years from now, 200 years ago now, like most scientists
He's a
will be.
stuttering religious zealot. Fat. Like
Okay,
I don't get why you
don't give a
guys are
shit.
giving him a platform.
Okay, don't give a shit about your opinion of me. Again, that
Is it because
if you want
you
to
guys
claim,
are sleeping?
if you want to keep, yeah, I allow that
I
I'm a
can
stutterer.
come back
Right
later.
now, if you
I
want,
don't know if you guys
again,
are woke or not.
see,
Other
you
than
can't,
Jimsy.
you can't back up the claim that I'm a
No,
religious
you're
zealot.
too stupid to understand.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I got it.
Well,
Again, not an argument. Not an argument.
Jimsy, are you still
It's
there?
not an argument. Again, you can't make an
I'm here.
argument.
I'm here.
Still
What's
there?
up?
Can you mute him?
Yep.
Because I was
Yeah,
talking.
yeah. Since he has diarrhea of the mouth at the moment. Go ahead,
Mhm.
Elijah.
I see he's too stupid to understand that the conversation is not about him, his feelings, his beliefs, our beliefs, anybody's beliefs. The claim is that
Facts don't care about your
objectively,
feelings. I
why
know
is
it's
he
Ben
still on?
Shapiro.
Why is he still unmuted? Or is that
That's a
somebody
different
else?
guy. That was a different guy.
Oh yeah. So now I'm going to start over many times as it takes. So this guy is telling me to prove that he's a religious zealot about a topic about geometry in which I stated, well, they make a geometric claim. I mean, for God's sakes, the guy said, well, maybe they're wrong. So he doesn't even fucking know. So all he has is a belief that he can't objectively stand up to the things that he doesn't understand. So saith himself when you guys were talking about the NASA rockets. He doesn't know what's required in the mathematics. He thinks, well, it could be this, it couldn't be this, but he doesn't even know what it could and couldn't be when we're talking about the fact that we've just disproven that the geometry is what they say it is by measurement. That's something that's objective, not subjective. But he doesn't understand that either because he keeps saying, I can look at a ball and squint at it a little. He's a fucking retard. Like, are you guys? And he doesn't understand that all of these points that I'm bringing up about objective measurements and him saying he doesn't care about any of that. The one thing, the one claim that's on the table, the claim that's on the table that fuels his belief is the thing he doesn't really give a shit about.
Yeah.
Told Jimsy that point blank. So he's a religious zealot.
Correct.
Still yet to see any like geometry that uses a triangle to kind of convince me it's flat. Essentially, like geometry should be the key for all this, but I've not seen one way of using it to prove flat, only to disprove curve.
Anyway, yeah, the guy actually totally failed to prove his point. Like, I explained it how he would do it. He would go into what a religious zealot is, right, in a definitional form, right, conceptually, and go actually analyze my behavior and what I've done and say how it fits one or the other. He didn't actually do that, right? Because if he did that, it'd be very obvious that he can't, right? That it's just another way to, I don't know, like name call, like because it can't accept that I don't trust his bullshit. Or actually, I take that back because I'm not going to speculate on his motives. but he totally failed to actually justify his claim. Like it's
Why,
it's very clear.
that's not a name
Like,
calling. He called you a
oh wait,
religious zealot, but you're acting like one.
Wait. No, that's not. How's that not name calling? Okay, so a religious
That's
zealot.
not name calling. You're acting like a religious zealot. So that's you
No,
doing that.
he made a claim. Okay, firstly, you could call me retard, all right? So that's literally name calling, right? Should I go into that? Should I explain how retard is? Again,
You've demonstrated that for yourself. It's
Okay,
that's not his claim. That's you demonstrating that
wait.
yourself.
Are you going to allow that retard is name calling? Like, should I explain how retard is a name? And the fact that he said that.
No,
Okay,
that's
okay,
a behavioral thing. You demonstrate that you're acting like one, so therefore you are.
Okay, it's still lit. I mean, should I read out the definition of name calling and explain how?
Maybe you're behaving like one right now, but that doesn't mean you are.
Okay, but you claimed
retard always.
He claimed that he referred to me as a retard, implying I was as a retard.
On this topic, you are.
Okay, well, firstly, he didn't qualify that. Secondly, it doesn't matter. If I said, you are a retard on this topic, it's still name calling. All right. Like, firstly, the dictionary definition of it is abusive language or insults. So do I have to explain?
You're acting behind. You're retarded. You're behind the topic. You don't know.
It is still. Okay,
you basically don't know what you're talking about. And you're still saying.
I'm going to. Here's the thing. See, people don't actually listen to
the points are being addressed, and you are basically ignoring the points. It's like you are
ignoring. Okay, so you you claimed that he did not engage in name calling,
and you also have diarrhea of the mouth. It's like you can't control your mouth.
Don't care. Not an argument.
Yeah, but I do care. Because your roommate cares about you having diarrhea of the mouth because he told you to shut up.
I don't give a shit about what you think. Okay, again.
Yeah, but
you made the claim.
You have to give a shit. So whenever someone is talking, Patrick, you shush your mouth. Then the other person talks. Then you reply.
He doesn't have the right to have Mike Perms in this room. Like I came in here earlier talking about how these people, if you explain it to them at a rudimentary level, I'm not talking about when they don't understand. I'm talking about when they're quiet long enough for everyone to understand that everyone else heard what, for example, I said, and for them to have a chance to reflect on what the person is levying against them and using elements in what they said to either counter it or just straight up admit, okay, that's a valid point. When somebody's not doing that on purpose multiple times, they should not have Mike Perms.
They will have Mike Perms because that's the server. I don't control that. I mean, we can mute, but then eventually they'll be unmuted.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, when we're trying to have a conversation and a person displays that they're just being retarded, I mean, what's the point?
This is like it's probably like the fourth guy in the last maybe 2 hours, and it's been a big spiral because we spoke like 3 different guys than this Patrick now, and like you're saying, he's behaving kind of like a zealot. Hopefully he can comprehend this and maybe admit it at least.
Can we get some new people? Because I'm tired of listening to us just bully this guy.
Yeah, if there's anyone else
let him take a break.
If there's anyone else who wants to talk, you can.
Yeah, anybody want to talk to Space? Space wants to talk to someone about the topic. Go ahead, Space.
No, I'm good. Somebody else. It's just it's been 40 minutes of us just bullying this dude. I mean, I agree with him, but it's this is getting kind of old.
Bullying, Space?
The claim was made that I was name calling. All right, and
anyways, is there anyone else that want to speak to Space about the topic? Because he's not gonna bully you.
I just prefer to listen. I was just saying, can we give Patrick a rest? Because it seems like we're just kind of ganging up on him, and it's kind of it's getting a little old.
When you say we, do you mean you and me?
I mean, I agree. The Earth is flat, but it's there's a point where it's this isn't really going anywhere. We're just kind of running into a wall like an NPC.
Okay, I mean, I could potentially bring up a topic if you want.
Go ahead, ask Space about it.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Well,
I want to listen. I like listening. I'm not too informed.
I've been enjoying you guys explain how to have a conversation, though. It's very amusing. It's just so the compass, right? Is the compass only points north, right?
No, because the
Does that have
point
something to
has
do
two
what?
sides to it, doesn't it? I mean, when you
Well,
say it's pointing towards the north, and then the opposite of that towards the other side.
is the south, right?
I mean,
So
whatever that
why
is,
do people bring that
because
up
it has
as
two
like
tips.
why do people bring that up as like evidence or something?
Because if you go to the North Pole or the South Pole, the compass will more or less spin.
I don't know what he's talking about, but I don't know what evidence you're talking about. You're gonna have to like give us a video link or a citation from a source somewhere to validate that somebody used that as an argument. Second of all, it's not really an argument because the only thing that we can argue about is the geometry of the earth. That's the only answer. It's the only question. Talking about compasses, talking about the sky, talking about all these other things, totally irrelevant.
Okay. So the geometry of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Mm-hmm.
So where do we start? Do I have to ask a question, or do you want me to get a citation, or do you
Are you
want to?
new?
I am new. I'm new.
Oh,
I'm a baby.
okay. So in that case, have to give you a chance, like I give everyone else a chance. So, you seem amicable so far. Yeah, so the reason that we say the earth is flat, first of all, we're talking about the orientation. We understand it's not a 2D object. I mean, it'd be ridiculous to think that it is a 2D object when we know it's not. Um, so talk about the orientation over distance. It's flat because you have a difference in elevation based on a baseline, that being sea level. So that's just number one. But the reason that we say it's flat is because it measures flat. It's practically used as flat, stationary, and non-rotating. So saith a lot of manuals, including from NASA's website themselves. But you don't
Wait,
have to
hold
just
on.
get from
Can you pause for 1 second? I have a question. on something you said. You said that it measures flat because of
mm-hmm.
where's it? Where are you getting that?
Well, you know what an elevation angle is?
No.
Okay, so it's an angle in which you use the earth. In this case, you would use the horizon if you're using a sextant to establish a horizontal to measure in the vertical plane. So essentially, you have a triangle, but not a triangle in the sense that you're trying to uh, solve for how high something is, 'cause that's not what you do in celestial navigation. But what they do utilize is known points of where a star would be overhead 90 degrees somewhere else, and that's in a reference book. And so when you're actually seeing a star and you're seeing its elevation above the horizontal plane that you're standing on, those words coming from the manuals and of pretty much anywhere you can read it from. They're basically saying you're standing on a plane, and when we're talking about using stars to navigate, and you have a geographic location that the star is above, they're talking about a horizontal plane or a line between you, that star, which could be thousands of square miles away, and its no, you, the ground position of the star, which could be uh, thousands of square miles away, and 90 degrees above it, which would be the star that you're getting the angle to. So they show it in diagrams. They talk about the radius, not the radius of the earth, the radius, aka we all know that radius is really a line of half a circle, right? So in this sense, they're talking about a plane. In this sense, they're talking about a straight line between you, And again, the GP of a star in this example that I'm talking about was celestial navigation and elevation angles. So that's number one. But there's also how um, how we engineer things, buildings, bridges, and yada yada yada. I know globe earthers say that the curvature is accounted for, but when you look deeper into it, um, you realize that's a paper tiger argument. But that's something, if you really care to get into, we could get into with detail. We'd have to pull up again, like building manuals and things like of that nature. But I don't think that's necessary. Ultimately, I'm just saying, yeah, when it comes to setting satellites, when it comes to timing whatever satellites are in the sky, whatever's happening in the sky, again, they use elevation angles, all of this flat terminology, this, that, and the third, not coming from me as the flat earther, but just all of these things that I've read from quote unquote reputable um objective sources about how we do things practically. This is what I see. I don't see anything about a globe. I don't see anything about how to account for a globe. That's just what people say in rhetoric when they're trying to argue the topic.
Okay.
Question: what shape or form do you think the Earth takes? A disc?
I have no idea. I'm not a religious zealot.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to figure out.
Well,
Basically, what do you believe?
think about it like this, because you need to stop your line of questioning instead of trying to ram it down my throat. What I mean by that is,
Trying to force anything down. You
what I
can
mean
believe what
by
you
that
want
is,
to.
before you get all hung up on what I'm saying, let me help you understand why I chose to say what I said. Because I mean, a mountain range, right, from your perspective, would be all you could see if you were standing at whatever mountain range you can think of. And the point is, if I asked you what shape the mountain range is, you'd be like, huh? How would you answer that question? I would answer it, mountain shape. I don't know. But that's the thing. We classify things that we see, that we observe. Never seen the earth in its entirety to call it any kind of shape. It's just that simple. Why would I be sitting here speculating about something I've never seen? That's something that we used to do when we were younger in the game, but now we're just like tired of people lying about our position, so we're kind of bored with that, to be honest. Um, so to the person I was talking to before, did you have any questions or any, like, I mean, because you can challenge what I'm saying and like force me to give you some like material or something,
Mm-hmm.
because we have it, a lot of it. So I always ask, I like when people really come in here genuine, I ask them, do you really want to know whether the earth is a globe or not? And they'll say, sure. And I'm like, oh, I could actually prove it to you in about 7 minutes. And they accept, but by the seventh minute is when they start fighting and arguing and not allowing the conclusion to come, which is kind of crazy. Because I'm not. It's not like I'm trying to force them into this. Let me explain what I do, because
No.
obviously
Well,
somebody can.
I do have a question. I do have a question. So let's say it is flat, right? Or like all
Mhm.
this evidence that is the case. My
Yeah.
question, my concern, based on like my makeup and my thinking, would be like, well, now what do we do with it, though? You know,
Um. What's the same?
what's the next like step in all of this? So we can sit here and have these debates about it and stuff, but like, what what are
Well,
we
that's
gonna do
where.
about it? Like, how is it gonna change our life, or like, what's the next step in this? Like what do we have to do to, you know, I don't know,
Yeah.
like for the next step. Like,
Yeah. Well, I see. That's where that's
I
where
mean, is
philosophy comes
is
in
just that is
because
it just that the government's lying to us? Because I already know that, and if that's the
right.
case,
So that's
like
where
we have
that's where
bigger problems.
philosophy comes. But look, that's where philosophy comes in because that's where you know the basis of all knowledge comes from anyway. So once you don't have a male or governmental authority because you've been so shell shocked by some uncovering of something you thought was true your whole life. It could be anything. Like you could love the news and then you like you pay attention, you start to see inconsistencies and go, "Oh my god, I can't believe this isn't true." And that could be something that's so big that you totally detach yourself away from it and have a different quality of life because these things that can't really hurt you do hurt you because you partake in the information. So this topic, like many others, is just one of those things that was so jarring that I was able to see the parallels in many other areas in life and kind of just improve mine because I didn't have to accept bullshit because someone said it. Like the truth is really stronger than people think. And people do really cower when you start sniffing around about the truth. Like when we start talking about the truth, when people want to know why NASA lies, as if we would actually fucking know. So why would anybody ask us that? Like really seeking a legitimate answer from people who have not lied. Number
Well,
one,
that's because we would like to understand
I
what
would like to
motivation you
understand
think
as
somebody
well.
else might have.
I would like to understand as well. So
Well, it's
one of
like
the
any
roads, one of
conspiracy, really.
one of the roads that we could take, I guess, like with any conspiracy out there, is get to the source and expose them so much that we all hope with those kinds of conspiracies that you expose them to the point that they have to just admit they're wrong, right? Doesn't matter what conspiracy it is that you believe in. If you believe in any conspiracy, there's a lot of conspiracies that people thought were just conspiracy theories, but then governmental papers were leaked. If you even believe in any of that stuff, the bottom line is even within the paradigm and its own story, they play by rules where there are winners and losers, and things get leaked, whatever. And it's just I don't know. Like I, I don't have anything for you in the way of telling you what other people's intentions are, and how could you think I would? Like I'm not Nostradamus. I'm just talking about how the Earth is practically used as flattened, stationary, and non-rotating.
I guess this is another question, but and I've asked this of other people that believe the Earth is round and people who believe the Earth is flat. Do you believe in objective reality? Now, and I think I've asked this of you.
Yes.
Okay, so assuming that there's an objective reality, we can observe using different experiments, and we don't have to experience everything. We don't have to produce this experiment ourselves. We can go and look at, hey, somebody took a rocket ship and went out into space, and they look back down at the planet. It's like, it's definitely a globe.
So give us one particular, like what is your overall premise that you're trying to get me to address?
What do you accept as proof?
Oh, I already told you in the beginning. Well, there's a specific geometric claim, so all you would have to do is just validate that that claim is true. We've already validated that it's false. So obviously, for the sake of not violating the law of non-contradiction, it would have to be one or the other.
So the Earth is either flat or it's a globe.
No, it's either a globe with the dimensions that they said it is, or it's not.
Ah, okay. Sorry. I just
Now,
wanted to make sure.
my argument that it's flat, like you just heard earlier, is totally separate from what I just said. They're mutually exclusive. I can talk about how people have made claims about something that is false, and I can also just in jest talk about how the Earth is flat. Two different things, two mutually exclusive things.
And you don't have to do it tomorrow or the next day or the day after, but try this experiment sometime in the near future where you take a sundial and based on the time of day, you look at the sundial and you look at it where you are on the Earth, and then go
Is
a
that
decent
going to undo the
distance,
fact that it
and do
measures?
3 experiments from 3 different locations. Do this experiment from 3 different
Is this
locations,
is this
and
going to undo?
and
Is this going to
mathematically you can
is
prove
is
the
this going
Earth
to
and its
undo?
circumference. It's an ancient
Yeah, I know
experiment that has
it's a
been done and
it's a
proven the Earth is actually a globe.
yeah, it's a flawed epistemology with assumed variables. We already know, but the bottom line is doing any of that is not going to disprove what I said, which is they made claims about the dimensions, and we've already falsified it by way of observation and test. So doing what you're talking about is not going to undo what we've discovered about the claim, because they didn't claim, well, if you take 3 points and do some math, yada yada, it's a sphere. Mathematically, they said it's a sphere of this dimension. So, based on those dimensions, this is the limitations of what you will see. Mm, that's the bottom line. So I take that on face value, and seeing as that claim is false, there's nothing left for me to do. I'm not really trying to do anything more than that, to be honest.
I don't know. Other than
But you can
observing
do whatever
physical
you want
reality
to do and
and
believe
looking at
whatever
the
you want to believe.
and
I
doing the
told
measurements
you what
yourself,
I
I
told
can't
you. You can do
really
whatever you
do
want to
much.
do and believe
But
what you
what
want
is
to believe. You
flawed
know what I
about
mean?
the dimensions that you're saying? Because it sounds like you're saying like observed reality is not what we believe it is. I just want to make sure here.
No, he didn't
What
say
do you
that.
mean? What do you no that you're lying
That's the globe
or
claim.
you're
The globe claim
misunderstood.
claims the
Like
opposite of
our
what we're saying.
understanding of how math works and how
No,
we
you're
determine
lying or
from
misunderstanding or misinterpreting what I'm saying, because you're saying that you just said that I'm saying that something about reality we don't believe when we observe it. Like it's like no, I I accept what I observe in reality. What I'm saying
okay,
is
then go
it's
do
in
the
full. What
experiment
I'm
I told
saying,
you, and you will eventually
what I'm
come
saying
to
is,
the
what
conclusion
I'm
after you've done
saying
the third
is that it is in
test. You will
full
come to the conclusion that the Earth is a
contradiction
globe.
to what you're saying right now. I just told you that there are assumed variables in what you're saying.
Okay, what are the assumed variables in the thing that I'm saying? Please inform me.
Okay, so you have 3 points. Okay, so are you taking measurements from these 3 locations?
Yes, we are. And I
Okay,
know that you're
so
going to tell
ultimately
me I'm assuming based on elevation.
I'm trying to get to like don't try to calculate what I'm gonna do. Let's just have the conversation. So we're talking about sundials. So ultimately, we're talking about what, shadows and
Yep.
angles. All right. So what would shadows and angles have to do with mathematically putting us on ball? Like, explain it to me.
Okay. Do you? Okay. When you
No,
cast it,
don't ask
if
me.
you put a
Don't ask
light
me
to your side,
anything. Explain it to me.
and it will cast a shadow
Don't ask
in a room
me
that's dark, right? And that shadow,
anything.
you can base you can figure
I
out
hope
your
you're not
height. You
asking
can
me a
figure
question.
out based on
Because you're gonna waste your time, and I'm gonna go. I told you not to ask me a question in the beginning, and you just ignored me and did it anyway. So
no,
I don't need you to ask me anything. I need you to explain what I asked you to explain. Now, instead of
That
wasting
is
my
what you
time,
can do to prove
instead
that
of
the Earth is.
wasting my time, you can tell me, no, I'm not going to explain specifically what you asked me. I'd rather do whatever the hell I want to do.
Oh,
All you
that's
got to do is
fine,
say
and it's
that,
your
and
free
then I
will to
won't
do
stop
that.
you.
But I'm telling you, this is how I would go about proving it to
You're,
myself. And I have
I
gone
asked
out
you what
and
you would do
done
with
this
3
experiment before.
angles. What you would do with 3 angles on a sundial? How would that you? Because I said that the assumptions are the problem. So
Okay,
are
what
there
are
any
the
assumptions?
assumptions?
No, if there are assumptions, then that would be a problem. So now I'm asking you to explain the steps and how we come to the conclusion that we live on a globe. I want to hear what it is so I can hear whether there are assumptions or not. But if you can't explain that, then I don't want to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
So explain it.
You have the floor, dude. Go ahead.
You see, this Jimsy, this I mean, dude has to be muted.
Convince me that it's okay.
I'm
Here's the
trying to
other
get to
half
some.
of the
I'm trying to
argument.
get to some
Convince me that
level of
it's not a globe. How would
understanding
I
with
go
the
about
audience,
proving that
and
it's not a globe?
he
By
won't
no
even.
speaking.
Put me on the
He's
other side of the argument.
he's not
Convince
even
me.
doing. He's not even doing it. I already told him what I told him to convince him. He said, "Well, that's not going to convince me. Fuck that. How about what I'm thinking about?" And I'm like, "Okay, what are you thinking about? Give me the deets." And he's like, "Now you tell me." Fucking you just fucking like these
My
people are
brain.
retarded tonight. The girl who was very amicable left. I mean, I like remember I said there's a 7 minute in 7 minutes you can find out for a fact that the earth is not a globe, and no one stands 7. We didn't even get into it and she left before 7 minutes was up. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, he waited until she was asking questions. So, oh, I have a question. Couldn't hear the lady talking to you. He got jealous.
As a moderator, I never let that shit happen.
We did move them from her to him.
Well, I didn't have a choice. I'm not a moderator.
Yeah.
Can I prove that the Earth measures curved?
Do you have a measurement for that?
Yes.
Is that Peter?
It is.
Oh no.
Some other time then.
It's like they're on shift. I don't get it. It's very weird. When one fails, another one's there to replace him. And you know, since there's
I
only
understand you're afraid. We can do it
24,
some other time.
and you know, since there's only 24
Ask the
hours a
bitch
day,
only to talk to me.
since there's only 24 hours a day, it's like they only need 4 people to take up 4 hours of time. And every day, that'll be so much time exponentially. Exponentially.
Exponentially,
As
you
the
know
days
what I
go
mean?
on, that we don't reach the people that we should be talking to. Like, yeah, it's hard work to build something. I'm just telling you, I mean, shit. I'm just telling you what I'm observing. And I know you guys know that I'm telling the truth. It's better to talk to people who are truly genuine than people that we already know come in here like clockwork and waste hours of time. That doesn't even make sense to me. That's why I'm not here a lot.
Especially if they prove the globe. You definitely don't want to talk to those.
No, Peter. I don't want to talk to you, Peter. You're correct.
I wouldn't if I were you.
No, I wouldn't talk to you. I wouldn't want you near my children either.
I don't want to be anywhere near your children either.
Definitely not. Thanks God for that.
Morning, guys. You know the top left started last night, don't you? Did the big show. What do you guys think of that stuff?
Can
Do
you
you want to
say
get
that
on
again?
it? Top left.
Top
You know
right?
what that is, right?
No.
That's when all of the flat earth fighters and globe lovers get together to mock the stupid, well, I think it's the stupid things that flat earthers say. But, I mean, that's what I was after. It was like, what do you guys think of that? Like, do you try and get on it, or do you try and keep away from it? Because they have, like, the big stars, the rising stars, the has-beens, all of the globe guys pick their favourite flat earther to make videos about and push.
I got about 12 hours of awake time.
Exponential.
To do things with my life. That wouldn't be one of them.
Mm-hmm. So you don't bother about it?
Nope.
Okay. What, anybody else? Like, Peter, will you be putting something forward for, for your nominations for the... You guys in this room, you know that when Peter gets his video and he does his live stream and like that, he gets mic priority, don't you? That's why they do it. That's why Rumpus used to do it.
Well, just because you said that, he's now muted.
Yeah, it's a tactic Rumpus has used for years. That's why Rumpus won't actually come and on the level at all now, because he's not allowed to have his live streams like that just open.
We'll let Peter choose, live stream or mic, I guess.
You notice he like it overpowers everybody else's mic, so whenever he talks and he's presenting like that, his mic comes over the top of everybody else's, apart from you mods and To anybody else? What about like Scott? Thinks he's Scott. No, he's not in here. How many other people are there? Because what he said as well, it's interesting. I was listening to it. And McToon was saying that he's been watching Arwen, and all of the people that comment in Arwen's thing aren't flat earthers. They're all globers. So probably, a lot of the people that sit around here might be globers as well. Just sitting and listening. So they can make videos and send them to McToon for his awards. I mean, I think it's despicable, really. But these globe guys, or the flat earth fighters, they make money off content of people saying stuff. So do you guys actually, do you think that those guys that they're talking about, do they help your cause? Like, do you get them, book them in here to have things, or do you aim to get there yourself? Onto the lips of the flat earth fighters. Is that promotion?
We're getting deep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could get them on here, couldn't you, and do like AMA type things. The big names. Have you invited Caleb over here? Because he's a big one. They're pushing that. I noticed Bob, the science guy's making a big comeback over there with Caleb. Don't know whether... I think it might be on Twitter. Yeah, he doesn't seem to come out and say anything about his flat earth logic. He was touting his lie of when he measured the lake in his back garden, dropping over distance. He said that to Caleb the other day as well. Like he's actually done it. Do you try and get involved in it? Or do you just pretend it's not there? Just ignore it, eh? It'll go away. I watch it to see how the false dichotomy works together.
So Caleb started going back and forth with Bob, not Bob.
Yep. Yeah, they're doing specials on Twitter. When you watch the McToon and Fight the Flat Earth thing about the top left that they do, they start off by praising Bob. Some of Bob's best work, apparently. Best work he's ever done. Not one mention of the flat earth logic that he did.
No.
Nobody's taken that up. Can you imagine? Not Nathan, not any of you guys. I think it might be down to Brian Leakey. I think he's the only flat earther that's going to take that one on. Caleb didn't even bother about. I bet Caleb doesn't even know about Bob the Science Guy's flat Earth logic. It's a big thing. If you look on Bob the Science Guy's channel, you know, he went on to research Flat Moon. Well, he's shifted back over to Bob the Science Guy now, and he's got like 4,000 or 5,000 views on his videos. They're only 4 or 5 minutes long. He's got this brilliant new style where he sits at the side, puts the camera on him while he's listening to himself talking. Like nodding, pulling funny faces.
Stroking his big mustache.
No, he just looks like he wants to go to the toilet, but he's got to finish this recording first. Those sort of faces.
Oh. Do you suppose he had
work? Apparently.
Do you suppose he had coffee with Caleb first, or
might have done? Well, he's not got on to Jaren yet, so I doubt it. You know, like Jaren won't go with Caleb and Bob. You know, like Bob tends to do these little private things where he chops them up into little bits, puts them out afterwards. So he can have a conversation of about, say, half an hour and then clip it up into about 6 bits and say it's a series. Some of his best work. I don't suppose Bob comes over here, does he?
No, I've never seen him here.
Do any of those top guys come over here? Because, I mean, if you don't get any of the top guys over here, you'll never get anybody nominated, will you? For the
who would you consider top? Like Bob, Rumpus, who else?
Well, it's any one of the ones that nominate for McToon, because that's the superstars, right? This is how the Globe guys get their superstars, is by putting nominations in for Flat Earthers to McToon, and then they have a top 10. And over the years, those top 10s have changed, but the introduction of these Flat Earthers into this group is how they tout for business within the Globe Earth sort of thing, you know. I notice, I don't think Peter's brown nosing over there, so like Peter's not getting into that. All of those guys.
Seems to be a rogue Globe crusader. Something going on there. He's an outlier. He's not in the gang.
That's why he has some of the Globers in love with him. They love him like a daddy.
Yeah, but Blue Marble Science said that he was
the name. Can't be in love, right? Because the Troll Team 6 things changed. They were Troll Team 6, even though there was an existing Troll Team 6 going for years. You guys, you 24/7 guys would know that. Remember, who's the oldest 24/7 guy here? Because Jem Panda and the Debate Flat Earth and More that started off in sort of affiliation with the 24/7. They were Troll Team 6 beforehand. A long-time friends. Peter's changed his name now. No Troll Team 6.
He abandoned ship.
Yeah. I think they've been over.
Like a week ago, he was saying, yeah, we are Troll Team 6 and we take no prisoners. He was saying that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think somebody's come along and tapped him on the shoulder and said, where'd you get that from, mate? What you doing?
You got told to change your name, Peter?
Of course he did. Ordered. Then go over to that 24/7 room in the politics channel and serve your punishment. Can't hang around with Fight the Flat Earth and McToon and all of the top blue marble scientists. Or Peter may consider himself an elite group above those guys. Or
So we
they
have-
may
we
just
have the
not consider
Globers.
anybody in here as a threat. Or are they threats? I don't know. I don't know. That's the thing, right? That top left thing. Is that considered the top guys of Flat Earth, or are they considered the ones that are making Flat Earth look stupid?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Mixture of both. I mean, what's the top left thing for?
Yes, we can hear you.
What's the top left thing for? What do you guys consider all of that? Is it not somebody who you want to book to come over here for speaking?
I guess they've. I'm all for speech and trying to understand each other, and flat earthers are flat earthers, so you know.
Yeah,
They've
but are
yet
the
to-
top left ones the top ones, or are they the ones that get ridiculed by the globe? I mean, how does it work in the minds of the globers as well? I mean, what do globers think of the top left that gets done by Fight the Flat Earth and McToon, and obviously all of the other globers? What do you think of it?
Yeah.
No?
Well, here's another thing. Like, if there's a reasoned argument that a flat earther could show me, that'd be fine. But I can show much more evidence than they could ever show me, in my personal opinion, but it's whether or not they'll accept that evidence.
Evidence? What's that?
So what's the top left thing then? Is that globers showing the top, the cream, the ones with the most reasoned argument? Is that the idea of what that top left thing is? Or do you sort of would it be a good idea for the flat earthers to do one sort of back, like you say, the globe guys with the most reasoned argument?
Why would you say that? Why would you do that?
Because that's what he's just said. Like, he said that flat earthers, if there were flat earthers with reasoned arguments. So the top left thing for Fight the Flat Earth and McToon, what's the purpose of it? What does it do? Does it show you the best flat earthers?
Never even heard of it.
You're not keeping in touch with all of the top globe guys.
I don't really give a shit about them.
It's considered mainstream, so it's kind of hard to look at it that way.
What, the top left?
Well,
hey Bev, do you go and watch all those things? Do you?
Keep an eye on as much stuff as I can, but mainly Logos tells me what I should be watching. So certain things, just one of those things that comes round every year, isn't it? I mean, you're going to watch it now. You're going to watch all of the globe guys, the top globe guys, making videos of their sponsors, let's say, because they become the sponsor for the flat earther that they choose to nominate. for this position, and they focus on them and have to, get together with all of the guys, and all of the Globe guys get together, and they all talk about their nominations for this award.
Who'd they nominate?
I don't know. You'll have to watch it.
Timbo,
Like,
by nomination, you got the best upside down flat earther.
I wouldn't even give a fuck.
Upside down flat earther.
So you didn't watch it, Bev? Or?
They've just announced it. They're starting it. So the Globe guys now, what they can do is they can go and pick a flat earther and make a video and submit it to McToon and Fight the Flat Earth.
Sound like a bunch
And then
of
they'll
losers.
build a list of 10, perhaps. It depends how many they get. If the Globe contingent's grown, it might get to 15. You never know how many avid Globe supporters there are out there with wanting to sponsor these flat earthers.
Sound like a waste of time.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's obviously not a waste of time for them, but how do you guys consider it?
A waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they concentrate on an argument instead of people?
They haven't got an argument. They've never had an argument.
Well,
that's why I think they do this because they haven't got an argument to push for themselves. So they just mock and ridicule other people on the internet.
That's why I said when you said, "Oh, would you guys think of doing like a response thing?" That's why I said, "Why would you do that?"
Well, it'd have to be the opposite, wouldn't it?
It would be
what they want to do is ridicule flat earthers.
You were saying an award for the most coherent Globe argument, and I went,
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, the efforts that these guys have made, all of the guys that are going to submit videos to McToon and Thingy, you could go back over them and find their best bit of evidence or proof or whatever that they were pushing for the Globe, the most convincing thing that they had for the entire year. I mean, you could do that, surely, couldn't you? I mean, there's loads of the guys come in here all the time. I mean, the guys that come in here from the Globe side, right? These are the guys that teach them. That's where they get all of their information from. So you guys are privy to all of the best arguments that ever come from the dogmatic Globe all the time, right? You're dealing with them. You know all of these best arguments. So all you have to do is backtrack them to the Globe guy that did it, and then that would be the guy that you should focus on.
Bev, how can a bad argument be a best argument?
Yeah. How can a non-argument make sense?
What do you mean? It can make sense.
Bev said their best arguments, but what's that?
What do you?
They don't have an argument, is what I say. There is no argument.
I just said, how can a non-argument make sense? And someone said, of course it can make sense.
Arguments aren't always the sense makers. Sometimes not arguing is the sense.
Yeah, but Santiago, the Globe claim is opposite to your senses, so it's by definition nonsense.
Maybe.
You came back, did you? Did you cool down a bit?
Who's talking to me?
That's a different guy. The one that was upset was.
I can hear your push to talk going off every time you talk.
I know. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Anyways, what were you guys talking about? Because I don't mean to interrupt.
Talking about the way that call them the Globe guys, the flat Earth fighters, the way they, I say ridicule really, because that's all it is. Just ad homs, slurs, slander, and flat earthers. But I mean, it does seem that it's popular.
Which ones are you talking about? The Globers or the Flat Earthers? Which one are ridiculing the other? I don't know.
Have you never heard of Top Left nominations?
Top left.
Yeah.
No. What is that?
Okay. It's a thing that Fight the Flat Earth and McToon do, where they offer globe earthers, the top globe earthers. It's like they're touting for business for the rest of the year for subs and stuff. They get lifted up the rankings and views. Right, so they submit videos they sponsor a flat earther for this Top Left award, and then they can make videos about it, and then they can do loads of videos with McToon and Fight the Flat Earth where they're promoting their favoured flat earther with sponsors and all of that sort of stuff, and then they spend a few months, and then they eventually crown somebody with the Top Left award for the year. Now that flat earther is the one that gets all of the attention from all of these guys that have been touting for business within the sponsor thing of Fight the Flat Earth and McToon.
Let me stop you for a second. Let me try to understand. So McToon and FTFE, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are talking to flat earthers, and then they crown.
No, I think they just watch videos. They watch videos that flat earthers do.
And then they crown this person the Top Left?
One of them, yeah, the winner of all of these things. But really, I think it's about the connection between all of these people and Fight the Flat Earth and McToon. It's like a nice little network that these Dogmatic Globe guys get.
Right.
So that they never really have to talk about, the Dogmatic Globe.
So they're what you're saying is that they're putting the attention on like a certain flat earther that is bullocks in a sense, right? Is meaningless to the flat earth argument, and they're drawing that attention towards that person, and then ignoring the rest of the conversation. Is that it?
Yeah, it's sort of a way that they can gather all of the flat earthers together that they want to focus on. And, I call it a false dichotomy where they just go round and round and then...
Right.
Because I was wondering whether you guys wanted to enter it or whether you're happy with them dictating the flat earth and globe earth sort of narrative within that little group, whilst keeping you guys out of it, or whether any of the guys are actually in here.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know there'll probably be sock accounts and all of that, but is there any of the Dogmatic Globe guys here under sock accounts just listening in to try and get, any sort of hints and tips for nominations for this Top Left? Or any of you giving information to any of the guys that are doing this, partaking in it?
This VC is far too reasonable to have a chance. The nominations are usually from YouTube and Twitter.
Are you going to put one in, Peter?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good way of you kissing ass with Thingy. You might even get to have coffee with Brenda.
I hope so.
Yeah.
That would be epic, dude.
I'm nominating a YouTuber.
Yeah, they all are YouTubers. Well, I mean, Caleb, does he go on YouTube? Because he's going to get a lot from Twitter. And obviously Bob,
he's a TikTok boy.
Yeah. I think Bob might go for Caleb. Bob might say, that's my horse. No, I'm having that dog.
Let him do his thing, man. I've seen a lot of this, like where a new person comes up in the flat earth community, and then everybody jumps on him, and they're all talking about him. Just like
everybody jumps on him. Everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody. Like 90% of the people are muted, but everybody.
No, dude. I was in here an hour ago, and everybody was.
And there was 90% of the people muted, but everybody jumped.
Caleb, I've never seen any of these streams, but apparently You know, there's a lot of going on Twitter. There's rooms like this in Twitter, isn't there? They seem to do quite well.
No, I think he's an intelligent individual, right? He's actually going out and doing the work, and you know, let him do it.
Let him cook.
Yeah, let him cook. That's exactly right. And everybody who's talking about him in all these different channels and all this kind of stuff is just gonna spawn more, you know, unnecessary attention, unnecessary ridiculousness, if you could say it. We'll see what happens.
Do you think
Right?
he's sued? Do you think he's put up, or is he a good representative of the flat Earth?
Oh, he's a great representative for it. Of course.
Yes.
Yeah. Because only because like he's just a genuine person, right? He's not talking about anything like absolutely ridiculous. He's just
He is.
sticking
He's
to the
doing
line.
quite a lot of anti-Jew stuff. He's like,
Is he?
yeah,
He's a bit heavy on the Nazi thing, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Have you not noticed that?
Yeah, that's your flat earth
He's got
hero.
aliens, he's got giants beyond the ice wall, he's got everything.
Okay. All right. Then you corrected me. I did not know about that kind of stuff.
See,
But-
that's what you've got to be careful of, right? Because you're being given something, an opinion that isn't the full opinion.
Based on just listening to a person talk. Yeah, in one video. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you should check him out on Twitter.
So on Twitter, he's much more vocal about some of these more questionable things.
He did his thing on TikTok, and he was full on flat earther, right? He was making all these videos. He had millions of views, millions of subscribers.
Wait, no, we're not
And-
talking about the same thing. We're not talking about the same Caleb. Sorry, we're not talking.
Yeah,
about
you are. He's at least like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Aryan
incorrect,
guy.
incorrect. Not the same Caleb. We're talking about a different. I know the one that you're talking about. That's the guy.
Right, well, yeah, that's the guy that they're all talking about. That's the hot ticket.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's the one that he's talking about, not the guy you're talking about, Santiago.
That's not who I'm talking about whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. That's not who he's talking about.
Looks like a poster boy for...
Well, let's be clear. I'm talking about the one that was on Jeranism's show 2 days ago.
Then we're not talking about him.
Yeah, no, we're talking about the huge guy, because this is the one that Bob the Science Guy is going after now. And probably Bob the Science Guy is going to be putting him as the top left.
Have anything to do with that person whatsoever.
Well, that's what I'm saying. See, that arena, those people that you guys will have nothing to do with, they are having this little get-together where they're all joining in on picking flat earthers. Now, these flat earthers that, they're picking are probably the guys that you don't want to get involved with either. So it seems that in rooms like this, there's a battle going on, but there's also a completely false, ridiculous battle going on. And that's the one that the public see. So whenever anybody talks about flat earth or globe earth, what they're talking about is that arena that you guys don't seem to be part of.
What are you
It's
talking
like the
about?
showcase, the
whole
big show.
You said that arena. What the hell is that?
Yeah, let the parents be with the parents.
Caleb,
the big
Caleb's got like 250,000 views, followers on TikTok.
I don't watch TikTok, dude. Nobody watches TikTok.
No, but the people, the people generally looking in at this subject are not coming here and looking here. They're looking at all these kind of big, YouTube people. They're not generally coming to 24/7 and hearing the arguments. They're hearing it through, McToon, Fight the Flat Earth, or all those kind of things from the outside. And that's the view they get of who flat earthers are. So when they look at Caleb, they go, shit.
Dude,
All flat earthers are like that.
Imagine if McToon got the same press as Caleb. Of all the people on TikTok, all the random, whatever viewers on TikTok that scroll through shit, imagine if McToon got that same attention. Imagine how
McToon does.
Bro, McToon is like one of the top results in Google.
Yeah. McToon is the man.
Who does Jaren push? Like the flat earthers on there loads of times.
Wait, he's one of the top results in Google. What are you talking
McToon runs it. He runs the show.
McToon's is like the top chief. He's like one of the top tiers.
No, you're just saying proof, man. I'm typing in McToon's name on YouTube right now. Let me see.
You don't know McToon? Jesus. But they're presenting the image of flat Earth
No, of
to
course I
the
know
world.
McToon. He has 20K subscribers.
Yeah.
No, you guys are fucking idiots. You're not.
But
You're
they're
not talking
presenting-
about the same thing. We're talking
Yeah, but
about
they're-
people on TikTok scrolling through things. Nobody fucking knows who McToon is. That's the whole
Who
point.
doesn't know?
Are you sure?
Yeah, but they don't know who he
check
is, but they
McToon
make
on
his
TikTok.
argument.
Check McToon on Twitter.
Is the top result.
Check McToon on Facebook.
Listen, they don't know who he is, but they speak what he says.
20K subscribers, my friend.
Check him on TikTok.
If you were to go searching for this subject, these are the guys who are going to pop up on the algorithm. They're the ones who are controlling the image of what flat earthers are, who flat earthers are in the minds of people.
And this is the showcase. The top left
And
is the
so-
showcase where they showcase the top flat earthers.
And so if Caleb posts pictures of Hitler and stuff like that, then people are going to go, shit, those flat earthers are right.
Flat
They're the
earthers are
Nazis.
crazy.
That's the point. And they're projecting, and they're pushing those in the algorithm. They're not here. You're not. 24/7 isn't got a voice in that. They haven't got a projected image into the public. For the public to view.
Good question.
So any new
isn't-
people coming along who want to come to look at this, they're going to hit those people first. They're not going to come to here. They won't find. You don't find 24/7 Discord. It's not an immediate place you find. It's a place you find later. If maybe some of the channels you don't find those. If you go looking, you find the people who are top of the algorithm,
All right, look,
and they project the image.
Look, you're talking to somebody who has been subscribed to Jeranism since 2016. Okay, and somebody who subscribed to him not because of his flat Earth content. All right, it's ridiculous. Like, look, all the bullshit that you're talking about, and like all the 27 people who find the 27/47 flat Earth. There are other Discords, there are other flat Earth channels out there that blow this channel out of the water entirely. Okay, in terms of like actually having a good conversation. This place is dog shit.
Wow, way to promote it. It's still you're here though.
I'm not
Thanks
promoting
for
it.
coming.
I'm not promoting it whatsoever. I'm actually calling it
Well
out for
done.
what it is. Because you guys don't have good conversations. You
Don't make good
argue
videos.
about nonsense all the
Are
time.
you not concerned with the image? You're not concerned with the image and how people might see people with a certain view? You think they're the ambassadors for flat Earth? Those people, the prominent faces, the criminals, the child, the violent criminals.
Just a disclaimer. Santiago a few hours ago was saying that thoughts are measurements. So that's who you guys are talking to right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I stand by that. And these people who are fumbling
So
around
did you-
saying who are calling me out on that, whatever you guys want to do. If you disagree, you disagree. That's okay.
What did you measure with your thoughts?
It's an assertion.
Yeah, you just make any assertion you want. Irrelevant,
That's exactly correct. And
I'm
all of your
a-
assertions, no matter how irrelevant
So your
they are,
opinions on, how flat earthers are looked at within this arena, with obviously the McToon and Fight the Flat Earth, and obviously whoever's touting for business to get into that top 10, because that's what they're really going for. Who are going to be the top 10 globers that you're going to be doing stuff like McToon, right? At the minute, Nathan Oakley, Flatsoid, whoever, they're going over videos of people that make videos about flat Earth, right? Well, that's what's going on here. They're all touting for that business, for that, slot to be able to get to say, look at what these stupid flat earthers say. And they're making stupid claims. So you get some of the guys that do the proofs side, and then you get the other guys that mop up the comments afterwards. And then the low-level people that seem that McToon and Fight the Flat Earth live in, where they don't really push anything. They just push ridicule upon this Flat Earth group or whatever. Now, you guys are out here in the way, right? You're not concerning yourself with any of those videos. You're just doing the conversations between people.
Well, that would be the point, is to have a conversation, not to necessarily push anybody into the ground. But let's just assume McToon didn't have all the other, crazy things that he believes, and it was just that outlier belief of a flat Earth. Would that be okay?
What I'm saying is, that you guys give them the material. This is where they all get their ideas from, this low-level conversation going round and round, because all of the good ideas, they'll get picked out. They'll get picked out and taken away to these video places.
Good.
Whereas you guys just keep going on, like manufacturing these things.
There have been plenty of good conversations, deep conversations with physicists, not on this Discord, but on other Discords, on other channels.
There you
go. Okay, yeah. and they've been fleshed out, and I'm sure that your same worries that McToon is listening to this, the Globers are listening to this. Let them listen.
Not a worry. Just pointing out that they do that. That's what happens.
Of course they do, yeah, and they formulate their arguments based on it. But the argument eventually leads to a flat wall. It's not like McToon and FTFE are the smartest people on the planet. They're not.
It never gets filtered back down. It never gets filtered back down. You mention any of these people in this room, people will say, I've got nothing to do with us. We don't listen to them. We don't do that.
They're getting their ideas from the people that are actually doing the work.
So who's getting the ideas from who? The people in this room getting their ideas from McToon and Nathan Oakley and QE and Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah, or the
so that's what you guys. Why doesn't everybody just sit around and watch them videos then? How come nobody knows that they're doing this with this video thing with these guys?
Doing what, dude?
They're doing the top left videos. It seems like people down here don't know about it. So if they don't know about it, how are they getting their information from Fight the Flat Earth and McToon?
No, I think you're seeing it in the wrong direction. It's not.
Who's they?
Yeah,
who's they?
They're getting the information from Discords like this.
Who's they?
Like FE Batman right here, right?
Shut the fuck up,
He's
man.
muted, but he's listening to the whole conversation. Right?
Am I coming through or what?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Good. Hey, who's they? What? You're very broad when you talk, Bev.
Me?
Yeah.
McToon, Fight the Flat Earth. Right? That's those people that run the top left thing. That's the they. They're all touting for business to be the top glober. And the top glober makes ridicule of the flat earthers. Now this guy here, this guy here is saying that you guys.
That's wrong, Bev. That's my idea. I want to be that. That's wrong. They are not McToon. I want to be that. I'm in competition with all of them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lucky, for saving me here from this guy's ridicule.
By the way, what is wrong with ridiculing bad ideas? I just want to know.
Okay. So, well, that's the point. Are those bad ideas the ones that come from here?
No, that's not the point. The point is to not watch that stupid bullshit on YouTube and to find some good physicists if you want to find, or to not speak about that people, to speak about geometry if you want to like. And who fucking care who is McToon or whoever?
Yeah, exactly,
Call it.
Sasha. Well said, mate.
So that was the question.
That is not the question. The question
What do
is
you
this.
think of that sort of
You know
stuff?
what is the question? Question is like a 5 years old question. Where is measurable curvature in reality? And when somebody gives that, then we will speak about everything else.
You can only measure
Not
straight lines, can't you?
not the best Glober. That's bullshit. The best Glober should to be the Neil deGrasse Tyson or Brian Cox or something like that. That should to be the best Glober. Not McToon. Who the fuck is McToon? Is the name.
They're
It's like
vying
a
for
my
who
name.
is the best at
Let's show you.
ridiculing flat
Are you
earthers.
the best? What are you the best?
Hello. They're vying for making videos for ridiculing flat earthers.
That's okay. They are doing that from the day one.
Yeah. So the question was, how do you feel about that? Do
I
you
don't
want
watch
to
them. I
be
don't care
one
about.
of
I don't
those
watch.
flat
I
earthers?
don't watch them.
Or do
I
you?
don't care about them. I'm sharing information what I, with my human logical brain, can give. And if other people cannot get it, that's their problem, you know. But speaking about other people, like on YouTube, who fucking care?
Okay, so do you want to be one of those flat earthers, or do you think those flat earthers are put up
No,
there
I want to be
particularly
from.
to ridicule?
Even that sentence. Do you want to be that flat earther? I want to
No,
be
I
the
said, do you want to be
person.
one of
I
them?
want to be the person
Do you
who will
want to
point
have
it
a
out.
Glober make videos
I
about
want
you?
to be a person who will finish the sentence first and then something else. Can I do that, Bev? I will be the person who will look for the measurable curvature in reality. Is that all right?
Curvature hunter. You want to become a curvature hunter?
Are you in the how to say? Can you identify yourself without using air?
What?
Can you Bev, identify yourself without using air? If I'm saying that there is no measurable curvature in reality, should I identify myself like a no curvature man?
You know, Sasha, the reason you have a microphone is so you don't have to yell, okay?
Yeah, I'm
It'll be
yelling
okay.
because
From Eastern Europe, he has to yell like me.
speaking fucking bullshit all the fucking day. He's connecting everything with the earth. Let's
Yeah,
see
that's about gravity.
if somebody says something
He's actually
like
talking about the
He's
top
just-
left thing.
He's just pointing out that the image that's going to be projected about the flat Earth and the flat Earthers is going to be projected by these guys, and then all the other people will be identified by that. This is who they are. It's the Calebs. It's the whoever they put in those videos and whoever they say, look at this, the most ridiculous flat Earther we can find. That's how they project what every flat Earther might be. But you don't seem to be cared about that, I thought that's why it all started. Challenging those people who projected those ideas and those images.
Is it?
Is it
So
what?
the topic is
I don't
people.
care about that people. That people have the aim to do something. Look at it. If you want to look into that. If it's something interesting for you, great. If it's something not interesting for you, you can leave it and go on with your messaging people. What you want to tell people. What do you want to tell people? About
How did they
McToon?
measure the Earth flat? How did they measure the Earth flat? That's what I might ask.
How they measure Earth flat?
Strangely enough, Nathan Oakley wasn't on the list for that statement. Isn't that amazing?
Do you have problems with Nathan Oakley, Bev?
That's allowed, that one.
Do you have problems? Do you have problems with him? Because I see that you have problems with him.
No,
you cannot
I was
sleep.
just pointing out. I don't think I heard his name mentioned.
You cannot sleep if you not mention one day his name.
Never mentioned his name.
We heard. It's all right. We heard Sasha go on there.
Yeah, who
Brown
fucking
nosing.
names? Man,
He's
who
your
cares for the names? Who cares for the
on
names?
high, isn't he,
Who cares for the names?
Sasha?
I am the best
Sorry,
one.
one
I'm the
one
best flat
second.
earther, Bev.
One
Bev,
Place
one
I
Nathan
am the
upon
best
high.
flat
one
earther.
one
Now what?
second. 1 sec, man. 1 sec. Bev, you did bring up Nathan Oakley just in the last sentence. You said so. Don't talk shit, man.
Yeah, I did say he's not
Yeah, you
on
did.
the list.
So,
He's
so
not there.
your little cock-sucking friend that always white knights for you said that no one mentioned his name. You did mention his name, didn't you?
Yes,
No,
I
Sasha
did.
mentioned his name first.
Nathan Oakley
I'm not white knight.
mentions the measures
didn't
the
hear
earth
it.
flat.
You're a
That's his
cocksucker,
thing.
mate. You're a fucking cocksucker. That's what you are.
Well,
I'm
man,
not white knight for anyone, and I'm not a cocksucker.
There you are.
You know, no.
There you are.
Oakley makes a statement. The Earth is measured flat, and people repeat it. They repeat what Oakley says
That's not what we were talking about.
without any real proof about it.
That's
No
not what we were
evidence,
talking
no
about.
measurement.
You were saying that Bev never brought up Nathan Oakley's name, but he did.
I
So
didn't
you lied. Yes, you
Sasha
did.
brought it up, and he said, "Yeah, he's not even on the list."
What do you have against that? Earth measure flat. What do you have against that?
Well, you know, where is it? How is it done?
Yeah,
Can you tell me?
Bolivia Salt Lake. Tell me, what is that?
Where's the measurement? Because
Can you
Nathan then
describe-
said it
I
was,
think a
it was a
meter is a
reference.
measurement that I've heard.
Can you describe me
1
the
meter.
surface of the Bolivian Salt Lake?
Well, you know, it's not flat and level, is it?
Can you describe me what it is?
Yeah, it's a 3D surface.
And how look like?
I don't know, never been there.
The flats.
Never been there. Did you ever see video about Bolivian Salt Lake? Did you ever see Bolivian Salt Lake on TV?
No.
No? Do you want to see?
What difference does that make? Is there any measurements or something, or what's that going to prove?
What that can prove? That will prove the biggest mirror in the world.
A mirror?
Mirror, yeah.
Well, I've never seen a mirror on the Earth now.
You didn't. You can see You can see. Watch the fucking video. You will see the biggest mirror in the world.
Is that where it was measured then?
I'm telling you what you will see. What is the mirror?
Because he told me he'd never been able to measure it because he never used the tools.
Can mirror be flat or concave?
Did you measure it yourself, Sasha?
What?
You looked at the video.
The lake.
What was the measurement?
No, I
What was the
didn't.
measurement, Sasha?
What didn't? Can you tell me how looks like? How looks that surface?
No, what measurement? Not what it looks like. Measurement.
What did you use? What tool did you
I
use?
didn't make any measurement. Can you tell me what is that surface?
No, how did you measure
You didn't
it?
have any
Using what tool?
measurements.
No, I have no measurements. Can you tell me what is that surface?
How did you measure it flat then?
Can you tell me what is that surface?
You made a claim.
Can you tell me what is that surface?
I don't know. I think you just made it
You
up.
don't know. That's great.
I
You
told
don't
you,
know.
I've never seen it. Never looked at the video or anything. No idea.
I will tell you, as human being, that surface is flat.
But you didn't measure it.
That's your claim.
That surface is flat.
That's your
Measured flat is the claim,
Yeah.
Sasha.
Flat is claimed. Yeah, it's flat.
So
Measured
it's your claim.
flat. Measured.
No measured. It's flat.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, measured flat is the claim that you're
measured flat. It's
defending.
flat. No measure flat. It's flat.
Nathan Oakley is telling people to say it's measured flat, Sasha.
Are you speaking
to him?
We all heard you brown nosing him on the AMA the other day.
Am I Nathan Oakley?
You're his
Was it
biggest
you?
fan, Sasha.
Nathan Oakley, I'm telling you, that thing is flat.
So
No.
tell me how you measured it and how it's measured then.
How did you measure it? What tool did you use?
I didn't measure it. I'm telling you that it's flat.
So it's not measured then.
No, it's not measured.
So why is that the sales campaign?
Go take it up with
The Earth is measured flat.
Biggest mirror in the world. What? That's why it's
Hey,
flat.
cocksucker. Hey, go take it up with Nathan Oakley, man. It's not our argument.
But people here are repeating that.
Who is? All right.
Lots of people. I hear it here all the time.
Who?
I mean, he's making his leadership bid to be the big, flat Earth
Elijah
leader.
said it this morning.
Oakley.
Yeah. It's a big push for 2024.
You don't see that happening?
Go and take it up with them then.
That's the flat earth. We'll come here to ask you, what do you think of these people that make ridiculous claims that you guys have to talk about?
Take it up with the people that say it.
You have a problem. You cannot sleep without Nathan Oakley. Go to him and speak with him or resolve the problem.
It's about the measurement. I'm just asking about the measurement.
The measurement
about Nathan Oakley.
Bolivian Salt Lake is measurement. Suez
I
Canal.
have taken it up with him. I did take it up with Oakley, and he couldn't answer.
Can I tell you the measurement? Can I tell you the measurement? The measurement is Bolivia. The measurement is Suez Canal. The measurement is Poland. The measurement is the profile of any land. That is the measurement.
Elder Bear, take it up with the people that say it. Now, if you're going to start an argument on here, you can fuck off, all right? Just take it up with the people that say it. Don't put people all in a fucking bunch like everyone's the same.
Asher said it.
Well, one person talk to him then. You got fucking 10 people yelling in the fucking microphone. One person talk to him about it. Not fucking 10 of you.
There wasn't 10 of us talking, was there?
Okay, 3, whatever, Bev.
Bev, can you tell me what are the rules? How to be, what to be, how to put name the flat earther, the level earther, the how to choose? What is the rules? Where to read the book? Who wrote the rules? How to behave? Help me, please.
You're making this very personal. I only came here to find out you guys, all of you, your opinion of this top left thing. Nobody cares. That's the opinion of Timbo. Anybody else? Anybody else got an opinion on this? Fancy?
No one's even fucking heard of it.
Why would anybody want to speak up in this arena?
You're the only one that watches those goons. All right?
Bev, mountains are not spherical. Yeah, we realize that. Yeah.
Bev, you're the only one that watches those goons. All right? No one else gives a shit. If you want to watch them, and go and watch their award ceremony, go and do it. No one in here gives a shit.
Bev, did you finish your book? Earth is earth, water is water.
Fucking clown.
How about the proof that the Earth is not flat?
Great, what it is.
Earth is Earth, and water is water.
If it's not flat, what it is?
And the heavens
what shape
above
is it?
are not the Earth.
Look, if you say it's not flat, that doesn't mean you have to replace the shape, because flat isn't a shape.
No, it is not flat. What it is? You said there is a proof that is not a flat.
It's measured.
What it is?
The land is measured. Yes. Surveyed.
What it is then?
What
is Earth? What is Earth?
The land. The land.
The Earth is land.
Not water.
The Earth is land.
Yes.
And
wow.
Wow. It is not liquid.
Nope.
Really, Bev? I thought it is liquid.
It's not. It's not in a liquid. It doesn't come in a liquid form. Earth.
You are telling me in 2024 that Earth is not a liquid. Man, no, Bev, you're joking.
Liquid, but hey.
You're joking, Bev. Really, you're joking.
Um,
it's possible that land
Are you
is not
vying
liquid?
for a top spot in
How
that
it's
top left
possible that
nomination?
land is not liquid? Are you telling me that there is no water in the land?
Lakes
No,
and rivers.
it's dry. Land is dry, huh? It's not wet.
Sasha, there is land in the waters.
Is it land dry?
There's waters in the land.
Is it land dry?
They're separate, aren't they?
Is it land dry, Bev?
Is what?
Dry.
Dry.
Yeah. Because you said earth is a land, but if if land is wet, there is a water also.
You can tell the edges of the land.
Is it land dry or wet?
It depends, doesn't it? It depends where it's situated, how much rainfall there's been.
Oh, really? Land
Yeah.
cannot be.
Why
Land
you wanna
cannot
be
be. Are you saying land cannot be wet without rain? Oh, babe, you wanted to speak like this. Let's speak like this.
To see you like I don't know what you're doing here, Sasha. It's a little bit weird.
Level. You know, level. It's sea level.
Here you go again.
Sea level. Do you know what that means? That means
Sounds like you've been affected by something here, Sasha. You sure you're okay?
Babe, I'm speaking. Sea level means this in New York and London. There is a measurable 2-inch of difference. You know, is it?
I don't know. I doubt it.
I measure it.
But you can measure a difference, an elevation change between London and New York.
Yeah, it's a 2-inch change sea level, London and New York.
What did you use to measure that?
Earth is a bleak spheroid, by the way.
I use that surveys. How, what is the name of the shit? I use that for, you know, in school, what kids, that's 10 centimeters straight, how you call it? I don't know in English. And then I measure it every 10 centimeters from New York to London. Is that all right for you?
So you did measure that then?
Yeah, I took a ship and every 10 centimeters of the sea I measured.
Earlier you hadn't measured the Bolivian salt flats, had you?
Earlier I was not awake, now I'm awake.
Okay.
Okay. What do you want more?
Well, there is a question though. Those Bolivian salt flats. So, Bev, do you agree that water at rest lays flat?
Yeah, they can measure how uneven the Bolivian salt flats are, can't they? They can.
I just asked you a question. So, do you believe that water, when stationary, lays flat?
Water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Yep.
Okay. So I asked you a question. So, would you agree that water at rest lays flat?
I would agree that the most accurate tool for establishing that fact would be a water level. And a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
I would agree with you. I'm a builder, Bev, so I use those all the time to get around corners and get levels around corners. So I would agree with you there.
No sightline needed.
So when the Bolivian salt flats fill with water and you have an inch water all over the surface,
you can measure.
There's a square area surface of water on top of that for miles and miles and miles and miles. Would you agree that water at rest stays flat?
You could measure the elevation change of the land, can't you, on the Bolivian salt flats?
And what is the elevation change on the South Lake Bolivian?
Yeah, when it's filled with water, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's the square kilometers for that, Sasha?
4,000.
Horizontal distances, straight lines.
4,000 miles squared, elevation change. How much is? Let's find fucking Bolivian guy to
Straight
measure
line,
elevation
horizontal
change.
distances across
And how
those
much
to
is
work out the square footage, right?
what all information, internet information saying about elevation change on Bolivian Salt Lake? Is it there some kind of hills or there is a flat, nothing, there is no elevation
It's
change?
measured, isn't it? It's measured. I think I've heard a meter.
Oh, it's a 1 mile elevation change in Salt Lake, Bolivian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
It's
there's a meter difference,
measurable,
right?
you know. It's a measurable.
It's measurable,
from point
yeah.
A. Yeah, it's from point A to point B. It's a 1,000 meters of drop.
Yeah, we can measure the
We
land,
can measure
can't we?
that, and water is still remain leveled even if it's 1,000 meters going down.
Yes, but the measurement is the elevation changes of the land.
Of course, like a tour, like a bike tour, you know.
Okay.
You
So
you
we
know the
do
tour,
measure the land to be not
Yeah.
flat, don't we?
Yeah, the base of the land is flat, you know.
The base of the
Yeah,
land is not
it's
flat.
a reference.
Yeah,
It's
the
a
base
reference.
of the land is flat.
Hang on.
No.
It's a reference, though, isn't
we
it?
were
Pet?
just established
It's
we
a
can
reference-
measure the
It's a
changes
reference
in
point, isn't it?
elevation of
It's
the
a reference
land,
point,
can't
isn't
we?
it? It's
What's
a
You have
the
reference
problems
reference
with
point?
birds. Flat.
It's a reference
But you,
point, isn't it?
The level's the
Your
reference point.
reference is level, yeah?
Yeah, so we
Level,
measure the land,
Yes.
not
the
flat,
reference,
right?
yeah. Yes.
Yes.
There is. Yes. Mountains, valleys, everything.
So the measurement of not
To
flat
get the
is of the
elevation-
land, isn't it?
To get those elevations, you know exactly what everyone's talking
I think
about.
it might have been sold a little bit wrong, right?
All right, your baseline is level.
Mm-hmm. And the land is measured from that. The
Level-
elevation changes
level is-
of the
level
land
is-
is
level is
measured
flat.
from that.
Level
Yeah,
is flat. So your
take-
baseline is level and flat. So every measurement taken from that is a flat and level baseline. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
every measurement from that is a distance away from that
the
level.
From the sea level.
From the level.
Yeah, that's how
then you go
unlevel
over
it
a
is.
hill,
You
shut
you
the
measure
fuck
the
up.
unlevelness
And then you go
of
over
the
the hill,
ground
and then
from
you
the
go
reference.
over the hill, and then you go over the hill, and you come back to the same level. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. He's gonna stay on mute because he's a clown.
And then you go to Holland and then you go under the level. Because you go under the sea level in Holland. Holland is under the sea level. Oh my God. How they measure under the sea level? Because
Norland is under the sea level, so point.
It just goes into negative numbers. Don't you with the theodolite? Don't you link it back into itself so you can find the difference, and then you know what point any point is. That's what you do, right?
Yeah, like a mountain in the middle of the continent.
Yeah, you find a reference point.
And that is, let's say, in the middle of the U, say, what is the reference point?
You link you go in a circle. You link it back to yourself, and then if you have 2 points, you find any point in between those 2 points. That's what you do, right?
Yeah, you measure the elevation in the middle of the continent from the sea level. Is that correct?
I think so.
And how much of drop you have from the middle of the continent to the sea level?
Yeah.
If you have the curvature, can you have the elevation profile of the land? How you will have elevation profile if you have curvature under the ground? Huh? Maybe because base is zero with sea level, and then every land up and down it's based with the sea level. That wherever you are, in the middle, near the coast, left of the coast, right of the coast. I think that some people have problem with word flat because flat earth came out and now flat, it's very, very bad to say. Even for the flat surfaces. If you see the flat surface, don't say that it's flat because you didn't measure it. You cannot say that it's flat even if it's flat.
You can say
Because
it's flat, but it's fucking delusional.
if you see the big surface, like Jay Tolan is showing, like a 1,200 miles, that you cannot call flat because that surface, what you are seeing, that flat surface, you must measure it. You cannot call it flat because that flat surface, it cannot be flat till it's not measured flat. That's the point. That's ridiculous.
How smooth do you think the Earth is?
Enough to not show the curvature.
Sorry, I was doing something at the moment, but at any rate, the idea is that the Earth is not very smooth. It's actually rougher than a cue ball, actually, and actually even a golf ball.
What are you talking about?
Oh, they're talking about differences in leveling and yeah. And you
like a
can't measure a flat surface because it's a bad thing. I'm like, dude, that's not the issue. It's so quiet. Someone get muted again?
What would you like to talk about?
Oh, I'm just wondering why it's all quiet again.
We're waiting for one of the Globers to say something dumb. What's your stance? Flat? Globe?
Definitely globe, but you know, that's me being silly.
Definitely globe. So you have a very strong belief rather than just a belief.
Oh yes, I definitely believe it's a globe, and I've seen reasonable evidence for it.
Like, for example? Don't tell me
Like
the
how we
stars.
can measure the circumference of it based on different geometric things called triangles and that sort of thing. You know, Pythagoras' theorem.
You cannot use triangles for measuring the curved surface.
Okay, I'm just, if you want to say that, that's fine, but
But do you think that sphere has a? Do you think that sphere has drop over distance? Do you think that every sphere has drop over distance?
It would have to.
Yeah, that we are looking for, not triangles.
Well, it depends who you ask. Some people say it's a hump. Some people say it's a drop.
well, yeah, and that's the other
Depends who you
thing.
ask.
The Earth is not actually a true sphere; it is a oblate sphere. But
Yeah,
it's
but
still a
it's never.
sphere.
If you can show me that oblate sphere, it will be nice also because it's always perfect
Yeah.
sphere from the space. But it's okay.
Yeah. Oh my god, I've never seen a photo from NASA with an oblate spheroid. Please share a photo.
Well, I'm not a flat earther. I'm just saying that it's like it
No,
is
but can you
not
share this
as
photo? Can you share the photo that you're talking about of the oblate spheroid?
it is minute. It is not. You'd have to
That
be
means it will not.
using
That means it
very,
will not
very,
influence.
very precise
That
instruments to
means it will
actually
not
see it.
influence the radius. That means it will not influence the radius.
Okay, if you took a measurement from north to south all around, and then did the middle around, then you would see a difference.
Mm-hmm.
North to south is
And if you,
horizontal, right? You understand that, don't you?
Well, I'm saying just you start at the north, go down to the south, and back up to the north. That
Yeah, those are straight
circumference would
lines.
be different from the middle.
Those are straight lines.
The equator. There we go. Words are hard. Sorry.
Yeah, but those are straight lines, aren't they?
But if you measured the equator, it would be less than the distance I just described from
I'm
north
talking
to.
north. I'm talking north to south. That's a horizontal heading, isn't it?
It's also a relative setting, but that's aside the point.
Oh, relative. Okay, here we go. See, there's no such thing as an objective frame of reference in the ball religion. Everything is relative.
Not everything. I'm saying your statement about north and south. Yes, I could call the
Okay,
north
is there
based
any
in
vertical
space.
component? Is there any vertical component to a compass? Yes or no?
A compass will point towards the northern pole that is magnetic.
Is there any vertical component to a compass?
You're kind of hurting my head, but
Yeah, I know.
yes,
Yeah,
I
it's
get what you're
okay.
saying.
Yeah, it's okay. Better not to talk about.
That you're asking that just makes my head hurt. That's what I'm saying. Because
Yeah,
yes,
because you
in
never
a
thought about it
technical
before.
sense, if you're looking at it, there's a going to the top of what you would designate the North Pole.
No, top is a vertical thing. We're talking just the compass. There's no top of a compass, is there? It just points in horizontal direction. 2D, right?
Yes.
So, right. Okay.
Yeah, it points in the direction, which is north, magnetic north, by the way.
Very good. Okay, so what's your big proof here?
I wasn't
Yeah,
off.
imaginary triangles. Is that your only proof? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you when you was going to respond there, mate.
Oh, it's fine. I'm just. I've been putting it into chat several times over, and
What is
the
it?
way that is determined or used, you actually have to use a square is the two triangles
Square.
put together, and how do you calculate a circumference? Someone please jump in, because I will tell you how it's done, but it's just tell me how
The
you
circumference of what?
calculate. Just how do
The
you
circumference of
calculate
what?
the circumference of any circle
Is that
or
pi r
sphere?
squared? Pi r squared?
Yes.
That's the area of a circle, right?
Okay. You
We need
know
a radius for
that
that, right?
isn't that 3.14 or 22/7 is
Yeah,
not an
where are you
exact
going with
estimate.
this?
My point is, how do you continuously find how do you find the circumference of that it is based on the area of a square, and then you take
Are you
out the
trolling?
parts that aren't the square?
Are you trolling or drunk right now?
No, I'm saying the area of a circle is determined by what?
A straight line, pi r squared.
Yes. And guess what? That is determined by a square, which is two triangles put together.
What is your
And
point, dude?
my point
this
is,
is very convoluted.
it's not convoluted at all. I'm saying you were trying to say it's like you can't measure with triangles. I'm like, my head hurts on that. Yes, you
No,
can measure.
surveyors use triangles to measure distances. Yes,
Okay,
they're all
good.
horizontal too. Good.
Okay,
So
sorry,
what are you talking
because
about circles?
somebody was claiming that you can't measure a circumference with. I mean, it's how you would do based on this page I've been posting 3 or 4 times in chat.
Yeah, you talk about using the radius, right?
Yes. Well,
how'd you get that?
the calculation is done on part of a like a degree of a thing, and then basically you take that distance and you go, okay,
A
well,
degree
based
of
on
a
that
thing?
distance, you can figure out the radius of the Earth.
You say degree of a thing?
No, not radius, but a
like
circumference. I'm
you
sorry.
stuck a thermometer in something.
But yeah.
This has got to
Go
be the
ahead.
best blow proof I've ever heard.
Well, okay. You have a not protractor. What is it? Sorry.
You need
Dude,
you
you're
need
drunk.
something
Alright,
there. You need
gotta
one of your
protect
values, right?
and gather my thoughts,
just
sir.
one sec. Yeah, just 1 sec, man. You need one of your input values there to be based on something in reality, measured. Which what part of that?
You guys know what a protractor is, right?
No.
I
What's
do,
that?
yes.
Okay, good. And you know that there's 180 degrees on your normal protractor, and a full circle would be 360 degrees, right?
Yes.
Okay, what you would do is take the distance that you would measure, assuming it is, and I know it's a big assumption, but that you are on a sphere.
Hold up, dude. What are you measuring the distance of? From where to where?
From New York to, I don't know, California or something like. I wouldn't even say California. Probably New York to West Virginia.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out a decent line though, like two cities that are basically. You get my idea though. Basically, you take that line, that distance, and you could
2 points in a
calculate
distance. Okay.
how much of the Earth you're looking at, basically. But I'm
Looking at?
tired, man. And there is like I said, I've been posting it. There's a
some rest.
way better and way clearer explanation. I could put it back into chat again if you want, but
You better
it
sober up.
explains how to calculate the circumference of the Earth. And
Calculate.
yes,
Right.
calculate.
So not measure, right?
We need to go to sleep, drunk man.
Okay. Actually, that is my goal in the next couple
calculate.
minutes here. Anyway,
As
it's
soon as
been
you
fun
said
talking.
calculate, that's where you run into a problem. Your problem is you're doing a calculation based on a pre-assumption. The
But then
radius.
again, Warlock, man. Yeah, but you're working off
Good
geometry
effort, man.
and then measuring the geometry
Good
through
effort.
to life and reality. That's basically what it is, man. So keep going there, Warlock, dude. Just let's say use geometry and then.
Oh, you recognize that I'm playing?
Yeah, trust me, dude. Yeah.
Okay.
If you need to speak about any of this, just message me later, man.
Anyway,
That message
you
shouldn't
have
be
a good
spamming
night,
you.
though, guys. I enjoyed the conversation. Nobody subjected me to any calculations or anything that would prove that it's a disc or flat or anything along those lines tonight. So it's been fun.
We would say that you have won this argument. Good job.
Oh, I don't care that I've won anything. I would like to hear actual arguments for a flat Earth that could be proven or disproven, but I haven't heard any tonight.
Yeah, we haven't beat you. We haven't done enough tonight. Maybe tomorrow.
Bad effort for being inebriated, though.
Okay, I've had a little bit of alcohol, but not that much.
You've had plenty, dude.
You had enough alcohol.
No, bro. He had enough plus some.
What claims did this Warlock guy make? What claims did he make that would have been inhibited by his alcohol consumption? I want you to listen. What claims are irrational because of his alcohol? That's all I ask.
He's claiming that he can prove a globe by calculating using a pre-assumed radius. So his whole premise is based on a pre-assumption.
No. It conforms to the geometry which you do before, and then the observations refer to the geometry, and then they come out matching the geometry, which matches the sphere. That's basically how it works.
It's called backwards engineering, my friend. These numbers were picked. The numbers were picked. The numbers were selected because it works this way. Okay, that's why all the distances have to be what they are, because it's backwards engineered from the flat Earth observations. That's why it works on both models.
Backwards engineered from the sky, man, and one degree of the sky is 70 miles on the Earth, and that's how we translate the maps. And it's basically navigation.
Yeah, works geocentrically as well. Have you ever
Yeah,
heard
yeah,
of
yeah.
Have you ever heard? Well, then what's the problem?
Astrolabes, planispheres, yeah, they're all geostationary. Yeah, I agree with that. Fair enough. But they all reflect a spherical sky or a spherical Earth.
Yeah, probably more than likely a spherical sky. Why should we suppose that it's projecting a moving Earth when we have no evidence of that?
No, not moving Earth. No, moving is not relevant, man. You're taking the Earth as a reference plane. That's stationary. Any reference plane you abide by, you take that as stationary, and everything else is relative to that plane or that point of reference. And that's how we measure things. The Earth is stationary, flat and level to the observer, measuring an angle. That's it. We agree upon that.
Yeah, we agree that his so-called evidence is not actually evidence of anything more than just the math matches, and that could be because it's backwards engineered.
Yeah. Well, essentially, the only way that it could be backwards engineered from a flat model would be the sky would have to be perpendicular to the ground, and every 90 degree would have to be the zenith for the GP point. And angles, if you measure like the angles to the sun from like multiple observers on whatever model you believe in, you get different angles, right? And then these angles, you can triangulate a distance or like a hypotenuse or like an elevation angle to the sun. And the flat Earth model says about what 4,000 to 6,000 miles you calculate the sun as if you take all the angles. So that's the misconception, or not misconception, should I say? Like they're the two modalities, they're the two variants, and the geometry is just there to kind of come out with a logical outcome of angles, which one it would be. And if it's flat, the sky has to be flat. But one of them's a sphere in my eyes, anyway, when we measure with geometry.
I don't know if I agree with your premise. I think you need to go back to basics and just recognize that in order to do geometry, surveying, etc., you need a tangent plane. You need it to be flat. It's always mapped flat, assuming a sphere, and then they use their whatever diverging zenith angles or whatever to pre-assume. They only do that because of a pre-assumption. There's no logical reason to do that. There's no evidence.
Well, the only truth is like down, right? We can all agree that down is down, right? But then the relevance to down to another location on the Earth is what's in contention. Are they diverging? Are they converging? Or everything parallel? That's the debate, right? So when you use geometry and angles, you can come up with like angles to something on multiple locations of the surface and distinguish the shape of the thing you're standing on. And one of them outcomes is spherical. Just with how the angles work, and 90 degrees is a quarter of the circumference surface, and all the day and night cycles, everything work basically off this squared circle theory.
Yeah, we've already established that the geocentric model works the same as the heliocentric model. That's all we need to say. We don't need to give it any more attention than that. It works on both models, therefore it is not a proof of either. If you want to prove the shape of the Earth, you should really measure and test the Earth, not calculate angles to stars.
But you are measuring though, because you know, like there's known distances of the surface. So you've got one of the triangle lengths, and then you've got known distances to, you've got another angle. So you've got 2 out of 3. So you can do Pythagorean theorem and you come out with the distance or the angle of the other ones. That's how geometry works. So I agree with you that with surveyors and anything that works off the ground that levels things to the relative to the ground in your position. I agree on that. And you do measure off the horizontal plane that you establish when you put your theodolite down or any kind of measuring device. But at the end of the day, like the relativeness of that horizontal plane to another one, we need proof for that. We need to prove that horizontal plane shares the same elevation height as another one on the surface of the Earth. That's the contention. These basic axioms that.
Not really. We have sea level as a reference, and then we have elevation in reference to sea level. So it doesn't matter about topography, really. It's a non sequitur.
No, I know it's not about. I'm not saying it's about topography. When you measure elevation angles, yeah, you measure from the horizon. But when you measure like altitude angles or any kind of measurements from the vertical, it ignores the surface of the Earth. and that's kind of how you measure the Earth, by ignoring it in a way. If you understand what I'm saying, like all these measurements to the horizon, you can't physically. I mean, you can get geometric distance to a horizon, but then there's the optical phenomena. So, like where you're seeing it right now is not its genuine It's not its genuine location, right? For all models, you can say that. But it all seems to work on a sphere, man.
And it seems to work on a geocentric plane as well. So what does
Yeah,
that
yeah.
tell us?
No, it does. It does. Listen, it does. But the sky is all fucked up. No, not for our skies. Our skies are like giving us a clue that it's not that.
Can I ask what you mean by it works on a geocentric plane? I'm confused by that.
The celestial sphere. The observations we see work on a geocentric stationary Earth as well.
It kind of doesn't.
You said a plane. It's a plane.
Yeah, can work on a geocentric plane. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen that anywhere. I'd be interested to see how that looks, what the plane looks like.
There's plenty of devices, old world devices, that mapped the stars on a plane. We had 2 different coordinate systems on a astrolabe. We had the Antikythera mechanism. These also had
So
2 coordinate systems on a flat plane.
Yeah. So mapping one like equidistant projection to another. But it's not actually mapping it to a flat plane, is it? It's mapping it to another projection of the globe.
No, the projection is on a flat plane on both astrolabe and Antikythera mechanism, assuming a stationary Earth-centered plane.
So the mechanism is a plane representing the Sol system, not the Earth. That's my understanding.
The sphere, even in the geocentric model, it can work. The geocentric works with a flat plane as well. It's the sky that's spherical, not the Earth.
My decision on the switch would be that I understood the spherical sky and the plane of Earth, right, and that could work with angles, but it doesn't actually work in reality because the zenith points. I don't know how you imagine the sky. I don't want to bring up no models of domes or anything, but having a dome, hemispherical sky, it doesn't work. The zenith points have to literally be a separate location on the celestial sphere for all observers. And you can assume that even if you can't see the sky, there always is stars above your head doing the same things that they were at night time. And that movement doesn't work on this Polaris central map that the flat earthers seem to attach onto. Like, I don't want to go down the bad faith idea of pointing out the celestial poles and the different star patterns in the same, because that goes down another little rabbit hole. But you got to understand that there is another axis of rotation for the sky, and the equator's like the.
Yeah, I know, but that also debunks the globe. That also debunks the globe. Negative parallax is completely overlooked by the globe, and probably 40% of all stars are rotating in the wrong direction. So, yes, there are anomalies even for your model. You've got things like negative parallax that can't be explained.
What do you mean by negative parallax?
Where some of the background stars are spinning in the wrong direction to the way that the Earth is supposed to be experiencing them. If the Earth is spinning and moving in the directions we're told, 40% of the stars are all spinning in the wrong direction in the background stars. And this
Oh, the
can't be
celestial.
explained by the globe.
What do you mean, like the celestial sphere?
Negative parallax, they say it's down to, usually they'll say, oh, it could be down to instrument error. There's lots of different excuses for it, but it basically goes against what we should expect to see on the globe model. So there are mysteries in the sky in both models. I mean, you've got the axis of evil. You've got the axis of evil in the globe model.
I'll explain my concept of the world, right? Geostationary, and it's the tilt of the celestial sphere which is tilted, not the Earth. The ecliptic plane runs on the equator of the celestial sphere, and the sun oscillates between that and the tropics, of which we call the 23.4 degree tilt of the celestial sphere. And that's how I imagine it. I'm not a heliocentrist. I'm just a different type of global.
Oh, you're breaking up a lot. I think your connection's poor.
Yeah, so, I'm basically working at these off to work, so have a nice day, guys.
Either way, I know what you're saying. And I know that you can have the same observations, what you would expect to see on a globe, on a flat plane, on a globe. And that's why I say it's backwards engineered, and I say this is no way to prove the shape of the Earth. It's basically a non sequitur. I notice nobody wants to talk about real world observations anymore. The more math we talk about, the more confusing this subject gets and the more lost in the weeds we all get. It's very simple. It should be very simple. Go ahead,
I'd like
Della.
to ask about some observations that I've made. So I just travelled 3,500 k's through the middle of Australia, 30 degrees of latitude, and was able to observe changes in the elevation of the sun, or more particularly, the co-altitude angle to the sun. And it corresponded with what the globe model says, which is for every 600 nautical miles, we get 10 degrees of change in the angle, which is a linear relationship. How do we explain that in another way?
Listen, mate, once again, I'm not a mathematician, but I do know that observation and perspective is always overlooked by globers. We expect to see the angles that you're describing on a flat Earth because in the distance, when things go off into the distance, they do change their shape. So we would expect to see a lot of these observations you globers claim we wouldn't. We would and we do because of all the different atmospheric effects that we expect, all of the observational limitations that we have, our celestial sphere. We don't see things in the same position. Depends on your observer position on the ground to where you see things, and it's unique to everybody.
Yeah. But everybody will be able to form the same view of where something is. So my observation was that in the southern hemisphere, the most northern place, the sun was only 10 degrees away from vertical. But at the start of my journey, it was 40 degrees away from vertical. And so both of those are relatively high in the sky, very little refraction.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, we'd expect to see. Why do you think we wouldn't expect to see the same on a flat plane?
Because there would have to be something pretty savage going on with refraction. So nothing in air will cause that much refraction. So we're getting like an extra, 10 or 20 degrees of refraction over 30 degrees of curvature that we can't explain, far beyond what any refraction would do in air.
Yeah, but you've
So you
also got
guys know what the limits of refraction are now? Because when we asked you about these limits of refraction when it comes to something like the black swan, nobody seems to be able to tell us. It's interesting. The
Yeah, I
limits
think
seem to be pretty convenient when you think they work in your arguments. So when we've got a 1 foot observer height and we're looking across the surface for the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles, what's the limit of the distance that can be added from refraction there? Do we know that now?
I'm not sure, but it's a different case, right? Because the refraction there is very high. But when you're going perpendicular to all of your layers of refractive index, the total effect of refraction is very low or even zero.
Right. It just seems pretty convenient. Like now, we can't have that much refraction in this instance, but here we can have as much as we require.
Yeah, the interesting thing about observing the sun, though, is right that you can have people do it simultaneously. So I didn't do this, I'll confess that, but if I had have done it when I was in Southern Australia and had have got someone to do it in Northern Australia, our results would have aligned, which means that refraction is being managed between those two, or is very small, right? Whereas if you do it on the ground level, refraction is very high. It's very hard to get uniform conditions, which is why we don't make measurements
always.
shooting 2 meters across water, right?
Not always. Depends on the time of day. Very early and very late at night, you can get a temperature inversion.
I apologise. I should have qualified this, that these measurements were made at solar noon, that we were looking at the sun at its highest altitude during the day, and the line that we were driving up is more or less directly up a meridian, straight up the middle of Australia.
Well, if you're taking observations at solar noon, are you taking into account atmospheric magnification? Because that causes convection and it makes things look bigger than they are in the distance. Are you taking that into account?
I've been to see some information on that. I didn't.
Well, atmospheric magnification, it's pretty basic. It causes convexing. It causes things to appear larger in the distance. Then you've got angular resolution, which will change the shape and make things disappear from the bottom up, appearing as if they go over a physical horizon. So if you're not taking
this is the sun,
account,
right? This is the sun almost directly overhead.
Yeah, but you're still gonna but you're talking about.
Do you know what the sun is, Daza?
Good question.
Sorry, I missed that.
So do you know what the sun is?
No, I don't need to at the minute. It's something I can see up in the sky. The evidence is it's very far away.
Do you know what medium it's in?
Well, I know where this is going. Space is fake, and I can't know what's out there, right? Because I haven't been there.
Well, no, just if you don't know.
So I'm explaining my observations,
or
right?
what medium it's in. You can't really say this is how this should look with regards to the sun, because you don't know what the sun is, how far away it is, or what medium it's in, and therefore what kind of effects you're going to see and how it behaves. So you can't really make an argument like, this tells us the Earth is this because I assume this about the sun, or I see this happen with the sun. You've got no idea what the sun is or why it appears to do what it does. It certainly doesn't tell you that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, so that's why I asked the original question. How do I explain this if the Earth isn't a sphere? What is the alternative explanation?
Well, no, that's a malformed question. If you're wanting to try and prove the Earth is a sphere, then what you need is curvature of the surface. And if you want to claim it's a spinning sphere, you're going to need curvature and rotation, motion of the surface. It has nothing to do with speculating about the sun.
No, I didn't claim anything about the shape. I just wondered how we explain that observation on a flat plane. That was my opening question.
Well, again, you observing the sun isn't telling you anything about the ground beneath your feet. That's where your logical leap
is coming from. It's a leap of logic. Doesn't follow. It's non sequitur, right? If you want to know about the ground, if you're interested in the ground, you need to be examining the ground. It's very simple. I mean, you can speculate on
Examining the
sun all you
ground
want,
as
but
it
it doesn't tell
appears.
you anything about the ground. Just fallacious, basically. I mean, it's interesting to look at the sun and to speculate on it and observe it, but to think that you're going to be able to pull any kind of notion about what the ground is based on those observations is pure fallacy.
Yeah, especially when you're cherry picking what atmospheric effects you're willing to take into account, because
Oh
you're
no,
not
I
taking
was
everything
quite
into
open.
account.
I said I made no claims about any atmospheric effects when I made the observation, just that it broadly aligned with what the globe model says. It's like the saying sun setting due to perspective. There is no evidence to support that. It's based on the same kind of assumptions, right?
Yeah, assumptions where you're not including all of the parameters. You're kind of cherry picking, which is why we say, why bother with the sky when there's so much at play? We have to treat every single observation as individual, and we would expect to see these things on a flat earth if you are taking into account all of these things at certain times on certain days. You can get these effects. What annoys me is globers will find one observation, hone in on that because it matches their globe and their geometric horizon on that day. You know, that's so disingenuous and cherry picked.
Oh yeah, so that's like the Modus Tollens image that is often posted around here, right? It only appears one day in 100 or something. You know, it's very low probability that you'll actually see that horizon behind those oil rigs like that. And it only happens when there's extreme refraction. That is also disingenuous.
So why are we trying to use lights in the sky to prove the shape of the Earth?
Because, as you were mentioning about the astrolabe before, for thousands of years, people have noticed the patterns. They've noticed how the patterns change when they move location, and they've realised that there's some bearing between what they see in the sky and where they are on the Earth.
Yeah, but these observations work on a flat plane and were originally on a flat plane, so it works on both.
You keep saying that, Roots, but it doesn't.
Sorry, guys,
The celestial poles don't work on both. They only work on one.
Again, dogs, you're assuming what the celestial pole actually is.
No, I'm not. I'm just assuming that there's rotation in opposite directions observed, and that can't happen with one sky over a flat Earth. It's just a logical impossibility.
Celestial poles are not the ground. So you can reference, say, hey, the ground is a sphere because celestial poles.
Yeah, I understand that, but until you guys can give me a measuring device that I can just lay over the ground so that you can get an accurate measurement of the
You don't
ground,
have an accurate nothing
all we
with the
can
globe.
do is optical measurements.
You don't have an accurate anything with the globe.
Thank you for that generic comment, but
I think you're right, Dogs. I think you're right.
Surveying is incredibly accurate.
I think you're right. I think the only thing the globe can do is try and backwards engineer these measurements because there is no real world evidence that this is all you have. This begging the question pre-assumption of the radius and taking that into account through every observation we see using your Cartesian coordinates, mate, it's all done on a flat plane, and all your assumptions are of the radius.
Yeah, so that's something you've said many times, that we're backwards engineering from a flat plane. So how about this? Can you give me one of the R-value measurements or any measurement that you think that we use that originally was mapped out on a flat plane?
How about all surveying?
that's a no, you can't do that. So, like, surveying across a wide expanse of the Earth, all they do is they take angle measurements. Or if they're doing planar surveying, then all they'll do is they'll take height measurements. Neither of those reference the shape of the Earth that they're measuring on. It just references elevation. But in the geodetic surveying, you end up with spherical excess, which references a sphere, but that's a measurement referencing the sphere, not the sphere causing the measurement.
Yeah, that's something that's a mathematical fallacy. Like, just because you can add
Yes.
in the Cartesian coordinates doesn't mean you're not doing this on a flat surface. You are just creating curvature, assuming the radius. How many times do we have to go through this?
How many times do you have to lie is an infinite amount of times. How many times do you have to tell the truth? There's only really one time for it to be the truth. The problem with lies is that lies will never become truth if you just repeat them. So when you say things like, we're mapping surveying to a Cartesian plane coordinate, and then we just happen to like manipulate it so that it looks like a globe, that's not what's happening. We're assuming that the parallel vertical towers will measure as parallel verticals. And then when they're measured, there was this discrepancy because they're not actually parallel verticals, called spherical excess. And because of that, we knew that we had to map it to something that wasn't based on parallel verticals. And when we did that, it turned out to be a globe with a radius of, the known radius. So you keep repeating this lie, Big Roots. All of you keep doing it. And it's honestly, you guys just have to find some proof instead of repeating lies. It shouldn't be that hard.
We're just telling you we don't accept pre-assumptions. We don't accept pre-assumptions. The radius is on the table to be questioned, so we're not going to let you use that radius value to then try and prove the globe. It's ridiculous.
But we didn't do that. We didn't use the radius value to prove the globe. We measured something that positively indicates the globe, which means that it doesn't indicate the flat Earth, it only indicates the globe. And then when we took all of those measurements, this thing that positively indicates the globe, it worked on the globe that we had already measured the radius of using other techniques. So what's wrong with that? Explain to me how that isn't a perfectly valid way to come to a knowledge about the shape of the Earth.
Because all surveying reference a flat Earth first. A tangent plane is always needed for surveying. So if you want to assume a sphere and start putting in your Earth-centered coordinates, blah, 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 great. That's a good bit of modeling, but it's not reality. So spherical excess is mental masturbation. It's not a reality. It's not proof of a globe.
So if I assume a planar surface that doesn't have curvature, and then my measurements are off because of something that could happen because of curvature, and then when we look at the amount these measurements are off, and they fit the known curvature from other means or the assumed curvature from other means, not only have you validated the globe, you've falsified the flat Earth. So pre-assuming the planar in surveying falsifies the planar after the surveying is done because it doesn't work.
It's so retarded. You did not measure a radius like you initially claimed, so you fall apart at that bit. And you're saying the measurements are off in comparison to what? What are they being compared against?
So Eratosthenes measured the radius by measuring the circumference.
No, he didn't. He measured shadows, remember?
Yeah, okay. He measured the radius by measuring the circumference.
Off by. So what are the measurements? No. Didn't measure a circumference.
Yes, he did.
Didn't measure a radius.
I'm not going to let you lie about this Eratosthenes thing. He measured the circumference. He pre-assumed it was a globe before making that measurement. Doesn't mean he didn't measure the radius.
If you keep talking through him, I'm going to mute you. Let him finish.
I'm not going to walk past this Eratosthenes thing.
Shut up.
Yeah, you are gonna. You are gonna. You're gonna embarrass yourself using Eratosthenes again. You're gonna go back to Eratosthenes. And you said the measurements are off in comparison to what? What are you comparing them to say these are off?
Well, I'm going to go back to Eratosthenes quickly because Eratosthenes did measure the circumference, and then that gave us a radius. Just because he presupposed that it was already a globe doesn't mean that he didn't measure it.
Yeah, he did.
You understand that,
remember,
right?
yeah, he presupposed it's a globe, correct? So already
Yeah.
out the window. And you just
No.
said he measured shadows. He measured shadows, remember?
Yeah, so I'm going to try to find an analogy.
So
for this.
are shadows the circumference? Shadows.
Yes,
So I'm going to try to find an analogy for this. The analogy would be that let's say you presuppose that the game that you're playing, a shooting game in, is accurate, and you have iron sights on your gun, and you assume that it will give you an accurate indication of drop of the bullet over distance. And all these pre-assumptions, they are something that you haven't validated as of yet. They're just something that seems to be indicated by playing the game. And then you do a really particularly difficult shot using that gun, and it hits your target spot on. That means that you have accurately figured out the rules of the game, the measurements, the distances, all the things indicated in the game with shooting, and that's what Eratosthenes did. He used his presuppositions to measure something to get an accurate outcome. And in the future, we've validated his accurate outcome.
Non sequitur, false analogy, not at all comparable.
No, it's not. It's a true analogy. So what part of my analogy is false?
No, it's retarded. You're talking about shooting a
What
gun.
part of my analogy is false?
You're talking about shooting a gun when you're talking about Eratosthenes.
Yes.
Yeah,
So what
retarded.
part of my analogy was false? If you don't understand the analogy, you can ask follow-up questions. But just saying it's false because you incredulously say you're using.
Okay, dogs. Let's see if you can answer this. Is the Earth a gun?
No, the Earth is not a gun. That's
There
how
you go,
analogies.
Is the Earth at all
analogies
comparable to a gun?
Yeah, to a shooting game, not to a gun. A gun is a physical object. A shooting game is a piece of software. It's a modeling system.
Okay, tell me how the ground beneath your feet is like a shooting game.
Right, because in both you can presuppose certain rules in the model, and then you can verify these rules using your presuppositions. And later you can actually look at the software. You can figure out if it's accurate in the software through that, that rule that you've described by actually testing it.
No, it's just retarded, dogs. Come on. Okay,
well,
so
that's
your
just an ad
measurements are
hominem.
off.
Do you actually have an argument for how I'm wrong?
Well, we don't need to. Everyone can hear that you're trying to compare shadows on the ground.
A model to a piece of software, which is essentially just a model.
Software, yeah, not reality. Not the Earth,
Yeah,
not
a model
shadows,
to software.
not a measurement. A game.
A model to
nothing
software.
at all like what we're talking about.
So exactly what we're talking about. I'm comparing a model
and you already
to software. And software, if anything, a game is just a model.
So an assumption of a globe measured shadows, didn't measure circumference, didn't measure radius, assumed a globe. Okay. So we're done with Eratosthenes.
He measured circumference and didn't measure radius.
Yeah, he measured shadows, remember? Like we've just established.
Yeah, but if the shadows are influenced by the radius and the circumference, then by measuring the shadows, you're measuring the circumference.
Assume the globe. No.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with assuming facts about your
There's nothing
software
wrong with
before you
assuming
take
the
your
thing
shot
you're
in your
trying
shooting.
to prove. Yeah.
The problem is, I'm not using it.
So that's just retarded. Anyway, I'm interested. The measurements are off in comparison to what?
So, I mean, you're going to mute me so that we move on. Are you saying you're done with this Eratosthenes topic now?
We've been done with Eratosthenes for 7 years.
You haven't told me how I'm wrong with my analogy. So unless you can tell me what's wrong with my analogy, then I'm just not going to move on. Well, you can just say I'd like to move on, and I'll move on.
Waffling on about guns. Yeah. Because my question was, what are the measurements off in comparison to? Because that's what you said.
So we're moving on. So the measurements in spherical excess are off because the triangle is on a sphere. As simple as that. So the deviation by the angles because of the different horizontal measurements.
So it's off by comparison to the sphere that you're assuming and you're trying to prove.
No, it's off in comparison to a what's the fucking Euclidean triangle as opposed to a non-Euclidean triangle.
Okay. What do you mean?
Do those words mean anything to you? Do you want me to explain them?
Yeah, please. What's it off by?
Great. So a Euclidean triangle, 180 degrees internal angles. A non-Euclidean triangle can be a triangle mapped out on a sphere.
Yeah, we know.
And because of the curvature of the lines, it can be greater than 180 degrees. It's called spherical triangle.
So you're measuring what
off by
exactly? And then you're saying
the
that's
angles.
off how? The angle of what?
The angle and the tilt of the stations away from each other because they're not on the same vertical axes.
Tilt? Tilt of what?
The stations, the angles.
How do you know there's
You know
a
what
tilt?
tilt is? Like if you have something that's plumb and then it's off plumb, it's tilting in some direction.
Yeah, how do you know it's tilted?
With angle measurements. If you have something where you have angle A at the base, angle B at the top, and angle B is is off by enough of an amount, you can tell if it's tilting away.
When you say it's off, what do you mean?
So when it's off, it is not plumb. It's not measured as the same plumb as you, even though the person at the tower has tested to see if it's plumb.
How do you know it's
by
not plumb?
measuring the angles to it.
Right, but how would the angle tell you that it's not plumb or it's tilted?
Because there's a linear change to angles over height between two measurements. And then if that thing that you're measuring, if the height of that thing is also has a tilt added, it's no longer a linear measurement.
So what are you
Like a
using?
linear
Like you're
change.
just looking at it through an optic and it's lower down than you want it to be, or what?
It's not lower down, buddy. It's tilted away.
Careful with that word
The
lower,
angle's
dog.
different.
Well, what do you mean? Well, how do you know it's?
They've only
Well,
got
what
that.
exactly are you observing that's a tilt? Could you show me? Just show me an image of the tilt of whatever you're looking at that's tilted.
It's an
Written
angle.
down.
They're trying to say that they have diverging zenith angles, right? And they think that proves a globe, but that's only because all they've done is they've added in the Earth-centered fixed coordinates in because they've pre-assumed a globe. What?
Incorrect.
That is correct. That's what you've done.
No,
That's the
it's
only reason why you have the
incorrect. That's what they
diverging
did.
zenith angles.
No.
Well,
They measured
can
it
you show
first.
me what you're using, like a
Changes,
theodolite
they
or
added
something?
the changes to it, and some of the changes reduced the spherical excess.
We're using theodolites.
They use something that's essentially just the theodolite, yeah, but it may have had a different name.
Okay, so can you show me the observation that you're saying? Look, this is showing a tilt.
No, I can't show you an image of that. No one can.
So what are you?
You can't take an image of something tilting by that tiny amount.
What are you basing? So what are you basing that claim on then?
The PDF, the transcontinental arc, the parallel that's accepted by every surveyor in the US, every landowner in the US, the US government,
and we have no
all
idea
governments
what
around
they
the
were
world,
actually looking
and
at.
has been replicated in countries all around the world using
Right,
the exact same
and in
methods,
none of
finding the exact
those,
same spherical excess.
right, and in none of those we know what they're actually looking at. Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean we don't know what they're actually looking at? Do you mean like they didn't
Well,
take
you just
videos
said we don't
and
know.
photographs
We
of
don't have an
everything? Like
image.
that's fine. That's a ridiculous epistemology to work off. And you don't have
Right,
that
so
epistemology, do you?
So you don't have even an image of what you're talking about.
An image of things tilting away in the distance. No, I don't even know how you'd be able to capture that as an image.
Well, how
But
did
you
they
could
see it
capture it.
then? So how did they see it then?
They
By
haven't. It's
measuring
all
the
based on pre-assumption.
angles
It's all
between
based on
multiple total
pre-assumption.
stations, buddy. Like measuring angles are different to taking a picture of something that you kind of think looks like it might be leaning in a direction.
Well, they must be using. Well, you're saying they're using a theodolite, which has an optic in it. So, show us what they were looking at where they made this claim, or you're now making this
Angle
claim.
measurements. They weren't just looking at town going, oh, it kind of looks like it's leaning away. I'll snap a photo of that and send it to my boys.
So nothing.
Yeah, they don't
What do
get
you mean?
diverging zenith angles
The
in reality.
PDF that everyone agrees is correct and that every survey uses the same
Everyone
technique.
agrees it's correct, really. Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. And there's nothing wrong with saying that in this case. Everyone agrees it's correct. It fits. it seems to be accurate on every level. In fact, you know what the Jefferson grid
Well,
is?
you can't even seem to be able to describe to
Do
me
you know
what
what
it
the
is that's
Jefferson
actually
grid
being
is?
observed.
The
Do you know what the
oysters,
Jefferson grid is?
right, baby, flat Earth, baby.
Cyclone,
Tell
do you
me
know what
about
the
it.
Jefferson grid is?
Tell me about it.
Oh, great. So Jefferson tried to grid out the United States, particularly the center of the United States, places like Kansas. And because they're very flat, I guess I'm going to use that word, they don't have big changes in elevation, he just went with like a standard grid. And if you put like a standard grid onto a curving surface, it's not going to fit properly. The internal sizes of the squares will have to be different. So when it was measured out and when it was mapped out, it found that it kept deviating away from what he'd intended it to be, and then it had to be corrected. That's why out in the middle of nowhere, you'll get these big parcels of land and you'll have a straight road, and then there's meant to be a right angle to another straight road to like run out this grid, and you'll find that in the middle of that somewhere, there's a dog leg, and that dog leg is to make the correction because we exist on a sphere, not on a flat Earth. You can find photos of them all over the place.
What the fuck?
Yeah, someone literally tried to assume that we were on a planar surface when they did surveying, and they fucked up so bad that they had to make corrections.
So they just correct for the curvature that they assume.
They fuck up for the
Mathematically.
difference between the grid on a flat surface and the grid on a curved surface.
Probably topography, right?
Nope,
Yeah, someone
not at all.
fucked up surveying. Someone fucked up surveying. Therefore, the Earth's a ball.
No, that's not the therefore. That's just another piece of evidence. So you understand that I'm not running this off like, well, I do actually have one proof positive argument, but I don't know, you guys can't deal with it. I'm not running it off just proof.
Oh,
I'm running it
really?
off their body of evidence and facts, and they all seem to indicate the same thing, and there isn't the same on the other side of this argument.
Well, it just seems
Like,
to
you don't
me
have
like you don't actually have any actual proof that the surface is
It
curved.
does.
So you're using all these non sequitur tangential methods and then assuming the curve at the end of them. So it
Yeah,
seems
and you're
like.
using debate language and saying I'm assuming things, when in reality the measurement of spherical excess wasn't an assumption.
No,
It
you
was a
are. I
measurement
mean, it would
first,
be an
and
assumption.
then they had to assume that it needed to be changed first.
Dogs, did you figure out how elevation profiles work yet?
Yeah, I did, buddy. Do you want me to send those pictures again that like work for 7-year-olds?
No, I just want to know if you figured out how they work
Oh,
yet.
it's fine. I'll drop them in chat again for you. How about that?
No, I
Maybe your
already
mates
know how
can
they're
explain
measured.
them to you.
I already know how elevations are measured.
Uh-huh.
Okay, good.
Yeah, look, I put the picture in again. Did you read the picture?
No.
So at the top, you have an elevation chart, and at the bottom, you have how that elevation chart would look on a globe, and there's no reason why you can't write the way that it looks on the globe as the elevation chart on the top.
Yeah, dude, I already know how they're measured in reality, not on a globe, so we're good to go.
You obviously don't, because you assume they're a flat Earth because one of the axes is flat.
No, I didn't say anything about
Yes.
flat Earth. It's measured not flat because there's elevation
Topography,
changes.
yes. I'm not stupid. I know that you're basically a
Yeah.
bed clone.
Yeah, so, but you're not saying that the horizontal is curved, are you? That'd be silly.
No, I'm not. Are you going to do the whole
Excellent.
but the horizontal's curved? Because I've given you the exact same answers to all your stupid questions about 50 times.
Not curved, right?
You're going to do it
Horizontal,
again?
not.
Do you want me to go back to 24/7 live stream, clip the last time you did this, and then just post that? Because it's going to be the same dumb questions followed by my exact same arguments.
Yeah, there might be some new people who could hear me ask you whether horizontal curves, and you will say, what again? No, right?
Horizontals do not curve. That is correct.
Excellent. And we can establish a horizontal plane of reference.
We can establish a horizontal plane of reference, but it will only work for a single point. Everything else will no longer be 90 degrees from that horizontal while still being vertical on the Earth or
So
plumb.
the perpendiculars to the plane will be parallel, right?
No, the perpendiculars to the plane will not be parallel.
perpendiculars to a plane are not parallel. Is that your position?
Not on the Earth, because the Earth has deviating plumb lines.
Okay, so in reality, can we have a horizontal
The Earth,
plane?
yes. In
Yes.
reality, we can have horizontal planes only if you reference the verticals to the horizontal and not to the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so we have the plane, then we have the verticals. They'll be all perpendicular to that plane, right?
You can have them all as perpendicular, but if you also want them to be plumbed, you cannot achieve that.
So they'll be vertical, but not vertical.
No, that's not what I said. They'll be perpendicular to a horizontal line that you've drawn, but they won't be plumb to the
Okay,
Earth,
so
which means that they will deviate off the shape of the Earth.
you said they'll be perpendicular to horizontal, which is vertical, but they won't be plumb, which is also vertical. So they'll be vertical and not vertical at the same time.
Plumb is referencing the downward acceleration of the Earth towards the center of the Earth. So it is the way to get a vertical, because you can't get a horizontal without first getting the vertical on the Earth. It is
You
a way
can't
to
do that?
give you yes, it is that way to give you the horizontal through getting the
I can
vertical.
do that.
All those verticals will deviate because the Earth is a globe.
I can make a horizontal without referencing a vertical.
Are you going to talk about your plumb, your fucking level again?
Of course.
Oh, well then you don't understand how a level works. Still, Jerry, after all this fucking time, you don't understand how the most basic thing every builder has in their toolkit works.
What?
Hmm.
Water level?
Yeah, water level, spirit level, auto level.
Yeah, and every single one of them references the vertical downward acceleration on the Earth in order to establish the level.
But you don't need that, do you? You just have to have 2 points at equal elevation, right? And then the bubble's going to be right in the middle. Really?
No.
Interesting.
If you have 2 points at equal elevation, then what you'll find is that horizontal, the straight line, because it won't be horizontal off either. The straight line that you have drawn off those 2 points will get closer to the ground as it gets towards the middle, and then it'll get further away as it gets towards the other end.
So it'll be a hump in the middle?
Not of the
Go ahead and say
line,
no.
but of the
Go ahead
Earth.
and say
Yes,
no for
Jim.
me. Yes, hump? Yes? You're a hump
There
guy.
will be a hump in the middle.
Okay.
I mean, why are you still asking these stupid questions, Jerry? I've said it 3 times.
It's just that Peter the Globe.
What contradiction have I ever said to you about this?
It's just that Peter the Globe Prover said that there's a drop, and now you're saying there's a hump.
What contradiction have I ever said to you on this subject, Jerry?
You said that verticals will be perpendicular to horizontal, but plumb lines won't be perpendicular to horizontal.
Oh, wow, look at that. You can establish a vertical if you already have a horizontal off any point on that horizontal, but it won't
How
establish
the fuck do you
a
establish?
vertical that is plumb with the Earth, okay? Say this back to me, Jerry. It won't establish a vertical that is plumb to the Earth. Can you do this?
No.
Yeah, I didn't fucking think so, because you're just a bad faith Bev clone.
You think I'm bad faith when you're the one saying vertical is also
Obvious.
not vertical.
Say
I'm the bad faith.
this back to me, okay? You can make as many verticals off you as you want off any horizontal line, but those verticals will not be plumb on the Earth. Can you say that back to me?
Okay, so you could have verticals, but they won't be vertical to the Earth, right?
No, they won't be plumb to the Earth, you fucking child of a man.
What do you think plumb means?
Vertical?
Plumb is referencing the center of the Earth, the downward acceleration, the
Is
point
it
at which
vertical?
that downward acceleration pulls all things. It is a plumb
It vertical?
line.
Is
it vertical?
Only for that point is it vertical. If you're at another part of the Earth and you're looking at that point could be horizontal to you if you are 90 degrees around the Earth away from that person.
Horizontal
How is a point horizontal?
I didn't say horizontal, I said vertical, you chuckle fuck.
Great stuff as usual, dogs.
Yeah, I know. Like, you guys can't listen. You can't understand. All you do is repeat the same dumbass questions that I've answered a million times. And you sit there and chuckle. And, like, the idea that I said horizontal just then popped into your mind just so you could chuckle like a little fucking child, even though I said vertical. And you can have that vertical plumb at a point. You can't have horizontal at a point.
See, you might be able to fool other ass wipes with your spherical excess and your diverging verticals, but
God, you can't even
fool
fucking
anybody
say the
here.
word.
You can't fool
Mate,
anybody
what
here, dog.
thing have I ever said that's a contradiction?
Another one that thinks he's walking uphill on a horizontal surface.
Yeah. Vertical, not vertical.
What have I ever said that's a contradiction, Jerry?
You got vertical and not vertical at the same time. You got a hump where Peter has a drop.
Yes, okay. No, stop. Let's start with that first one. You have vertical and non-vertical at the same time. Now, if I'm referencing this vertical to a horizontal line that I've drawn, then that can be vertical. But if I'm trying to reference it to the downward acceleration, the plumb lines that you get on Earth, it will no longer be vertical. So what you're referencing that line to changes if that line is vertical or not. Can you get that through your head?
I understand that's what you believe.
No. That's just a fact about geometry.
What about the horizon?
No, it's a fact about geometry, Jerry. Jerry, it's a fact about geometry that if I have like lines all over a piece of paper, I could potentially have a line that is vertical to some horizontal line I've drawn, but it's not vertical to another line that I have drawn. The Earth's surface is one line and it's curved, and you can draw a horizontal and have everything vertical off that horizontal, but it won't also reference the surface of the Earth. That's why every time you ask me these dumb questions, you're just making yourself look like a retard.
What about the horizon?
What about it? It curves too, buddy.
Well, you know what the definition of vertical is, right?
The definition of what?
Plane of the horizon.
The definition of what?
Vertical.
To a point on the horizon.
No, perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
No, that's not any definition I've seen. Can you show me that definition?
So there's a conspiracy.
Can you show me that definition?
No, you can look that up yourself.
Oh, because it doesn't exist. It doesn't say horizon. It says perpendicular to a horizontal line.
Right, and horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yes.
No, it doesn't. Horizon and horizontal are different words with different definitions. And a horizontal isn't necessarily a horizon. If the horizon is curved, which it is, there's pictures of it, then a horizontal line
horizontal is parallel.
What's the reference to horizon?
A horizontal is parallel to the plane, to the curve of the horizon. Plane of the
There's no
horizon
horizontal. You can make a horizontal from a single point only on the Earth.
So horizontal is parallel to a curved horizon. Is that right?
Only to a single point. No, it's not parallel. No, it's not parallel at all.
So
but it's perpendicular to a single point.
When we get told in definitions from like Oxford, Merriam-Webster, and that it's parallel to the plane of the horizon, they're wrong.
Yeah, can you show me any of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
It's fucking easy.
Drop me in chat.
Okay.
Horizontal, Merriam.
Is the point a plane?
Oh my god.
The plane.
Never fucking saw that definition before. I find that
No, it is
difficult.
parallel to, in the plane of, or operating in a plane parallel to the horizon or to a baseline.
Holy shit. There you go.
Yeah.
I need to post it for you.
Dogs, you're
Yeah,
brainwashed.
look,
You are fully
I
brainwashed.
fact-checked myself, and I'm changing what I say. I don't give a fuck if it says it's parallel to the horizon. The horizon's curved.
I
photos
don't
of
give
it.
a fuck.
The horizon by definition only goes at 2000. You can say the horizon is parallel and have it be curved. You guys ever used a leveler? Holy shit, how do you think all construction?
So in geometry, horizontal would be like a line that is perpendicular to
Correct.
Like a vertical. But in if you use parallel in other ways, like to parallel park, or something that is parallel to the horizon, something that is horizontal, so it's parallel to the horizon, It can be an what is it? A non-specific reference. So it doesn't have to.
Exactly. How do these
But anyway,
can I just say, this is coming
how
from
does
Dogs.
semantics solve this?
This is coming from Dogs, the man that said if it's truth, it should be simple. You are
No, I never said that.
If you believe the Earth is
Big Roots, when did I
genuinely
say
flat,
that?
if you believe the Earth is genuinely flat, we should just take you on a mission to Mars. We'll show you.
Big Roots, when did I say
Anyone want
truth
me to
should be
mute that
simple?
guy?
No, like a year. I'll take you. Listen, I partnered with Virgin Galactic for specifically this server to take some flat earthers up to space to convince them otherwise. Dude Perfect already did it. I'm willing to do it too. Anyone wants a free ticket, I'll take you with me.
So just quickly,
think
Big Roots, when
Perfect
did
went
I
to
ever say the
space?
truth should be
That's
simple? When did I ever say?
funny
When did I ever say the
When
truth
the
should be
flat
simple?
earthers come back, they're gonna be like, "Oh my
Yo,
god, they
yo.
brainwashed him. He's lying. They brainwashed him. We lost him. He's lying."
I'm
So
tempted
when
to
did I ever
do.
say the truth should be simple? Big Roots, Big Roots, Big Roots, Big Roots. When did I say the truth should be simple?
You said earlier.
Shut
You
up, dog.
said
fucking knob.
that. Yeah. Just shut up, bro. You did say it earlier.
No, I said the
do you believe
truth
the Earth?
is
Do you believe the
true.
Earth is
If you
flat?
say it once, a lie doesn't become.
Do you genuinely believe the Earth is flat?
Well, you think you live on a spinning ball, Red?
Do I think I live on a spherical ball that correlates with everything we can observe in the universe? Yeah.
Okay, tell me where you see the Earth spin.
Do you have a telescope?
Well, a telescope isn't going to tell. Are you looking at the ground spinning with your telescope?
No. I'm simply observing other celestial bodies
okay.
within the universe.
Oh,
that
right. No.
clearly
But
see
you're
that are a
talking
ball.
about. But you're talking about the Earth being a ball that spins, yeah?
Wait, are you one of those flat earthers that believe Jupiter is round but the Earth isn't?
Oh, bro.
Red,
let's
don't
stay
get
focused.
triggered. Let's have a
I'm
genuine
perfectly
conversation.
fine. No, I'm not gonna. I can't have a genuine conversation with people.
Don't
just
jump
believe
all over
nonsense.
him.
You
Let
can't have a
him
genuine
finish.
conversation. Well, you just made the claim.
I've
believe the Earth
seen.
is a ball
I
that
have
spins,
seen the Earth.
and that it complies with what we observe. So I'm asking, where do you observe the Earth to be spinning?
We can observe other planets in our solar system, and we can
No. You're
deduct.
talking about the Earth.
Wait. You're right. However, if we want to use inductive reasoning, like you want to, right? I'm trying to use deductive reasoning. We can all tell we're all on a rock, right? Because we can mine rock. We know that we're on a rock, right? And we can observe other rocks in space. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. These rocks aren't just flat. Some of them are weirdly shaped. Some of them are circles. Some of them are spheres, right? We can observe the moon. So when we look at the moon, why wouldn't we just deduct that our surface that we're on is also round if everything we can observe outside of Earth is round?
Right, okay, so you don't observe the Earth to be moving, you just look at the moon and say, I must be on something like the moon, which I assume is a ball.
We could observe the Earth to be moving. That's very easy.
Okay, so where did you see the Earth moving? That was my original question.
There are. What do you mean? There are free floating buoys that prove the Earth.
Oh, so tell me what you were looking at exactly, and then how you saw the Earth moving.
Well, no, the Earth is moving. It deducts that the Earth is moving because of the energy centrifugal force it gets from the waves. Like
So tell me exactly what you're observing.
Why else would it be moving? It's observing the change. It's observing the change between the ground beneath it and the ground and the sky above it. Right? If you put a camera.
So you're observing what exactly? Did you say a buoy?
Yeah, there's an experiment. They have a buoy. They have a buoy that's tied to a weather balloon, and it literally stays in one. Also, when all the water in the land, it doesn't move at all. But when all the water in the land that they observe on camera goes beneath it,
what doesn't move at all?
The balloon and the buoy don't move.
Right.
They stay stationary. But when they observe, what they observe is that the seafloor below it and the sky above it, the clouds move, the ground moves below it, and you can clearly see. I mean,
wait. The clouds move. Yes, we see the clouds.
Yeah, and the seafloor also moves.
You're seeing the seafloor move. What do you mean?
Let me show you.
Yeah, show me what you're talking about.
Awesome.
What the
Red,
fuck, man?
Red, slow down a bit, bro. Slow down a bit.
Am I going to?
Let him cook. Let him cook, bro.
Am I going too fast?
Go on, man. Go. This is funny.
No. This is perfect. Keep going. So you're about to post in the chat what you're talking about.
So we have a balloon that's in the air, fixed in free space, not moving.
Yeah, not moving.
Okay.
Well, it has
The
a drone.
clouds are moving.
It has a drone on it, so it's not technically like just the balloon. The drone moves to the left at 15 miles at 0.15 miles an hour.
So let's try and stay focused here.
Yeah.
So what are you showing us?
1 second, I'm trying to capture this command post in Battlefront.
Oh God.
What? You have an issue with Star Wars?
You're like a whole archetype, Red.
Yeah, you're like a whole nigger. Don't ever
Yeah.
speak to me like that again.
Wow.
Right, I'm
Star
kicking
Wars
him.
fan
You're
is
kicking me? You
triggered.
haven't even got to my proof, you stupid asshole.
We didn't even get to see the
Don't
sea
tolerate
floor
racism
move,
here.
Red.
Oh my god, you guys are just conniving assholes.
You pricked already, bro. Oh damn.
Gotta watch that
So he
hard
sees
arm,
the
man.
sea floor moving. Man, see how quickly the Star Wars fans spaz out? Quite crazy.
What a dick.
Dear me. So I guess he doesn't observe the Earth move. Hey, is Zed in the chat? I saw Zed in the chat saying he was an ex-flat earther. Zed, what's up? What have we missed? What are we missing here? Sounds like you figured it out.
Yep. Went from the globe to flat, back to globe.
Yeah. So we went from globe to, oh, I don't see any evidence of a globe. Everything just seems flat. Okay. But then something came along. But in the chat, he was saying Eratosthenes, right? That's like the first thing you come across when you're looking into this. So I'm not sure how much research he would have actually done to then go flat and then go back if Eratosthenes is still convincing him. Maybe he just means he Googled who measured Earth curve, saw that it said Eratosthenes, never bothered to read it, and just kept believing in the spinning water ball in a vacuum religion. But oh well, I guess Zed's not here. Oh man, why's Red got to spaz out like that? We were gonna get a funny. It's because he already knew he was digging himself a massive cell phone, which is why he spiraled out with the N word. Rip.
I don't know if you guys want to give him another shot.
I think
Better become very familiar with the
Roots
server
some-
rules.
Any more globe contenders in who aren't just going to drop N bombs and spiral? Any evidence that the Earth is a spinning, tilting, wobbling space ball?
Oh, there we go, Cyclone in the chat. Z or Red. The easiest way is to watch a sunset.
Yeah, so not an observation of the seafloor moving.
And after that, what we do? I watch the sunset.
We do.
Beautiful. What we do after that?
After that, you don't take any questions on it because it's going to come to does the sun go down? And that's where things get tricky.
Sunset, you say it's beautiful, then you go cook dinner.
If it's going down, they must have a horizontal plane for that down. Because on the globe, there is no down.
No down. Well said.
Yeah, they can't say down because it's always above somebody's head. So it's not going down. It's always above Earth. Come on
Can't
in,
say
Zed.
going either.
I thought it was Downey.
And then they'll say it's just perspective, which is exactly what I say.
Easy way out. Perspective is the magic word. Like, we can change, we can do anything with it. Yep.
Oh, no, but it's all relative.
What?
It's just relative, man.
Looks like weed, man.
Yeah.
No, but you guys are right. The Earth is flat.
The Earth is black.
I mean, of course it looks like the sun's moving relative to the Earth.
Maybe because it's part of it.
Be.
Because the sun and earth, they have a relation together. Like the moon as well. They are all part of the same dance. They are dancing. But people they want to put all this beautiful dance into something makes meaning. Why it has to make meaning?
Dancing?
Experience the flatness, experience the stillness, experience.
Is it doing the banga or what kind of dancing?
It's the dance that is happening between when the summer is not here. There is cold. When the summer is here, when the sun is here, it's warm. The dance is happening between the plants are growing and plants are not growing. Everything has its own cycle. The oceans, they have their tides.
I
The
thought the
human had
oceans.
his breath in, breath out. It's
I thought.
everything is cycle.
Yeah, I thought the oceans had tide pods.
Not about to start singing "Morning Has Broken," are you?
Yeah, as well. Why not? Let me roll it. And after we sing together. I know what you mean. It's I don't know.
It is a beautiful world, man. It is.
Yeah, but the only thing for this world to be experienced is to be in touch with it. If I don't touch it, I cannot experience it. Yeah, we think about, we talk about the physical reality that we experience. What we experience what we touch, what we smell. We go hiking and we smell this flower that we never smelled before. It's like amazing. And then this Yves Saint Laurent guy comes and he says, "Okay, I want to take this flower and I want to make a perfume with it and make money." And you see, the key is out there. Nobody's like, I don't know. It's I feel bad for the people that they cannot see the reality that they experience. We want always people to tell us what to do, what to feel, how to go, how to. I go camping around the United States and I never book any camp yard. And I know every time and I choose the camp yard that I'm going to, I want to find an empty place. And it always happens because I know it's going to happen. I know the spot I'm going to go there. It's like crazy. It's something. There is something special connection with the nature. I don't know what is it, but I think it's things that we can really go and detect it to ourselves, touch it and feel it. You see, I don't want anybody to tell me what it feels like. If I go into cold water, I know it's cold because it's like cold. Yeah, because I feel it. Even if you tell me it's boiling hot, but I feel it cold, man. You know, I live in a flat earth. You tell me it's a globe, but I don't feel it, man. It's like um, all I feel is flat. Show me. Like you have these hot springs, yeah. People they go inside and sit inside and enjoy it.
What's up?
My ceiling.
Nice. I like that.
Sorry,
Better up
man.
than down, you know? That's what I
Yeah,
like.
that's it.
What are we mad about today?
They're just debating the Earth is flat.
Boring. Boo.
Yeah, that's what we know. We feel. I don't know what.
Oh, the
What about you?
LGBTQ chat is just up the road, so go there. This is the flat Earth chat.
I'm not LGBTQ.
Somebody's
Honestly,
feeling.
I got muted in here yesterday, so I was just trying to see if I was still muted, honestly. But
Oh, wow, fascinating, bro. Fascinating.
yeah,
Well, you
that's
can move
all.
along if you're not
All
interested.
right, I'll move along,
so-
man. All right.
Cool. Peace.
I hope when England collapses, you lose your house. Good luck.
Salty. That's a good look. It must be because you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Maybe he's lost. He's trying to find his way.
Yeah, he's lost on the internet. Where am I?
That's funny.
Well,
What is happening?
Life.
Ah.
Currently experiencing the natural vacuum that happens in life. It's called the absence of speech.
Silence is golden. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's irritating. But it's good.
Hey, globe or flat, I love you guys. We're all in this together, man.
In being the key word, since we're in a contained environment.
You said global and flat earthers?
Yeah, I guess we're all
Yes.
flat earthers. My bad.
Yep. Because to get your globe, you need a flat line. It's amazing how it works. Even to have your globe, you need a flat horizon. It's amazing.
Hello. Anybody in here?
There's plenty in here. They're just sleeping.
Are my speakers not working, or?
Your speaker's working fine.
Well, that's a first. This room usually is lively.
Not around this time. They're normally sort of asleep this time.
I see. I see
It's
Hall
just
there is
us
playing.
Australians.
Sorry, what?
It's just us Australians. You know, on our way home. It's like 10:30 at night. Nothing to do.
I see.
Railway crossing ahead. So what brings you here?
Nothing. I just saw the channel populated. I thought there's going to be people talking. Thought I would jump in and listen to some interesting concepts.
What's your view on our reality?
I have a very normie view of our reality. I do have some crazy.
Did you say crazy? Did you say crazy? Railway crossing
Yeah,
ahead.
I do have some crazy theories, but theories are just theories.
Well, let's listen to them. Let's see how crazy they are.
Okay, when it comes to time, for example, I don't think time has a beginning or an end. I think it's infinite. And I also think space is infinite, the area that is outside Earth. And I believe that space does exist. It's faith, call it faith if you will.
You know what? We all believe space exists. We just don't believe space exists as they say it does in the globe, religion. They say space is a vacuum. That's not right. Space, of course there's space. We know that. What space is? We don't know what space is. Space is between you and I, between us and the moon, us and the sun, whatever they may be. They're just things that we're never going to know. They're definitely not like NASA tells us they are.
Sure, but the space between us.
Kevin? How is
Hang on
it
a
any
minute. The
different
space.
with the space?
Well, the thing is, so I mean, on Earth, the space between us is filled with molecules, right? It's filled with oxygen and filled with gas. So it's not really empty space. It's just invisible to us because we can't see it, unless there's smoke between us, right? Then the space wouldn't be empty. It would be full of molecules of some sort. But when they say space is a vacuum, or a near perfect vacuum, that is when you go in space. I mean, it does make to a certain degree some sense, right? When you go out in space and the gravity is very low, that there's nothing that pulls the molecules down because they do have a weight. So when they say that there's a near perfect vacuum, there's nothing between two objects. It's almost empty.
Okay, but let's think about this, okay? We have a box filled with some gas, okay? And that box is on the ground. Right? Now, gravity is the strongest on the ground, is it not? So,
Sure,
gravity becomes weaker as you go further away, okay? So, if we turn around and open a valve on that box, it goes. It escapes, doesn't it?
You cut out. What did you say? If you turn on the valve in that box, what happens?
Yeah, what happens to the gas?
It gets compressed, I guess.
No, the gas
The
comes out
pressure
of
in
the
the box.
box.
Oh, you mean like what happens if the gas is removed from the box?
Well, not removed. We just have to open a door, and the gas wants to escape, doesn't it?
Okay, hold on. So if you had a box and you open the door to that box and say there was there was some kind of smoke in there, the smoke would come out of the box and it will be replaced by invisible air, I guess. But you'd still have molecules of air in the box, right?
Well, I totally agree. But that gas that was in that box would want to leave the box and equalise with the surrounding air, would it not?
I guess. Yes.
Okay. Now, gravity is the strongest as we get closer to the ground. So that gas could possibly go up and up and up and up. And then what happens?
Well, that depends on how light the gas is. If the gas is lighter than, say, hydrogen, I know that helium is the lightest gas, so helium would be going up, but some gases stay. By the way, speaking of gases, I guess this is how fog works, right? I mean, fog has a weight because it's a mixture of air and water, and there's a reason why fog stays on the ground, doesn't it?
It's not a gas, though, is it? Fog's just
Oh, fog.
slightly.
Fog is a
It's
mixture.
small, yeah,
Fog is a mixture.
yeah, but it's the water particles, the really small water particles, that actually cause the fog, isn't it?
Sure, sure, but it does act like it does sort of act like a gas, doesn't it?
Nah, not really. I wouldn't call fog a gas. Definitely not a gas. Yeah, definitely
Okay,
not.
well, okay,
It's
fine.
just
It's not a gas, but it does
saturation.
act like a gas,
Yeah.
though.
No, not really. I wouldn't say fog acts like a gas. Yeah, no, definitely not. When we're talking about gases, we're talking about, particles that have energy. Fog doesn't have any energy. Fog's just small particles of water. Rain's larger particles of water.
Yeah, I do. I really have to apologize. I do have to go. I have some work to do, and I'd like to
All
talk
right,
more, but yeah, I gotta go. Sorry.
no worries. Well, good on you. Cheers.
Later.
Later.
Soski, do you think that video game is proof that the ground is a ball? Yeah, it's easier to just type in text.
Bodies are gas now.
Yeah, the Globies are so used to living in fantasy land that now computer games are good enough for them. They say, well, it's easy enough to say that my computer game can be like reality. Therefore, my computer game is like reality. Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
Similar.
High level stuff.
It's close to that. It's kind of, I can model it in a way that I can make testable predictions.
Uh-oh.
And testable predictions
It's
at work seem to map to a ball. 39.
another Kerbal engineer in our midst.
Exactly. I love Kerbal. It's pretty
He's
good. Have you played it?
sensitive about the Kerbal degeneration.
Yeah, Kerbal's good fun. It's like a really educational game. Like most
It's
games.
not reality though, is it?
I don't think anybody's confused about whether little green men
Oh,
go
I
up
don't
in
know.
space for
I don't
millions
know,
of
Ed.
years without
These
any life
guys in the
support.
chat. These guys in the chat are pretty confused. They seem to think that it's good evidence for Earth being a ball.
It is. Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
All right, so you're confused too.
I mean, I can show you. I did a demo here the other night, but everybody fell silent and I got banned. People asked,
wow.
where's God? Like they finally accepted it and realized, okay,
That
this
must
does
have been a
explain
big night for
star
you.
trails. Do you want me to show you star trails in Kerbal? That's all. Just land on the southern pole of a
Cyclone, can I ask one
looking
question?
south on any body and it'll have a
Please,
little southern
Jared.
pole.
Eggshells, how do you know which video game to pick to say, okay, this is reality? Like, why isn't it Mario Brothers or Silver
It's a good
Surfer?
question.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, it's not that I pick one. It's like they're all there, which models reality best. And in some situations, Kerbal models reality very poorly. But in terms of orbital mechanics, it models it very well. So I'd lean to it for orbital mechanics, but like, you know, guns and ammunition and stuff, I'd go to a different game, or, you know, military strategy, chess, like turn-by-turn games, you go to a different one, right? Head-to-head
All right.
versus single player. Do you game at all, Jerry? You a gamer?
I don't really have time anymore, man.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you didn't
I
seem
used to
like a
play
gamer. I was just
GTA.
curious.
Yeah. GTA was my game for like 12 hours a day, you know.
That was a good game. Yeah, I've mained GTA for a while.
Yeah.
It's a good game to main because you can like, it's a little bit like Red Dead Redemption 2. You can be like, oh, you've got to go rob this train, and you could go there immediately and do it. But you also could just like go around jacking like horses and you know, punching people and finding weird other stories and going hunting and just do so much other stuff that it made it easy to play a single player game, like a storyline based game, for as long as you wanted. Whereas most other single player games I find a bit on rails.
Right.
We do this, then we do that, then we do that, then we finish, and there's never a point to play the game again. So Hall's playing Kerbal as well. Hall, what I did one day was land that looks like you're making a single stage to orbit plane, space plane. Is that an SSTO? Oh, he doesn't
Paul
talk.
doesn't. Yeah, he's very shy.
Oh, poor chap. Well, he's going to be terrible at defending the globe if he's shy. Does he even know where we got the radius? What's the person's name and what was their star sign? Because you've got to know their star sign and what month of the year they did it, because it changes monthly. Oh, he's saying, yeah, how high? Yep, an SSTO. In my current game, Jerry, I'm loving, which is a extraction shooter, which is like you're playing up against other players and like bots to loot somewhere and escape. But I'm playing it in VR. Oh, it's so much fun. Because all these other shooting games, if you can imagine, like you're running, same as in GTA, you know, switching weapons or like shooting or like reloading, you know, just hitting the reload button is just a question of when you do it. There's no like efficiency bonus you get for doing it well, you know. And then aim is pushing a thumbstick around. So it's very different to moving your entire arms and body around to point at somebody who's behind you, let's say. It's like, can I spin the thumbstick around and then press the aim button and then press the fire button? Like the fire button's close, but all the others just don't make sense. Where all these ones in VR suddenly are fun. You know, like throwing a grenade is like, I wonder where this is going to go. Hope it goes in. Oh my God, it's coming back at me. I don't know. It's good fun. Intuitive. Remotely hacking cameras. Yeah, I was suggesting that one. Like if people believe in crypto, then you believe in blockchain technology. Then you just send a part of the blockchain up in a satellite that sends a transmission down that you just check, does that fit the blockchain? Is that the only possible thing that nobody else knew I put on that little box? You know what I mean? Or a decryption, something, encryption protocol. And if that box is beaming back this special magical code that only you can read and it says I'm spinning around Earth, I'm over the North Pole, I'm over the South Pole, I'm over the North Pole, you kind of win, right? And if it just says I'm going in a circle. What do you reckon, Jerry? Do you reckon there are satellites and things going overhead without propulsion, just round and around year on year without being energy being put into the system?
I don't know what's going on up there.
Have you seen satellites with your naked eye, like man-made satellites with your naked eye?
No, I've only seen airplanes.
Yeah.
I looked for the
Anytime
ISS.
you're out where there's past light pollution, just it takes you like 5 minutes to get your eye in, I find. Like my eye just gets like more and more and more sensitive. And then suddenly after about 10 minutes, I'm like, oh, there's one. And I'm like, oh, wow, I've never seen that before. And then you look a bit longer and you go, oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another one. Like, they're everywhere. There would be like 3, at least in Australia, which I think there should be fewer. There's like 1, oh no, there'd probably be about even. There's probably 2 or 3 in the sky at any given time.
How do you know it's not an airplane?
You can tell, absolutely you can tell. Firstly, it moves too fast.
Oh, okay.
Like it's not blinking and it's absolutely belting across the sky. Like the plane would have to be down near eye height to be going that far from bottom to top. And it looks like a star. It's just this steady light. Sometimes they disappear and come into view because the best time to see them is it's like relatively soon after sunset, because once you're midnight, they're all the way around the back of the ball. So they're in shadow from the ball. But like a few hours after, they're high enough that they're still getting hit with light, but you're not. And yeah, you just go, oh, there's a star, but it's rocketing across the sky. In a way that I'm sure there wasn't when I was a kid. I remember looking up as a kid and it was beautiful. There were lots of stars, but none of them moved. See comets and stuff, obviously shooting stars, but not talking about that. Oh, he's going for takeoff with his no wings SSTO. His dart, his interplanetary dart. Is this the first SSTO you've ever made? Because that doesn't look like it's going to work. Because maybe you're like big braining it. Okay, you've made it before. Fair enough. You're big braining it then. Because I'm like, there's no way that's getting. Oh, right. You're sort of right. Would you, if somebody said, "I've got a thing that can simulate flat Earth," Jerry, like somebody goes, "I found it. I found the program. I know how big to make the sun and the moon, or what's happening during an eclipse, or why the sun appears to set like that, or where's the South Pole was." If they were like, "I've got a simulation that works for all of those," would you be optimistic or skeptical?
No, it would still just be a model.
Right, but if there was a model that explained reality and why things sink over distance and that kind of stuff, if it was a flat Earth one that worked, that you could test and go, "Yep, holds up."
Yeah, it'd be interesting. The question would be for you. How would you be able to pick which one is reality?
Yeah, I'd test them. But like the simple first step is like, is it testable? And if it's not, you're just like, well, it's probably nonsense, Like, do you believe in
like trying to find a curve?
Sure, yeah, I'm sure that's I feel that's the way you would feel about it. What do you
Well, you
think
said you got to test it, right?
Sure,
and
yeah.
If it's test,
like test it just
and if
logically.
it fails, then it's not real, right?
No. Goodness no. It's silly logic.
So show me your geometric horizon. Show me a picture that shows the geometric horizon.
That's also a silly request. I'm not claiming I had a photo. Where did that come from? You have a photo?
I'm asking for evidence, dude.
Did I say I had a photo though, or do you just like, this is the evidence I want?
Oh, it should be easy, shouldn't it? Like you got this huge model that predicts everything and it tells you exactly how things work. Like this shouldn't be a hard request. I don't understand what's so hard about it. You live on a spinning ball, right?
Kerbal. I can show you Kerbal. I can show you the South Celestial Pole on Kerbal.
You can show me Kerbal?
Yeah, South Celestial Pole on Kerbal.
Cool.
Why the stars rotate around a fixed point. Stars near the equator move fastest and towards either pole 180 degrees apart.
Simple, man. You live on a ball. Show me a geometric horizon, man.
I can show you two poles. You can't fit that on flat. I don't really need to find a silly photo of silly curve when I give you something that is logically impossible.
Why is it so silly, dude? Do you live on a ball or don't you?
Yeah. Evidently, we've got two celestial poles.
Is the ball measured at a certain size?
Look, if you want to go, hey,
no, answer my question. Is the ball measured at a certain size?
I don't know if you've measured it. Like, has somebody measured it? I think probably
it's
people.
Your story, right?
What's yours so far? I haven't. You keep bringing all this stuff up. You tell me what
you don't have one. You don't believe in the globe. I get it.
I mean, I don't know. I think that I've got this.
Or you just believe in some parts of it.
This neat trick of figuring out what other people think, and it's just figure out what they're saying and say that, rather than tell them what they think, because then you're probably wrong, aren't you?
I haven't told you anything. I've been asking questions. You won't give no answers.
Sure, yeah. I think two celestial poles disproves the idea of all verticals being parallel. It cannot be the case that all verticals are parallel and we have two poles. We have two poles, therefore all verticals are not parallel. It's a contrapositive claim that shows that it is impossible that when we all look up, we all look in the same direction, which is necessitated by being on flat. So I don't need the rest. I've got a absolutely rock solid syllogism that disproves flat.
You have two poles, do you?
There are two poles. That disproves flat. It's about that simple.
Are they both magnetic?
No,
Does your compass work right at Antarctica?
Magnetism vaguely relates to it, but I'm talking about actual geographic and celestial poles lining up perfectly, rather magnetic, which wanders around, and I'm not talking about clearly. If you thought I was, then you got a bit of catching up to do. You know what a geographic pole is, right? The center of rotation, the point at which pendulums cannot process, that kind of...
You got a curve, don't you, dude?
Yeah, it's rotating the celestial poles. That's what I'm talking about. Are you following?
You got motion? Prove the motion. Rotation around the core. Thanks, Bob. On the core? You got a core too?
3 different ways. We can see it with our eyes. All of them match up to 15 degrees per hour, including a mechanical gyroscope down a well. Can't see the sky, but it can point at a star. That's a bit weird. The star's on the pole because it doesn't move. It works the same north and south. I mean, that just destroys flat Earth right there, dead in the water. And you're like, but show me a particular photo that I will rather than going, this is an unbeatable logical syllogism.
The simplest thing that you could do, and you can't do it. Like, it's so simple. All you got to do is show me that curve, and we're done.
But I'm showing you that it is logically impossible. It's flat, and you're looking. You're
it's
being like,
logically
doesn't look like anything to me. How would you know? Tell me what proof would look like if it isn't proving that all verticals aren't parallel.
A horizon that, if you're 1 foot above the water at 1.22, would do for me.
So you're picking something that doesn't work and going, here's how it
No,
doesn't
I'm
work.
using your
Sure, I'm pointing
geometric.
at something that does and inviting you to talk about it, and you can't.
I'm using your geometric size of the Earth to calculate where it should be.
Sure.
Is that
Are
is
all
that
verticals
illogical?
necessarily?
Is that illogical?
Yeah.
It is.
It's not so much a question of logic. It's just like, do you want to change your mind on this, or do you want to prove a point? Because if you want to prove a point, you're proving the point that you're stubborn and unable to
It's a simple
argue the actual
point,
point.
dude.
So
Like,
you
why
want
do you
to
have
talk
to make
about a
this so
different point.
difficult, man?
You just go, is it a logical syllogism that if
Yeah,
two
it's a
people see
logical
poles high in the
syllogism.
sky,
If I
it is
don't see a
impossible they're
geometric
both
curve,
looking
it's not
up,
there.
and the up is parallel? It's that easy.
Show me just one, dude. Like, there's got to be one day where you could see it, like where the conditions are just right to see it.
What, you want me to show you the picture of the white swan? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I've got it. Hang on a second. Open. Everybody's got a flat Earth folder, don't we all have that?
Like, do you agree that there would be one day where refraction and all the conditions just met up perfect that we would see the geometric curve?
Oh, I don't think you ever see perfectly, but I certainly don't think you see perfectly as an individual, let alone would you
Why
be
is it
able to
about
see
me?
it if it
This
was
has
right in
nothing to
front of
do
you.
with
I
me,
just
dude.
put a photo in chat at 1 minute to the hour, and that shows
what?
Curve. Shows a oil rig that is clearly above the water, that isn't sinking.
Oh, look
but
at
is
the other
halfway
picture
under
there.
the line of the water.
Is that at 1.22 miles there, or how high is this photo taken at? What's your height above the surface?
You tell me.
I don't know. It's your photo, dude. Fuck.
Sure. Okay. So what do you see in those photos?
Do you have
Let me
any
tell you
details about that photo actually at all?
Sure.
Do you know who took
you
it,
can
when
see
it
them
was
too with your
taken?
eyeballs. Do you
Any
want
of
to talk
that
about what we
stuff?
do know is there?
Like on the one on the left, I can tell you all kinds of information about it.
Sure. Can you tell me about the cranes?
Yeah, I can tell you
On
the
the left.
distance.
Can you tell me about the cranes though? What, like
I know
they
the
look straight
furthest
in one
one's
and
like
wibbly
10
in
miles
another.
out, and the horizon looks behind it.
But I asked you about the cranes.
Whatever, dude. I asked you about your geometric horizon. You still haven't
Yeah,
shown
it's
it.
right there in the photo. There's a photo of a crane, of a whole oil
Okay,
derrick,
dude.
whatever platform, sitting below the water when I know it's not below the water. There it is. You asked for it. It's right there.
It looks like it's further than geometric curve to me, anyway.
Well, I mean, okay, that's it. That's a you.
So where's the
problem.
horizon in that right picture?
Looks like it's right in front of the first oil rig. So you've got a picture, and you just pick one picture, but you can't like debate the existence of two celestial poles. So you've got your only proof is a picture, and I've got a picture that beats it, that
Yeah,
doesn't
my
beat it, but
eyesight.
negates it. We're now equal on pictures, but I have
Yeah,
two celestial
I know.
poles. So can you respond
You
to the
got
two
no
celestial
argument, so
poles
you're just
bit?
gonna fucking whine like a little bitch.
Do you know what the two celestial poles argument
I'll
is?
just leave it with you, eggshells. You can keep on whining.
Right, so you don't want to talk about two celestial poles. I wouldn't either. I mean, most flat earthers that are honest admit it's the biggest problem for flat Earth. Right, because it circles the south. Like, hey, look at the back of Hall's picture. See how he's got the Australian flag? Hall, I'm guessing, is an Aussie. Look at that cross on the flag. That points at the South Celestial Pole. Why do they put something that points at the South Celestial Pole? Because if you know latitude, you can just keep going down the coast and you know when Sydney is, when Botany Bay is, because you just go, right, that needs to be blah, blah, blah in the sky. So it works, which is why Globers can do celestial navigation, and flat earthers have talked about it for 2 years, but still can't do it. Like, isn't that brutal? Wouldn't you have thought one of the others would have just gone, I'll give it a crack. I'll have a go. I'll test it. Test it. I bring up two celestial poles and it's like, please, please, please talk about the hump. I'm like, okay, here's the hump. Can we get back to the poles? And you're like, actually, I'll talk about nothing rather than the poles.
Yeah, we kind of need the curve first for any of it to be true.
We've already proven that it cannot be flat. There are two options according to you, curved and flat, and we've proven it cannot be flat because all verticals cannot be parallel if we've got two poles, and we've got two poles, so all verticals
I'm gonna
cannot be parallel.
showcase a video here. That's okay.
Say again, Kim?
May I showcase a video if that's okay?
Sure. I mean, I don't know. It's not my room.
Alright, 1 second.
This guy's a troll.
It sounds.
Nah.
I'm wondering a bit.
That's some gaslighting right there. Holy shit.
Yeah. Go ahead, show your space video.
Thank you, thank you.
Flat Earth suicide watch after this. Oh, it's a rocket from... Oh, it's a monkey getting shot into space.
Yeah.
It looks like a solid rear-pointing thing. Oh, I was like, oh, is this the Russians back in the day? And I was like, of course not. It's
No,
the
it's
Middle
Iranian.
Easterns nowadays.
The 24/7 flat Earth brain community. You guys have.
Shot a poor little monkey into space. I wonder if he's going to meet any friends. They're not even getting into orbit. They're just shooting it up and then it's coming back down. I agree, A-Guy. I don't get why they, like... Well, I do get it, right? It would be obvious if you were like, yes, the cranes are bendy in one photo and not in the other. And I pick the one where they're bendy despite conceding I do not think the cranes have been bending in reality. So I agree that I'm getting a distorted image and that's the one I pick. Put them side by side and you're looking at this clearly crisp photo and going, nope, the other one, the smoky, weird, wibbly one is the one I'll take home to the bank, thank you. This is my entire proof for the flat Earth. All of it rests on a wibbly photo.
You're just going to keep being disingenuous, Eggshells? What are you talking about? All of it rests on a photo.
Provoke you into responding, really.
Well, I mean, your observable reality would tell you that you live on a flat, motionless Earth. It's only the cartoons that you get
tells you
from
live
the
on a ball.
government.
Now we're even.
Oh, okay. So where did you see curve?
Where did you see flat? Like, we can just play this game. Do you want me to do a globe as a flat earther? I can. Where did you see flat?
So
the
your
antecedent consequent
answer
relationship
to that
between
is
flat
you
and...
can't tell us where you saw the curve?
Sure, the antecedent consequent relationship between flat is... For flat,
No,
is
you don't
it
need to
must
go into
either have an edge or be infinite. It cannot be infinite and have
relationship.
pressure.
You can just tell us where you saw. You can just tell us where you saw the curve.
Sure, where's the edge? It's the antecedent consequent relationship. There must be an edge. Where is
So
it?
you can't tell us where you saw the curve.
Yeah, you can't tell us where these
Video
edges.
of a whole launch without cut, without no edit. I just speed it up a little bit. It shows they put 4 cams in the rockets, one on the stage separation, one at the engine, and
Yeah,
one on
Kim
the top.
Jong, we already looked at that. We showed you. It shows it's
you're just
concave.
delusional, bro. You're just delusional, bro.
It shows it's concave.
No
It
concave.
shows it's
So
concave.
how can you tell the difference
There's
between
no concave.
So look in the chat.
space
Look in the
video
chat,
that's
Kim
real?
Jong.
Yeah, but you stop it
Kim
there on
Jong.
purpose, but you don't stop it before that.
Yeah.
A
So
little bit
why
before the
is it
last
showing
one.
a concave? Why is it showing concave
Because
then?
the rocket is moving around the orb, and since there's no gravity in space, it's moving around crazy. That's why you see it like that.
Right. So why is it? Why is it looking like
Let's focus on
that?
the camera. Hold up. Let's focus on that cam. Let's watch again the whole video quick with it, focusing on that cam.
No. But we need to know why it is that it's
Let's watch
showing
the whole video.
concave
Let's watch
to
that whole video.
understand
Hold
what
up.
effects are
Let's watch
present
that
in
video
the
again,
image.
and let's just focus on that security camera. How about that? You just pause it there. That's the problem. But
Yeah,
you pause
because
it
if it's
further,
showing
a little bit more
concave in
further.
one of your images, then it means that you cannot claim these are all showing a ball.
Purpose.
Exactly.
Stop it there on purpose. Why don't you stop it a little bit more
Yeah,
further?
to show you that it's not showing the physical curvature of a ball the whole time.
Cam, but the black corners on that
Oh,
camera
so
just coincide
is that an
with the target.
effect of the lens? Is that an effect of the
No,
lens
it's
then?
not an effect of a lens because
Oh,
then
okay,
it
so
will
it's
have the
not an
same
effect of
effect
the
on all.
lens.
Then why
Okay,
is
so
it that
why
the
is it
other ones don't
concave
have
then?
the
If
same
it's not an
effect?
effect of the lens, if it's not an effect of the lens, okay,
security camera
okay,
doesn't
bro,
show that.
okay. Okay, so it's not an effect of the lens, meaning the Earth is concave.
No, it's not concave. Again, I show you
Oh, so
multiple
why is it
security cameras on
showing
it.
concave? So why is it showing concave?
You'll see it concave because
I just
you're
showed you it.
mentally ill. No, you
I just
paused it
showed
right
you it.
there on purpose. You paused it there
Yeah,
on purpose.
You're saying I'm pausing it there on purpose, and it's
Because you don't
showing
pause it a
what?
little bit earlier, but pause it a little
And
bit
it's
more
showing
there.
what? And it's showing what? That
Since the
pause.
guys want to play games.
Rage quit.
Yeah.
Rip.
Oh, he's still here.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you're
What up,
still here.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm
Okay,
not broke
okay.
like you.
Okay,
Boom,
so it's
right there.
showing concave.
Hold up.
It's
Same
showing
camera. Don't say, no,
concave.
hold up. Same camera, frame by frame.
Bro,
Because since you want to play
everyone.
games.
Okay, let's get someone else's take. Jerry, see the image
Yeah.
I posted in the chat? See that 6 minutes past? That's like a concave line,
Yeah, but
right?
you pause it there.
That it's
But you
showing.
don't pause it around
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Look.
Where it's showing concave in your video. Yeah, and you said that's not an effect of the lens, meaning what? The Earth is concave?
It's a globe, dude.
Oh, so why is it concave in your video?
Because you think it's concave. But if you see around it, you can see all the
Jerry,
circumference on
can you
it.
see the image? Is that looking
I'll stream
like
the
a
video.
ball?
How about I stream the video again?
No, it's curving concave in that frame.
No, bro. It looks like that because
Yeah.
of multiple cameras on it, but it's
Oh,
not
so it does
concave.
look like
But
it's concave in that frame.
concave, dude. It's not
No, it's
concave.
in the frame. It is showing concave. You just
stop it
agreed. It
there,
looks
and
like
it looks
that.
concave because you chose
It
to stop
looks
it there. But
concave.
if you go
Okay,
and
why
don't
does
stop
it
the
look
video
concave? Why does it look concave?
because you want to stop it right there, but you don't stop it
No,
beforehand.
no. It has nothing. It doesn't. Listen,
It doesn't
listen.
work like that.
My desires,
does
don't
not
play
work
into
like that.
why your video looks a certain way, right? If I
It's not
want it
my
to look
video. It's a video
certain
from the
way,
Iranian government.
bro, you saying because that's where you wanted to blah blah blah. My desire has no impact on what the video will show, right? Stop being a retard. So you agree it looks concave. So you need to tell us why does it look concave if that's not what it is. You're saying it's not a lens effect that makes it look concave. So why does it look concave? Answer the question. Stop deflecting.
Nobody's deflecting. I already showed the footage. Cope and
You're
see. That's all
deflecting.
I have to say.
Why does it look
Cope and see.
concave?
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's all you have to say. So you can't tell us why it looks concave. You just spaz out. Cool. So that can be dismissed then. Concave Earth. Unless you want to go for that.
Yeah, or light bends a little bit. I guess if either side could concede that light bends a little bit, then that side
Yeah,
would
so
be able to
we
explain
wouldn't
the
go
photos
and
and have to rest on other evidence.
So we wouldn't try and present some curving, convex, concave, flat horizon from altitude as proof of anything. But he is. So we need to, I guess, explain to him how that's not good evidence. But even though he's saying it does look concave, he's also just dismissing it and saying, no, it only looks concave because you're pausing it there.
Okay, so
Like, that's
are you
an argument.
saying? Can I understand what your position is, though? Is your position just his position is wrong, or are you holding a position on this that the Earth is concave?
No. I'm sure he posted an image. He posted some video saying that he's proving a ball, but in his video it's showing concave. So I'm asking him, why is it showing concave?
Yeah, and I get you're asking that. I'm asking, do you have a position on the concavity of Earth? What is your position on what the camera is showing?
Well, to me, that would be clear evidence of lens distortion affecting how we observe the horizon to be.
Right. So what you're concluding from that is lenses can distort. Sometimes light can bend. Trusting photos.
Yeah, if you send something up at altitude, if you send a lens up at altitude and start observing the horizon can bow and flex with the movement of the camera and the lens.
Yeah, 1000% agree. So it would
so
be
that's
a good
it.
idea. What would we do then? Just throw out all of the data that comes from photos? How would we deal with that information that it might bend and flex?
Well, what I wouldn't do is go on YouTube, look up high altitude videos, and then conclude that I live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, because on some frames I see what looks like a ball. That's what I wouldn't do.
Right. But I'm asking what you do when you see that video. Do you go, do I think this is good evidence? Like, do you think they sent a rocket up with a monkey in it? Do you think that video is something that people did? It doesn't make sense to conclude anything from that video if you're like the whole thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't form any concrete beliefs based off of that video.
Right.
No.
Why not? You wouldn't form any concrete beliefs.
Why? What belief do you think I should form?
I'm not saying you should. I'm just checking why. Like why off? Because
because
some photos
it's
you
just
do
some
form
random
beliefs,
video.
It sounds like you're saying. So what's the definition? What makes you decide how you form your beliefs, and will it ever be off a photo or a video?
Well, verifiability would have to come into play. Is this something that we can go up and check ourselves? Can we replicate the image that we're being presented with? That would help to give it some weight.
Sure. So like if on some days it looked concave and some days it didn't, or at some altitudes it looked concave and some it didn't, those kind of tests would be like, well, we don't think it's slipping back and forth between concave, so better not trust that information when we know the information is wrong in a particular way. And
well, just that we know it's being distorted in that way. Yeah, so we can't draw any
conclusions. If we know the kind of conditions that increase that distortion and the hints that that distortion is occurring, well, then we're on a really good footing, right? So if we go, there's something that always comes with the distortion. It's a bit yellowy on the screen, let's say, or it's a cold day, something like that. We know what comes with the distortion. And at a photo, if you show me any photo, I can go, oh, there's that yellowiness. So we can like cross-check it and go, I can make predictable tests, maybe in a lab by putting a camera in a vacuum chamber. It's almost like we could apply all of this logic to the black swan. Almost like that, isn't it? Where we go, some days we get a photo that does show the horizon.
No, I wouldn't say these high altitude images. No, I wouldn't say these high altitude images are comparable to observations testing the geometric horizon distance with two very clear distance markers in the oil rigs. I know you want to focus on the oil rigs, but those really aren't the argument.
Where the horizon
the argument is the horizon. Yeah, where is the horizon? Behind the oil rigs.
Beyond the second
yeah,
oil rig.
so not in front of them like the globe model says. So not in front of them like the globe model says.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. See the
so
horizon
globe model
where it
wrong.
shouldn't be. Well, that's one conclusion one could draw. That is a valid conclusion, but it would be fallacious. It would be erroneous. It would be illogical to go. Therefore, it's that because that
would it be as illogical as assuming that it's actually where it's not observed? That seems like it would be more illogical to me.
No, because I want to run with what you said before. I think you were bang on before, where you said I want to be able to test it. I want to be able to repeat it. And I said, what about if some days it looked like X and some days it looked like Y? And you went, well, then I would doubt that data.
Then I would conclude that it's not the geometric
if it's okay,
limit.
Cyclone. Some days we have photos where the horizon is where it should be, and some days the cranes are wibbly and they're where it shouldn't be. And what you're admitting is in one case, if I sometimes see concavity, I will recognize that if I'm sometimes seeing concave, sometimes seeing hump, I throw out that data. But you're admitting that happens with the flat black swan. You need to
but unfortunately for the globe, you don't get a moving horizon that can go anywhere and anywhere. You just have a geometric horizon. It's supposed to be physically geometrically limited. So we can have a horizon that changes from day to day. We can have a horizon that changes in distance day to day because it's an optical limit. But for you to claim that it's a physical limit, I'm afraid that doesn't work. I'm afraid that doesn't work because you would be exceeding the limit physically of the ball. Which is what you can't do.
That's just silly, right? You get the idea that the bending flattens.
I agree, it's silly. It's silly. You cannot exceed the physical geometric limitation of the ball and still claim that it's that ball. Yeah, that is silly.
Right. And it's silly to conclude that the Earth is concave, but when you get wibbly data, some of which suggests concave, you throw it out. And in this case, you're getting wibbly data. The wibbliest data is suggesting flat, and you're not throwing it out. That's curious.
No. We're throwing out the globe because the globe prediction is obviously incorrect. Yeah, so we're throwing out the globe because that doesn't match reality. Yes.
Sure. And what you're taking instead are videos that you accept fit the criteria you would otherwise use to reject data, but you accept this data only because it supports your model.
I don't think so.
Okay, why accept the black swan?
No, it's simple, right? If you measure any curvature, then curvature can be applied. If you don't measure any curvature, then how can you apply it? So, have you measured any curvature over any distance? Like within the...
I'm talking about the black swan and the reliability of data, and now you're just going do a different test. That's a dumb...
No, this is the same test because it's a line of sight.
Explain it better.
That's exactly what the black swan is. It's a line of sight. So how far you can see in the black swan is at the horizon limit. So the horizon is beyond the second oil rig, which is platform habitat. So you got to realize this. You're doing a line of sight. So to the horizon. So the limit of how far you can see will be dictated to how far the horizon is to the limitation of your view where things cannot be resolved. So that is what we're looking for right now.
No,
it's not in question. No, it's not a question.
Well, then you're just presuming
Because
you're
the
right and then not even testing.
no. Check this out. The platform is at a 9.41 mile distance, so we know the distance from the observer to the platform. You understand that, right? There is a known distance. That's what you call. No, it's not a questionable. We know distances. Like, let's say, yeah. Well, I would say if nobody's questioning that, then we understand 9.41 miles is the distance. Now, what we have is a predicted value that the geometry of the Earth should tell you where it's at.
No,
so
I get
for
the
Horizon,
argument. I'm just trying to point out why it's so broken.
well, I don't think you do, because here's where you're failing, right? You start to go to other things, then start to realize that you can't see that far on a globe. There's no possible way that you can see that far on a globe. There's just
Do you know
way.
what my criticism is? You've just said words, but it doesn't seem to respond to my criticism. Are you aware of?
No. I'm not saying words. The words that I'm saying, sir, are the ones that you're ignoring because
Are you
you
responding
have a
to my
bias.
criticism, or just saying something else?
What do you I don't understand. How can you criticize something that's true? Like, what is there to criticize?
But you're just
You
being
know what I
like you're just making mouth sounds. But this isn't a rebuttal to what I said. It's not.
Mouth
It's clear
sounds?
that you don't even know what I said. You don't know what you're
I don't
trying to
understand how
rebut.
you're not grasping the concept, are you? You
You're
can't
trying to
see
rebut
that
me.
far.
What did I say?
You can't see that far on a globe. Do you understand that much?
It's
Yes
just
or no?
repeating your conclusion rather than showing me that you've
Can you-
understood what
can you-
I said in order to rebut it.
Sir, can you
I can explain
understand
it
that you
again if you
cannot
want.
see that far? Sir, can you understand that you cannot see that far on a globe? Can you
That's
understand
the
that?
entire question. You just keep repeating your conclusion and demanding I agree with it, rather than
No,
debating
but
about the subject.
answer the question though. Can you
Let's debate
understand that you cannot see that far on a globe?
I'm willing to discuss it with you. What I would say,
Okay,
that we
so-
both in the same case are, on different days we see the apparent distance to the edge of the marine horizon changes from day to day. Both of us think we see that in those two photos, and both of us don't think that's happening in reality. So both of us have this problem where reality and how we observe it is not matching up.
Just put it over there and I'll put it on there. It don't take long.
Wait. We don't have this problem. You do.
Okay.
It's not a problem for us
I'm
because
aware
we're
I've
not
got a
claiming.
problem.
Wait. I got to get to the crescendo. I don't know why you interrupt me before I get there.
Oh.
So for us, it's not a problem because we don't claim geometry. The globe claims geometry with a predictable horizon limit. So
I
from
don't
a
even
1
need to
foot
appeal
observer,
to geometry to tell you why this defends your case.
Sir, from a 1 foot observer height, the geometry would state that the predicted value of the Earth's curvature should be at 1.22 miles away from the observer. Now, understanding that... Yeah, but hold on a second, sir. Understanding that the globe geometry has a set distance to the horizon is the problem for the globe. Now, flat Earth doesn't have geometry, so there is no problem for us.
Do you understand what you're admitting? Have you heard yourself say this and realized what the obvious criticism to this position is?
Wait, dude. Wait. So for flat Earth, wait a minute. For flat Earth, it's an optical phenomenon. Wherever the horizon is, that is fine. Now,
What are
you
some
guys
synonyms for
cannot...
optical phenomena?
Okay, so hold on a minute. You guys cannot
Are we
claim
having a
that.
conversation?
Because... Well, we can't because you want to stymie the conversation with your anecdotal information about how you're doing
I
things.
just want you to explain yourself.
Yeah, I am. So
Okay.
what you don't understand right now is that it's not a problem for people that are saying that the Earth is flat and stationary because the horizon is not a physical location. It is not the leading edge of a sphere with geometry. So for us, it's not an issue that it's like different tomorrow. For you,
So
it is.
Can I try and steel man what you're saying to test if I understand it and demonstrate that you don't need to keep repeating it?
That'd be great.
Sure. So you're saying you, me, Glober, eggshells, needs to show a specific geometry. That is what's required by me. So my model must adhere to geometry, but yours doesn't need to adhere to any geometry. In fact, somewhat can throw geometry out the window because it's not making any geometric claims.
Sure.
Cool.
That's-
So you don't
that's
need to repeat
correct.
it. 4 times was more than enough, I assure you.
Okay, so if we both
Do
understand
you want to know
each
what's
other,
wrong with it?
yeah. Well, if we both understand each other, you can't then say that it's a problem for both of us, because it's not.
Sure, it still is.
It's
Yeah.
only a problem for those who claim geometry.
So when you say it's an optical phenomena, that's what I think the problem is for
Yeah.
you. So what you're
Why?
saying is I can use optics to measure the shape of reality. Nobody claims that reality is changing. So I don't even need to know the shape of your Earth. You just need to say optics are reliable and have a consistent answer to that. And I would say
Well, you
optics
said
is somewhat reliable.
Wait, I didn't hear that word. You said aren't reliable or are reliable?
Are reliable. You need to pick one. Optics are or optics aren't. I say optics are somewhat reliable, and I will
We've
give you
proven that your
heuristics.
curvature is not reliable.
There's another word, obstruction.
Are you guys willing to hear
yeah.
it? Do you want to hear the whole argument, or you know where it's going, so you don't want me to say it?
Yeah, no, I get what he's saying.
So
I
can
get
I
what he's
finish
saying,
it?
but like what you're doing with optics right now is that you're actually making that the marker. You're making optics the marker.
Making it marker. I'm happy to throw optics out.
No, but that's the
horizontal
problem.
over the surface over a Meridian layer on a warm day.
Listen, we use optics every day. They're reliable because of the fact that we understand that when we're looking over a distance, there's going to be atmospheric distortion. We
So
already
can you
know
answer
that.
yes or no to this case? I have a photo in an envelope, and I will not tell you what that photo is. You decide whether you trust it, whether it's a better depiction of reality or not. But I won't tell you what's in the picture. Will you have heuristics you'll use? Because I will, and one of the heuristics I'll use is stuff wibbly. When I open that envelope, will it show me something wibbly? And if they say yes, I'll say I don't trust it so much. And that's obvious logic, right? We all agree with that. If I see a road and it's shimmering in front of me and cars are levitating, I don't trust that. We all get that. So I've got a heuristic I use that picks one over the other, and I don't even use it because I'm also happy to say throw out all optics and use something else. Use a mechanical gyro.
Yeah, but that's not what we're not on that point. You are.
Yeah, you can't get to that point because you're stuck on optics, even though you must accept that optics change from day to day.
No. We use optics every day. We understand the limitation to them. Obviously,
choose
with
which ones you
aperture.
use.
Obviously, with aperture of a camera, like the focal length, we know we can understand optics. Like there's classes to understand how to use that. Like people that are working with cameras professionally, they have to understand how to learn how to use optics. So optics are
tell
fine.
me about how they work on a flat Earth. When the sun appears to be setting into the ocean, if I'm up a mountain and the sun appears to go into the ocean,
Wait.
it's setting below my eye level.
No,
What's
you're
it doing?
jumping too
How
far
do the
ahead.
optics work?
You're jumping too far ahead.
You said we understand optics. I don't think you do. I think you have to appeal to
we do.
spooky optics.
People, look, listen, no. That's what you guys do. You guys have to appeal to
I
that.
say light bends a tiny bit.
I know. That's what I'm telling you. That's why you guys appeal to it. Listen.
Yeah, in a predictable way, and it makes things wibbly.
Eggshells, what we're telling you is that going back to the point, because you diverted, right? Because you went to optics, and you're happy to throw them out and all kinds of things. But what we want to do is go back to the point with geometry. So with the globe, what we've been talking about is that geometry seals your guy's fate. That's what we're saying.
Sure, and it
if
doesn't
you
seal
don't have
yours because you don't have a testable geometric claim.
Because there is no geometry. Like
Earth is flat, dude.
When you say there is no geometry, what do you mean by that? That's interesting. What do you mean there is no
Okay,
geometry?
so the Earth is not a geometric shape, is it?
I think it is. I mean, I think a shape.
Right.
Okay, here's a question. I asked this the other day. Alpha, do you reckon, would you describe the Earth as an object? And I'm defining an object, I found in Webster, as something that can be seen and touched. Do you think the Earth is an object? A material, substance, or something that can be seen and touched?
Context is king. So if we're using context to like what we're talking about, I think that changes the way we say what we're speaking of,
Sure.
right?
We're talking about the context of all of what we live on that's under our feet, including the ocean.
Yeah, but like
kind of
it does have. Listen, there's with words sometimes can be ambiguous. So it's like a gray area when you're using a word that has like a multiple meaning.
That's why I'm defining it.
Let's say.
That's why I'm defining it as a material that can be seen and touched.
Sure, but like when you say when if I was to say I agree with that, then you would then shift it and say well since it's an object I can say that it's geometric. It'd be just fine. But we're not saying
No,
that either.
no, I'm just
So
inviting you to describe what's in your head. What you're essentially saying you're doing is I'm not going to accept that it's an object because admitting it's an object would cause me to be in a weaker position. So I will not tell you the truth of the situation because you know what this looks like. Alpha, you know what this looks like? What this looks like, it's the same as when people don't defend a dome. It looks like I hold this belief that I can't defend it or show any evidence.
slow down, dude. I didn't go that far. I didn't go that
You're
far.
interrupting me. You're not letting me speak now, man.
No, yeah, because I have to, because I didn't go that far. I would answer to that is that if that's the meaning that you want to use, then I would agree with it. So I didn't go that far. You jumped the gun. You already started putting words in my mouth I didn't say.
That's true. I was rude then. Sorry. So would you say if I went with that first definition, a material thing that can be seen and touched, do you think the Earth, like everything that goes under our feet, even if it extends on and goes beyond the ice wall and any of that, is an object?
Is an object? I mean, if by that definition we're going to hold fast to it, for sure.
Okay. Would you agree that all objects are necessarily finite? Like, or is it infinite?
Oh, finite, of course.
Yeah, because you can't have gas pressure. Otherwise, you'd have both infinite and zero gas
Right.
pressure at the same time.
So then,
Yeah.
so that'd be a contradictory statement. Yeah.
Sure. So it's a finite thing. It's a material that can be seen and touched. Can it be measured by humans?
Can it be
thousands
measured
of years in the future?
Yeah. So now that's a different question. Like in its entirety, because we got to get context. What are you talking about?
Like,
In its entirety.
Like we find an edge. We go, it's not possible that humans go any further than this. Or even if we go, okay, we did find the waters above. They are superfluid, but this is what we call the end of our realm and the start of another realm, and we can find the radius of that if you want, or the distance. My distance to the firmament kind of would be knowable.
I would say, yeah. Listen, I would say like this. Is it measured? No. Can it be measured? If there was some way to do it, I would say it because it has its limitations. But I don't think anybody's done it. I would say this: it's impossible because by this time, with all the technology that we have, I mean, and all the possible ways to measure things, we haven't done it yet.
Sure.
So, and there's a lot of reasons I could add to that, but it has to be finite because of the fact that we have gas pressure in this contained dynamic system. So yeah, I mean, it's important to understand, like, when we speak, we always use context. We don't ever just say things. And I can agree with you on some points without any hesitation. But the only problem is you might use something out of context and say, well, you said object here. Why do you disagree with it over here? Like, I'm not going to do that.
I try to go, rather than you must follow my definition, or because that word definition means something different to me, I'm going to choose to interpret it my way rather than the way you meant it. I don't like that.
Well, but
if we get stuck on spherical triangle and somebody, like Peter starts calling it a jerry, I'm like, that's a good deal. Like, you redefine it, give it a new word, and you can move forward.
No, but you gave it context, so it doesn't really matter. Like, to me.
Yeah, I think it works. It
doesn't bother
me. We can move forward then.
Right, can we go back to how there's no geometric curvature detected in anything that we've got before us?
Sure. I've not detected Bigfoot. What does that tell you? What can you conclude from my inability to detect Bigfoot?
Well, why would I presume there is a Bigfoot to begin with?
At least he's comparing Bigfoot to the Earth, to the globe.
Sure, that's a good point.
What would we conclude? What are the rational conclusions one could reach? If I said I've been on the hunt for Bigfoot for 40 years, what are the many rational?
Yeah, Bigfoot. Bigfoot's real because the government has passed laws concerning Bigfoot. So why would they lie if there's no Bigfoot?
No, I'm listening to Eggshells, but he always does this. This is his diversion tactic.
I'm still on the same topic.
No, I don't
think so. He's saying that the globe exists in the first instance, and we have to debunk it. And we're saying, what's the evidence for the globe?
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you are. You are accepting it as an axiom. Meanwhile, we experience a flat, stationary Earth locally as an axiom.
I'm just trying to invite you to look at the logic of saying, because I haven't seen something, because I have been unable to detect something, I therefore conclude it doesn't exist. You're right.
Yeah, nobody ever saw it to begin with.
Right, you'd be right in that it would be...
So it only exists in your imagination to begin with, and why do I have to debunk your imagination, dude?
You don't. You just need to
That's
understand this
basically
point that failing to
yeah.
find something could be a failure to find
No,
something, not evidence
Eggshells,
that
you
doesn't
got it
exist.
wrong, man. You got it wrong. It's like you believing in a fairy tale and then saying, "Well, you can't disprove my fairy tale," and we're like, "Well,
No,
it's
it's
a
nothing to
fairy
do with
tale."
what I believe. It's how
Well,
you
yeah, it
came to
does.
your
Because
conclusion.
everybody does, right? So everybody has a belief on things that are presented to them like a story or a fairy tale, and you could believe in the story. That's fine. You could think that it exists, and you got planets and you can solar system and all that stuff. That's okay. When we ask you for the evidence, however, and you don't have it, then you can't
I got
call
loads
it
of it.
empirical. You can't call it something that's real. You can only cling to a story and say, "Well, it's just a story, and I believe it because it sounds good." That
can
is
test
all
it.
you got.
And I
Yeah,
can
no,
model
you
it. I
can't.
can make
No, you
simulations.
can't.
I can make
Of
predictions.
course. Listen, you can do all kinds of stuff because outside of known reality, and then you go into like computer programming and stuff. That's not like the Earth you're standing on. You're
Do
actually
you
going
think
into a
computer
program.
programs, let me ask you this question then. Do you think computer programs can in some ways model reality in a way that is useful and allows us to make useful predictions? Would you think that that happens sometimes? Like I would say there is a
we do it all the
simulation
time.
running on my phone
Yeah, we do it all the
telling
time.
me how to get home quickly, and that gives me Google
Yeah, we do it
directions.
all the time. Like, that's
Okay.
not an issue.
So having
But on
accurate
this,
models is good, is what
yeah,
you're
but
saying.
on this case, there's nothing to use as a baseline for your idea of like the Earth. There's no
Sure. Well,
baseline for it,
that
so
I
you
have a
don't
model
have.
that's useful, is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but you don't have a parallel. Listen, you don't have a parallel that you can say, well, I'm going to use this idea, this thing that I know in
Yeah, I'll use
reality, and I'm going to
3959 or
model
something. Yeah,
it.
and it
You can't
works.
model it.
Right.
No,
Can you
it doesn't.
model? Can you model reality?
First of all, hang on a minute, eggshells, because that's a pragmatic fallacy. It works, therefore it's true. You can't do that. That's
No, it's a
pragmatic
heuristic.
fallacy. You can't.
I'm not concluding it is therefore true, but I am saying that it adds evidence to the
Yeah,
case
you
that
are.
it is true. I'm making an
No.
inferential
You
case.
just
It's
said
not
that.
fallacious to make
You
it an
said it
inferential
works.
case.
Listen, this is what you just said, eggshells. You said it works, therefore it's true.
No, I
Pragmatic
didn't.
fallacy. Can't do that.
It works, therefore it's true is fallacious. If I said
Yeah.
that, I'm sorry, that's not what I
Of course.
meant. Allow me to correct myself, because what I think I said, what I meant to say is that adds weight to the proposition that it's true. If I make predictions
Yeah, but that's
and those
the same thing as.
predictions work, just let me finish, man. If I make predictions and
Go
those
on.
predictions work, like I put the correct fuel in my car, then it would be fallacious to go, therefore my car is diesel. But to go, it's probably diesel because it runs well on diesel, that is a good heuristic. So it's a fallacy to reason to a deductive case, fine. But if I'm just going, here's a probabilistic case about what my car runs on, then yeah, making testable predictions is good. Can you make any with a flat earth model, or can you not even make a model?
So you said testable predictions, right? Let's hold on to that. Let's hold fast to the testable predictions.
Sure.
With the testable predictions, you said that yeah, but I'm just going to highlight what you said. You said that
Sure.
with the globe you can do that, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So, can you make testable? I'm going to kind of phrase it in a way so you can understand if you can do this or not.
Right.
Can you make testable predictions with the curvature of the Earth?
Absolutely, of course you can.
You can't, or you can?
You can. There's absolutely many
Okay, you
testable
can.
predictions you can make about the shape of the Earth.
Right. So that this is the question, going back to the premise with the black swan. I'm pretty sure you guys were talking about it. But if you can make the testable prediction, that's what we're looking for, because the prediction of the geometry of the Earth should be represented at the 1.22 mile mark. At a 1 foot observer height, the 1.22 mile mark.
Let me clarify my answer.
Yeah,
I'm not guaranteeing that you will be able to find it. This is a question.
Oh, dude, that's the 23 skidoo. You can't do that. You've already said it, or you've gave the statement that testable predictions can be done with a globe.
Yeah, but I'm not saying you can. I'm not saying Alpha Veritas is going to be successful at it. What I'm saying is humans have the ability. Yes, I think I could do it. If you're asking me, do I think I could go out and buy the tomorrow?
Right. Okay. So that sounds like a challenge. What I would say, eggshells, because now that we're on a challenge, I would say you need to produce the information that you've tested the prediction of the globe geometry on a line of sight test. So you need to go somewhere and do a line of sight test and check the predicted value of the Earth's geometry.
Hang on.
From it doesn't really listen.
So I've got to go and do a line of sight test.
Yeah, the challenge would be whatever distance you want to shoot for is fine, but the predictive value,
line of sight test?
because the globe geometry is showing the predicted curvature of the Earth at a specific distance.
Can I
So
point?
you're
You've
gonna
jumped
do
from. You've jumped from. Can you test
what?
the eggshells? To eggshells, you need to go out and test it my way. I
No,
think
no,
your
no,
way's
no,
silly. I think your way of testing it's silly,
no,
which is
wait,
why I
eggshells,
think.
no,
Let me finish, man.
no, you can't, because
Okay,
the whole thing's wrapped up. The whole thing's wrapped up in you saying that the globe can make predictable predictions.
Sure.
So
Humans
you
are
can't go
capable of testing
outside.
them. I don't think you are.
So you're telling me right now nobody can take the prediction of the globe geometry, go out into the field and test for it. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
exactly the opposite of what I just said. I said I think people can. I reckon I could find one in another.
Okay, who can?
Oh,
You can?
I'll just go get a surveyor or something. Plenty of people. Pilot.
A surveyor can do it. I don't know.
Pilot,
Like, listen,
sailor. Like I could find thousands of people who could do that.
it doesn't matter who, eggshells. If you can find a person that can do it, the predicted value of the globe's geometry, where the curvature should be at a distance. Listen, I don't even care who does it. Get that person to go do the line of sight test so they can see over a distance, and then get the globe geometry predicted value where the Earth curvature should be, and then come back and tell us how it went, so that we can identify.
Until I've got that, what do you think about my argument?
It's pretty much like right now we're waiting for that to happen from anyone.
Okay. Veritas, you need to go off and do that. Otherwise, your argument is broken. You need to go off, disappear, come back in a few months' time after putting in some labour. No, I thought Veritas were just around to randomly demand other people go off and undertake hours and hours of expensive labour in order to have, or you can just discuss the matter in front of us. Because I'm not doing that. You're not doing that. Most of the flat earthers who've done that, have come back with globe results.
No, really?
Yeah.
So
they've either done bad tests or come back globe.
Yeah. So the black swan is a globe result.
That's not a test. It's just
what do you
going
mean
and
it's not
taking a photo.
Bro, it's a line of sight. So how far the person?
It's an observation.
Yes, it is.
If it's a test, okay, what was its falsification criteria? If it was a test, what's its falsification criteria?
All right. If you settle down, they're testing the globe geometry. So according to the globe, you're supposed to see curvature at 1.22 miles. So the test is, we're going to go and see if the predicted value of the Earth's geometry is said to be where it's supposed to be, as predicted from the globe. That's what they're testing.
Sometimes it is what they found. Sometimes it is.
No, sometimes. When?
Mostly
when
it is what they found.
When?
I posted it again. 40 minutes past the hour.
I don't know. I can't see right. I'm on the move, dude. I can't see.
It's the white swan.
But for everybody else, they can probably take a look at it. But check this out, man. Nobody's done it. I don't know what you're doing.
But that's because you're just saying, this is the argument you're making, Alpha. You're going, I've got a test that I know what the results will be. That's a poorly designed test that we've done before. We know what the criticism is to it, but I want you to go off and do this test that I know is broken, that I know has a preformed criticism of it, rather than deal with it right now, or test in a novel way.
No, absolutely not. So a line of sight is not something that everybody's it's not like, okay, there's a method and we're pigeonholing a specific distance. No, you can actually, you can actually take any distance. So long as you get the predicted value of the Earth's geometry where it's supposed to be in your line of sight.
All
so
let's say again and again is, I can't find this value. I'm saying, yeah, I agree.
Oh, so somebody can? Are you telling me somebody found the geometry of the Earth by a line of sight test? Who did that?
I'm not sure if by a line of sight test. I'm not sure everybody's doing it the dumb way, but I think people do it the smart way.
The
smart way. By just looking at the maps of the Earth for the latitude and longitude.
Okay. So, no, latitude and longitude.
You can reason there far more simply than doing a broken test.
You're trying to see if there's any obstruction where the globe geometry predicts the obstruction of the Earth. No, listen, dude. Why are you obfuscating? I don't understand. So if you were actually
you're telling me your method that I think is dumb, and then going, why aren't you doing my method? It's obvious I'm not doing your method because it's dumb.
It's not dumb. It's actually holding you accountable for what you're saying about the globe prediction, and you're not actually being man enough to admit that that's true. Because you don't want to do it because
the horizon's sometimes not going to be where a geometric ball predicts. I don't make that prediction.
Right.
You make that prediction.
That automatically falsifies the globe, bro. Automatically.
In your head it does. In my head it doesn't, because it's clear to me the error you're making, and you're not able to recognize the error.
But you can't claim. How are you going to claim geometry when you just said those words? That
you've got to recognize the error in your thinking. The fact that you don't recognize that your thinking is broken is why you don't understand why this is such a bad test. If you understood what was wrong with it, you would understand what was wrong with it.
How is it bad if you're claiming that the Earth's geometry is going to be in a predicted place where it should be, and then it's not tomorrow because the horizon moves? So then that's okay for the globe's geometry? How is it okay? You can never tell me how big it is.
You just let me know when I can explain it, and I will.
Well, I'm telling you, you can never tell me how big the Earth is because your horizon is going to continuously move. So you're dead in the water right there. I don't know where you're going to pull a rabbit out of your hat.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
you're not going to pull a rabbit out of your hat. Well,
let's say there's a police department. Let's say there's a police department. They go, I want somebody who can tell us when cars are speeding. And they put out 10. They go, I want you to build a... You don't know where the analogy is going yet, man. You're just running away from having a real discussion.
We're not talking about teddy bears or police academies.
Okay,
we're not
fine.
talking...
I'll point it out more simply to you then.
We're talking about the Earth that you're standing on. Yeah.
So what's my argument? What is my argument? If you're so sure I'm wrong, you must know what it is and what's wrong with it. First of all,
because listen, there's a couple of things you said within the context of me talking to you, Eggshells. You said that the globe has predictions, and you said they always come out the way the globe predicts it to be. The globe makes predictions. You said that the globe makes predictions. Did you not say that? Okay.
I mean, if you say what I said one thing and then change it, you can't be surprised.
I'm not going to change it, bro. It's simple. If the globe makes predictions, then the geometry would be exactly where it should be. Exactly.
Can I refine it then? The globe doesn't make predictions. The globe is a model that humans, individuals, can look at with different names and interests and biases, can look at that.
So that's called moving the goalpost.
And let me just, come on, man. Come on, control yourself. Just let me answer.
So you can move the goalpost again? You said the globe makes
predictions. It's still the same answer. Just have a conversation.
That's double speak. That's double speak, Eggshell.
The globe, I'm changing my answer then. No, the globe doesn't make predictions. Humans look at the model, make predictions, and sometimes test those predictions, and both their predictions and their tests are sometimes flawed. Do you disagree or agree with that statement? Yes or no, before we move on?
Are you talking about people doing
predictions? I'm saying humans make predictions based on the model. Sometimes those predictions are rational. Let me finish, man. Jesus, control yourself.
You added something. No, you added something.
I'm asking you a true-false statement.
You changed your statement.
You just added that. I'm making a new statement. Just follow the conversation. Just stop flapping your gums and listen to the conversation, man. The statement is people can make predictions based on a model, and those predictions could be high or low quality predictions, more or less likely to yield a correct answer. And they might test those predictions, and they might, let me finish, man. You can do it. We're so close, man. Just let me finish. You can do it. I believe in you. And that is, they can test the predictions. The second part is, you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it because you know this destroys your case.
Yeah, context. Okay. What model?
You let me know when you're ready.
What? The globe model? A car model?
Anything.
What model?
Anything.
No.
Globe model and or car model. Yes, two things. All right, let's go back. Take a breath. We can get through this. Okay. So there's a car model. There's a car model.
Yeah, car.
Right? Okay. There's a car model. That car model, anybody can look at it. Any engineer in the workshop, any dullard online, anybody can download a model and make predictions. Those predictions may or may not be good. Like, will somebody bash their head in a front-on accident? Or is the car likely to sort of burn through clutch plates quickly? That kind of thing. They can make predictions. Those predictions might be high and low quality. And they might test those predictions. And those tests might be accurate or inaccurate. Would you agree with that so far? Any person with any model could make good or bad predictions and have good or bad methods for testing those predictions.
Of the car.
Sure. What's different about an Earth?
No, we're not going to... of the car, see, because you're a weasel. You're not going to get away with that with me.
What principle changes when we're talking about measuring the Earth?
So what we're talking about is something making a parallel of something we're going to... So we made a model out of the thing that's in reality. So like the car... For example, we can make a model of that. Like, wait a minute. Now, you need to understand this. So the reason why we made a model of the car is because we saw the car existing. So now we're going to say, okay, let's take this car and let's model it. Let's see if we can change a few things, right? So we cannot do that with the concept of the Earth being a globe,
No, I'm
because
talking
there's
about
nothing
the
to
object
draw.
that is the Earth.
No. We're not drawing from the object that is the Earth. That's the weasel. That's why you try to pigeonhole that argument. You're not going to set a trap.
So why can't you? That's what I need to
Wait a
understand. Why
minute.
can't you model the Earth?
Shut up, because I'm going to elucidate what you did. You said object, and I said in context, what are you talking about? Well, the Earth underneath your feet. I said, okay. But now you're using object as the Earth. You see what you've done? You try to
What's
draw
different?
back
You
from the
describe.
wait a minute. Yeah, you try to draw from the argument back in the beginning of what you started talking, and when you used object, you only meant the Earth underneath your feet. Now
That's
you're
what I'm still
saying it
talking
Earth
about.
in a globe, as in a
Right. So
globe.
let's start with this. Can I model?
Wait. No. You said, because we were talking about models, and now we're talking about the globe. So now you're piecing it together. Model.
Yes, I'm trying to help you piece it together.
Going back to the Earth and saying that's is an object. Model, object. So you're making these words connect. It doesn't matter how you try to make them connect. You don't have what you don't have.
We can get there, man. It'll be painless.
Wait a minute. No, what you don't have is the globe in reality. As in a sphere.
So let's deal with reality. Let's talk about reality.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Right, we've got someone new in the chat, and Eggshells, you've had years to discuss this, so we're going to open the floor up to Bunny. Bunny, how's it going?
Hi. Hi, my name's Bunny. I'm new. I have never actually given the flat earth theory a lot of time. Like, I've never heard that side of the argument. I've only been taught the globe theory. And I'm just a little bit curious as to like what is the actual theory. I've heard a lot about like some people saying that they think it's like a plate that is moving at a speed or something that's moving
Right.
up or down.
Let me give you a very high level overview of what's being talked about here. So yeah, if you look online and you see it in the media, they're going to give you this idea about flat Earth, and they're going to show you pictures of like a disc in space with water falling off it or some nonsense, right? This isn't what anyone's claiming, right? We're not claiming a total shape of the Earth or exactly what it looks like from outside of it, because none of us can go outside of it. So what we're doing here is we're taking the globe story, like you said, that we're all taught as children, and we are comparing what it's claimed to be with the natural observable world. So we're seeing what we can test of the globe model and seeing if it matches reality. For example, curvature, motion, gas pressure next to a container. Those are three big points that we talk about. And yeah, we're not claiming a total size of it. We're not claiming what the sun, moon, and stars are, or how far away they are, or what medium they're in. Again, this is not verifiable. That's speculation. But what we are doing is we're testing the claim that if we live on a ball, like they tell us, there is physical obstruction over a certain distance due to curvature, right? Like where they say boats will disappear over the horizon, as in there's a physical curve there that boats are going to go down. Yeah? You heard that?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you go on Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator or Earth curvature calculator, it'll pull up these calculators that you can put in your observer height, and it will tell you how far away that horizon should be if it's the curve of the ball that they tell us it is. And so what people are doing is they're going out and testing this and saying, right, I'm at this height at the shoreline of a beach, wherever, over a body of water. The horizon should be this far away from me, but it's not. We can see much further than the claimed geometric limit of this ball. So where there should be no surface, because it's curved away behind a ball, behind a curve, there's surface just stretching out flat. And so that's a big point that we're talking about because we're thinking about our experience, right? And the globe story is that we all experience a flat Earth, right? We see a horizontal horizon and we experience a motionless Earth. We don't detect any motion of the ground unless we're in an earthquake or something. So our base axiom, our base experience of reality is a flat, motionless surface. Topographical, right? Hills and valleys, but generally level. And we are presented with a claim that, yeah, it looks flat and motionless, but really it's a ball that spins of this dimension, it's moving at these speeds. So that's a positive claim that needs to be evidenced, right?
Well, I'm just a little confused because like I don't think the Earth, even if we're going with the globe theory, I don't think it's a perfect ball, right? Like nobody thinks
Right.
that.
We're
There's
talking,
like a mountain Everest and there's valleys and
yeah, right. But we're talking about the curvature, and there's topography, so there's hills and valleys. But think about a surface of water, yeah? That has to conform to the curvature, right? Without topography messing things up. Yeah. So like a giant lake, they tell us that lake is curved, even though we can never detect observably or by any measurement curvature of a lake. The surface is just level, right? That's the natural physics of water. You take a glass of water and you look at the surface of it, it's perfectly level. You put it in a bathtub, same thing, level. Swimming pool, same thing, level. Lake, observably, same thing, level. So
well,
why would it be any different when it comes to something like the sea?
I don't know how big of a discrepancy is it between the theory curve and the what people are getting? Like how
Right, that's a good question. That's a
where are
good
the
question.
numbers? Like
Right, that's a good question.
does anybody have that? Is it
Yeah,
online or
yeah, we've got a bunch of that. So
You can find the
let me just
discrepancy due to
okay,
refraction, but Cyclone won't
no.
mention
Before you
refraction.
start spiraling out, Jesus Christ. Right. So
Stop lying then. People will stop spiraling.
if you join, no, just stop spiraling. Control your emotions.
Stop
for 5
lying.
minutes.
Stop lying.
What has he
Cyclone,
said
why'd you
that's
have to
gonna lie?
lie?
What has he
You're
said
saying we
that's
can't
gonna
see
lie?
curvature? Yes, we can. Of course we can.
Where?
have you
Hold on, I'll
guys
post something in
heard
a second.
of something called Chladni plates? Have you heard of those? They're these metal discs and they were created by this old scientist who sprinkled powder on the disc. So you can use salt or sand or whatever you want. You put it on the disc and then you can either put it over top of a speaker or you hold a musical instrument like a violin near it and then you bow a note. And the powder will actually shift into the shape of the sound wave that comes out. And if you do it at certain frequencies that match the resonance of the plate, it actually forms geometric shapes in the sand. And so, like, I don't know, I heard them talking about geometry and like we're not claiming geometry. And I'm like, geometry is a thing, and here is tangible proof that it's a thing because it's doing it on Earth. Like, I don't know. I definitely
We're
think
using
geometry is a thing.
geometry. Yeah, what you're saying is essentially we are using geometry to disprove one thing, but in our conception, geometry doesn't actually work that way. Like, so you think geometry doesn't work, but you are using it to test things. Same as the existence of the horizon. So our whole previous debate, I don't know if you've heard this, is if you scroll up to a photo at 20 minutes to the hour, so 40 minutes past the hour, they have photos, many of which show the horizon in the wrong spot. But then there are some photos that show the horizon roughly in the right spot. And they go, well, we trust one of these, but not the other. Geometry doesn't exist, but we trust the one with the wibbly cranes.
Well, but my question is, because I'm not a mathematician, right? Would the topography be able to vary the horizon in certain locations to be off, or does that not do that? Like, I don't know.
We're talking about water.
Sure. So they'll generally be talking just over water. You can actually see very far between mountain peaks, but the main thing that most people miss coming into this. Oh, should I tell her, or do you want to Because there's like the one obvious answer the Globers always say, right? But then it kind of shortcuts the debate. So do you guys want me to say it, or do you want to continue to chat with Bunny? Okay, fine. They're not objecting. The rebuttal from the Globers is there is a thing called terrestrial refraction, or which is light bends a bit. So the Glober answer, the scientists claim and tell us that when you see the sun setting into the ocean, it actually isn't in that position and would have really set about 10 minutes ago. But the refraction on the surface of the Earth bends the light in such a way that the Earth, particularly on warm days, appears flatter than it is. That's generally what the Globers say in defense.
Oh, that's interesting. I've never
Isn't
heard
it?
of that.
That's pretty cool,
And
right?
do you know what the claim is and how the math works?
How
There
does
are
the temperature
multiple
matter?
terrestrial refraction claims. There's one by Gauss, which flattens the Earth by increasing the radius by 13%.
Yeah.
And more modernly, there are other claims of terrestrial refraction that extends the radius by 17%. But we've got observations where we can see orders and orders of magnitude beyond that.
Hang on. Orders of magnitude. Are you using that in the right way? You know that an order of magnitude
Yeah,
is usually times
decimal
something by
point.
10?
Yep, you move the decimal over. It's an order of magnitude.
Oh, well,
Yep.
okay. Okay.
So where
Yeah, like the
where's
Black
that
Swan,
data?
right? Shows that Earth has a radius of 93,000 miles or something ridiculous.
Can
Well,
we
that's
can
because
we
you're not
that's
see
going
doing your
beyond the
trig correctly.
13%.
But you're doing your
where's
trig
the
incorrectly. I'm sorry.
can you show the link where they
Sure.
have
So I
this?
just put it in the chat. I'll put it again. Sorry. And
I mean,
it's
these are
basically
Glober claims. Globers don't have a stable, any single claim of
No, that's
terrestrial refraction. I mean, we've got studies where these Globers go out and they try to measure atmospheric distortion, and it's anywhere from like -4% to 21%.
yeah, it's wild down near the
So you don't have
surface,
a geometric claim in any of that because you can't back in a geometry from optics and disturbances because you
Right.
don't have a model for refraction that you can use.
Sorry,
Bunny,
I got disconnected because I got a phone call. So, Bunny, where were we?
Well, we were talking. Sorry,
I
I'm
was
looking at
describing
chat.
how the globalists basically shoot themselves in the foot by making the curvature unfalsifiable, with refraction claims going from -4% to like 21% of Earth's radius.
Oh yeah, so that's right. So we were talking generally about the observations. You were asking where you can see some of these and some of the numbers. So I was going to say, Bunny, if you're not already, you can join our Discord channel, our server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and there's loads of additional information in the additional information sections. So if you scroll down it, you'll see it's all alphabetized. I will send you a link, and you can check it out in your own time. But yeah, there's hundreds of observations, laser tests, all sorts, testing the claim of the curvature. And yeah, basically what the globe side have been resorted to is after 500 years of telling us all that boats are going over the horizon because the horizon is a physical curve, they've now turned around and said we never said that. We never said that the horizon was a geometric curve of Earth, when yeah, that's exactly what they've been saying the whole time and are still saying, except on these debate servers on Discord where apparently the premier experts of the globe reside. So they're now saying that the horizon isn't the geometric curve, it's refracted, meaning it's optical. So they've abandoned the geometric horizon in favor of basically just saying anything that we can see beyond what the curve calculators predict is a mirage, an illusion.
Yeah,
Well,
roughly.
what if
I
I
pretty much agree
mean,
with that.
wouldn't that make sense though with the water being reflecting, like the sky and the water reflect each other? Wouldn't that make some sort of sense about
No, it wouldn't.
the
It wouldn't
light?
make sense. It wouldn't make sense, like in the sense that let's imagine you have a basketball and you put a marker, like a pin, sticking out somewhere beyond that geometric curve. So behind the curve, but you can maybe still see the top of the pin sticking up beyond that curve. And then you're claiming that there would be some kind of atmospheric distortion that would optically make that curve flatten out, put the pin in front of that horizon, that curve, and not evidence the curve at all.
Well,
Like,
now
there's no
your
turn that
argument
basketball
refraction
into a
difference that
crystal
we see now.
ball. Make that
is your
basketball opaque and make it reflective, and
is
then
your
try the same
argument
thing.
literally that you think
No,
the
you
Earth is
still
flat
wouldn't be,
because you
guys.
can't see the?
Guys, no. We're having a conversation here. You can wait if you want to ask your questions. So no, there's no refraction ever documented or even proposed that is supposed to be doing this thing that the globe side is now claiming has to be occurring. It would be like saying you have a house behind a hill, and you can stand a mile away from the hill and or whatever distance you want. Somehow you're going to make the house that's behind the hill optically appear in front of the hill. It doesn't. That's not a thing. That's essentially what they're claiming. So, like I said, and I think I sent you the link. Join the server and check the additional information sections that are further down the server list. Look under long distance observations, laser tests, and you can see heaps of different attempts at measuring this curvature, but no one can measure the curvature. No one's ever measured it.
I don't think that's true. I think that the same as I was saying to Alpha before. I think that if you use bad methods and say I haven't found X, or
Okay,
even if
well,
you haven't used
eggshells,
bad
you can
methods,
when you've got your own okay, eggshells, you can set up your own chat where you're showing off all your Earth curvature. Then cool.
Sorry.
So yeah, so Bunny, I said I was just going to give you like a brief overview of what we're talking about here. So we're not talking about disk Earths in space. We're talking about the observable, measurable surface of Earth is not matching the globe model that we've all been told. So whatever it is, it's not that.
So, what is your argument that you think the Earth's curvature is different or flat, or
Well,
what
there's no.
exactly are
Well,
you
I
trying
haven't.
to?
Well, for starters, there is no curvature as described by the globe model. That's not been detected. So until we start measuring curvature, I wouldn't be claiming any curvature. We observe a horizontal horizon and large bodies of water to be level. So I have no reason to assume anything other than that until evidence is presented to the contrary. So yeah, what we can evidence is only telling us a motionless topographical plane of some unknown size. Yeah.
But then, if that, so my mind is having trouble wrapping around it. So if you think that the Earth is just a flat plane, wouldn't there be an edge to the plane?
Not that I've seen.
Well, no, I've never seen it. But
No,
I
me
mean,
neither.
that would make. I mean, if it's just a flat thing and not not any kind of shape.
So how would you figure that out? How would you figure out if it does?
I guess travel around the world. I guess just start going.
To where exactly?
I guess just get in a plane or a boat or whatever and just go straight until you're back where you started. And if there was no edge, then
Do you think that's easy to do? Or possible to do?
I don't think it's easy to do. I think people have done it.
Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, people can travel east to west, but that's just a circle around north. So that's fine. But if you're talking about traveling, well, I mean, we've got certain areas on Earth that legally you're not just allowed to randomly travel through on a whim, right? You need permission to travel, and that's not necessarily easy to obtain. So this notion of an edge, we don't claim an edge. I mean, who knows? I mean, it's effectively saying what's at the edge of reality. It'd be the equivalent to saying what's at the edge of the universe in your idea, right? You'd say, well, I don't know. Because I mean, as far as we're concerned, Earth is the reality. That's what we have. That's what we experience. So if you're going to say where does that reality end, well, it's almost like a metaphysical question. at that point. But I don't know. I've never seen reality come to an end. I wouldn't know exactly where you'd need to go to see that. But regardless, whether or not that is the case, that's not going to change whether or not we're measuring curvature of the surface in order to make this a ball. Like, you not seeing an edge ever doesn't mean that there's curvature of the surface. That would be answered through measurement of the surface.
Yeah, there's some very important questions you want to ask, right? So if you're going to ask about the Earth, which I'm pretty sure everybody, like all of us, right, we all grew up with the idea that the Earth is a globe. So one thing, or actually three things that you would ask is, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth? Any time in history, as in the drop over the distance. So if you have a drop over a distance, right, that means that the surface would be curving away from you at any position on the Earth, which means that you would be able to measure this alleged curvature. That's the first question. Second one, who's ever measured the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth, right? These are important because they're pillars that actually hold up the Earth as a globe argument. Third, the cosmic vacuum, it being a reality that you know or you believe. So there's a lot of things that are involved here, but those three main questions would be the ones that you'd actually start with. And they're pretty basic, right? You'd have to have the answers to those questions. So do you think those questions can be answered, Bunny?
Yeah, I think so, sure.
Okay, so let's have a small little attempt at you trying to answer them. So the first question was, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance? You thinking?
Thinking.
Hello?
I think she's Googling.
Are you Googling?
I'm going to guess cold away.
Wow. Did you disconnect?
Here comes
Hello?
the ancient Greek.
Hello? Anybody there?
Yes, I'm there.
I know you're there. I can see you. No, I'm talking to Bunny, though. She's not answering. Bunny, are you there?
Hold on, she's Googling.
Hold on, she's Googling. I don't know. I can't tell she's Googling.
24/7 Flat Earth Brain VC. Did you guys get any brain cells recently?
All right, some guys
Bad
chiming
accent.
in.
That's not a bad attempt at an accent.
Some guys chiming in, but I can barely hear what he's saying. So
He's doing
Sorry.
a Middle Eastern accent. It's not bad.
yeah, I can barely hear him anyway.
Yeah, I didn't say.
Bunny, are you there? Hello?
Oh.
Did she give up?
Don't know, man.
Yeah, she maybe just steps
She'll be
away.
back-
We can just wait and see
She'll
if
be
she
back
comes
when she's
back.
back, I'm guessing.
She'll be back when she's back, huh? But it's always at the most important part. People
Well,
leave.
every part seems like the most important part. You only do that. That you ad
No,
hoc
I think
decide which is
this one
somebody
is.
left at.
I think this one is. I think this one is.
Turn your camera off.
It's
It's capping the room at 25.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
Fuck sakes.
There we go.
I
So,
think
Called it. She was called away.
she went away.
No, she's back.
Bunny.
But I was saying, were you called away? Is that what happened, Bunny?
no, my phone died. I had to grab my
Nobody wants to talk to you, eggshells. All right, so back to the question.
Okay, sorry.
You still there, Benny?
Yeah.
All right. So the question. Do you remember the question?
Yeah, you were asking who measured the curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Any time in history, as in the drop over the distance.
Well, I guess the first time in history that they measured the curve of the Earth was the ancient Greek astronomers.
The ancient Greek astronomers.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So how did they measure the drop over the distance? Do you know the method?
No.
Were you Googling?
I'm just
You were
asking.
Googling.
It's telling me because I don't
I
know.
thought you were. Everybody kept saying she's Googling.
That's fine. Hey, eggshell. Put a sock in it, eh? Hey, so
Funny, how do they measure? How do astronomers measure?
yeah, 1 second. What, guys? Can I have this conversation with Bunny, please? Thank you. All right. So, yeah, you didn't know, right? Is that the answer? Bunny? Hello? Oh, God. Bunny, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
All right. So, what was your answer? You didn't know, right?
Okay, so a combination of
Well, I'm sorry. Was your answer you didn't know?
observations and clever geometry to measure the curvature of the Earth. I'm pretty sure they used this method where they held like a sphere. They had like a glass sphere with lines, and if you hold it up to the light, it will make the lines appear on the ground, and then through clever algebra and crazy shit, they can determine things. I'm not a mathematician, dude. I don't know. I joined because joined, and I was like, well, I guess I'll try and see what these people are
That's
talking.
fine. It's the old college try, but that's fine. So, once again, I mean, let's get some intellectual honesty here, right? Hopefully you are an honest person. Do you know how they measured the curvature of the Earth as in the drop over the distance?
Well, yeah, you guys were talking about that with the thing, and when the ship disappears, that's like the marker.
Well, no. I'm asking you a question, whether or not you know if somebody has ever measured the drop over the distance on the curving surface of the Earth. Do you know? It's a yes or no, or I don't know.
Well, you said earlier in the conversation that they did, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume yeah.
No. I'm not. Don't go to my answers. I'm asking you if you know.
I'm asking you guys to tell me like what you're talking about. Like I'm coming in here like genuinely open-minded. Like, what are you talking about? And you're just trying to ask me shit that I don't know and act smart. Like, that's rude. Just come at me like a normal person. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it is. I am normal. But see, you know why you're getting upset? Because people that think that the Earth is a globe, they don't have an answer to this question. So it frustrates them. And they think that I'm being obnoxious and all kinds of things. It's fine. But the truth is, right, intellectual honesty is that nobody knows how the curvature of the Earth has been measured, which is fine. You should be okay with that because everybody doesn't know. You're in good company because nobody in here who thinks the Earth is a globe knows the answer to the question.
She asked about the theory, not for you to talk about the globe earthers theory, right?
All right, so that's
why
not
I
funny.
think she's getting frustrated with
That's
you.
not funny though.
I think it's a simple equation based on what's been established as the diameter and circumference of the Earth.
All right.
And
So we got multiple answers from people who are not Bunny. That's fine.
Well,
So
I
going back
would like to hear from anyone but you. You are driving and shouldn't be talking about this anyway. You should be focusing on driving. What do other people think?
I am. But you're not going to dictate this conversation just because you want to.
Nor should you. Nor should you at all. Like, I don't understand. I said, tell me what your theories are. Tell me what you're thinking about. And instead, you just want to tell me I don't know anything. I've already told you I don't know anything. I've come in here to know.
But this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Nobody knows. So why would you feel upset about it and then come at me like you're really upset? So you shouldn't be.
I'm not.
Because
I'm not at all. I'm just telling you, like.
I think so.
Rather than this bickering, can I talk to Bunny instead,
I'm catching
please?
the tone.
Yes, please. I would like to talk to you instead.
The most important thing for everybody is that they realize that they don't know,
Alpha slowing down his mic while he drives for another 20 minutes. Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay, hey, Bunny and me, if you two want to talk, I invite you to just go to a different room then. If you two want to hold a whole conversation.
He doesn't want to talk to him.
I don't.
Okay, if you don't want to talk to Alpha, go to a room without Alpha in it. Duh.
Yep.
Like,
I
holy
want to
shit,
talk
is this
to you guys about.
is this
what
too
you're
hard
talking
to Bunny?
She was
Is
having
this
a
too hard to
perfectly pleasant
understand?
conversation, and then you guys just let Alpha
Okay,
run rooms.
Bunny.
I don't know why.
Okay, this is a very simple logic and reason. You don't want to talk to somebody who's in the room. There are other rooms to talk in. Why are you in the room right now?
I'm in
Well,
this
hold on.
particular room to talk about flat Earth. That is
Yeah.
why I joined.
Let's just move it on a bit, because basically what you were told, Bunny, you agree, you've read on Google what the guy supposedly did, but you're not really sure if that actually proves the curvature. So fine, we can
Yeah.
move it along.
I'm genuinely open-minded. I want to hear your guys' side of this debate. I have not heard
Okay,
it before.
that's good. That's
Yeah,
good. I'm glad
I was
that
Okay.
presenting it. I don't know. I was presenting it. That's exactly what I was
No,
doing.
you
But
were
I feel
being rude, like flat out
no.
rude.
Look, listen. When people feel like this is an aggressive part or whatever, they're doing that because it's a part of their mind where they always thought something was true, and it challenges them. So you and everybody else get upset. It's just natural. It happens all the time. Used to it.
You can have a different
upset.
view
Alpha.
and a different, data sheet. You can have different information and still be civil and polite and courteous to
Right,
other
that's
people.
fine. That's fine. Listen.
Oh God.
If there's plenty of folk in this channel, Crit's here, I'm here for a bit. So if you don't want to talk specifically to Alpha, which I think is a mistake because I think you could learn a bit speaking to Alpha. If you don't want to, you can speak to someone else. But if you're curious about the topic and you actually want to ask questions, please do. But let's keep it on topic. We don't want to go into personalities.
This is what we call TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10, number one will surprise you. That type of drama stuff isn't really welcomed in the channel.
Yeah, just forget it. Forget it. We're moving on. So Bunny,
Yeah.
right, you want to know what we're thinking. I kind of outlined it in the beginning. What we're thinking is we want to be able to not just believe the stories we're told about the globe, we want to be able to confirm them to be true. And in the course of this, we seem to be coming up against evidence that's saying it's not true. So what I would recommend you do is try to think to yourself, okay, what do I actually know about the globe that I think I believe in? How do I think they proved those things? Like we're saying, like, right, curvature. So we check it, we look up and it says some Greek guy thousands of years ago did something. These are the kind of things I would recommend that you look into to begin with to see how confident you are that what they're claiming is evidence for this ball is actually evidence for the ball and not just an assumption. And we can also, I mean, here we can talk about where there are specifically problems with the model versus what's observed, or you can ask general questions. But there's going to be a bunch of things like what's the sun, what's the moon, where's the edge? These are questions which none of us can answer, right? Because practically we're living our lives trying to figure out what we can, but that doesn't mean we can map the entirety of the earth and travel to the sun, moon, and stars, to test them. So try and think specifically. What is it that would make you believe you live on a spinning ball, a globe, like they've said, beyond just the fact that they've told us it? And we can talk about those things. Or you can ask a general question, whatever.
I guess for me, satellites and things that make your cell phone work are a big reason why I believe that.
Okay. So, do you think, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, your cell phone working doesn't really tell you the Earth's just a ball that spins. I mean, they use ground towers for the most part, cell towers. So those are just towers on the ground. Now you could talk about satellite phones specifically. That's not like your normal mobile phones. But even when you say satellites, right? So what do we observe when we go outside? We see moving lights in the sky, yeah, and we call them satellites. But our observation of these things doesn't actually, when we think about it, tell us that these are boxes of metal of a certain size at a certain distance moving through a certain medium like they tell us. We can't actually confirm that. All we know is that we're seeing this light in the sky that's moving. Yeah, and there's plenty of tech, like we're not denying aerial technologies, right? Drones, satelloons, things like that, right? We're not denying that these exist, but that's you're going a step further when you say, right, I know this thing is this many thousand miles away, and it's made of this, and it's this size. You don't see that. You just see a moving light in the sky. So when you really think about these things that we maybe think makes me think I live on a spinning ball, when you really pull them apart as to what are you actually experiencing and what do you actually know, they don't really tell you that the ground is a ball that's spinning, I would say.
What about like Google Earth with the pictures that they take from the satellite? Like you can go on Google Earth right now and type in any area on Earth and look at it.
Yeah. So you can get high altitude imagery, right? Yeah, they've been taking surveillance imagery of that kind for decades, just with high altitude craft. And Google Earth will be a ball when it's zoomed out, but it's like it's just a CG ball. But when you zoom in and it turns into a map, it all flattens out.
What about NASA pictures of like the Earth and all of the photograph?
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, I don't believe that those are real. But even if you did, and the reason I don't believe they're real is because we're going out and testing the claims that those claim to present, such as it's a ball of this size, which dictates this amount of curvature. Well, we just go and say, okay, well, if that's true, let's go and measure the curvature, but there is no curvature. So consequently, those can't be true. But even if you were to say, I believe them, you'd have to concede you can't actually verify them, right? Because to be able to verify what they claim to be showing us, you would then have to go to that place and be able to repeat what they claim to be observing, right? So we can believe them if you want, but they're unverifiable images and stories, basically. So.
But what would be the point of them to lie? Like, why would so many people lie around? Yeah.
Yeah. Understandable question. Why would they lie about this? But I mean, again, we're not them, so we're not in their minds. We can't tell you what these people were thinking or think now. It's an interesting question. I would say, to put it short, it's control, right? It's control over your entire worldview, where you think you are, what you think you are, how you think you got here, what might be to come. I mean, they tell you, oh, there's an asteroid coming, then that's our source of truth. We would just believe them. So it is an enormous amount of power over our worldview if they get to construct and dictate all of reality beyond what we can sense, like beyond the sky. This is what's going on. And in ancient times, these people were always revered in society, right? Anyone who was going to be predicting the heavens and predicting the luminaries or predicting events in the sky, they were they were looked on with more respect than the king, because they were seen to have some kind of divine knowledge. Well, this is what the likes of NASA and the governments have tried to get into, this very, I would say, basic human thing where we respect those who can predict things in the sky. And that's essentially the mantle that they've assumed. But yeah, control over your worldview, all that kind of stuff. Financially, NASA get about $60 million a day. Would some people lie for $60 million a day? I'd say so. Very likely. The possibility of there being more land than we're aware of, right? Who knows? We don't know. But again, motive, we don't really need to know the motive to necessarily go out and just measure whether the claims are correct. So if we go out and measure that the claims are incorrect, it doesn't matter whether we know why they've lied to know that it's not true. And again, when you're talking about lying, some people get this idea that we're saying all the teachers and all the scientists are lying and all this stuff. No, not at all. The vast majority of people just were taught it and believe it as well. Their work, for the most part, most humans, their jobs have nothing to do with assuming the Earth is a spinning ball, right? There's very few people who are even studying the Earth or claiming to study the Earth as a spinning ball specifically. They're all doing smaller things on the Earth. And pretty much all practical usage of the Earth treats the Earth as flat and motionless, like pilots and stuff. They're not accounting for curvature. They're not accounting for motion. if the Earth is used in any practical sense, people just assume it's flat and motionless, and that works. So the why question is a big one, and you could speak about it for days, but that's just a bit of a summary. We're not them. We can't divine their thoughts, but there you go. There's an idea, something to think about.
The Earth is flat. Therefore, any phenomena we observe has to work on flat Earth.
Man,
Because it's
come
flat.
on, Mez. You managed to hold it together for
Never
a full
mind
20
how
minutes
absurd
there
all these
before you
explanations
started
are.
spiraling out. You managed to hold it together for so long. Yeah, you managed to hold it together for so long, bro. Right, so Bunny, I'm sure that maybe wasn't the most satisfactory to you, but like I said, we're not here claiming to have all the answers, right?
I just wonder, like, where does this? So, if you think NASA is just lying, I mean, do you not accept anything they say, like the sun
No,
flare?
that's not. No, not necessarily. I mean, it depends. Like, it's a case by case basis, right? This topic will teach you to be quite ruthless in your critical thinking when it comes to claims presented. So when NASA tell us that gas pressure requires a container, that's not a lie. That is true. We can observe that on Earth, yeah? If you want gas pressure, you need a container. But if they tell us, hey, we flew 250,000 miles in this tin can and we played golf on that light in the sky that we call the moon, that's a different kind of claim. And each has to be reviewed on its own merit. Yeah? You understand that?
I feel like it's kind of a perspective, I guess. I don't know if. I mean, I wonder if you would have ever been able to meet someone like who is an astronaut who's been in space, who's done something, if that would change your perspective or if it wouldn't.
Well, I wouldn't be able to verify his story anyway, and even if I believed him, I would still say, well, for that to be true, the lakes have to be curving, the ground has to be moving, and gas pressure has to be able to exist next to a vacuum without physical separation. And none of those things can be evidenced. So I'm not gonna. I mean, this is it. This is the intellectual price you have to pay to believe in the globe, right? You have to sacrifice your sensory experience of the Earth, which is as a flat and motionless plane, and that gas pressure requires containment. Those are all things that we logically can confirm in reality. But the price you have to pay for globe belief is to reject those things. And that's too high a price for me. So I mean, I've got more than just the word of a man who, by the way, these people who claimed to have gone seen the ball Earth. The only people who claim to have gone beyond lower Earth orbit to a place where you could actually see that the Earth is a ball is about 25 people from the 60s and 70s who claim to have gone with Apollo. So I'm not going to reject observable, measurable reality in favor of stories from less than 30 people who I don't know, and they work for the US government, the military, who, to be honest, don't have the best track record for truth telling. So no, I'm not gonna just listen to that story and say, well, I guess it must be a globe because this guy said he went to space and saw it.
Well, what about I mean, I don't think that's the only people that have gone, right? I think there were definitely other people after that.
No, they've not been back to the moon since the 60s, 70s.
Well, not the moon specifically, but I think there's a lot of, like, they go up, they rotate around.
Yeah. Go into the ISS, which is lower Earth orbit, which according to the globe math